Qin Lang, don't go too far. Planting spies around me and having me followed. How despicable can you be? My engagement to you was arranged by the family. Now I Mu Yuyan can tell you clearly. I don't like you at all, I even loathe you. Please stop harassing me from now on. Tianhai City, Murin International. Inside the president's office, the female CEO Mu Yuyan, dressed in a black OL uniform, glared coldly and spoke sharply at the bewildered Qin Lang across from her, issuing a cold warning. Being rebuked, Qin Lang paid no heed. He sat dazed on the sofa, processing the flood of information in his mind, the corner of his mouth twitching. Has he transmigrated? And into a novel he had read. The funny thing is, his current identity is not a protagonist surrounded by beautiful women, but a major villain who gets slapped down by the hero. Qin Lang, the legitimate grandson of the Qin family, and Yinjing, the sole heir. His grandfather is a true pillar of the nation with outstanding achievements. His father holds a high position, one whose stomp could shake all of Huaxia. His mother is in business, holding significant shares in many well-known state-owned enterprises. Everyone around him is either wealthy or noble. A true rich second generation. A powerful second generation. With a perfect hand from the start, the original Qin Lang had squandered it all. He acted as a simp, desperately chasing his fiancée Mu Yuyan. He set up traps to eliminate the shield Mu Yuyan found, planted his own spies around her, and committed almost every kind of misdeed. In the end, he even raised his knife at the shield Mu Yuyan had hired at great cost, the protagonist Yifeng. This backfired, and he was toyed to death by Yifeng. His glorious family background became the stepping stone for Yifeng's rise. It can be said that Yifeng's ascent completely relied on trampling over the Qin family behind Qin Lang. How tragic. A simp's momentary happiness leads to a crematorium. But all that was the foolish past lives doing. Now with a new person, everything will start over. Ding. Host identity confirmed. Heavenly Destiny villain system binding. Along with a mechanical sound in his mind, Qin Lang, having read hundreds of web novels, knew his exclusive golden finger had arrived. Heavenly Destiny villain system, as the name suggests, is a cheat device that assists him in being a great villain, crushing the chosen ones and becoming powerful. He relies on seizing opportunities that should belong to the child of destiny, acquiring destiny villain points. These points can be used to exchange for items or draw lotteries to enhance his strength. After familiarizing himself with the system's operations, Qin Lang felt quite satisfied. Compared to being sanctimonious, being a villain is pretty good. True satisfaction comes from enjoying oneself. Mu Yuyan looked at Qin Lang, who occasionally smiled and trembled with anger. If not discovered by her bodyguard, she wouldn't have known that her office had been bugged, that almost her private life had been eavesdropped on by Qin Lang. And this guy still has the nerve to smile. Qin Lang, how dare you laugh? I want to break off the engagement. Cancel our engagement. After briefly familiarizing himself with the system, Qin Lang slowly raised his head and coldly replied, okay. What's going on? Mu Yuyan was confused. Qin Lang agreed. Not long ago, he was still desperately chasing after her, even going so far as to bug her office. Crazy beyond measure. Is the sun coming out from the west? Is she finally going to be freed from this unfortunate engagement? Qin Lang crossed his legs, lounging on the sofa with a nonchalant expression, casually picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. Call off the engagement, I have no objections. You talk to the Mu family, let them make the first move. You. Mu Yuyan frowned angrily and snorted coldly, you're just making trouble out of nothing. Qin Lang laughed, me, making trouble out of nothing. Why not say that the Mu family is insatiably greedy? And you, Mu Yuyan, don't flatter yourself. You think I'm not good enough for you. If it weren't for my Qin family, your Mu family would have been taken apart 10 years ago. 10 years ago, Mu Yuyan's father and Qin Lang's father were close friends. But after an accident, Mu Yuyan's father died, throwing the whole Mu family into turmoil, with many greedy speculators flocking in. It was Qin Lang's father who single-handedly stabilized the entire Mu family. Out of gratitude, Mu Yuyan's mother voluntarily proposed this engagement. It can be said that the engagement between Qin Lang and Mu Yuyan was entirely begged for by the Mu family for self-preservation. Thinking of this, Qin Lang couldn't help but curse the original really was a fool. Holding a royal flush in hand, he insisted on being a simp. Doesn't he know that in a woman's heart a simp is even worse than a backup option? There is another option before you pretend the engagement is still ongoing, but with a time limit. Whenever I feel like it, I might just dump you, Qin Lang said with a laugh. A daughter of destiny. She carries a lot of luck. Before draining her, how could he let go of such a useful tool for harvesting resource? Mu Yuyan gritted her teeth. That's impossible. If you act recklessly, what about me? Qin Lang shook his head. Your mind is too dirty. How can you think like that? We would just pretend to be boyfriend and girlfriend in front of outsiders. If you really don't want to, then you can go back to the Mu family and have them call off the engagement. But I can't guarantee what will happen then. Thinking of getting the Qin family's benefits without paying. What a joke. When does a free lunch ever fall from the sky? Mu Yuyan frowned, caught in deep conflict. She naturally knew what would happen if the Mu family took the initiative to break the engagement. If Qin Lang called off the engagement, the Mu family would lose a bit of face, but couldn't do anything to the Qin family. But if Mu Yuyan broke off the engagement, the nature would be completely different. Qin Lang is the legitimate grandson of the Qin family, the sole future heir. Her action would undoubtedly be slapping the Qin family in the face. From now on, forget about being protected by the Qin family. If they don't suppress her, that would be a miracle from their ancestors. Even though she detested being around Qin Lang, the pain of a short period was better than endless suffering. If she didn't agree to this agreement, she feared she would have no other possibility except marrying Qin Lang for the rest of her life. Fine. I agree, but you must keep your promise to end the engagement. Mu Yuyan took a deep breath and determination flashed in her beautiful clear eyes. Ding. Plot changed. Congratulations, host 1000 villain luck value. Qin Lang didn't answer, but stood up, grabbed Mu Yuyan's slender hand, and started walking out. Mu Yuyan instinctively struggled, but was cut off by Qin Lang's words. You don't want me to call off the engagement. Can't even hold hands as boyfriend and girlfriend. Forget it, think of it as being scratched by a dog. Mu Yuyan thought bitterly. Ding. Female lead Mu Yuyan is emotionally stirred. Congratulations, host 300 heavenly villain value. Qin Lang didn't care about her thoughts. He boldly scanned her graceful figure, laughing slyly. For a girl, especially a pretty one, don't wear such tight clothes. With such a great figure you'll attract stalkers. I followed 2 last night. Mu Yuyan's beautiful eyes revealed an uncomfortable expression. She didn't understand the reference as she only knew the rumors about Qin Lang and felt nothing but dissatisfaction. When the office door opened, Mu Yuyan's female bodyguard saw the two walking out holding hands and asked with suspicion, "Miss, what is this?" Qin Lang took the opportunity to put his arm around Mu Yuyan's slender waist. Is it so shocking for a couple to be affectionate? Mu Yuyan's body trembled violently. She told herself it was just being touched by a dog and forced herself to act as if nothing had happened. Ding. The heroine Mu Yuyan experiences intense emotional fluctuation. Congratulations, host, you have gained 600 destiny villain points. For the next half day, Qin Lang walked around the entire company with Mu Yuyan on his arm. He took a lot of advantage and also accumulated 6800 destiny villain points. The intense sheep-shearing behavior on Mu Yuyan ended after dinner. Qin Lang bid farewell in front of Murin International with an embrace that caused Mu Yuyan to shyly flee. He then got into a Maybach surrounded by 4 Mercedes AMGs in front and back and headed grandly toward his villa. Sitting in the back seat, Qin Lang sighed inwardly. That woman Mu Yuyan's aversion to the original body was not slight, and she was meticulous. He could only take small advantages, any further was impossible. Would she be shy and run away? Would she be so easily persuaded? It was just an act of fake reconciliation. Qin Lang was not in a hurry. Step by step. As the original heroine, Mu Yuyan's status was quite high, and she was a crucial part of his plan. The situation has improved a lot, at least shaking off the dog-like image. I need to keep it up. Qin Lang sighed, then silently called up the system panel. Character Qin Lang. Age, 25. Constitution 6, kidney deficiency. Charm, 85. Destiny villain points, 6800. Skills none. Mall not yet unlocked. Lottery center active, 100 points per draw. Qin Lang looked at the character introduction and complained inside system, that's too much. Kidney deficiency. As a transmigrator, can you tolerate such unfair treatment? This body is kidney deficient, a big problem. Shouldn't you fix this bug? The system's mechanical voice rang again. A motionless host is wearing his body, no relation to the original villain's constitution. There are many possibilities for host's kidney deficiency, including, but not limited to, poor development, overwork. Enough, stop. Just give me the newbie gift pack. Qin Lang hurriedly stopped the system's prompts. He was afraid if it continued something terrible would happen, so he quickly interrupted. Ding. Newbie gift pack is ready. Claim. Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained skill affinity LV1, 10 group affinity cost to upgrade to LV2, 100 destiny villain points, each upgrade doubles the cost. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 small constitution improvement pills, each increases constitution by 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 13 charm points. All good stuff. Qin Lang's eyes lit up. With the affinity skill, going out would be like having a buff that increases goodwill. He waved his hand and directly spent 3,100 cumulative destiny villain points to upgrade affinity to LV6. At the same time, he took 10 pills, increasing his constitution by 10 points. The normal human constitution is around 10. With 16 points, Qin Lang was finally free from kidney deficiency. As for charm value, that's an intangible boost to appearance. With a charm of 98 out of 100, besides some guy lying sideways on a bed, phone in hand, 1 foot over the other, laughing at something on screen, what other man could compete with Qin Lang? With this 98 charm, Qin Lang's subsequent plans would be much easier. Lottery temple. Use all the remaining destiny villain points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 constitution. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained beginner piano technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained intermediate piano technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a photo album of Aunt Xiao. When the destiny villain points were exhausted, Qin Lang's attribute panel had been completely refreshed. Character Qin Lang. Age 25, Constitution 26, Charm 98, Destiny villain points 0, Skills Affinity LV6, 60 Group Affinity. Advanced Piano Technique, Advanced T-Art. Mall not yet unlocked, Lottery Center active, 100 points per draw, System Inventory, 1 photo album of Aunt Xiao, 3 packets of Qin foam tissues. Not bad except for a few weird items, the rest are useful. After closing the attribute panel, Qin Lang said to his driver and bodyguard Junzi, "When we get back, there are some people and matters I need you to arrange surveillance." Qin Lang gave meticulous orders. Knowing the plot was one thing, but some events were time-sensitive. He had to get information as soon as possible. Got it. In the rearview mirror, Junzi's smiling face reflected, "Young master, rest assured. This kind of surveillance is my specialty." Usually Junzi wouldn't dare to joke with Qin Lang like that, because the young master was moody. No one knew when he would suddenly lose it. But today was different. Even though Junzi was a manly man, he felt the young master had become more handsome, and his face especially exuded a kind of affinity. "Same to you." Qin Lang didn't argue. Having finally transmigrated into this world where he knew the plot, the return of the mercenary king Yi Feng was still some time away. Before Yi Feng returned, he had to use this time to build relationships with all the plot points he knew. Defeating Yi Feng by force alone was unlikely. He had to start by snatching opportunities. After all, that guy was a child of destiny. Even if shot through the heart and falling off a cliff, he might be saved by a passing female NPC and start a melodious love story. Until he obtained a skill that could counter the protagonist's halo, the only way to defeat a child of destiny was to exploit their predetermined opportunities. As the Maybach convoy entered the ring highway, Qin Lang's expression turned mischievous. "Mercenary King, leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary group. I wonder how many Destiny villain points this child of Destiny can bring me. I'm really looking forward to when the plot begins and we meet." After returning to the luxurious villa, Qin Lang felt no sense of discomfort. Before his transmigration, he had been a wealthy young tycoon in his own right, having amassed a fortune worth hundreds of millions through his own efforts. Capital itself knows no right or wrong, but the process of capital accumulation is built upon blood and tears. This was precisely why Qin Lang believed he was not a good person. He lounged comfortably on the European-style sofa, gently swirling the wine glass in his hand. Before him stood a frail young girl, her head bowed, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. Junzi stood nearby, his face cold. "Young master, this cleaner was careless during her work and shattered your treasured Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain." Hearing Junzi's angry voice, Su Xiaoxiao trembled with fear, her fingers intertwining so tightly that her fingertips turned white. Even in her poverty, she knew how immensely valuable a piece of porcelain became when prefixed with the words Yuan, and now such a precious antique had been shattered by her own hands. Qin Lang raised his head, gazing at the young girl before him, scrutinizing her carefully. She stood just over 1.6 meters tall, her slender frame making the blue and white cleaner's uniform appear somewhat oversized. Yet this unassuming, plain-looking girl was none other than one of the novel's leading heroines, Su Xiaoxiao. Though Su Xiaoxiao now appeared as nothing more than a simple countrified girl in a cleaner's uniform. In the original story, her role was exceptionally significant. She was Yi Feng's childhood sweetheart, having grown up together with him in the same orphanage, holding an irreplaceable and vital place in his heart. Furthermore, because of this incident of breaking the vase, the original owner had oppressed Su Xiaoxiao and set his sights on the land of the orphanage, where she grew up, thus forging an irreconcilable enmity with both Su Xiaoxiao and the orphanage. Later, this very matter led to a direct confrontation with Yi Feng, resulting in a humiliating defeat for the original owner, allowing Yi Feng to play the hero, saving the damsel in distress. Of course, that was all ancient history now. Qin Lang took a gentle sip of his red wine and said with ease, "Su Xiaoxiao. Young Master Qin, I know I was wrong. I truly didn't mean to break it. I will repay you for the cost of the broken porcelain. Please, just give me some time." Su Xiaoxiao spoke hurriedly, overwhelmed by nervousness. Summoning her courage, she lifted her head to look at the fearsome young Master Qin her colleagues had described, only to feel a wave of cool refreshment wash over her, driving much of her fear away. How handsome! And his gaze is so gentle. A gentleman as flawless as jade, unparalleled in the world. Why did her colleagues describe such a graceful young master as an unreasonable brute who loses his temper and even strikes people? Could she have been deceived? Qin Lang was quite satisfied with Su Xiaoxiao's reaction. He crooked his finger, beckoning her closer. When she came near, he pulled her down onto the sofa with one hand while using the other to lean in and pinch her delicate chin. Her delicate features were as gentle as a refined young lady from a well-bred family. Her misty, captivating eyes shimmered with emotion, her finely arched brows were slightly furrowed, her exquisite nose twitched softly, feeling the warm breath against the back of his pinching hand. Her vermilion lips, untouched by any modern cosmetics, still bloomed with a tender redness. It had to be said, setting aside her figure, Su Xiaoxiao's appearance could easily score above 95 points. "Young Master Qin. What do you intend to do?" Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze darting away nervously as she stammered in panic. Beside them, Junzi thought to himself, has the young master lost his mind today? How could he even fancy such a country bumpkin? Nevertheless, a bodyguard who had managed to stay by the original owner's side for so long naturally possessed his own merits, and he quickly turned and left the living room. His demeanor clearly stated, "I saw nothing." "What do I intend?" Qin Lang laughed at the question. "You're a cleaner. What do you think I intend to do? You break my blue and white porcelain and still dare to talk about compensation. What can you possibly use to pay? That piece cost me 8 million at auction. With your cleaner's salary, how long would it take you to repay that? 10 years? Or 100 years? I don't know. Su Xiaoxiao was already stunned senseless by the figure of 8 million. With that much money, even if she saved every penny and never spent a cent, she could never accumulate such a sum in her entire lifetime. The aggrieved young girl, thinking of the mistake she had made, felt tears glistening in her eyes, ready to spill over. Choking back sobs, she pleaded, "Young Master Qin, I truly don't know how to make amends. According to the background information provided by the agency, you grew up in Sunshine Orphanage and are well liked there. If you can persuade the director of that orphanage to let me acquire the land at a low price, we can call the matter of the porcelain even." Su Xiaoxiao immediately shook her head. No, that's impossible. She had long heard that some company wanted to acquire the orphanage's land. She never expected Qin Lang also wanted a piece of the pie. She was no longer a child. Faced with this situation, she even began to suspect that breaking the vase might have been some kind of scheme, all to force her into persuading the director to sell the orphanage's land. Since that's not possible, we'll have to handle this officially. Breaking my collection based on its appraised value will cost you several million at least. If you have the money, pay your debt. If not, you can rot in prison. Qin Lang withdrew his hand, leaned back on the sofa with a nonchalant air, crossing his legs. His eyes were half closed, revealing neither joy nor anger. Time was running short before Yifeng's return. He had no leisure to waste on Su Xiaoxiao. Even if he treated her kindly for an entire month, it would likely pale in comparison to the years of shared history between her and her childhood sweetheart. To use Su Xiaoxiao to strike at Yifeng, he needed to occupy an even greater place in her heart. Their relationship had to become something far more unforgettable and profound. What are you still sitting there for? Are you going to turn yourself in, or should I call the police to come and take you away? Qin Lang pressed coldly. Su Xiaoxiao panicked. She had heard that female inmates in prison would stoop to anything, each one more vicious than the last. If she were locked up, she would surely be bullied. Thump. After much hesitation, Su Xiaoxiao abandoned her last shred of dignity and knelt before Qin Lang, her head bowed, timid and terrified. "Young Master Qin, please give me another chance. I can work for you. As long as it's not illegal, I'll do anything. Cleaning, laundry, cooking. I can do it all well." Qin Lang raised an eyebrow skeptically. "Cleaning? The kind of cleaning that breaks a Yuan dynasty vase every day?" Su Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head, saying, "No, I won't make such a mistake again. I am truly helpless now, in the wrong, and with no means to make amends. If Master Qin really calls the police, she would be sent to jail." Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. "The cook in the villa is indeed not very skilled. I happen to be in need of a full-time maid, so you can stay for a trial period. If you are capable, you can stay, or if not, well, yes, I absolutely can." Su Xiaoxiao nodded hastily. "I am very capable." Ding. The plot has changed. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,000 Destiny Villain points. The villain points have arrived. A slight smile curled at the corner of Qin Lang's mouth, revealing a playful smirk that added a hint of roguish charm to his otherwise pleasant face. "Whether you are capable or not, well, find out after you've worked. The salary will be 10,000 yuan per month, plus room and board." 10,000 a month. Su Xiaoxiao was shocked. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. "Not enough." No, it's too much, way too much." Su Xiaoxiao shook her head innocently. She had worked as a cleaner, toiling every month for only 5,000 yuan without meals or accommodation. This treatment was like a godsend. Ding. The female lead Su Xiaoxiao's emotions fluctuate. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 Destiny Villain points. Qin Lang was amused by Su Xiaoxiao's delighted expression. In the original work, Su Xiaoxiao was an extremely simple and kind-hearted girl, and now seeing her in person, she truly lived up to her reputation. She was so pure that she not only didn't think the salary was too low, but even said it was too much. If a heartless capitalist didn't exploit such an innocent girl, who would they exploit? Is 10,000 a month a lot? For Su Xiaoxiao, of course it was. But considering she had to compensate for that 8 million yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain, even if she had no other expenses, a young Su Xiaoxiao in her early 20s would have to work for nearly 70 years to pay it all off. Even though she had been sold out, Su Xiaoxiao felt delighted inside, thinking she had met a kind boss. She was filled with immense gratitude and thankfulness. Change had to come gradually, step by step. After arranging Su Xiaoxiao's matters, Qin Lang returned to the bedroom. He dialed Mu Yuyan's number, which he had just hung up on, and answered with a strange tone, "Something up?" This was the first time Mu Yuyan had called him, quite unusual. Mu Yuyan paused for a moment, and then spoke stiffly, "Come to my house tomorrow." "Busy." With that, Qin Lang hung up the phone. No one does favors for nothing. There must be a trick. He didn't think he had such great charm that he could completely change Mu Yuyan's opinion in just one day. Ding. The female lead Mu Yuyan experiences intense emotional fluctuation. Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 Destiny Villain points. Soon the phone rang again. Even with Mu Yuyan's usually good temper, she couldn't hold back now. The second time, being hung up on repeatedly, was something she never expected to happen with Qin Lang. Indeed, men are all faithless, changing their hearts faster than their expressions. "My mother is here. She specifically asked for you to come for a meal. At least we are still contract lovers now. According to the agreement, you should come." Mu Yuyan tried hard to suppress her anger, her tone very stiff when she spoke. "What time?" "Tomorrow noon." "Okay." After just a few words, the phone was hung up again. Ding. The The female lead Mu Yuyin experiences intense emotional fluctuation. Congratulations to the host for gaining 600 Destiny Villain points. TSK TSK TSK. Listening to the mechanical system prompt, Qin Lang clicked his tongue. Refusing gave him villain points, and agreeing also gave him villain points. Mu Yuyin was simply a mobile little gold mine. She was so good at producing villain points. He threw his phone aside, laid down on the soft large bed, stretched lazily, and began to think about his next moves in his mind before falling asleep without realizing it. At 6 o'clock, Qin Lang, already accustomed to waking up early, opened his eyes punctually. After dressing, he went downstairs and found the table already laid with breakfast: steamed buns, soy milk, fried dough sticks, and millet porridge. Everything was there. On the seat beside Su Xiaoxiao was still lying there, wearing a blue and white cleaner's uniform, deep in sleep with soft and even breathing. He looked around the huge villa. When he first moved in, there were some dusty spots and untouched areas, but after one night, everything was spotless and dust-free. It was obvious that Su Xiaoxiao had worked hard all night. The three-story villa, nearly 700 square meters, had been cleaned to this state, which showed that Su Xiaoxiao really cared about this job and truly didn't want to be fired, or rather was afraid of going to jail. Cough. Qin Lang, sitting in the main seat drinking porridge, accidentally choked, and the sound woke the sleeping Su Xiaoxiao. She rubbed her sleepy eyes in a daze. On her pretty face, a patch of delicate skin was unevenly red and white from pressing against her hand. Seeing Qin Lang sitting at the main seat, she was instantly shocked awake and stammered, "Master Qin, is the breakfast I made not to your taste? I only know how to make these homestyle breakfasts. If you're not used to them, I can learn. I learn very quickly and will certainly be qualified for this job." Taking a bite of a steamed bun, Qin Lang shook his head. "No need. The taste is pretty good. Breakfast should be light. The clothes you changed out of are in the bathroom. Don't use the washing machine." Su Xiaoxiao nodded solemnly, carefully pulled the chair out to avoid making any harsh noise, and then somewhat dizzily walked toward the bathroom on the second floor. After a while, Qin Lang, while eating breakfast, called Junzi over and pointed to a seat. "Sit down, have something." Junzi sat down and shook his head with a naive smile. "Young master, I've already eaten." After finishing the steamed bun in his chopsticks, Qin Lang said casually, "Later give orders to prepare a bedroom for Su Xiaoxiao as a maid's room, so she has a place to rest." Junzi looked at Su Xiaoxiao moving around on the second floor and muttered softly, "Young master, you're not really thinking of keeping this girl, are you?" Qin Lang, drinking millet porridge, half looked up and glanced sideways. "What, not allowed?" Junzi showed an awkward smile. "It's not that it's not allowed, but this breakfast. Isn't it too simple?" Glancing at the plain breakfast on the table compared to the original cook in the villa, it was like heaven and earth, a vast difference. If Su Xiaoxiao were a top-tier beauty, that would be one thing. He wouldn't be so tactless as to ask such an inappropriate question. But the thing is, Su Xiaoxiao looks rustic, like a country bumpkin, just out of the village, like a peasant girl. What is the young master after? He found that not only had the young master become handsome and his temperament refined, but even his thoughts were now unfathomable. "How is the investigation I assigned you progressing?" Qin Lang wiped the corner of his mouth and asked in a detached tone. Junzi dropped his smile, his expression turning serious as he addressed the matter at hand. Bai Xiaoyun and Bai Ryu are biological sisters, both from the Bai family in Tianhai City. One is still in school, while the other serves as the acting general manager in the Bai family company. As for Qiu Jiuer, her background is a bit sensitive. It seems she has deep ties with the Black Dragon Society. Qin Lang nodded, satisfied with the efficiency. "Do we have enough personnel?" Junzi gave a wry smile. "The Bai sisters have bodyguards, and Qiu Jiuer always has a group of people around her. Ordinary people can't even track them. We have to deploy skilled hands from the villa's security team. The number of guards at the villa must not be reduced. If we are short of hands, recruit more. You handle this, but make sure to find people with known backgrounds." Qin Lang fixed his gaze on him, a look of approval on his face. "Set the compensation as you see fit. Also, starting today, all bodyguards' wages will be increased by 5,000 and yours by 10,000. Junzi felt a momentary daze, followed by a surge of profound gratitude within him. To entrust him even with the recruitment of private bodyguards was his status in the young master's heart truly elevated to such a level. Heaven has eyes at last. The young master was no longer a woman-chasing womanizer obsessed only with skirts. Work hard, and soon you'll have a car, a house, and you won't have to scrimp and save for a month just to afford 3 or 4 visits to the Chinchou Lotus Club. When you have money, you can live there every day. Qin Lang walked over to Junzi and patted him on the shoulder. As a veteran retired from a special forces unit, Junzi was undoubtedly a formidable fighter in terms of skill. Even against Yifeng, who had just returned from abroad, he could hold his own for over 100 exchanges. Moreover, in terms of loyalty, the bodyguard Junzi was more than qualified. In the original story, to shield Qin Lang, he did not hesitate to sacrifice himself, intercepting the pursuing Yifeng and allowing himself to be beaten to severe disability, buying Qin Lang a precious chance to survive. How could Qin Lang be unwilling to entrust some authority to such a fiercely loyal man? "Young master." Junzi gritted his teeth, sincerely grasping the hand Qin Lang had placed on his shoulder. "Rest assured, I will complete the mission. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I won't go west. If you tell me to chase chickens, I want hound dogs. Could I trust you?" Qin Lang casually exerted some force to withdraw his hand. Bring the car around to accompany me to buy some clothes. There were plenty of clothes at home enough for a different outfit each day without repeating for a month. But Qin Lang couldn't agree with the original owner's taste. He seemed eager to plaster brand logos across his chest, as if afraid others wouldn't know how expensive his clothes were. He might as well have stamped rich second generation on his forehead. In comparison, Qin Lang preferred something more understated. He looked at Su Xiaoxiao, who was bustling about on the second floor, and called out, "Come down." Su Xiaoxiao appeared flustered with a trace of foam still on her cheek. Qin Lang stepped forward and gently wiped her face, startling her into stepping back, her head bowed in embarrassment. "And Master Qin, do you have any instructions?" Qin Lang rubbed the foam between his fingertips, scrutinizing Su Xiaoxiao's slender figure. The blue and white cleaner's uniform was particularly jarring. "Come out with me and pick out some clothes for yourself. It's grating to see you wandering around the house in that uniform." Su Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. She wanted to say she had spare clothes in her rented room, but after a night of cleaning and witnessing the villa's opulence, she felt that wearing her old clothes as a maid would be an insult to Qin Lang's status. Afraid that her attire might provoke Qin Lang's disgust and lead to dismissal, she decided to spend some of her savings on a couple of slightly more expensive outfits. Junzi drove them to the mall and went to park the car. As Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao entered the shopping center, they attracted widespread attention. Wow, what a handsome young gentleman. He must be from some wealthy family. So good-looking, and what a great figure. Oh my. He smiled at me. How can a smile be so healing? I'm dying. He's like the Prince Charming from my dreams. Hey, who's that cleaning lady next to the handsome guy? Standing so close on purpose. Has she looked in a mirror? Does she have no shame? Does she think getting close will make the handsome guy notice her? In her cleaner's uniform, Su Xiaoxiao followed Qin Lang, enduring the pointed glances of passersby. Guiltily, she lowered her head, unable to meet anyone's eyes. Qin Lang's demeanor was like that of a prince from an ancient imperial court. Anyone who saw him would be sincerely moved and praise him. But she felt like a lowly maidservant, abased to the dust, unworthy of standing beside Qin Lang. Instinctively, she stepped to the side, putting distance between them. Let's try the shop. Pick out 2 outfits. At the entrance of a women's clothing store, Qin Lang stopped, gestured inside, and left Su Xiaoxiao there before walking off on his. He entered an Italian designer suit shop, selected over a dozen outfits, and changed from his ostentatious clothes into a suit. Qin Lang's aura became more subdued and "Young master, if I hadn't been with you every day, I'd think you'd been to Korea. It's incredible. You've completely transformed, so much more handsome." Junzi's exclamation was heartfelt, devoid of any flattery. He was genuinely awestruck by the renewed Qin Lang. Qin Lang straightened his tie, took the receipt from the infatuated female shop assistant, casually tossed it into the garment bag, and smiled without rebutting. A charm value of 98. Did they think he was joking? He glanced at his watch. It's almost 10 o'clock. Isn't Su Xiaoxiao done yet? Junzi, laden with bags, volunteered. I'll go find her. With you loaded like that, better take the clothes back to the car and wait outside. Qin Lang shook his head. He'll find her. Returning to the women's clothing store, he glanced inside, but didn't see Su Xiaoxiao. However, around the corner, he caught a glimpse of a familiar blue and white striped uniform. Stepping closer, he saw Su Xiaoxiao crouched in the corner, still in her cleaner's uniform, sobbing uncontrollably. What's going on? Is it that hard to pick out 2 clothes? Why are you crying here? Have you chosen? Qin Lang said with a stern face, scolding coldly. Master Qin, can we go to another store? The one you chose is too expensive. I can't afford it. Su Xiaoxiao sobbed, speaking in a choked voice. With one hand wiping her tears, the other was placed in front of her belly, as if at a loss, as though a hand was shielding her, there bringing her a sense of security. Qin Lang frowned coldly. Change the store? How is that different from the clothes you used to wear? This store going now. His tone was firm, leaving no room for refusal. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head, daring not to speak, and followed Qin Lang like a little follower, entering the store again. Tisk, who is this blind fool? The air was just fresh for a moment, and now it's been made stinky again. A young woman dripping with gold and silver, flamboyantly dressed, walked over. She pinched her nose with a raised little finger, as if she smelled something foul, making a gagging gesture. She looked at Su Xiaoxiao, who was entering, rolled her eyes, and said with disgust, "Weren't you the one I was just talking about? You a cleaner coming to a Fendi boutique to buy clothes? Is this the place for you? You work as a cleaner for 2 months and can't even afford a bag." I can afford it." Su Xiaoxiao stubbornly walked to the counter and glanced at the price of a bag. The string of numbers made her vision blur. Moreover, she was afraid that she would make her young master lose face and get fired. If that happened, she would be handed over to the police and her life would be ruined. I am not buying a bag, I'm buying clothes. Su Xiaoxiao walked to the clothing rack, going from one end to the other, circling again and again, without saying which one she would choose. 9888881100. After looking at dozens of items of clothing, the cheapest was still over 8000 yuan. Su Xiaoxiao originally had 8000 yuan. She had been working for over a year, scrimping and saving, and had put aside 500 yuan. But recently the director of the orphanage was collecting donations from its alumni to purchase beds for the children, and Su Xiaoxiao donated 4500 yuan in one go. She now had only 5000 yuan left. Having paid her rent in advance, this amount was enough for her daily expenses. If she was frugal, it could last nearly 4 months. But when it came to buying luxury goods, let alone the Tinsofthazensafiyuan bags, even a Fendi dress was beyond what she could afford or was willing to buy now. The gaudy woman stood in front of the clothing rack, fanning the air in front of her nose, a sneer on her face. What's the matter? Didn't you say you could afford it? Just pick one and pay. What are you wandering around for? If you can afford it, then buy it. As the dragon begets dragon, the phoenix begets phoenix, so a mouse's son will dig holes. You, a low-class commoner, should stay in your garbage heap and not come to such high-end establishments, dirtying the air and offending my eyes. What's wrong with being a cleaner? I earn my money cleanly. Oh, why shouldn't I be allowed here? Is this store owned by your family? Su Zioxiao's slender body trembled with grievance. I didn't ask you to look at me. Oh, why do you have to say that? Although I'm wearing a cleaner's uniform, I washed it very clean. There's no odor at all. Why are you scolding me? I never provoke you. Why do you bully people? Su Xiaoxiao, who had been utterly humiliated, now looked like a wild kitten with its fur standing on end, fiercely retorting and questioning the gaudy woman. But she was far too timid, or perhaps it was just her nature. Even in such a fit of rage, her retorts grew weaker and weaker, like a wild kitten that had lost both the fight and the verbal battle and could only curl up in a dark corner, silently licking the wounds and bloodstains all over its body. Oh my God, can you stop crying here? If you want to cry, go back to your garbage heap. So noisy. Is no one going to do anything? Where's the sales assistant? We customers are your gods. Can't you keep such cleaners out of the store? Confusing my taste with a cleaners is an insult to me. Amid the gaudy woman's affected whining, Qin Lang crouched down beside Su Xiaoxiao and handed her a scarf. Stop crying, wipe your tears. Thank you. Su Xiaoxiao instinctively took it, wiped her tears, and even gently blew her nose on her delicate nose. She stood up holding the scarf in her hand and looked at Qin Lang with shame. I'm sorry for soiling your scarf. I'll wash it clean and return it to you when I get back. This scarf isn't mine, Qin Lang said, pointing to a display case nearby. I pulled it from there. Off. Su Xiaoxiao was stunned, frozen on the spot, like a statue. You? All of you? The gaudy woman, upon seeing this, nearly fainted from anger. That scarf was one she had set her eyes on and had pestered her boyfriend for a long time without him being willing to buy it. And now it was being used by Su Xiaoxiao. You're finished. You're in big trouble. You can't even afford a single dress, and yet you've ruined a limited edition Fendi scarf. Do you know how much this scarf costs? 42,000 yuan. Even I haven't made up my mind to buy it, and you've soiled this scarf. Under the affected cries of the garish woman, the sales assistant, who had deliberately avoided them, could no longer hold back. She approached, and upon witnessing the scene before her, felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. I didn't mean to, Su Xiaoxiao stammered, clutching the silk scarf nervously, her soul nearly frightened out of her body. The scarf isn't dirty. I'll take it back and wash. Wash it clean, then return it. The sales assistant shook her head bitterly. I'm sorry, miss, but according to our store policy, this scarf can no longer be put back on the shelf. Under the shocked gazes of the three women, Qin Lang took the scarf and gently wiped the tip of Su Zioxiao's nose as if compelled by an obsessive need for cleanliness. Satisfied, he said, they're finally clean. He examined the scarf again. What a shame, now the scarf is a bit dirty and can't be used. How about I buy it and give it to you? He offered the scarf to the garish woman. The woman was momentarily stunned and asked instinctively, why give it to me? Qin Lang revealed a warm, spring-like smile. After all, dirty things match well with other dirty things. Are you insulting me? The garish woman admitted to herself that a large part of her fierce mockery of Su Xiaoxiao, since she first entered the store, was because Su Xiaoxiao stood beside Qin Lang. She was jealous, consumed by envy. Why should a lowly cleaner get to stand next to such a handsome man? But now, having been essentially called a slut to her face, the garish woman exploded, shrieking through gritted teeth. Do you know who my husband is? Qin Lang shook his head with an innocent look. No, why don't you call him over so I can make his acquaintance? Just you wait. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll take your surname. The garish woman swayed her hips and strutted away like a pug swinging her rear. Young Master Qin. This scarf. Su Xiaoxiao held the scarf helplessly, a sense of panic rising within her. Had young Master Qin just stood up for her? No way. Impossible. What status did young Master Qin have? How could he possibly defend her? What right did she have? He must have just been annoyed by the woman's noise and deliberately sent her away. Qin Lang chuckled softly. His passive skill, Affinity LV6, triggered a critical hit, and his gentle smile was like a summer breeze blowing across Su Zioxiao's flustered heart, bringing a sense of coolness and comfort. It instantly made her blush, turning her face as red as a ripe apple. Ding! The heroine Su Xiaoxiao has experienced intense emotional fluctuations. Congratulations, host, you have gained 800 villain points. If you like the scarf, keep it. It's already been used. If you don't like it, just throw it away like trash. Su Xiaoxiao clutched the scarf as if it were a treasure, reluctant to part with it. I won't throw it away, but I can't afford it. Qin Lang stated matter-of-factly, asking you to buy a few new clothes was my request. It's a necessary part of being a maid. This scarf is the same, it's a gift for you. He pointed to several garments displayed individually on racks and patted Su Zioxiao's slender shoulder. This one, that one, and that section over there. Go try them all. Unable to refuse Qin Lang's request, Su Xiaoxiao obediently took the clothes handed to her by the sales assistant and walked into the fitting room. In no time a transformed Su Xiaoxiao emerged wearing a long dress. The dress was black with a high waist. The pleats on the upper half were more fitted, and at the most enchanting part of a woman's chest there was a delicate pattern of translucent lace. Though small, it created a sense of anticipation for what was yet to be seen. Her two straight, shapely legs were elevated by strappy heels, adding to her height. Combined with Su Xiaoxiao's naturally beautiful, unadorned face, she appeared exceptionally fresh and playful. The sales assistant's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed sincerely, "You look truly beautiful." Being in the fashion industry, she understood the saying, "Clothes make the man." But with this change of clothes, Su Xiaoxiao had transformed from an ugly duckling into a black swan. The difference was immense, unprecedented. In contrast, Qin Lang remained remarkably composed. As the heroine, how could Su Xiaoxiao's looks be lacking? It was only because her previous life had been so frugal with poor food and shabby clothes that she had seemed so ordinary. After spending some time in his villa and being polished a bit, she would be able to rival even Mu Yuyan of Murin International. This one's good. Wrap it up. Now try the next one. Qin Lang decided easily. Su Xiaoxiao, after changing into another outfit, emerged cautiously from the fitting room. A white camisole top revealed Su Xiaoxiao's crystal-clear collarbone. The smooth, curved lines showcased the slenderness of her figure. A light pink skirt ended just an inch above her knees, a length Su Xiaoxiao had never dared to try before. She fidgeted, but looked at Qin Lang with bold anticipation, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. "Young Master Qin. Do I look good?" "Good. Wrap it up. Next one." Over a dozen outfits, each worn by Su Xiaoxiao, suited her perfectly. Some pure, some playful, some elegantly seductive. Su Xiaoxiao's figure was like a natural clothes hanger, perfectly suited for these form-fitting garments. "Mr. Qin, you have excellent taste. Every outfit you've chosen suits Miss Su perfectly," the sales assistant said with a sweet smile. She found that chatting with Qin Lang was truly delightful. Even the most mundane topics made one want to continue the conversation. "Then he'll gladly accept the compliment from such a beautiful lady," Qin Lang said with a shrug, non-committal. "Please wrap up all the outfits she tried on. They all look good on her. Oh, and the scarf too." Su Xiaoxiao muttered, "That's too many. These clothes are all very expensive." Qin Lang turned to her, a playful curl at the corner of his mouth. "Are they more expensive than the blue and white porcelain you broke?" Well, that shut the conversation down. Su Xiaoxiao was left speechless and could only obediently act as a bag carrier. "Swipe the card." The sales assistant performed the transaction smoothly. It was only when the notification of over 400,000 yuan arriving in the account sounded in her ear that she realized what had happened. What had come over her? She had just closed a deal worth over 400,000 yuan. Her commission alone would be over 10,000 yuan. Why before this had she felt nothing at all, not even a flicker of doubt about whether Qin Lang could afford to pay? Just as Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao stepped out of the store, a familiar, irritating, and affected voice sounded from outside. "Honey, it was right here. A pair of dogs called me a slut. You have to stand up for me." Outside the Fendi boutique, a flamboyant woman was clinging to a nondescript, middle-aged man, coaxing him, with utmost seduction, her arms wrapped around his, as she pressed it into her embrace. Upon spotting Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao, who had just walked out, she immediately pointed at them and cursed. "It's this pair of shameless lovers, honey, they were the ones who scolded me." Her bewitching eyes scanned Su Xiaoxiao, and upon seeing a mere cleaner, wearing Fendi Fashion Week attire, she turned green, with envy shaking the man's arm, and cooing, "Honey, I want to buy Fashion Week clothes too." Bye, but let's not rush. One thing at a time." Kai Yong approached with a cold face, staring at Qin Lang, emanating a fierce aura. "Kid, which family in Tianhai City are you from?" Seeing Su Xiaoxiao's hands full of shopping bags, it was obvious she had spent a fortune. Although he had made good money as a contractor over the years in Tianhai City, there were still many big shots he couldn't afford to offend, so he asked cautiously. "The Qin family." Kai Yong raised an eyebrow. "Qin Qingshan's family." His expression turned sardonic. Qin Qingshan, chairman of a small real estate company in Tianhai City with assets worth tens of millions, could be considered a moderately successful man, but only to ordinary people. In Kai Yong's eyes, Qin Qingshan was nothing. He depended on Kai Yong's projects to make money. The thought that he was the one keeping the Qin family afloat instantly made him arrogant. "Young man, don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you offend someone, you must be ready for retribution. Let my darling slap you a few times and apologize, and this matter ends here. Otherwise..." Qin Lang laughed. "Otherwise what?" From the moment he laid eyes on the flamboyant woman, he knew she was no high society. Truly wealthy people were never so loud and garish. They were all the type to keep a low profile while amassing wealth. He had guessed the flamboyant woman was using this opportunity to climb up the social ladder, but he hadn't expected the sugar daddy she had latched onto to be so tasteless. Kai Yong's expression turned icy. "You little bastard, don't be so arrogant. Even your father has to respectfully call me Boss Kai when he sees me." Qin Lang shook his head. "Really? I don't believe you. Believe your mother's ass." Kai Yong had a fiery temper that he had been barely holding in check. Seeing Qin Lang's nonchalant demeanor, his anger exploded. He rushed forward and swung his palm, shouting curses. "You think you're Lu Datu or something?" Slap. The palm came down, but it didn't hit Qin Lang. Instead it struck Su Xiaoxiao, who had suddenly appeared and blocked his way. A patch of redness quickly appeared on Su Xiaoxiao's pretty cheek. She spread her arms and stubbornly shielded Qin Lang. This has nothing to do with young Master Qin. If you want to hit someone, hit me. She certainly didn't think the slender Qin Lang could stand a chance against a burly man like Kai Yong, especially since Qin Lang didn't even have a bodyguard. If it were before, Su Xiaoxiao would never have made such a bold move. But today Qin Lang had offended the flamboyant woman for her sake. She couldn't just stand by and watch Qin Lang get beaten. Damn it, he'll hit you too. Kai Yong roared in fury and swung another slap at Su Xiaoxiao. Slap. Amidst the crisp sound, Kai Yong's palm froze in midair. Qin Lang with a cold expression had caught his wrist. He hadn't anticipated Su Xiaoxiao's reaction, which allowed her to block his extended hand and get hit. Now that he had come to his senses, how could he let Kai Yong continue his rampage? An ordinary person's constitution is around 10 points. Although Kai Yong looked burly, his constant indulgence in banquets and entertainment had already drained his vitality. He could barely manage 8 or 9 points. In the face of Qin Lang's 26-point constitution, he was as weak as a child. Hitting someone. Who gave you the right? Qin Lang's grip tightened rapidly, turning Kai Yong's wrist white. Kai Yong's facial muscles contorted in pain as he roared. Let go. Damn it, let me go, or he'll cripple you. Idiot. Qin Lang yanked hard, sending Kai Yong staggering. As his body dipped, Qin Lang drove his knee up, striking Kai Yong's arm with a crisp sound of bone breaking. The arm was broken. My hand. Damn you. How dare you. He'll kill you. Kai Yong clutched his arm, collapsed to the ground in agony, screaming in heart-wrenching pain. His face had turned a purple from the intense suffering. The flamboyant woman hurriedly knelt down. Honey, get lost. Get the hell away. Kai Yong kicked her to the ground. At this moment, how could he be bothered with women? His mind was solely focused on revenge against Qin Lang and the Qin family. He would make the Qin family ruined and destroyed. He would make Qin Qingshan atone for his son's sins. Qin Lang, standing nearby, ignored Kai Yong's threats as if he were nothing but air. He reached out and touched Su Xiaoxiao's flushed cheek, asking gently, "Are you okay? Why are you so foolish? Why did you rush over like that?" Su Xiaoxiao turned her head away, avoiding his touch, her cheeks blushing like a shy mimosa. "I didn't know young Master Qin could fight so well. I thought without a bodyguard you wouldn't be a match for him, so I stepped in. And this trouble was originally caused because of me. Young Master Qin, don't worry. I've been bullied a lot since I was little. This little injury is nothing. It'll heal quickly." Su Xiaoxiao, who had just been slapped, had eyes full of resilience, a stark contrast to her earlier self, sobbing alone in the corner. It was as if she were a different person. In fact, what Qin Lang didn't know was that Su Xiaoxiao's personality hadn't changed in such a short time. She had always been like this. Su Xiaoxiao could endure physical pain, but the grievance in her heart was something the young girl could not suppress. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and tears welled up uncontrollably in her eyes. Looking at the sensible Su Xiaoxiao, a ripple stirred in Qin Lang's heart. He placed his hand on her head and spoke with solemn authority. "I don't know what kind of life you've had before or who has bullied you, but from now on you are made a member of the Qin family. No one is allowed to bully you, let alone hit you. Not these two, and not anyone else. Even if the Heavenly King himself came, he would have no right to bully someone from my Qin family. As long as I, Qin Lang, am alive, you will remain under the protection of the Qin family. Do you understand?" Ding. The female lead Su Xiaoxiao has experienced an emotional fluctuation. Congratulations, host, for gaining 300 destiny villain value. Ding. The female lead Su Xiaoxiao's favorability has increased. Congratulations, host, for gaining 500 destiny villain value. Ding. The female lead Su Xiaoxiao's favorability continues to soar. Congratulations, host, for gaining 1000 destiny villain value. Su Xiaoxiao lifted her little head, and within her big watery eyes a crystalline light swirled. Qin Lang, who was close at hand, had features so refined and handsome that they seemed to be enhanced by a boyfriend filter special effect, becoming exquisite and sharply defined with sparkling starlight radiating around him, twinkling and shimmering. For a moment, Su Xiaoxiao's mind was filled with that domineering declaration. "You little bastard, if you've got the guts, don't run. If I don't break your legs today, they'll change my surname from Kai." Kai Yong's vicious words jolted Su Xiaoxiao awake from her daydream. She slapped her cheeks, shook her head vigorously, and scolded herself in her heart. Su Xiaoxiao, how can you be so shameless? What are you thinking about? Young Master Qin only cares about the Qin family's reputation and won't allow their maid to be bullied. It's not just for you alone. Don't flatter yourself. But even after figuring it out, Su Xiaoxiao's heart was still enveloped by a strong sense of security. "What are you giggling about?" Qin Lang looked at Su Xiaoxiao, who was laughing one moment, cupping her cheeks the next, and then pouting with a lost expression, finding it hard to suppress a smile. This girl was too easy to read. Almost everything on her mind was written all over her face, as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. "It's nothing at all. Young Master Qin, let's go quickly. If the people he called arrive, we won't be able to leave." "Leave? Why should we? He hasn't paid for hitting you yet." Qin Lang stood his ground, unmoving no matter how Su Xiaoxiao tugged at him. Instead, with a slight effort, he pulled her into his embrace. Like a startled little rabbit, Su Xiaoxiao quickly bounced out of his arms, her head bowed low in shyness. Such an intimate gesture made the young girl who had never had such contact with the opposite sex feel quite flustered inside. Qin Lang was very satisfied with Su Xiaoxiao's current reaction. A cold demeanor followed by warmth combined with his charm. A two-pronged approach to win the favor of a simple girl like Su Xiaoxiao was almost too easy. The continuously accumulating destiny villain value was proof of his point. Qin Lang looked at Kai Yong, who was cursing into his phone, and sneered. Isn't it just making a phone call to call in reinforcements? Anyone can do that. They'll call too. In less than 10 minutes the people both sides had called had all arrived. Adding in some curious shoppers in the mall, they gathered in a circle to watch the excitement. How is this supposed to work? It's over my handsome guy is going to get beaten up. The numbers are too uneven. I told him to call people, but why did he only call this one guy? Can one man beat a whole group? Isn't that just asking for a beating? A group of young girls were all panicking, afraid they were about to see the handsome guy get brutally beaten. On Kai Yong's side, because he often worked on construction sites and used violence to settle disputes, he kept a group of thugs under his command. Today he had called them all. 13 men, each built like a bull, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted. On the other side it looked much more sparse. There was only Junzi, who was already working like a horse, not only watching the scene, but also before the opposing side had all arrived, making a trip to help Su Xiaoxiao carry her bags to the car. Playing the roles of both father and mother. Young Master Qin, aren't there others back at the villa? What if we can't win? Su Xiaoxiao was a bit nervous. The opposite side was a vast dark crowd, all looking strong and much more imposing than Junzi. Qin Lang didn't answer, looking leisurely towards Kai Yong's direction. Is this all you've got? Is everyone here? Let's see how long you can keep being arrogant. Kai Yong snarled viciously, then ordered his thugs, get him. Whoever breaks an arm gets 100,000, break a leg gets 200,000. Roar. Money moves hearts. A dozen thugs charged like wolves, descending a mountain, lunging towards Qin Lang. The fastest one was already in front of Qin Lang. Junzi, who had been standing there like an ancient pine, moved. His speed was so fast, it almost created an afterimage as he kicked out. Bang! The nearly 200-pound brute flew backwards several meters like a sack full of sand. Put some effort into it. Finish within 3 minutes, and tonight you and the brothers can go to the Qianxi Lian clubhouse. It's on me. Qin Lang patted Junzi on the shoulder. Junzi's eyes lit up and he chuckled. Young master, you said it. 3 minutes. You're underestimating me, aren't you? As soon as he finished speaking, he charged out like a fierce tiger released from its cage, instantly tearing a gap in the line of a dozen thugs. This wasn't a fight, it was a massacre. In front of Junzi, these ordinary thugs couldn't even get close. A single chop with his hand knocked one unconscious on the spot, and a kick sent another flying several meters. 3 minutes. In less than a minute, all 13 thugs were on the ground, howling in agony. Hiss! Everyone present drew in a sharp breath. What the hell was this guy even human? How could he be so ferocious? On his own, he had taken out over a dozen thugs in such a short time. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to imagine what had just happened. Even Su Xiaoxiao was stunned by Junzi's terrifying skills. Only Qin Lang remained calm, showing no extra surprise at Junzi's abilities. If Junzi didn't even have this much skill, how could he have exchanged hundreds of blows with Yifeng? If Qin Lang's physical attribute was 26, then Junzi's was at least 80 or 90. As for Yifeng, it was probably over 90, maybe even close to 100. Kai Yong snapped out of his deep shock, took a deep breath, and stared solemnly at Qin Lang. You really have some skill, even finding a bodyguard like this. It seems Qin Xingshan keeps you on a very tight leash. What a pity. He pointed at the surveillance cameras in the mall. You're still a move behind, kid. In the future you need to be more careful. Society today isn't a place where you can do whatever you want just because you have a strong fist. You and this bodyguard. One of you broke my arm, the other seriously injured so many people. Even if it cost me dearly today. They'll make sure you both are locked up for a year or two. Kai Yong admitted that he had been bested today. He never expected to be outwitted by a young man, but that didn't mean he was conceding defeat. On the contrary, he had long prepared a contingency plan. If the thugs he summoned managed to cripple Qin Lang, it would be a simple matter of spending some money to have them serve a short prison sentence. As for the current situation, then he would just have to ensure that Qin Lang and his bodyguard were the ones behind bars. Though deeply dissatisfied, the thought that soon Qin Xingshan would come kneeling before him with his son to beg for forgiveness began to occupy his mind. He was already contemplating how to humiliate this audacious young upstart. Please move aside, let me through. Don't block the way. What happened here? Why are so many people injured? The mall's executives, accompanied by security, rushed over with grim expressions. Upon seeing them, Kai Yong's face lit up with joy. Clutching his injured arm, he approached. Manager Wang, do you remember me? Wang Weishan frowned, looking at Kai Yong before him, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. You are? Kai Yong smiled sheepishly. It's me, Xiao Kai. I was the earthwork subcontractor when the mall was being built. I even treated you to a meal. It's great that it's you, Manager Wang. That makes things much easier. I've run into some trouble here today. I've been assaulted. Could you please pull up the surveillance footage for me? As the chairman of a company, Kai Yong was not typically so deferential to a manager. However, behind Wang Weishan stood a behemoth like the Tang Poetry Group with assets in the tens of billions. Even a minor manager could command resources far beyond Kai Yong's reach. Pointing to his broken arm, Kai Yong pleaded, Manager Wang, look, my arm is broken. Can you help? Wang Weishan remained stern. The mall's cameras are malfunctioning and have been disabled. There are no video recordings. Kai Yong asked suspiciously, all of them are broken. Wang Weishan replied coldly, yes. Having spent years on construction sites, Kai Yong sensed something unusual. Glancing at the indifferent Qin Lang, not far away, a sense of crisis surged within him. My leg. Suddenly a security guard let out a pained roar and collapsed, pointing at one of Kai Yong's thugs. He's hiding a dagger in his sleeve. Quick! Charge and subdue them. They're thugs. As if rehearsed dozens of times, the security guards Wang Weishan had brought all rushed forward, clashing again with the heavily injured thugs. Kai Yong was dumbfounded. Even with his slow reaction, it was clear that Wang Weishan's arrival was no coincidence. He was there to cover up for Qin Lang. Somewhat displeased, he said, Manager Wang, I don't know what your relationship is with this kid, but surely a minor Qin family isn't worth you humiliating me like this. Wang Weishan's gaze hardened and he asked in a voice only the two could hear, you know he's from the Qin family. Kai Yong sneered, of course I do. There's only one Qin family in Tianhai City. That Qin Qingshan guy depends on my company for his livelihood. Qin Qingshan. Who was that? Wang Weishan didn't recognize the name, but from Kai Yong's words, he guessed the man had mistaken the identity. What a complete fool. He's not from Tianhai City. He's from Yinjing. Bang. After whispering this, Wang Weishan kicked Kai Yong in the stomach, then shouted loudly toward the crowd, while continuing to strike him. This guy is also armed. Someone help me subdue him. Soon two young girls wearing hats rushed over from the crowd, claiming to be righteous volunteers. They immediately aimed their attacks at Kai Yong's most vulnerable areas. Beaten until he curled up like a stray dog, Kai Yong's mind was jolted awake by the pain. The Qin family. Not from Tianhai City, but from Yinjing. The Qin family of Yinjing. Kai Yong's heart trembled violently. Was there a Qin family in the Yinjing business world? Besides that prominent figure often seen on television? Hiss. At this thought, everything became clear. Tang Xiao of the Tang Poetry Group was from Yinjing. No one else could have manipulated the group to create such a diversion. It was him. It must be the family of that great figure from Yinjing. Only that Qin family could compel Tang Xiao to do such a thing. Heavens! Who had he offended? Curled up on the ground, Kai Yong peered through the gap between the two girls' legs toward Qin Lang. He wished he could be beaten to death on the spot. If he had known that Qin Lang was from the Yinjing Qin family, even if all his limbs were broken, he wouldn't have dared to utter a single harsh word. The garish woman, seeing her husband of half a month being beaten so mercilessly, sensed the situation was dire, and quickly fled the scene, swaying her hips. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Qin Lang with a dazed expression. Young Master Qin, what's going on with these mall security guards? Qin Lang shrugged. I called for backup. I didn't say, I only called Junzi. Come on, it's getting late. I have things to do at noon. Su Xiaoxiao nodded obediently and followed beside him. What would you like for lunch, young Master Qin? I won't be home for lunch today. Just make something simple for yourself. Junzi went to the underground garage to get the car. Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao waited at the mall entrance. Instead of the Maybach, a Rolls-Royce pulled up. A fat man with a protruding belly and a face beaming like the Tai Jinren stepped out of the back seat. He trotted over to Qin Lang, rubbing his hands together and grinning obsequiously. Young Master Qin, how did it go? Was the matter resolved? I rushed over as soon as I got your call at home. Are you alright? Are you injured? The newcomer was Tang Tianpei, the chairman of the Tang Poetry Group and the eldest son of the Yinjing Tang family. At 28, he had been a handsome young man 3 years ago, but after some internal family issues led to his mistakes, he was exiled from Yinjing. Having both been part of Yanjing's wealthy second-generation circles, they naturally had each other's contact information. However, times had changed. In the past, Tang Tianpei might have been able to speak to Qin Lang from a somewhat equal footing. But now, Tang Tianpei was merely an outcast from Yinjing, while Qin Lang was the legitimate grandson of the Yinjing Qin family, the sole future heir. Their statuses were no longer comparable. Well done, brother Tianpei. Thank you, Qin Lang said with a warm smile. Today I owe you a favor. You'll be sure to repay it when the opportunity arises. Tang Tianpei frowned in feigned displeasure. Young Master Qin, what are you saying? Meeting an old friend in a foreign land, am only too happy to help with such a small matter. What's this talk of favors? You're flattering me. The real issue today is that you're too low-key. If everyone knew your true identity, none of this would have happened. Actually, the reason I came today was to invite you to the summit gathering in a few days. It's an event for Tianhai City's elite, and it would be a perfect chance to let them witness your brilliance. Since brother Tianpei has spoken, I shall comply with respect. Qin Lang responded with a smile. After Junzi drove the car over, he pulled Su Xiaoxiao into the vehicle, and they departed. While driving smoothly, Junzi asked curiously, Young Master, was that the eldest son of the Tang family? How did he fall into such a state? 3 years ago, Tang Tianpei might not rival Qin Lang's current charm, but he was undeniably a jade-faced young gentleman, exceptionally handsome. Yet after merely a few years without seeing him, he had transformed into a greasy middle-aged man. Fallen. Qin Lang did not see it that way. The Tang family holds considerable sway in Yinjing. For the legitimate eldest grandson to be reduced to such a state, and to act so obsequiously upon meeting me, does that strike you as normal? Junzi nodded instinctively. Perfectly normal. The Tang family was never a match for yours, and Tang Tianpei even made mistakes within the family, getting expelled from Yinjing. Unlike you, young master, the sole heir of your family, it's only natural for him to be a bootlicker before you. Go read more books instead of spending all your time at the Xinji Lian Club. Use your brain to see through surface illusions. Qin Lang scolded, not without irritation. Everyone has pride and dignity. A young master who once moved in my circles would never grovel so thoroughly, even in decline. If he behaves this abnormally, there's only one explanation: his spirit isn't dead yet. Young master, you mean he still wants to return to Yinjing? Junzi found it incredible. Qin Lang, however, did not extend the topic, waving his hand. Saying this much to Junzi was enough, as he intended to groom him as a trusted confidant. In terms of combat prowess, Junzi was certainly qualified and absolutely loyal, but his mind sometimes ran on a single track, lacking flexibility. If Junzi learned to adapt, he would be nurtured as a confidant; if not, he would remain a disposable agent, as the family dictated. After sending Su Xiaoxiao back to the villa, it was already noon, close to the agreed time with Mu Yuyan. Junzi drove Qin Lang toward Mu Yuyan's residence. In the car, Junzi chuckled, one hand on the wheel, while the other raised a thumb behind his head. Young master, you're incredible. Your judgment is spot on. Yesterday, I thought Su Xiaoxiao looked plain and rustic like a village girl. I couldn't understand why you kept her around. But today she changed clothes. Holy crap, it's like magic. A complete transformation, lively, adorable, fresh, and radiant. Sure, she was a bit uncouth before, but she's obedient, sensible, and not fussy. She's practically the perfect little cozy companion for the home. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. Is this your type? Junzi grinned lecherously. I prefer older women. Manager Zhang at the Xinji Lian Club is quite decent, mature, sophisticated, and most importantly knows how to take care of a man. Qin Lang had been to Xinji Lian before more than once. Manager Zhang was the front desk manager. He often saw Junzi and Manager Zhang walking together in the back, assuming they were discussing which masseurs to request. He hadn't expected they were hooking up. Manager Zhang must be over 30, almost 40. Older than you. Junzi hummed affirmatively. 43. 8 years older than me. As the saying goes, woman older by 3 brings gold bricks, woman older by 5 surpasses a mother's love, woman older by 8 mother holds gold bricks. Jiangnan No. 1 Villa District. Mu Yin sat in the living room, watching her mother bustling in the kitchen with an apron tied around her waist, pouting with mild resentment. Mom, when I'm in Yinjing, I never see you step into the kitchen. Today, just for that, Qin Lang, it's worth you cooking personally. As a daughter, Mu Yin felt she was being treated unfairly. She was jealous of Qin Lang. Lin Wanqing placed the last homestyle dish, stir-fried edamame with pork, on the dining table, wiped her hands on the apron, dabbed the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand, and smiled warmly. You little ingrate, you don't know what's good for you. When our future son-in-law comes visiting, shouldn't I, as the mother-in-law, show some gesture? Future son-in-law. Mu Yin looked at her mother's delighted expression and felt a pang of bitterness. It's not settled yet. With Qin Lang's nature, philandering everywhere, he'll probably have kids in a few years. Are you suggesting I go straight to being a stepmother? What nonsense. Lin Wanqing frowned. Haven't I told you? Keep such matters to yourself, don't say them out loud. Do you think there's a single man in this world who isn't like that? Either they're incompetent, or if they're capable, none of them are clean on the outside. Have you forgotten all the messy affairs of your father? When Mu Yin's father passed away, it triggered a great upheaval in the Mu family, nearly expelling Mu Yin and her mother from the family. Why? Because those usurpers had found Mu Yin's father's illegitimate son outside. They used his own child to command the relatives. Had it not been for the Qin family backing the helpless mother and daughter and paying a hefty sum to the illegitimate son's mother, the matter would never have been resolved so easily. Yin, you're my only daughter. Would I harm you? Lin Wanqing sat beside her daughter earnestly, trying to persuade her. That boy Qin Lang is a bit mischievous and sometimes overbearing, but anyone can see he likes you. Mischievous? He planted a bug in my office. That's mischief. And those boyfriends I deliberately brought in to anger him have all disappeared. I don't even know if they're alive or dead. You call that overbearing? Mu Yin gritted her teeth. He's nothing but a spoiled brat from a rich family, a downright villain. If it weren't for his father, would he be getting away with everything? As her words fell, a figure appeared at the corner of the living room. It was none other than Qin Lang, who had just arrived. He stood there with a cold expression, staring at Mu Yin, whose beautiful face still held traces of anger. Qin Lang, dear boy, why didn't you call ahead before coming? Lin Wanqing was startled, quickly explaining. Yin is still young and speaks harsh words. Don't take it to heart. Qin Lang ignored her, a defiant smirk curling on his lips as he fixed his gaze on Mu Yin. If you've got the guts, say that again. I will. Mu Yin was fuming, snorting coldly. Am I wrong? Without a good father, would you be getting away with everything now? Qin Lang nodded with satisfaction. That's the line. It sounds wonderful. Since you've got away with words, say a few more sentences like that. Mu Yin had expected Qin Lang to be furious, or at least to show a grim expression. She truly hadn't anticipated that her angry outburst would not only fail to provoke him, but would instead make him look rather pleased with himself. How could anyone be so shameless? Accusing him of relying on his family was essentially calling him a leech, yet he accepted it willingly. You. She pointed at Qin Lang's nose. I've never seen anyone as brazen as you. Yin, how dare you speak like that? Apologize to Qin Lang at once. Lin Wanqing could no longer tolerate it. Hearing her daughter humiliate Qin Lang repeatedly, even she as biological mother felt a pang of discomfort, let alone an outsider. Mu Yiyan stubbornly turned her head away. I didn't say anything wrong, why should I apologize? She instinctively glanced at Qin Lang's reaction, and seeing not a trace of anger on his face, confusion crept into her heart. What was going on today? From the moment she first saw Qin Lang, she sensed something amiss. It had only been a day, yet somehow he seemed more handsome than before. And he looked much more agreeable. In the past, with his volatile temper, a slight provocation would either ignite his fury or lead to him smashing things. Now his sudden calmness left her feeling strangely unsettled. Qin Lang's anger was uncertain, but Lin Wanqing was clearly infuriated. Her chest heaved with tumultuous emotion. Mu Yiyan, I told you to apologize. Do you hear me? Are you going to disobey your mother now? Mom. Mu Yiyan's heart burned with resentment, yet faced with her mother's fury, her own willpower involuntarily waned. No matter how strong-willed she was, she had grown up trailing behind her mother. In her mother's presence, she was forever an immature child. Being scolded like this by her mother was a first. Fear and grievance welled up inside her, and soon her eyes reddened. Seeing this, Qin Lang stopped standing idly by. He stepped forward, took Mu Yiyan's delicate hand, soft to the touch, and said with a smile, Auntie, please don't be so angry. Look, you've scared Yiyan. Perhaps you don't know, but Yiyan and I are already a couple. We're dating. This is how we usually interact. Neither of us takes what the other says to heart. We're both young after all, keeping up with the times. Really? Lin Wanqing frowned. Mu Yiyan nodded behind him, using her other hand to pinch the flesh on Qin Lang's back, as she reluctantly agreed. If you don't believe me, ask Aining. Aining was Mu Yiyan's personal bodyguard, always by her side, and aware of every little detail. Only then did Lin Wanqing's anger subside. With the fondness of a mother-in-law for her son-in-law, she beamed. It seems I'm just getting old, out of touch with the times. As long as you young people are happy. Qin Lang put on a serious face. Annie, what are you saying? How could you be old? If you and Yiyan walked down the street together, people would think you were sisters. To be fair, his words were flattering to curry favor with an elder, but it was also true that Lin Wanqing in her early 40s had maintained a youthful appearance, her face full of collagen. Her attire was also refreshingly appropriate. A light pink long-sleeve t-shirt with a hint of transparency, subtly revealing her slender waist and figure. She wore tight blue jeans, her legs straight and long, truly a pleasing sight. In terms of looks, she might be slightly inferior to Mu Yiyan, but the difference was negligible, and she possessed an added mature charm. Lin Wanqing's face was radiant with satisfaction as she scolded playfully. You child, after not seeing you for a while, you've become so glib. Old can't compare to you youngsters. These clothes are Yiyan's, I borrowed them, and they fit me well. TSK. Got it. Qin Lang caught on, and immediately praised with a twist. Oh, really? These are Yiyan's clothes. I've never seen her wear them. I know Yiyan's figure. It's practically tailored to golden proportions. I didn't expect you to look so good in her clothes, Auntie. Your figure is enviable. Where? You sweet-talking child, you've made me blush. Lin Wanqing's cherry lips had been curved in a smile the entire time. She warmly took Qin Lang's hand. Perfect timing. I specially cooked a home-style meal for you. Come try it, and see how it tastes. Then I'm truly in for a treat today. Watching Qin Lang and her mother walk hand in hand toward the dining room, Mu Yiyan's beautiful lips twitched. She felt like an abandoned child left behind. He's changed, truly changed. This guy used to be arrogant and domineering, and now he's all smooth talker. No matter how you look at it, he's not a good person. She snorted in irritation, glancing down at her homey pajamas embroidered with a teddy bear hugging a pillow. Even without receiving Qin Lang's compliment, she had no intention of changing clothes. It was just a meal, why make such a fuss? At the dining table, Lin Wanqing sat at the head with Qin Lang and Mu Yiyan on either side. Throughout the meal, Qin Lang's bowl was constantly piled high with food. He never had to help himself. Mu Yiyan, on the other hand, not only missed out on Lin Wanqing's serving service, but even clashed chopsticks with her mother while vying for the last cola chicken wing. Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes. A girl, why eat so much? With that, she placed the last chicken wing into Qin Lang's bowl. Mu Yiyan was on the verge of tears. Mom, who's your real child, him or me? Of course you're my real child, Lin Wanqing scolded with displeasure. Is it so wrong for a mother-in-law to be good to her son-in-law? Are you jealous? Mu Yiyan pouted, muttering to herself that it was more than just being good. It was outright favoritism. She was tempted to get a DNA test. She wondered what spell Qin Lang had cast on her mother to have her so completely fooled. Yiyan, if you want it, you can have this chicken wing. Although it's delicious, it'll always give you whatever you desire, Qin Lang said, standing up and placing the wing into Mu Yiyan's bowl. His passive skill affinity activated his face, carrying a spring-like smile that stirred ripples in the heart. Even Mu Yiyan, who had always disliked Qin Lang, now saw a flicker of admiration in her beautiful eyes. Qin Lang, to be honest, truly had genuine feelings for her. Though he was notoriously unruly and quick to strike others outside, he was always rather gentle in her presence. At least he had never bullied her, let alone raised a hand against her. Moreover, the Qin family held a pivotal position in Yanjing. If measured by the standards of a well-matched union, this marriage was undoubtedly a step up for the Mu family. Most importantly, the disgust she once felt toward Qin Lang seemed to have faded, and the more she looked at him the more agreeable he appeared. Caught in her own reverie, Mu Yiyan suddenly snapped back to reality, silently cursing herself several times. She patted her flushed cheeks, and with a glare of irritation snapped at Qin Lang, who had placed a piece of cola chicken wing into her bowl. Who asked you to serve me? Your chopsticks have your saliva on them. Even if you don't mind, I find it disgusting. While lashing out at Qin Lang, Mu Yiyan mentally berated herself. What had come over her? Why would she suddenly think of Qin Lang's good qualities? Today not only was Qin Lang acting strangely, but she herself was unlike her former self. Qin Lang pursed his lips and shook the chopsticks in his hand. I used the thicker end to pick it up, so there's no saliva on them. Ignoring Mu Yiyan's refusal, he placed it into her bowl. It's clean. Eat it if you want, if not just put it back in the dish. Lin Wanqing watched the young couple's playful bickering from the sidelines, occasionally touching her fair neck, a joyful smile spreading across her face. Rumors painted Qin Lang as an arrogant, domineering scion who dared anything tarnishing the Qin family's reputation. Yet seeing is believing. After today's gathering, Lin Wanqing realized those rumors were nothing but idle gossip. How could such a fine son-in-law be as despicable as others claimed? Glancing at her mother, Mu Yiyan sensed trouble. She suspected that Qin Lang was deliberately putting on this well-behaved act today just to win her mother's favor. His aim was to turn their contractual relationship into a real one. What a despicable schemer. Frustrated, Mu Yiyan stabbed at the cola chicken wing with her chopsticks, gritting her teeth as if wishing to tear it apart. You girl, can't you behave at the table? Why not learn from Xiao Qin? Overjoyed, Lin Wanqing's address for Qin Lang grew affectionate. The more she looked at him, the more pleased she became, while her own daughter seemed lacking. I truly wonder what Xiao Qin sees in you. In my day, a young man like him would have had matchmakers breaking down the door. Rubbing her neck and frowning, she scolded her unruly daughter. Auntie, since we have nothing to do, let's go to the hospital for a checkup after lunch. Qin Lang set down his chopsticks and spoke softly. Lin Wanqing asked in confusion, what for at the hospital? Mu Yiyan, seething with anger, snapped at Qin Lang. Are you deliberately trying to upset us? My mother is perfectly healthy. What do you want her to see a doctor for? Are you trying to provoke us? Qin Lang's words seemed to imply that her mother was ill. Not only was Mu Yiyan already in a bad mood, but even if she and Qin Lang were truly a couple, such a remark would still upset her. Qin Lang didn't argue. Since we have free time, it's just like a routine physical. Annie, have you had one recently? Lin Wanqing shook her head. No. There's been a mountain of work at the company in Yanjing, meetings and board votes one after another. Even this trip to Tianhai City is a brief escape. I can only stay 3 or 4 days. When would I have time for a physical? There's no need for that. It's too much trouble, and the hospital smell isn't pleasant. She added, you're a thoughtful child, but I feel perfectly fine. Exactly. Mu Yiyan nodded, eagerly praising her mother. May you live long, and stay forever young. Forever 18. Well, Qin Lang frowned hesitantly, as if making a momentous decision. He gritted his teeth, and said, since you've said that, I shouldn't insist. But today as your junior, I must play the villain. Whether you go or not, I'll drag you there even if I have to tie you up. However certain he was of his plan, Qin Lang wouldn't reveal the reasons or logic behind it now. He aimed for this ambiguity, to provoke Mu Yiyan's anger and make Lin Wanqing uncomfortable. First raise, then suppress. To completely change Mu Yiyan's perception of him, this was the first step. First enrage her, then make her blush. Sure enough, Mu Yiyan's smile from praising her mother vanished, replaced by a gloomy expression. She glared at Qin Lang, clenching her teeth. Qin Lang, are you out of your mind? I've told you my mother is perfectly fine. Why are you still making a fuss? Do you want me to kick you out before you're satisfied? Qin Lang's face flushed red. He wanted to speak, but stopped, looking deeply aggrieved. Lin Wanqing watched with a smile and waved her hand. Yiyan, don't be angry with Xiao Qin. He means well. Since he insists, let's go to the hospital. It's no trouble, and it's been a while since my last checkup. Mom, Mu Yiyan called out. Lin Wanqing was resolute. That's settled. Don't argue. He'll decide about my own health. Mu Yiyan rolled her eyes. You're too indulgent with him. Then she shot Qin Lang another glare filled with utter disdain. She hated anyone exploiting her mother, the only close relative she had left in this world. No one was allowed to harm her. The lunch ended on a sour note. Junzi drove the Maybach, originally inviting both Mu Yiyan and her mother to ride together. But Mu Yiyan refused outright, instead fetching a pink convertible BMW from the garage to drive her mother herself. At the hospital, Lin Wanqing underwent blood tests and various scans. After a busy half-day, she felt dizzy and unconsciously rubbed her neck more frequently. Finally, around 4 in the afternoon, the examination results came out. A doctor in a white coat called out, Lin Wanqing, who is Lin Wanqing? Come get your medical report. Mu Yiyan, holding her mother's hand, deliberately pushed Qin Lang aside and asked the doctor here. Doctor, how is my mother? Is she particularly healthy? The doctor looked up puzzled. You are the patient's daughter. Don't you know your mother's condition? Healthy. Her coronary heart disease has already progressed to stage 3. Any later, and she could suffer sudden cardiac arrest at any moment. Those words struck Mu Yiyan like a thunderbolt, leaving her frozen in place, her mind a complete blank. Ignoring Mu Yiyan, the doctor in the white coat frowned at Lin Wanqing. Could it be that you yourself don't even know your own condition? Lin Wanqing was still in a daze. She shook her head and stammered, I don't know either, doctor. Could there be a mistake in the examination? The doctor rolled his eyes. More than a dozen perfectly healthy people took the same checkup alongside you. Why is it that everyone before and after you came out normal, yet you're the only one with an issue? What's strange is that both of you are so careless. What suddenly made you think of coming for a checkup? The mother and daughter instinctively glanced at Qin Lang, who was still hesitating outside the door. Xiaoqing, come in quickly. What are you standing out there for? Lin Wanqing quickly waved him over. As he approached, she smiled wryly. Thank goodness for you this time. Otherwise I might have dropped dead one day, without even knowing what hit me. Coronary heart disease. And at the third stage. Lin Wanqing herself found it unbelievable and terrifying. Did you notice something? Otherwise why would you have insisted so strongly back home that I come for a checkup? Lin Wanqing asked, puzzled. Qin Lang nodded. I did notice something off. Auntie, you kept touching your neck unconsciously while speaking, and when you got angry the frequency increased. That was very abnormal. The doctor in the white coat gave a timely thumbs up. Young man, are you a medical student? Coronary heart disease is caused by severe arterial sclerosis in the coronary arteries, which leads to insufficient blood supply to the heart muscle resulting in myocardial ischemia and angina pectoris. For third-stage coronary heart disease patients, angina can manifest as neck pain. Unconsciously touching the neck is one of the most telling symptoms. It's a good thing you came in time. With proper treatment, recovery is very possible. If you'd waited any longer or continued with high-intensity work, it could have triggered a heart attack and sudden death at any moment. Mom. Mu Yuyan finally snapped out of it. Hearing the doctor's words, a cold sweat had broken out on her back. Her heart felt like it was suspended in midair, experiencing the weightlessness of a free fall. It scared her to death. She gripped her mother's hand, trembling. Her eyes glistened with tears, the rims reddening as she was on the verge of crying. Silly child, it's okay. Mom's fine. We caught it early, didn't we? A little rest, and it'll be good as new. Lin Wanqing patted her daughter's hand, comforting her repeatedly, while looking at Qin Lang with gratitude. You noticed something was off. Why didn't you say anything back home? You let Yuyan get angry and scold you. Weren't you upset? Qin Lang shook his head bitterly. I didn't dare say it, Auntie. You don't know how important you are to Yuyan. I only saw a clue, but I wasn't certain. If I'd blurted out my suspicions, and you turned out to be perfectly healthy, then I'd be slandering you, wouldn't I? How angry would that make Yuyan? I'm fine. As long as you stay healthy, a little grievance is nothing. Besides, I'm a grown man. How much trouble can a young lady like Yuyan really cause me? You child. Lin Wanqing was deeply moved. How could Qin Lang be so thoughtful and considerate? He cared for her daughter with a devotion that even she as a mother couldn't match. He would rather suffer injustice himself than let her daughter feel the slightest discomfort. It was truly touching. No more. Lin Wanqing made a decision in her heart. The next time she heard anyone bad-mouthing her future son-in-law behind his back, she would no longer turn a blind eye. She would drag them out and give them a thorough scolding. Gossiping behind someone's back. What kind of skill was that? And with malicious intent. Her son-in-law was such a wonderful young man. How could he be the despicable, shameless good-for-nothing they claimed? The doctor chuckled teasingly. Young man, you look so handsome and boyish, yet your mind is so meticulous. You're definitely going to be henpecked in the future. He glanced toward Mu Yuyan as he spoke, making her lower her head in embarrassment. Biting her lip, she stepped forward, hesitantly clenching her fists, and murmured softly, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. I apologize. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know about Mom's condition. I've been such an unworthy daughter. Thanks to you. Otherwise I really wouldn't know what to do. Thank you, thank you. Mu Yuyan's emotions were a tangled mess. The angrier she had been at Qin Lang's suggestion in the villa, the more guilty she felt now. Qin Lang had clearly been concerned about her mother's health. To avoid causing her unnecessary worry, he had swallowed all his grievances and borne everything alone. Thinking about it, Mu Yuyan felt that her earlier behavior was utterly disgraceful. She wasn't even fit to be a daughter. How could she have been so unreasonable, so quick to dismiss Qin Lang's good intentions? If it had been anyone else she had treated that way, they would have been well within their rights to point a finger at her and accuse her of having her conscience devoured by dogs, and she wouldn't have had a word to say in her defense. Silly girl, why apologize to me? I'm your boyfriend. Isn't your mother my family too? How could I stand by and watch a loved one suffer? Don't overthink it. Your eyes are all red. Anyone would think I'd bullied you. Please don't cry. I can't bear to see that. Qin Lang gently patted Mu Yuyan's head. It was the first time he had taken such an initiative without facing resistance. Ding. The heroine Mu Yuyan's favorability toward the host has increased. Congratulations, host. You have gained 800 Destiny Villain points. Ding. The heroine Mu Yuyan's favorability toward the host continues to rise. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1000 Destiny Villain points. Ding. The Son of Fortune Yifeng's luck points have decreased by 500. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5000 Destiny Villain points. As the doctor prescribed medication for Lin Wanqing and gave her daily precautions, a mechanical voice echoed in Qin Lang's mind. The system's notification. What a turn of events. He had done what Yifeng was supposed to do, and not only had he earned a massive amount of Destiny Villain points from Mu Yuyan, but he had also caused Yifeng's luck points to drop by 500. He had gained 5000 Destiny Villain points for himself. So seizing Yi Feng's opportunities not only reduced his luck points, but also rewarded him with 10 times the destiny villain points, didn't it? He pondered for a moment, then grinned. Heh. Being this big villain was getting more and more exciting for Qin Lang. Upon returning to Jiangnan, Wan Yin stayed by Lin Wanqing's side at all times, fetching tea and water and showering her with solicitous care, which left Lin Wanqing both warm-hearted and helplessly amused. You little girl, do you take your mother for someone in her 70s or 80s, unable even to walk? Mu Yuyin shook her head, her exquisite face still etched with lingering terror. Isn't it because I'm afraid? Mom, why don't we go back to Yanjing tomorrow? The hospitals there are top-notch nationwide. They can definitely cure your coronary heart disease. Alas. Lin Wanqing sighed helplessly in her heart. Coronary heart disease is not so easily cured. Countless wealthy people have succumbed to this illness, dying suddenly after a sleepless night. I never thought it would be. Mom. Mu Yiyin's eyes reddened again. She truly dared not imagine what her life would become without her mother. Mother and daughter embraced on the living room sofa, the two beauties, one older and one younger, forming a truly picturesque scene. Qin Lang sat across from them at the tea table and gently coughed. Auntie Yiyin, there's no need to worry too much. This illness is partly treated with medication, but more importantly, it requires proper recuperation. Let me arrange for you to stay at Xiangshan Sanatorium in Yinjing for a while. In terms of medical standards, Xiangshan Sanatorium is absolutely the finest in all of Huaxia. As long as you follow the doctor's orders and take good care of yourself, there won't be any major problems. Xiangshan Sanatorium. Lin Wanqing's eyes narrowed. Can I even get in there? In Huaxiao, very few people knew about Xiangshan Sanatorium because it was not open to the public. Those who resided there were all titans of Huaxia's officialdom. It housed not only the most precise medical instruments, but also world-renowned physicians. In essence, Xiangshan Sanatorium was akin to the imperial hospital of ancient times. Qin Lang replied with a smile. I'm not sure about others, but for you, Auntie. He paused, glancing at Mu Yuyin, whose eyes were still red, and continued, seeing Yuyin so frightened and distracted pains my heart. Anyway, you don't need to worry about this. If necessary, I'll have my grandfather put in a word with the director of Xiangshan Sanatorium. Xiaoqin, you're so thoughtful. Lin Wanqing looked at her future son-in-law, who cared so much for her daughter, and found him more and more likable. But regarding old Master Qin, if not for Qin Lang, she might have died from a sudden myocardial infarction without even knowing what happened. Words of gratitude were insufficient, but having old Master Qin intervene made Lin Wanqing somewhat uneasy. After all, Xiangshan Sanatorium was like the imperial hospital, not just anyone could be admitted. It wasn't that she doubted old Master Qin's status. He was one of the few surviving veterans since Huaxia's founding, a true titan of the highest order. But she worried that if he helped her in this matter, some opposing figures might gossip. Mu Yuyin took her mother's hand. Mom, don't refuse. This is Qin Lang's sincere gesture. She wanted to accompany her mother back to Yinjing for treatment, but what hospital in Huaxia could compare to Xiangshan Sanatorium? Well, alright. Since we finally come to Tianhai City, I don't want to rush back. He'll stay a few more days, and then he'll trouble Xiaoqin when I return. Lin Wanqing stayed in Tianhai for only 3 days before returning to the capital. In the villa's living room, Mu Yuyin sat beside Qin Lang. With her mother gone, their solitude created an oddly tense atmosphere. How is my mother doing? Can she get into Xiangshan Sanatorium? She turned her head, looking at Qin Lang's handsome profile, and asked softly. It's all arranged. As soon as Annie lands, someone will directly escort her there. Don't worry, Qin Lang replied, reaching out to place his hand on Mu Yuyin's slender, smooth hand. Mu Yuyin seemed not to notice, or perhaps after 3 days of such closeness, she had grown accustomed to these small gestures. In her heart, she no longer felt the need to dismiss it as being touched by a dog. So, how did I perform as your future son-in-law these past few days? Qin Lang mustered his courage, gently pulling Mu Yuyin's wrist and drawing her into his embrace. Feeling his broad chest, Mu Yuyin struggled slightly before blushing and giving in. She didn't know why. Perhaps it was gratitude for Qin Lang's help. Or maybe his behavior over these days had completely changed her ingrained impression of him. Really, Mu Yuyin would never have imagined that Qin Lang could be so outstanding in front of her mother. Could it be that his former arrogant second-generation heir demeanor was all a facade? Otherwise, how could Qin Lang have acquired such exquisite tea art skills in such a short time? During these 3 days, Qin Lang visited the villa every day, chatting with her mother and brewing tea for her. The 12 procedures of tea art: lighting incense to dispel delusions, rinsing cups to cleanse worldly dust, cooling the brew to nurture harmony, adding tea to welcome the beauty. Even her mother, a former lady of refinement, couldn't help but praise and admire. This was pure admiration from a tea art perspective. Moreover, upon learning of the illness, Mu Yuyin and Lin Wanqing couldn't help but dwell on it at night, leading to insomnia. When Qin Lang found out, instead of being annoyed, he played soothing piano lullabies to calm them and help them sleep. The enchanting piano notes flowed like a clear mountain spring, gently caressing the heart and bringing involuntary peace. If Mu Yuyin hadn't once sneaked downstairs to watch, seeing Qin Lang's slender fingers glide skillfully over the black and white keys as melodious music poured forth, she would never have believed he possessed such piano technique. You've performed quite well. Keep it up. Mu Yuyin nestled in Qin Lang's arms as if they were truly a couple and patted his stomach in surprise. I didn't realize you had such a good figure. You even have abs? Qin Lang smiled. There's plenty you haven't discovered yet. Their eyes met. Mu Yuyin was wearing the same outfit she had on the day Lin Wanxing arrived, a loose, translucent pink robe paired with dark blue skinny jeans, accentuating her graceful figure with a touch of allure and coolness. A matching set. Qin Lang couldn't help but praise. Your figure isn't bad either. As the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, Qin Lang's hand became bolder, slowly drifting upward from her slender waist. Enough. Mu Yuyin slapped away Qin Lang's wandering hand, stood up from his lap with a serious expression, and straightened her disheveled clothes. She felt Qin Lang had grown too audacious, his behavior increasingly frivolous. If she didn't interrupt this mood in time, she had no idea what else he might dare to do. A little taste was fine, but she couldn't really let herself be taken advantage of. I'll need you to take good care of my mother's matters. Consider this a favor I owe you. I'll remember it. Mu Yuyin seemed to snap out of the pretense of a romantic couple, regaining her usual aloofness and pride, transforming back into the cold and elegant female CEO. Qin Lang shrugged. So you're just using me and discarding me. When you need me, I'm the one to step up. When you don't, you kick me away without a second thought. Mu Yuyin wanted to retort, but the words died on her lips. She snorted coldly. If that's how you see it, then so be it. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. Fine, I'm going. Qin Lang wasn't angry, but he gave Mu Yuyin a meaningful look before turning and walking away. Pride, keep your pride. Go ahead and torment me all you want, burn the bridge as you please. Mistreat your man now, and soon enough you'll know what it means to chase after him in vain. It's just a game, isn't it? Who can't play? Let's wait and see how this unfolds. Mu Yuyin, clad in a semi-transparent robe, saw Qin Lang off to his car at the front gate of the villa, even waving her hand. Drive safe. Send me a message when you get home. Her affectionate demeanor filled Junzi, the driver of the Maybach, with admiration. As the Maybach pulled away from Zheng and No. 1, Junzi sighed with emotion. Young master, you're a real talent. Absolutely incredible. President Mu used to be so aloof, her eyes practically on the top of her head. Every time she saw you, it was nothing but cold stares and disdain. In just a few days, she's completely changed. Young master, have you already gotten intimate with her? He winked as he spoke. Not even touch the wheels, how could I be on the road? Qin Lang muttered. Mu Yuyin's ability to change her face was masterful. One moment in the living room, she was all proper and serious, but the instant she saw Junzi outside, her smile was pure acting genius. What a fake. He didn't dwell on it, silently reciting a command to open the system panel. Character Qin Lang. Age 25, physique 26, charm 98, destiny villain points 3620, skills affinity LV6, group affinity 60. Advanced piano skills, advanced T-art. Shop open, destiny villain points reached 300, level 1 shop unlocked, lottery center open. 100 destiny villain points per draw system, inventory photo album of Aunt Chiu, 2 packs of tissues. Over the past few days, Qin Lang had gained plenty from accompanying the mother and daughter, with favorability skyrocketing and a massive influx of destiny villain points. Plus, with Su Xiao at home as a considerate little sweetheart, occasionally brushing her hand or grazing her bottom as if by accident, he harvested even more destiny villain points. Altogether, it exceeded 3000, meeting the threshold to unlock the system shop. Open the shop. Before Qin Lang, a virtual screen lit up displaying various items and the required destiny villain points for purchase. Physique 1, physique below 6500 destiny villain points. Physique 1, physique below 101, destiny villain points. Charm 1500, destiny villain points. Skill advanced aesthetics 300, destiny villain points. Skill basic medicine 100, destiny villain points. After browsing around, Qin Lang's eyes glazed over. What kind of system shop was this? It was clearly a ripoff. Had worked hard for days to earn just over 300 villain points, yet in the shop there was hardly anything he could afford. He spent 1700 points to boost his physique to 60 and another 9600 to raise affinity to LV8. With the rest, he didn't buy anything else and used it all for lottery draws. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained a photo album of Ms. But. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained a high-grade medical tool. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained physique 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained the skill advanced aesthetics. After the draws, the system panel showed character Qin Lang. Age 25, physique 68, charm 98, destiny villain points 0, skills affinity LV8, group affinity 80. Advanced piano skills, advanced T-art, advanced aesthetics. Shop open, lottery center open, 100 destiny villain points per draw system, inventory photo album of Aunt Chiu, 2 packs of tissues, photo album of Ms. By high-grade medical tool 1. With his physique reaching 68, Qin Lang had a momentary illusion that even a mammoth standing before him could be shattered with a single punch. Of course, this was due to the rapid increase in physique leading to a lack of self-awareness. It would fade once his body adapted to the power. Let alone a mammoth, he probably couldn't even beat Junzi, who was driving in front. But there was no rush. After all, it had only been a few days. He had gone from a state of weakness to a physique of 68, capable of 7 times a night. Soon enough, surpassing Junzi was inevitable, and breaking 100 by the time Yifeng returned was well within reach. As the Maybach pulled up in front of his villa, Su Xiaoxiao inside heard the sound and came running out. She stood timidly in the corner by the door, head bowed, murmuring, "Young master, welcome home. Where did you learn that? Haven't I told you to treat this place like your own home? Do what you need to do, don't be so nervous, still don't get it." Qin Lang took Su Xiaoxiao's soft boneless hand. Su Xiaoxiao tried to pull her hand away, but after several attempts she failed. Looking up at Qin Lang's knowing smile, her face flushed red, and she stopped struggling. She realized she must be foolish, knowing full well that every time she saw the young master, he would make some small move, yet the moment she heard his familiar voice, she still came running to him. And she had become addicted to this scene. She couldn't tell if it was a subconscious action or if she was deliberately drawing closer to him. In the living room, Qin Lang sat on the sofa releasing Su Xiaoxiao's hand, and asked suspiciously, "Xiaoxiao, does it feel uncomfortable when I hold your hand? Otherwise, why do you always struggle so desperately to break free? Or perhaps there's already someone else in your heart?" "Oh." Su Xiaoxiao was startled, her countenance turning pale. "Young master, why would you say such things?" Her heart pounded wildly, and she cast a sidelong glance at Qin Lang, who sat on the sofa with a troubled expression, her mind already in a turmoil. What did the young master mean by asking this? Could it be? By modern standards, Su Xiaoxiao was at the tender age of budding youth, and naturally she became exceptionally sensitive about matters between men and women. Especially with someone like Qin Lang, who merely by smiling could make her dream the same sweet dream for several consecutive nights. She couldn't help but indulge in wild fantasies. Just like how an ordinary schoolboy, when the aloof and stern class beauty suddenly turns back to throw an extra glance at him during class, would start overthinking, does this girl like me? Otherwise, why would she keep looking back at me? Is she going to confess? Then should I reject her or accept her? Spring fever. It's not just for boys but for girls too. Su Xiaoxiao was right in the midst of it. She twisted her pale fingers, waging a fierce battle with the hem of her clothes, unsure how to speak. If she said yes, what if the young master misunderstood and got angry and never held her hand again? But if she said no, the young master might grow bolder in the future, and that frightened her as well. For a moment she was caught in a dilemma. Seeing the young girl's coy demeanor, Qin Lang chuckled lightly. "You don't have to overthink it, it's fine. If there's someone you like, just tell me. I already have a general idea of your affairs. At most I'll refrain from getting handsy from now on. That boy is called Yifeng, right? You grew up together in Sunshine Orphanage, childhood sweethearts. Now he seems to have gone missing. Don't worry, I believe good people have good fortune. He will surely return one day, and perhaps that day won't be too far off." Every word cut into Su Xiaoxiao's fragile skin like a dull blade. Finally Qin Lang drove a sharp dagger into her heart. "I wish you two a happy ending." "No, it's not like that. Young master, you've misunderstood." Su Xiaoxiao stammered in panic, her voice choked with tears. When they were young, Su Xiaoxiao and Yifeng were indeed childhood companions, but at that age how could they possibly understand the emotions between a man and a woman? Moreover, it was always Su Xiaoxiao who stood up for Yifeng against the bad kids in the orphanage, and she had been beaten up more than once because of him. The bond between them was more like that of siblings in hardship, just as it was in the early stages of the original story. "Why are you crying?" Qin Lang reached out, drew Su Xiaoxiao's delicate body into his arms, and wiped away her tears. "Did I say something wrong?" Su Xiaoxiao pouted aggrievedly, letting out a soft nasal sound. Qin Lang asked curiously, "And what if Yifeng comes back and wants to pursue you?" "Impossible. Xiaofeng has always regarded me as an elder sister." Su Xiaoxiao shook her head, but seeing that Qin Lang's brow remained furrowed, she added, "Even if Xiaofeng really does what the young master says, I won't agree. I only see him as a younger brother." Ding. Destiny child, Yifeng's luck points decreased by 1,000. Congratulations, host, for gaining 1000 Destiny villain value. TSK. Upon hearing the system notification, Qin Lang felt a surge of relief. He had merely given Su Xiaoxiao a preventive jab, yet unexpectedly reaped this bonus. Holding the trembling Su Xiaoxiao in his arms, Qin Lang's heart stirred. Though the young girl was light and soft, her skin was incredibly smooth. Especially her slender, exquisite legs wrapped in white stockings pressed against him, evoking an undeniable sensuality. "Young master," Su Xiaoxiao murmured, wanting to lower her head. Qin Lang quickly changed the subject, pinching her thigh. "It's been days and you're still so thin. Haven't you been eating properly when I'm away?" "I have eaten." Su Xiaoxiao hummed softly, her cheeks flushed. She could sense that the young master had stopped dwelling on the matter of Xiaofeng, and her heart felt much lighter. How ridiculous. Why did the young master have to imagine things and pair her up with Xiaofeng? She truly saw Xiaofeng as her own blood brother, and besides, Xiaofeng had been missing for so long, she didn't even know if he still remembered her. Well, add an extra dish tonight. A papaya and spare rib soup alongside the usual 8 dishes and 2 soups. Su Xiaoxiao subconsciously responded with an "oh," wondering why another soup was added, but when she saw Qin Lang's gaze lingering on her chest, her pretty face turned crimson. She quickly broke free from his arms. "What's wrong?" Qin Lang crossed his legs and asked nonchalantly. Su Xiaoxiao let out a shy snort, then turned and flitted like a lark up to the maid's room on the 2nd floor. Thump. After closing the door, Su Xiaoxiao flushed, deeply collapsed onto the soft bed, buried her face in the pillow, and repeatedly murmured the word "rascal." After a while, when her face was flushed from being smothered, she finally relented, greedily drawing deep breaths, yet her mind still lingered on what had just happened. She cupped her hands in front of her chest, weighed them carefully, and fell into self-doubt. Is it really that small? Does the young master prefer the more voluptuous type? Could drinking papaya and spare rib soup really help them grow bigger? Lost in thought, Su Xiaoxiao scolded herself, calling herself shameless. She cupped her cheeks, rubbing them in frustration. Oh. Su Xiaoxiao, why do you always let your mind run wild like this? Whether the young master likes big ones has nothing to do with you. Stop thinking nonsense. He wants me to drink it, but I won't. It'll defy him. After all, he likes big ones. If they're small, maybe the young master won't hold my hand so freely in the future. Watching Su Xiaoxiao flee upstairs in panic, Qin Lang smiled faintly to himself. She was truly the epitome of obedience and thoughtfulness, a little warm bundle. Taking it step by step, this progress might have been a bit too fast for Su Xiaoxiao. However, there was no major issue. As long as he eased off for a few days, she would naturally recover on her own. Young master, there's something going on with the Bai family. Junzi walked in from outside, stood beside Qin Lang, glanced around, and asked with curiosity, Miss Su isn't here. Junzi was quite perceptive in some ways, treating the ugly duckling and the swan entirely differently. After witnessing Su Xiaoxiao's completely transformed appearance, even his way of addressing her had changed. She's upstairs. Qin Lang pointed to the maid's room on the upper floor. It's fine, go ahead. What's the matter? Junzi nodded and said directly, sounds of an argument came from the Bai residence. Our men got closer and found it was the father and daughter Bai and his daughter. And based on what Bai Ryu let slip, our people noticed on the market that there's been a large-scale cash-out happening at the Bai family company recently. Got it. Qin Lang pursed his lips into a playful smile. Here it comes. The opportunity to win over the Bai sisters had finally arrived. Setting aside Bai Xiaoyun, that childish-faced buxom fangirl, Bai Ryu, the grown-up loli, was a formidable figure in the business world. Among the elite returnees with finance degrees, most were merely there to gild their resumes. But Bai Ryu was different. She possessed genuine talent and knowledge. Moreover, she had an incredibly strong psychological constitution, practically a future queen of commerce. This had already been proven in the original story. How could Qin Lang possibly let such talent slip away? Since he had come to this world, he naturally needed to spend money. He couldn't just keep asking the Qin family for everything. Asking for $1 billion or $2 once or twice was easy, but if he did it too often and his family thought he was idle, wouldn't they just drag him back to the capital to inherit the family business? He didn't want to be tied down. He still had plenty of carefree days to enjoy. If he started his own company, he couldn't possibly stay holed up in the office all day. What would be the difference from his past life? Bai Ryu was his ideal proxy. Once he secured her, given her meticulous, devoted, and unreserved nature toward her man, Qin Lang could confidently hand over the reins and become an absentee boss. No time like the present. Qin Lang immediately called the Bai residence himself, expressing his intention to pay a visit. Given his status, even the Bai family couldn't possibly refuse. After a few polite exchanges on the phone, the matter was settled. At dinner, Qin Lang kept casting glances at Su Xiaoxiao, who was drinking papaya soup. It made her keep her head down, never once lifting it. She felt utterly shameless. In the bedroom upstairs, she had told herself 1,000 times she wouldn't drink it, but when the moment came, seeing the young master's face, all her self-admonitions crumbled, and she drank so much her little belly was round and full. In the Bai family mansion, in the second-floor bedroom, Bai Xiaoyun lay on the bed flipping through a brand-new comic book. The male leads were all super handsome, appearing with halos of flowers. The plot? Terrible. But Bai Xiaoyun didn't care. She just loved looking at super handsome guys, everything else was secondary. Dressed in an adorable Lolita style, Bai Xiaoyun was deeply engrossed in her comic. Her legs clad in white stockings kicked idly on the soft bed. With puffed cheeks and a slightly baby-faced look, she was incredibly cute. The door creaked open. Bai Ryu, in a standard businesswoman's black suit and stockings, walked in. Seeing her innocent sister lying on the bed, she took a deep breath. Weighed down by worries, she could only spoil her naive little sister. Yun, how many times have I told you not to lie on your stomach like that? It's bad for your health. Bai Ryu approached, looking at her sister, who like herself had always carried a heavier burden since childhood, and reminded her with concern. Bai Xiaoyun let out an "oh" and shifted her position. Bai Ryu shook her head bitterly. She was truly full of grievances she couldn't share with anyone, forced to endure alone. Forcing a smile, she asked, Yun, do you have a boy you like? No. Bai Xiaoyun shook her head decisively. The girls at school have no taste. They call this one the school heartthrob, and that one the school heartthrob, but when I look at them, they're all ordinary, not handsome at all. My boyfriend has to be super handsome and treat me super well. Silly girl, Bai Ryu said affectionately, gently tapping her sister's nose. Being a fool had its advantages. At least she wouldn't easily fall for some guy. That way, even in a few years, their father couldn't casually arrange a marriage for her. As long as she, Bai Ryu, was alive, she would never allow her father to do anything that harmed her sister. No matter what, no matter who. It was absolutely unacceptable. Sis, are you angry again? I heard you arguing with Dad, didn't you? Bai Xiaoyun grabbed her sister's hand and mumbled, please don't argue with Dad anymore, okay? Dad is good to me, and you're even better. I don't want you two to fight. Is that so? Bai Ryu asked herself. By ordinary standards, Bai Xiaochun's way of raising his daughters was indeed considered good. Unfortunately, her sister was still in the dark. Once she grew a little older, she would realize that in their father's eyes, daughters were never part of the family. They were merely sacrifices for profit. That night, Bai Ryu slept alongside her younger sister. In the dead of night, she would occasionally pull her sister tightly into her arms, holding her with a force that betrayed her fear of losing her. As for Bai Xiaoyun, this adorably naive little girl once asleep remained undisturbed by thunder. Not only that, she would occasionally suckle at Bai Ryu's chest, a blissful smile on her face lost in some unknown dream. By evening, the entire Bai residence was decked out ablaze with lights, and even the household servants had changed into formal attire. In the living room, Bai Xiaochun leisurely flipped through an outdated newspaper, quietly awaiting the guest. The eldest son of the Qin family from Yanjing was paying a visit. Though Bai Xiaochun held some sway in the small corner of Tianhai City, he still had to put on a proper show of respect. One must save face as a tree needs its bark. Besides, what these wealthy second-generation heirs cared about most were their reputations. If he entertained them, well, he might even extract the value he needed from such top-tier rich heirs. Daddy is a guest coming tonight. Bai Xiaoyun, dressed in an adorable Lolita gown, her legs, sheathed in white stockings, appeared exceptionally fair and smooth. She trotted over, curiosity shining in her eyes. Bai Xiaochun's wife had passed away from illness years ago, and he never remarried. Outsiders never ceased to praise his noble character. Perhaps because his temperament had grown more tranquil, the Bai residence had long been without visitors. Usually he only entertained guests outside. Hosting a banquet at home was a rare sight. Bai Xiaochun reached out, gently patting his younger daughter's head, and said with a smile, "That's right, a distinguished guest is coming." "Who is it? Do I know them? Male or female? Are they handsome?" Bai Xiaoyun, a little lovesick girl, cared about nothing else. She chattered on with a barrage of questions, ultimately fixating on whether the guest was handsome. "Well, probably handsome." Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. He truly didn't know, having never met Qin Lang. But logically, those from such prominent families had good genes, and couldn't be too bad. After all, with money, the wives the wealthy married were all strikingly beautiful. "Is he powerful?" Bai Xiaoyun blinked her big eyes. Bai Xiaochun replied with a bitter smile, "Of course he's powerful. He's the legitimate eldest son of the Yanjing." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at his eldest daughter. Bai Ryu stood nearby, watching her father and sister talk, initially not intending to interrupt. But when she saw her father looking at her, she said irritably, "What are you looking at me for? I don't know that so-called young master. Are you trying to drag me out to compare me to him at a time like this?" Bai Xiaochun could tell his daughter was arguing about something else and deliberately trying to provoke him. He said quietly, "Compare yourself to him. Do you think too highly of yourself? With your meager abilities, how can you stand shoulder to shoulder with the legitimate son of the Yanjing Qin family? Do you know that his grandfather stood in the front row during the founding ceremony? So what? He's just relying on his family background. The predecessors plant trees, and the descendants enjoy the shade." Bai Ryu clenched her teeth. "The one standing in the front row isn't him." Whenever she heard her father habitually elevate men's status and then belittle her, a nameless rage would surge within Bai Ryu. There was anger, resentment, and grievance. At that moment, the butler at the door hurried in and announced, Young Master Qin has arrived." Bai Xiaochun stood up, straightened his clothes, and frowned at Bai Ryu. "Behave yourself in front of others. Some words are best said only at home." Following the butler's lead, a man in a tailored suit entered through the door. Bai Ryu instinctively turned her head, and their eyes met. In that instant, the restless thoughts within her upon contact with Qin Lang's gaze seemed to be swept away by a summer evening breeze, astonishingly and gradually calming down. The skill affinity was activated, and the LV8 effect of 80 affinity for everyone rendered even the most detested individuals calm in that moment. Let alone Bai Ryu, who had never known Qin Lang before, so there was naturally no rift between them. While smiling at Bai Ryu, Qin Lang deliberately shifted his gaze to Bai Xiaoyun's face for just a fleeting moment before looking away. He knew well Bai Xiaoyun's infatuated nature. Just a taste was enough to leave her craving more. Sure enough, the moment Bai Xiaoyun laid eyes on Qin Lang, her bright peach blossom eyes began to sparkle with stars. So handsome. This handsome brother is so good-looking. How could his smile be so indulgent? How could his figure be so lean and tall? It was like the male lead straight out of a manga. What if he cornered me? Would I accept it, or would I pounce on him instead? Accept or pounce? That was the question swirling in her mind. The little infatuated girl's mind was already in a daze. A moment ago, she was blaming Qin Lang for being late and making her stomach growl with hunger, but the instant she saw him in person, everything else vanished from her thoughts. What hunger? As long as there's a handsome guy, I could go 3 days without eating. Well, one day, fine, just skip one meal. Yin. Bai Ryu frowned and patted her younger sister's shoulder. Without even turning her head, Bai Xiaoyun stared intently at Qin Lang and grumbled reluctantly, "What is it?" Bai Ryu's forehead was dotted with black lines. Patting the hand her sister had clamped on her waist, she said, "When you're nervous, you subconsciously pinch the hem of your clothes. I don't blame you for that. But next time you pinch my clothes, could you please not dig your nails into my—" Bai Xiaoyun turned around, saw her hand pinching her sister's waist, and quickly let go, her face full of guilt. "Sorry, sis. It's okay." Bai Ryu smiled wryly and shook her head. At the door, Bai Xiaochun and Qin Lang had already walked inside, chatting amiably and acting quite intimate. They addressed each other as worthy nephew and Uncle Bai repeatedly. Anyone watching would think they were old relatives, not two people meeting for the first time. Qin Lang responded respectfully, but inwardly he marveled at how great it was to be the big villain. His family background alone ensured even a tycoon like Bai Xiaochun with assets worth tens of billions treated him with courtesy. After all, despite Bai Xiaochun's current warm politeness, the old man was actually quite snobbish. It was only because it was Qin Lang. For ordinary people, such treatment was unheard of. Bai Xiaochun had extremely high standards. Not just anyone could catch his eye. And who are these two beauties? Qin Lang asked, feigning ignorance as he looked at the sisters Bai Ruyu and Bai Xiaoyun. Bai Xiaochun pointed at his elder daughter and began introductions. This is my eldest, Bai Ruyu, 25 this year, the same age as young Qin. She studied abroad before and only returned a few years ago. Bai Ruyu stood about 1.65 m, but with heels on she reached nearly 1.72 m. Her slender figure accentuated the curves of her black office uniform to perfection. Her stunning bust created a powerful visual impact, making one worry how the two buttons on her little blazer could bear such a burden. It seemed almost on the verge of bursting free at the slightest movement. Yet despite such a voluptuous figure, Bai Ruyu's waist was as slender as a willow branch, seemingly too fragile to grip. The exaggerated contrast between these curves was so striking that it left one dizzy, yearning to bury one's entire head in that generous bosom. The black pencil skirt was also perfectly fitted, wrapping her graceful contours just right. A truly devilish figure. That described Bai Ruyu perfectly. And then there was her exquisite face. Bright eyes and white teeth, delicate brows, and a fine nose, lips like cinnabar red and smooth as jade. She could well be called a daughter of fortune, definitely one of the leading heroines. Miss Bai, hello. I'm Qin Lang. Pleased to meet you. Qin Lang extended his hand for a friendly introduction. Bai Ruyu's first impression of Qin Lang was extremely positive. A graceful gentleman, elegant as jade, strikingly handsome, with the bearing of a noble family. But seeing her father's excessive flattery, she felt resentment by association. Thus she shook hands with Qin Lang very coldly, offering no more words. Bai Xiaochun felt displeased, but didn't show it on his face. Instead, he began introducing his younger daughter. Bai Xiaoyun needed no introduction from her father. She was already impatient to get to know the handsome brother. Leaping ahead, she pointed at her own nose and giggled. Handsome brother, my name is Bai Xiaoyun. And the younger sister, a freshman at Tianhai No. 1 high school. Do you like my sister? Huh. Qin Lang was caught off guard by the question. Ignoring her sister's coughs beside her, Bai Xiaoyun beamed and grabbed Qin Lang's large hand with both of hers, volunteering eagerly. If you don't like my sister, big brother, you can wait a few more years. When I grow up, I'll be your wife, okay? She gestured to her figure somewhat reluctantly, but still confidently. Brother, don't think him too young now. In a few years, he'll definitely have a better figure than my young. Not young at all, really not young. Qin Lang stole a glance at Bai Xiaoyun, only in her teens, yet already blossoming with womanly allure. A fiery figure that if clad in a professional office uniform would surely cause blood to run from the noses of a crowd of otaku. But oddly, this little girl preferred a cute style. Dressed in Lolita fashion with white stockings, a slightly baby-fat face, big watery eyes, a delicate little nose, and a pouty moist mouth. Truly a rare combination. Wasn't she the very definition of a childlike face with a mature body? Separate matters were separate. Despite his inner preference for that type, he had to put on a proper front. He lightly patted Bai Xiaoyun on the head. Little sister, you should study hard. Your sister is so outstanding. If you don't work hard, you'll never catch up. Huh. Bai Xiaoyun instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. She had only mentioned catching up in figure, not in studies. Her sister had been brilliant since childhood, called a prodigy by many. She went abroad to study, came back to Tianhai for breaks to slack off, yet still completed a 7-year curriculum in less than 4 years. In that regard, she had no confidence. Bai Ruyu shot Qin Lang a grateful glance, then pulled her sister aside to comfort her. She knew her sister was boy crazy, but she never expected Qin Lang to leverage that to encourage her to study. Indeed, one word from Qin Lang seemed more effective than months of her own earnest nagging. At least now her sister seemed regretful about not working harder in her studies before. Qin Lang returned a warm smile. His main target today was still Bai Ruyu. As for Bai Xiaoyun, there was no hurry. Things had to proceed step by step in the proper order. Under warm hospitality, Qin Lang was guided to a seat. The gifts he brought were taken by Bai Xiaoyun and placed in the living room. The entire Bai household buzzed with activity as dishes were continuously brought from the kitchen to the dining table. Nephew, since you rarely visit, you must join me for a drink today. Bai Xiaochun sat at the head of the table, personally filling Qin Lang's cup. A full cup of tea signaled farewell, but a full cup of wine signified heartfelt welcome. Qin Lang did not rely on his prestigious background. He stood, raised his glass, and respectfully touched the rim below Bai Xiaochun's cup, humbly saying, I have been remiss in etiquette allowing my uncle to pour for me. I shall drink this as a penalty. Please forgive my rudeness. With that, he downed the entire glass of Moutai, tipping it upside down, without a single drop remaining. Haha, nephew, where did you learn such manners? You make even me, an old fossil, seem clumsy. Bai Xiaochun took a sip, his words feigning displeasure, but his heart brimmed with satisfaction. The more he looked at Qin Lang, the more he admired him. As the legitimate heir of the Yinjing Qin family, even if he had treated Bai Xiaochun as an equal or spoken boldly, the latter would have dared not harm him. Yet Qin Lang did none of that, humbly calling himself a junior, displaying true propriety and aristocratic grace. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable. After several rounds of wine and numerous dishes, Bai Xiaochun, slightly flushed and tipsy, chuckled and asked, "Nephew, why do you abandon your vast inheritance in Yinjing to start an investment firm here in Tianhai?" Tianhai was a prosperous city in Huaxia, but compared to Yinjing it paled in significance. Leaving such a grand legacy behind to come to Tianhai would make others think Qin Lang had lost the succession struggle within his family. Of course, those in the know would never entertain such thoughts, for the Qin family had only one legitimate grandson, Qin Lang himself, making succession disputes non-existent. Qin Lang's cheeks flushed as he swayed slightly self-deprecatingly, saying, "Uncle, you may not know, but in Yinjing everyone calls me a wastrel who relies solely on family power. They say even a dog in my position could do better." "Nonsense. A pack of jealous fools." Bai Xiaochun cursed aloud, though inwardly he agreed. Smiling, he countered, "So you came to Tianhai to carve your own path, without family backing to prove them wrong. And why visit our Bai family specifically?" Qin Lang nodded, rubbing his bleary eyes. "Uncle, you built this empire from nothing with your wife earning a pivotal place in Tianhai. As a newcomer and a junior, it is only right to pay respects and seek your wisdom." Even Bai Xiaochun failed to notice that when Qin Lang feigned drunkenness and uttered the words husband and wife, Bai Rui's fists clenched tightly beneath the table. "Ah, nephew, you don't understand." Bai Xiaochun grew wistful. "I am old now. No matter how glorious my legacy, it will not accompany me to the grave. Our family thrives today, but when I am gone the vultures will scatter. Who knows what will remain?" "How could that be?" Qin Lang's eyes widened, appearing thoroughly drunk. He vehemently rejected Bai Xiaochun's view. "Uncle, why speak thus? Doesn't everyone in Tianhai know that the young lady of the Bai family has already managed the household affairs with remarkable skill? She is such a business prodigy that many say she embodies your own brilliance. With her at the helm, the Bai family's foundation will continue to thrive." "Is it true? Does he truly think so?" Bai Rui's eyes sparkled as she stared intently at Qin Lang, trying to discern his true intentions. Yet no matter how she scrutinized him, he remained the same dazed figure, as if pouring out his innermost thoughts in a drunken stupor. Bai Xiaochun's expression soured. Having navigated the business world for years, he had a high tolerance for alcohol, flushed as he was, his mind remained sharp. He felt displeased by Qin Lang's words. A woman, after all, would eventually marry into another family. How could she inherit the vast Bai estate? He spoke bluntly. Yue is indeed capable, but she is a woman burdened by trivial matters. She cannot fully devote herself to managing the family business. Again, always using her gender to dismiss her efforts. Bai Rui's eyes reddened, her delicate frame trembling with fury as the buttons on her chest strained under the swell of her emotions. She wanted to retort, but someone beat her to it. "Uncle, your thinking is flawed." Qin Lang's voice grew firmer. "In ancient times Mulan took her father's place in war. Today Bai Rui conquers the business world. Is that not a tale worth telling? What's wrong with being a woman? Who says women are inferior? In my eyes, Miss Bai far outshines me. If you worry, uncle, you need not. With her abilities, finding a son-in-law to marry into the family would be easy. She could secure her future while dedicating herself to the business, a twofold gain." For a moment, both Bai Xiaochun and Bai Ryu fell into deep thought. His words struck a chord, making them consider the feasibility of such an arrangement. Just as Bai Ryu resolved to find a husband to marry into the family, Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, having reached his conclusion. "Nephew, you've had too much to drink. Best you return early." With a thud, Qin Lang slumped to the ground, unconscious from intoxication. Bai Xiaochun froze, then turned to the waiting steward. "Where is young Master Qin's driver?" "Never mind, prepare a room for him to rest overnight." "My room? Use my room." Bai Xiaoyan raised her arm, eagerly overjoyed. The handsome brother was drunk. Now he wouldn't have to leave, and they might share some time alone. Bai Xiaochun shot her a scrutinizing glare, and Bai Xiaoyan shrank back. "He'll sleep in the study next door. If we put him in a servant's room, he might get angry when he wakes up tomorrow, given his background. After you have someone take young Master Qin to Xiaoyan's room." Bai Xiaochun's side rose from the table and headed straight for the study. As Qin Lang was carried upstairs, Bai Ryu sat at the table, biting her lip, watching her father's retreating figure. The chill in her heart deepened. Her own father refused to trust her, yet an outsider did. How bitterly ironic was that? Ding! The female lead Bai Ryu experienced intense emotional fluctuations. "Congratulations, host, you have gained 500 heavenly villain points." Ding! The female lead Bai Ryu's affinity increased. "Congratulations, host, you have gained 800 heavenly villain points." Ding! The female lead Bai Xiaoyan's affinity continues to rise. "Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 heavenly villain points." Listening to the incessant system notifications ringing in his ears, Qin Lang felt a surge of emotion. One move, double the reward. Sisterly duo, truly delightful. Rubbing his forehead, Qin Lang took a few deep breaths to ease his flushed cheeks. Did old man Bai Xiaochun really think he could drink him under the table? Nonsense. In his past life, he often encountered those who used business talks as an excuse to force drinks, making the other party spew blood from their stomach and requiring a hospital gastric lavage. All routine operations. Not to mention now with his physique far superior to before, he originally had a capacity for 2 caddies of liquor, and now he himself had no idea how much he could consume. He lay on the soft large bed filled with the fragrance of a young girl's boudoir looking around. The pink room was plastered with posters of handsome men featuring a full array of hair colors. A true little infatuated one. This girl is adorable indeed, you being a bit love-struck is fine. She doesn't have too many ulterior motives. Qin Lang inhaled the warm, fragrant bedding, which still carried a hint of sweet milky scent. It seemed that before his visit the little infatuated by Xiaoyan had been laid. Following the soft, lingering aroma, Qin Lang dozed off for a while in no rush for the moment. In the eyes of the Bai family, he was now dead drunk. Approaching Bai Ryu to express his intention of recruitment at this moment would appear too calculated. Whether it was genuine fatigue or the inherent refreshing fragrance of Bai Xiaoyan's room that aided sleep in a daze, Qin Lang truly slipped into a light slumber. Creak. After an unknown period, once the Bai family courtyard had quieted down, the door was pushed open stealthily, emitting a faint sound. Had Qin Lang's physique not improved several-fold, he would never have detected it. Clearly the perpetrator was someone familiar with the terrain. A lithe figure slipped into the bed along with the darkness. The petite body trembled slightly from excessive excitement and agitation. Brother, handsome brother, Bai Xiaoyan tested softly. Qin Lang closed his eyes, his eyelids twitching. He turned over and continued pretending to sleep. There was still important business tonight. He needed to strike while the iron was hot and reveal his recruitment intentions to Bai Ryu as a preemptive measure. He must not be delayed by this little fool Bai Xiaoyan. Bai Xiaoyan let out a gleeful chuckle, stood up on the bed, stepped over Qin Lang to the other side, and laid down on the quilt. Her 2 big watery eyes sparkled like stars as she stared at Qin Lang's face. So handsome. It's a pity I'm too young. If I were a few years older I could tell Dad I want to marry the handsome brother, Bai Xiaoyan said, gazing at him with a lovesick expression. No matter how long she looked, she never grew tired. The more she looked, the more she adored him. Did she really think she was foolish? That she only liked handsome brothers with no brains? She wasn't that infatuated. Qin Lang not only had a terrifying family background, one that even her father felt immense pressure from, but during the banquet just now, every word he spoke was sharp and insightful, all in support of her favorite sister. Of course, the most important thing was that Qin Lang's appearance was so striking. When he smiled, it was as if he had thrown her into a pile of candy, sweet enough to make her heart ache. A handsome brother like this was clearly the male lead from a manga, wasn't he? She wouldn't miss this chance. She pretended to offer him a comfortable lodging, but in reality, she had her own plans. Don't be fooled by her occasional silliness, and most of the time, she was incredibly sharp. His nose bridge is so high, such long eyelashes, and such thin lips. I wonder if they taste sweet. Bai Xiaoyan scrutinized him carefully. The clearer she saw, the more she felt Qin Lang's handsomeness. Even when asleep, his exquisite features perfectly matched her aesthetic preferences. She plucked up her courage, moved a few steps closer to Qin Lang, pouted her moist lips, and leaned in to steal a kiss, but halted midway. That seems a bit too silly, Bai Xiaoyan thought to herself. This was still her first kiss. Hadn't she even spoken many words to her handsome brother yet? Wasn't it too casual to give it away so readily? At least she should wait until her handsome brother woke up before offering it. What a pity, Bai Xiaoyan muttered softly, then burrowed into the bedding, curling up in Qin Lang's embrace. Feeling his warm chest and well-defined abdominal muscles, she couldn't resist touching him with her hands. That night, Bai Xiaoyan was like Columbus discovering a new continent. Tinkering here, fiddling there, her boldness growing from tentative attempts to ding. The female lead Bai Xiaoyan experienced intense shame. Congratulations, host, you have gained 800 heavenly villain points. After the little infatuated one failed in her sneak attack and was startled instead, she immediately got up, her little face flushed, and fled in panic without a backward glance. There was a certain heartlessness in her actions. Once the door was firmly shut, Qin Lang opened his eyes with a wry smile filled with helplessness. This Bai Xiaoyan. She was even more adept at burning bridges than Mu Yuyan. She had lingered by his side for nearly 3 or 4 hours in the dead of night, tirelessly exploring his body with her hands. It was already deep into the night, and Qin Lang had almost abandoned the thought of seeking out Bai Ryu, intending to wake up and teach this little one a lesson first. But this girl had the nerve to come trick him without any martial ethics. Then she ran off without a care. That's no way to act. Utter lack of responsibility. Complaints aside, Qin Lang honestly didn't dislike Bai Xiaoyan's silly personality. On the contrary, having seen enough of scheming and deceit, he preferred this kind of innocent, guileless nature. After pulling his clothes back into place, he glanced at the pink alarm clock on the computer desk. At this hour, Bai Ryu was already asleep. He set aside other thoughts, lay down, and drifted off to sleep. He slept until the next morning without seeing Bai Ryu appear in the Bai family courtyard. While washing up, he happened to run into Bai Xiaoyan, who was wearing a little white bear pajama. The moment she saw Qin Lang, she acted as if she had done something wrong, her cheeks flushing red as she turned around and fled, without looking back, her pink slippers padding away. After breakfast at the Bai family, Qin Lang finally got into the back seat of the Maybach amidst the hypocritical invitation of nephew, come visit us again soon. Driving away, Junzi said with emotion, young master, from now on I won't lean on the wall to pee. I'll lean on you. After all, the Bai family was a prominent clan in Tianhai City, especially Bai Xiaochun, who started from scratch in his youth and now possessed assets worth tens of billions. Unexpectedly, with just one visit, you've captivated Bai Xiaochun. Captivated. Qin Lang sneered. Captivating is for a stunning beauty like Bai Ryu, as for an old man like Bai Xiaochun, it's at most impressing. Besides, do you really think Bai Xiaochun has sincerely befriended me? Despite his seemingly eager manner, deep down, he probably wishes I would just go far away. Bai Xiaochun. That name doesn't suit him. I think he should be renamed He Dao. Junzi couldn't help but laugh. Although Bai Xiaochun was very courteous and attentive, the young master's performance was absolutely proper. He respectfully performed the disciples' rites before Bai Xiaochun, acting with the utmost deference toward an elder. And yet the moment they stepped out, he had already renamed Bai Xiaochun to He Dao. What a piece of work. Anyway, these days he had figured out that the young master had completely changed, smiling at you on the surface while cursing your mother in his heart. What a sly old fox. Clearing his throat, Junzi said seriously, young master, the members of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps you asked to investigate have arrived in Tianhai City, and there's also something unusual about Miss Su. She has probably contacted Yifeng, but given Miss Su's status, it's not convenient for us to check her chat records. The Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps was an organization founded overseas by the Child of Fortune. Although its influence was not enormous, it definitely had its own niche on the chaotic African continent. As the founder of the Mercenary Corps, Yifeng was notorious and wielded the power of life and death. Of course, that was overseas. Once back in China, even a tiger must lie low and even a dragon must coil. A mercenary corps, AK-47. How about getting to know the DF Express same-day delivery service? Once they enter China, the Blood Wolf members deprived of firearms would have their strength reduced to at least a tenth, at most comparable to a special forces soldier's unarmed combat ability. They won't cause much trouble. There's still half a month before the Child of Fortune returns. The Blood Wolf members shouldn't have shown up in Tianhai City at this time. Did his changes to the plot cause Yifeng's return to be earlier? Go back, and regarding Kai Yong, let him. Qin Lang calmly gave orders for what to do next. A few days ago, Kai Yong, whom he had beaten up, was apologizing through various channels and vowed to do anything to atone. He happened to meet people from a real estate company. If he could freeload, why not? No. Given Qin Lang's status, how could it be called freeloading? It should be called giving Kai Yong a chance to atone. Still not enough manpower. Qin Lang leaned back in his seat, took a deep breath, and gazed out the window. Even Yifeng had an organization like the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, while he only had Junzi and a few dozen bodyguards. He needed to expand his manpower again. That night the stars were brilliant. Su Xiaoxiao wore a black lace dress with a high waist that perfectly accentuated her slender figure. She was walking to the orphanage, her mind full of tangled thoughts. Xiao Feng had returned, and between the lines he hinted at something unusual, just as the young master had suspected. Moreover, he had already sent someone to meet her. Should she go? On one side was the younger brother she had protected since childhood, while on the other was the young master who intruded into her dreams every night. Neither side was easy to let go. Although Xiao Feng's words carried a strong hint, maybe she was overthinking. At worst, when they actually met next time, she would explain clearly to Xiao Feng, revealing that she had always regarded him as a younger brother. Having resolved her thoughts, Su Xiaoxiao's face gradually bloomed into a smile as she scolded playfully that Xiao Feng. Now that he's made it, he's getting bolder and bolder. He used to call me Sister Su, but now he has the audacity to call. I wonder why the director called me over late at night and sounded so excited. With curiosity, Su Xiaoxiao quickened her pace and arrived at the old dilapidated orphanage from her memories. When she saw the scene before her, Su Xiaoxiao was stunned. Everywhere was rubble and ruins. The already small orphanage had lost its outer walls, and its entire size had shrunk by half. The rainbow signboard of Sunshine Orphanage that stood at the gate, the orphanage's nameplate, had been violently torn in two, abandoned brokenly on the ground. What's going on? Was the orphanage demolished by force? Who are you? What are you doing? Why did you tear down Sunshine Orphanage? This is illegal. Su Xiaoxiao ran over, grabbed a foreman who was directing the demolition, and shouted accusingly. She had known that a real estate company had its eye on Sunshine Orphanage, but the compensation for relocation had never been agreed upon. The money the company was willing to offer couldn't even build half a new orphanage. If it was torn down, the children would have no place to stay. Who are you? What are you doing here? Can't you see the demolition? The foreman frowned. Don't yell at me. I'm just a hired hand. If you've got guts, go find Boss Qin. He's the one who ordered the demolition. Boss Qin? Which Boss Qin? Su Xiaoxiao demanded, unwilling to back down. Sunshine Orphanage held her childhood and her dreams. She wanted to repay the director, to work hard and earn a lot of money to donate to him, so he could provide a peaceful home for more homeless orphans. But now, looking at the ruins before her, Su Xiaoxiao felt her dreams shattered into pieces. The foreman rolled his eyes irritably. Boss Qin Lang of the Daqin Tianxiao Investment Bank. Don't get in the way, okay? Go away. Pushed and shoved, Su Xiaoxiao staggered back, her beautiful eyes dazed. In her mind, the young master with his gentle, refined smile and the ruthless boss violently directing the demolition of the orphanage gradually merged into one. Young master? Why the young master? This is impossible. Nearly breaking down, Su Xiaoxiao crouched on the ground. The tears in her eyes could no longer be held back, They slid down from the corners of her eyes, large drops falling onto the dusty demolition site, staining the ground with patches of moisture. A surge of grievance, helplessness, despair, and every kind of sorrowful emotion instantly flooded Su Xiaoxiao's entire chest. She couldn't stop trembling all over. Why? Why did it have to be the young master? Had he never truly let go of his thoughts about the orphanage? Were his discussions with her about the orphanage merely a rehearsal for his subsequent forcible seizure of its land? A suffocating sensation spread across Su Xiaoxiao's heart, aching so intensely that it was unbearable. The pain was excruciating. If it had been any other boss, she would probably be feeling more anger and a desire to argue. But now, knowing that the mastermind behind the demolition of the orphanage was Qin Lang, for some reason Su Xiaoxiao was completely enveloped by a feeling of heartache. Deception. Betrayal. Or perhaps it was all just a game of cat and mouse from the very beginning. Young Master Qin. A soft call caught Su Xiaoxiao's attention. She looked up, her eyes blurred with tears, and saw Qin Lang emerging from the residential area behind the orphanage. His face was still familiar and handsome, but seeing him again now filled Su Xiaoxiao's heart with regret and shame. She rushed forward without a second thought. Xiaoxiao, what are you doing here? What brings you out so late at night? A hint of panic flashed in Qin Lang's eyes. He couldn't help glancing at the half-demolished orphanage, then shot a glare at the foreman who had just called out to him. Tear stains still lingered on Su Xiaoxiao's pretty face. Seeing Qin Lang's flustered expression, her heart was filled with desolation. Even the young master hadn't expected her to show up here tonight, had he? Otherwise, why would he be so flustered? There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has died. She truly didn't want to believe that Qin Lang could be such an unscrupulous boss, but the facts were right before her eyes, leaving no room for doubt. Why are you crying? Who bullied you? Qin Lang reached out with concern, wanting to wipe away the tears on Su Xiaoxiao's face. Su Xiaoxiao was in the throes of a violent struggle between a sense of betrayal and her former fantasies. A jumble of thoughts tangled chaotically. The fury in her heart had been suppressed to its breaking point. She had planned to lash out and scratch at Qin Lang, but standing before him, now she could only vent all her pent-up grievances through her fists. Why? Why did it have to be you? Why did you have to demolish the orphanage by force? Those children finally had a place to live. Why are you so greedy for this piece of land? Su Xiaoxiao, filled with grief and indignation, collided with Qin Lang's chest. Her small fists rained down on his chest like falling raindrops. Two streams of clear tears slid down her cheeks, glistening like strings of crystals under the demolition site's floodlights. You scoundrel. You big scoundrel. My colleagues were right. A young master like you only finds pleasure in toying with people. Why did you have to bully me? Why? Qin Lang seemed to have a masochistic streak. He let Su Xiaoxiao pound on his chest without stopping her, and even deliberately puffed out his chest. Strike. Pummel. Use your strength. The harder you hit, the more guilt you'll feel when you learn the truth. When Su Xiaoxiao in his arms was almost out of strength, Qin Lang finally grabbed her slender wrist and asked back with a look of grievance, Xiaoxiao, what are you talking about? What do you mean I seized the orphanage's land? Because of her excessive anger and physical exertion, Su Xiaoxiao's pretty face was not only streaked with tears, but also flushed red. Looking at the handsome face, so close to her, the same face that had been this near in her dreams countless times, the pain was unbearable. She pointed at the demolition site. The orphanage has already been torn down to this state. The facts are right in front of us. What else is there to explain? From the very beginning, when you asked me to stay, you had already planned to forcibly seize the orphanage's land, didn't you? It wasn't surprising that she would think this way. When she broke the Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain, the first condition Qin Lang proposed was for her to persuade the director to sell the orphanage's land at a low price. After all, he was a businessman. When no other option worked, he had to resort to forced demolition. And there was also the director's hurried phone call telling her to come over, then saying it was nothing, and abruptly hanging up. It was also because she didn't want her to provoke the big boss Qin Lang. Everything was crystal clear now. Qin Lang remained silently enduring Su Xiaoxiao's wrath. Even when she pointed at his nose and berated him, he didn't utter a single word. Only when Su Xiaoxiao had calmed down did he slowly speak. His brows were deeply furrowed, his expression full of pain, and he let out a self-deprecating laugh. Xiaoxiao, in your eyes, am I really such a selfish and petty person, someone who would deceive you just for a bit of profit from the land? Su Xiaoxiao's heart skipped a beat, as if she had done something wrong, and she instinctively began to soften. But then she turned to look at the forcibly demolished orphanage, steeled her resolve, and snapped. Isn't that the case? Are you still going to make excuses here? Their argument drew the attention of many workers on site, including an old woman with silver hair who was walking out of the residential area. Xiaoxiao, what are you doing here? The director couldn't help but smile when she saw Xiaoxiao. But as she drew closer and sensed the tension in the air, she asked suspiciously, Young Master Qin, Xiaoxiao, what's going on? Have you two been arguing? Director, don't be afraid. We're in the right even if we take this outside. Su Xiaoxiao took the director's rough hand and stood beside her, biting her lip with unusual determination. There was a resolute look in her beautiful eyes, exactly the same expression she had that day when she stood in front of Qin Lang and was slapped by Kai Yong. She wasn't afraid, because she felt no grievance and she believed what she was doing was right. Afraid of what? Xiaoxiao, what nonsense are you talking about? Why do you make it sound like young Master Qin is some kind of villain? The director gave a wry smile. Su Xiaoxiao looked puzzled, pointing at the demolished orphanage. Isn't he a villain? He even had the orphanage forcibly demolished. The director rolled her eyes. Xiaoxiao, why are you talking nonsense again? What forced demolition? Our orphanage is old and dilapidated. It's already a dangerous building. Demolition is only natural. Besides, young Master Qin has already bought an apartment building in Sunshine District to serve as the new orphanage. The space is 4 or 5 times bigger. From now on, every child will have their own little room. As she spoke, the director handed over the property deed that Qin Lang had left with her, smiling kindly. Young Master Qin, it is a blessing for our Sunshine Orphanage that you are willing to help. But I really can't accept this property deed. It's far too valuable, over 50 million. Even demolishing 10 of our orphanages wouldn't be worth this. How can we let you make such a loss in this deal? Qin Lang pushed the property deed away, declining with a gentle tone. Director, you keep this deed. After all, it's a place for the children to live. It's more reassuring in your hands. The director's face was full of gratitude. But, young Master Qin, you've gone to so much trouble and effort. Just to make things convenient, you agreed to that real estate tycoon's outrageous demands. 50 million. That's 50 million. I've lived all these years and never seen so much money. Qin Lang shrugged, forcing a faint smile. It's also to make it easier for the children to attend school in the future. After the orphanage is demolished, we'll build a new primary school, so the kids have a place to learn. Warmth filled the director's heart as she looked at Qin Lang, increasingly convinced that this was the true demeanor of a real entrepreneur. The greater the ability, the greater the contribution to society. Glancing at Su Xiaoxiao, she explained apologetically, Young Master Qin, this is all my fault. I didn't realize you intended to surprise Xiaoxiao, so I immediately called her. Later I got busy negotiating the apartment purchase and forgot to. Please be magnanimous and don't blame Xiaoxiao. She meant well, but she cares too much about the orphanage that raised her. That's why she was blinded by anger and misunderstood you. Su Xiaoxiao stood frozen in place, listening to the conversation between the director and Qin Lang, as if her worldview had been shattered. The orphanage wasn't forcibly demolished. The young master had it torn down because it was dilapidated, planning to build a new primary school so the children could have a place to learn. And the young master had spent a staggering 50 million knowingly being exploited by the real estate company just to buy an apartment building so the children could live closer to school in far better conditions. Most importantly, the director hanging up mid-call wasn't out of fear of provoking some evil force as she had imagined, but because the young master wanted to surprise her and she had stumbled upon it by accident. A thunderous roar echoed in Su Xiaoxiao's mind, leaving it blank. The young master. The young master was nothing like the unscrupulous boss she had imagined tearing down the orphanage for profit. Instead, he had spared no effort or expense just to transform the Sunshine Orphanage and give her a surprise. How could this be? Why would the young master go to such lengths for her? It was more perfect and touching than any dream. Half a day ago, if she had known all this, Su Xiaoxiao would have been melted by this warm, loving gesture. She would have thrown herself into the young master's arms, willing to give everything. But now, no, she no longer had that right. The young master was perfect to an extreme. Everything he did for her could move any girl, yet she not only failed to appreciate it, but had even pointed at him, calling him heartless, a deceiver, a betrayer. She felt like an ingrate, a wolf devouring its benefactor without a trace. Repaying kindness with enmity wouldn't be an exaggeration. A sharp intake of breath broke the silence. Qin Lang's brows were tightly knit, his face pale with pain as he swayed and collapsed onto the ground, sitting in a heap, utterly disheveled. Young Master Qin. Su Xiaoxiao and the director rushed over, followed by the foreman and a few workers. Young Master, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Are you okay? Where does it hurt? Su Xiaoxiao embraced Qin Lang's frail frame from behind, preventing him from falling, her tears cascading like a kite, with a broken string onto his shoulder. Qin Lang gritted his teeth and shook his head in pain. I'm fine. It just hurts a little. Where does it hurt? Su Xiaoxiao leaned in anxiously, her fear and unease erupting in that moment. Qin Lang raised his hand, trembling, and slowed, gently poking at the spot over his heart on his chest, sighing weakly. Here. It hurts here. The director, sharp as a tack and worldly wise, caught on immediately. She stepped aside, leaving space for Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao to be alone. But Su Xiaoxiao, oblivious to everyone else, was entirely focused on Qin Lang, unable to tear herself away. Her slender, smooth hand gently stroked his chest as she sobbed with worry and guilt, whispering, "Better. A little better. Young Master, why did your heart suddenly start hurting?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Xiaoxiao froze, recalling the agonizing pain she had felt when she was wronged and crouched on the ground. Now that she thought about it, wasn't that the same unbearable ache in her heart? The young master. Was he feeling the same? So in the young master's heart, she wasn't insignificant. She was a girl who could make his heart ache. Surprise. That lasted only a moment before being crushed by guilt and fear. Su Xiaoxiao sobbed, kneeling on the dusty ground, one hand patting Qin Lang's back, while the other gently soothed his chest. Xiaoxiao, I shouldn't have kept it from you. I'm sorry for making you misunderstand. I'm such a villain. Qin Lang said softly, grasping the delicate hand resting on his chest, his voice full of emotion. Seeing this, the director didn't linger. She stood up to slip away, waving at the workers to signal their retreat. In no time the vast space was left with only Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao utterly oblivious to the outside world, as if they had entered their own private realm. Young master, don't say that. It's all my fault. My wild thoughts, my nonsense, my fabrications. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head vigorously, flinging sparkling teardrops under the light. She was overwhelmed with regret and couldn't stop crying. Young master, scold me, hit me. It's all my fault. Otherwise you wouldn't have ended up like this. The young girl couldn't bear the guilt, especially now knowing she had wronged a good person. She would rather endure 10 times the physical pain than see the young master in such a state, which brought her unbearable psychological torment. As long as the young master could recover, she would do anything. Don't cry. I don't blame you. Qin Lang reached out to wipe away her glistening tears, but the more he wiped, the more they flowed like a breached dam that couldn't be stopped. Please don't cry, okay? All I wanted was to make you happy, to see you joyful every day. The more wronged you feel, the more useless I feel. Don't cry, I won't cry. Su Xiaoxiao stubbornly pursed her rosy little lips, forcing back her tears, as she vigorously wiped her eyes. She didn't want to make her young master sad, didn't want to cause him any more pain. She tried her utmost to hold back her tears. After a long while, Su Xiaoxiao, with her delicate nose twitching, bit her lip and stammered, "Young master." Qin Lang asked with confusion, "What's wrong?" Su Xiaoxiao sobbed, "Why are you so good to me? The apartment building for the children, you spent such a huge sum on it. Didn't you take a loss on the whole thing?" Qin Lang chuckled, "How could that be? I'm a ruthless boss, a villain. How could I ever do something that loses money? Ruthless? A villain? If even the young master could be called ruthless and a villain, then there would be no good people left in this world." Su Xiaoxian thought to herself, then asked suspiciously, "Does the young master have other plans?" Qin Lang turned serious, taking Su Xiaoxiao's soft, boneless hand in his. "Of course I do. Just think, all that money was spent for you. Don't you owe me compensation? Add in the compensation for the vase you broke, and you'll have to work it off for me for 400 or 500 years at least, based on the fixed value. Don't be scared. If you can't pay it off in this lifetime, then in the next, and the one after that, you'll stay with me." "Young master," Su Xiaoxiao whispered, her cheeks flushed crimson. Overwhelmed by these tender words, she could barely lift her head. She felt as if she were on a roller coaster tonight, soaring to the clouds one moment and plunging into the abyss the next. The drastic ups and downs had soaked the back of her clothes with sweat. Amidst her self-reproach, she was more than anything enveloped by an overwhelming sense of happiness and security. Seeing the guilt and shyness in Su Xiaoxiao's eyes, Qin Lang felt that his feigned weakness should now ease. He propped himself up and stood, saying, "Let's go home. It's dusty and dirty here." Su Xiaoxiao hummed softly, "Your body. Should I call Brother Junzi to pick us up?" Qin Lang waved his hand, "It's fine. As long as you're not upset, I'm as strong as an ox. Let's just the two of us walk back together, take a stroll." Holding hands, Su Xiaoxiao looked down, offering no further resistance. In fact, she tightened her grip, slightly pulling back on Qin Lang's warm large hand. The moon was bright, the stars sparse, and tree shadows swayed in the breeze. A summer night's wind brushed past, and Su Xiaoxiao's waterfall of jet-black hair drifted, strands of it brushing against Qin Lang's cheek, carrying a refreshing, heart-soothing fragrance. They walked side by side like a couple out for an evening stroll. Su Xiaoxiao kept her head down, staring at the laces on her shoes, her mind beginning to wander again. The young master was so kind to her, so affectionate, and now they were holding hands, just the two of them on the way home. Never in her life had she been so intimate with a member of the opposite sex. Did this mean she was the young master's girlfriend? Instinctively, Su Xiaoxiao wanted to see Qin Lang's reaction at that moment. But just then the hand holding hers let go, and he shoved her forcefully to the side. When she steadied herself, Su Xiaoxiao saw Qin Lang locked in combat with a mysterious figure in a black robe who had appeared from nowhere. With a slash, the black-clad man's dagger cut a wound across Qin Lang's arm, and blood began to flow. "Young master!" Su Xiaoxiao cried out in alarm. "Don't come over!" Qin Lang shouted without turning back, while launching an offensive against the mysterious attacker. Though Qin Lang appeared lean, there was solid muscle beneath his frame. With his fierce leg whip, he drove the black-robed man back, even knocking the dagger to the ground. Eventually, the mysterious figure in black was defeated. As he tried to retrieve his dagger, Qin Lang kicked him again, and he fled in retreat. "Young master, your arm is injured." Su Xiaoxiao rushed over anxiously. Without waiting for Qin Lang's instructions, she dialed Junzi's number. They waited there, and within 10 minutes Junzi arrived in a car with a private doctor. After a simple bandaging, the bleeding from Qin Lang's arm was under control. Junzi walked before Qin Lang with a guilty look, lowering his head. "Young master, it's my fault. I failed in my duty to protect you." Qin Lang waved his hand. "What does it have to do with you? I was the one who insisted on walking back." As he moved his arm, he winced in pain. But inwardly he cursed. The timing hadn't been perfect, and the dagger's cut was a bit deep. Fortunately, his physique was extraordinary, or he might not have pulled off that act so well. Su Xiaoxiao gazed at Qin Lang's bandaged arm with concern, asking fearfully, "Young master, who was that person? Why did they want to hurt you?" Qin Lang shook his head in confusion. "I don't know." Junzi held up the dagger he had picked up. "There's a peculiar pattern on it, but I've never seen it before." Su Xiaoxiao looked up at the dagger in Junzi's hand, its hilt engraved with a bright red wolf's head. Her expression froze, and her mind went blank. Qin Lang waved dismissively, "Don't bother thinking about it. Just strengthen security from now on. There are plenty of people who want my life. How could I trace every single one? Junzi drove them back to the villa. For some reason, after confirming that Qin Lang's injury was not serious, Su Xiaoxiao ran straight to her bedroom. As for Qin Lang, he lay on the bed and opened the system notifications. Earlier he had found the system's constant beeping annoying and had temporarily muted it. Now that things had settled down, it was time to tally his gains. Ding! The heroine Su Xiaoxiao's emotions fluctuate violently. Congratulations, host, for gaining 800 Destiny Villain points. Ding! The heroine Su Xiaoxiao's affection has increased. Congratulations, host, for gaining 1,000 Destiny Villain points. Ding! The son of fortune Yifeng's luck has decreased by 500 points. Congratulations, host, for gaining 5,000 Destiny Villain points. Ding! The son of fortune Yifeng's luck has decreased by 1,000 points. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 beauty pill heals external injuries, removes scars, and 1 beauty pill formula. From the system's prompts, it seemed that Su Xiaoxiao had already realized the dagger was connected to Yifeng. That was why she had rushed back to her room and was likely confronting him now. Qin Lang didn't plan to get involved in this. Being too eager to throw dirt on Yifeng would seem suspicious. After all, Su Xiaoxiao had seen it with her own eyes, and the real member of the Blood Wolf mercenary corps who had owned the dagger was already dead. Dead men tell no tales. No matter how much Yifeng explained, it would only be excuses. Pushing the matter aside, Qin Lang glanced at his system inventory. TSK. He clicked his tongue. The rewards for messing with the Son of Fortune were truly generous. Not only did he get Destiny Villain points, but also a formula. Wasn't this beauty pill meant to heal his scarred arm? He took the beauty pill from his inventory and swallowed it. The burning sensation on his arm was devoured by a cool, soothing wave. In no time it vanished completely. He flexed his arm. No trace of discomfort remained. He was fully healed. A beauty pill formula. From the system, it's bound to be premium. Qin Lang examined the formula given by the system. The raw materials were all available on the market, though some main ingredients were quite expensive, such as century-old ginseng. However, having experienced the powerful effects of the beauty pill firsthand, he was deeply convinced that it could heal injuries, remove scars, and whiten the skin. Clearly this product was tailor-made for women who love beauty. Of course, if mass-produced, one couldn't make the actual beauty pill according to the exact proportions in this formula. It would be too costly, and its effects too potent. If diluted 100 times, 1,000 times, it would be suitable for market circulation. As he was pondering, the phone on his bedside lit up. The caller was Mu Yuyan. Qin Lang, do you not understand what I said? I asked you to call me when you got home, and you didn't bother. Mu Yuyan scolded him immediately after he answered. Qin Lang was baffled. After a moment, he remembered that when they left Jiangnan No. 1 Villa was smiling, but phony Mu Yuyan had indeed said that. Are you still holding on to that? He said stiffly without a hint of humor. Are you kidding me, Mu Yuyan? President Mu? Do I have to report everything to you? Mu Yuyan snorted coldly. Given our relationship, isn't it only natural? She's getting carried away. She is definitely getting carried away. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. She had been brooding over that parting remark, and instead of confronting him that same night, she had waited days to call. She must have been agonizing over it all this time until she couldn't hold it in anymore. He didn't call her out, but instead adopted a playful tone. What's the matter? All alone in that big villa late at night, missing me? How about I come over for a night and keep you company? Mu Yuyan snapped back in annoyance. Missing your head? Who's alone? Don't you dare come. Even if you do, no one will open the door. I'm calling about something serious. The Peak Summit in Tianhai City is the day after tomorrow. Almost all notable entrepreneurs and tycoons will attend. You're coming with me. There was silence on the line. Mu Yuyan pressed. Are you coming or not? I'm coming. Qin Lang agreed. Tang Tianpei had mentioned it during his invitation last time. Such gatherings mainly provided networking and business channels for the wealthy. Bai Ryu would probably attend too, wouldn't she? Yesterday at the Bai residence, he hadn't had a chance to be alone with Bai Ryu. Seeking her out deliberately would arouse suspicion, but a chance encounter at the summit would seem far less intentional. After a brief exchange, Qin Lang hung up. At Jiangnan No. 1 in Mu Yuyan's villa, she gritted her teeth. Qin Lang, that bastard has some nerve. He keeps hanging up on me. Has he forgotten who he's dealing with? Her personal female bodyguard, A Ning, stood nearby and chuckled. Miss Yu used to end his calls just as abruptly before. Did I? I did. Mu Yuyan looked doubtful as she recalled the past, then defended herself. He was just making nuisance calls. I had actual business to discuss. After grumbling to herself, she turned to A Ning. Don't you feel that Qin Lang has changed? A Ning nodded seriously. Yes, his entire aura is different. He's become more handsome and more introverted. How could a person change so drastically in such a short time? Is there something suspicious about it? Mu Yuyan bit her lip, her beautiful eyes narrowing as her fingers turned white from pressure. Do you think it's possible that everything Qin Lang did in Yanjing was just a deliberate attempt to leave the impression of a playboy? After all, at the level of the Qin family, some things had to be hidden. If Qin Lang had shown his competence too early, many people would have been unable to sleep at night. But now, to escape an unwanted fiancé, he had left Yanjing. Who would take such a good-for-nothing playboy seriously anymore? So he simply stopped pretending. That night, Mu Yuyan's mind was full of thoughts, and she couldn't fall asleep. Meanwhile, Qin Lang had just heard a knock on his bedroom door and ended the call to answer it. The light footsteps could only belong to Su Xiaoxiao. Opening the door, he saw her still in the black silk dress she had worn back, standing there with a dejected, guilty expression. Xiaoxiao, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Qin Lang's demeanor did a complete 180. He quickly pulled her inside and asked with concern. Su Xiaoxiao hung her head in grief. Young master, I know who sent that person to harm you. Who? She replied guiltily, it's Xiao Feng. He contacted me from abroad. I saw the pattern on the dagger in the photos he sent. It's exactly the same. What a coincidence. Qin Lang's heart skipped a beat. It must be a mistake. Although the pattern was unusual, how could it be connected to someone overseas? We're thousands of miles apart. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. It has to be Xiao Feng. The more Qin Lang tried to defend Yi Feng, the more guilty she felt. Before today, Xiao Feng said his men had already arrived in Tianhai City and wanted to meet me. I hadn't made up my mind yet. But after what happened tonight, I went to Xiao Feng and he refused to admit it. Yet when I said I wanted to meet his men tomorrow, he claimed they had disappeared. How could it be such a coincidence? Young master, I really didn't mean to. I never thought Xiao Feng would want to hurt you just because I got close to you. Don't overthink it. It might just be a misunderstanding. Playing the role of a good-natured man, Qin Lang pulled Su Xiaoxiao's head into his embrace. Meet Yi Feng's men. As if they were still alive. They were long gone. Could Yi Feng still be in touch? Could his phone even connect to the underworld? At that thought, Qin Lang tightened his hold on Su Xiaoxiao's head. This girl was truly a lucky charm. He had staged this whole act to plant a trap for Yi Feng. And Su Xiaoxiao, out of 10,000 tangled threads, had picked the fuse and pulled it. Boom. It exploded. Ding. A massive rift has formed between the female lead Su Xiaoxiao and the Child of Fortune. Congratulations, host, on receiving 500 Destiny Villain points. Su Xiaoxiao nestled in his arms, fidgeted slightly. Qin Lang loosened his firm embrace, lowering his gaze to the frowning girl. Her expression seemed less like remorse and more like physical pain. He asked softly, what's wrong? Are you really feeling unwell? Su Xiaoxiao blushed and nodded. I have a stomachache. It happened to be that time of the month, so Su Xiaoxiao was already in a phase of irritability and low spirits. On top of that, the incident with Yi Feng had left a pent-up frustration in her chest. She had already misunderstood the young master once before. The guilt in her heart had yet to dissipate. Yet Yi Feng, because of her, had harmed the young master again. The two matters combined made things even worse, exacerbating the abdominal cramps that came with her period. Qin Lang said with concern, let me take you to the hospital. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head, no need. It's not the first time. It'll pass in a while. She forced a smile and comforted him. Young master, don't worry. How many girls go to the hospital at a time like this? Qin Lang asked suspiciously, is it your period? Su Xiaoxiao nodded, humming softly, I'm fine. You'll be okay after I get some sleep. But we can't just do nothing. Qin Lang said sternly, helping Su Xiaoxiao lie down on his bed. He frowned and said, rest here. Don't move. With that, he went downstairs. It was a long while before he returned. Su Xiaoxiao, who had been lying in bed lost in thought, looked at the brown sugar water Qin Lang brought to her, her eyes reddening. Young master, did you go to make brown sugar water? Qin Lang hummed in affirmation. What else? Isn't it said that drinking brown sugar water helps during that time of the month? Did I do it wrong? That's not what I meant. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. Qin Lang held the bowl of brown sugar water to her lips. It's not hot. Drink it quickly to warm your stomach. Su Xiaoxiao sipped the brown sugar water, stealing glances at Qin Lang again and again. Her heart felt warm. The brown sugar water, rich in flavor but not overly sweet, flowed into her stomach, tasting as sweet as honey. The young master was too kind to her. Warm and considerate, setting aside his status as a young master. Su Xiaoxiao was merely a poor orphan girl. What had she done to deserve this? How could she ever repay him? Does it still hurt? Qin Lang placed the empty bowl on the table and asked gently. Su Xiaoxiao smiled. It doesn't hurt anymore. Lying to me again. Do you think I'm stupid? Qin Lang said sternly. If it didn't hurt, why would you keep frowning? Lie still. Let me rub it for you. Qin Lang reached under the covers, his hand fumbling and accidentally touching an inappropriate place, causing Su Xiaoxiao to blush. Finally, his hand rested on her flat and smooth abdomen, gently rubbing it. Su Xiaoxiao squinted her eyes, letting out a contented moan from her nose. So warm. So comfortable. Qin Lang's large hands seemed to possess a magical power that could ease her pain. The spasms of pain actually subsided significantly under Qin Lang's touch. It was just that the action was a bit too intimate. Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks remained flushed, never calming down, yet she uttered not a single word of refusal. She knew the young master's intentions. He was upright and only wanted to alleviate her pain. If she said anything more, it would seem like she was projecting her own insecurities onto him. Moreover, even if Qin Lang wanted to take advantage of her honestly after everything that had happened today, she would probably be willing. Move over a bit. He'll lie down too, and you can rest in my arms. That way it'll be easier to rub. Qin Lang said without a hint of shame, taking full advantage of the situation. Su Xiaoxiao, her cheeks flushed, timidly followed Qin Lang's instructions. In no time, she lay stiffly in his arms, shyly clinging to him. She said nothing and made no extra movements, just lying there like a little white rabbit scruffed by the neck. Qin Lang chuckled inwardly, not the least bit offended. After all, just a few days ago, holding Su Xiaoxiao's hand would cause her to struggle. Now they were sharing a bed. What more could he complain about? Dealing with different girls required different approaches. Take Su Xiaoxiao for example. Having grown up lacking affection, she needed care in the small details of life, a sense of protection. Often a small gesture like brewing a bowl of brown sugar water could move her deeply. That was why Qin Lang never tired of doing these little things. With Qin Lang acting like a perfect gentleman, only using one hand to rub her stomach, while keeping the rest of his body still, Su Xiaoxiao's tense body gradually relaxed. Gradually Su Xiaoxiao grew bolder. She reached out and hugged Qin Lang's chest, pressing against it. Her face red, she stole glances at his face. When Qin Lang looked away, Su Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity to plant a quick light kiss on his cheek, like a dragonfly skimming the water before immediately lowering her head. You? How dare you? Qin Lang frowned, becoming stern at Su Xiaoxiao's insubordination. How could this be? A mere maid daring to be so presumptuous in front of him. If she wasn't punished, what would come of it? Sometimes kissing truly becomes addictive. For instance, now that Su Xiaoxiao understood what Qin Lang meant by punishment, she gleefully challenged her master's authority. In other words, she was indirectly seeking that very penalty. After 2 or 3 rounds of punishment, Qin Lang began to feel weary. Not because he had lost interest in Su Xiaoxiao. Rather, he dared not continue. Such a gentle, sensible, and warm-hearted girl blessed with a beautiful face. Even if Lu Xiaohui himself were alive, he would find it hard to resist. But what if that flame in his heart was ignited? Qin Lang had no intention of spending such a late night, completely disregarding Su Xiaoxiao's feelings. A sweet night passed in the blink of an eye. The next afternoon, under Qin Lang's guidance, Su Xiaoxiao, dressed in a floral qipao, methodically helped brew tea. Her slender figure was accentuated by the form-fitting qipao. The slit was low, reaching an inch below the knee. As she moved about serving tea, a fragrant breeze swayed and glimpses of delicate skin appeared. At that moment, Junzi rushed in anxiously. Young master, the Bai family. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao present, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and instinctively lowered his head. Su Xiaoxiao cast a knowing glance at Qin Lang, then quietly left the tea room. What's the hurry? Sit down, have some tea, and tell me slowly. Qin Lang waved his hand calmly. Junzi plopped down on the chair, gulped down a mouthful of Westlake Longjing tea like a cow chewing peonies, and hastily relayed the news something happened to the Bai family. Bai Xiaoyan was abducted on her way home. Qin Lang let out an "Oh." Do you know Bai Xiaoyan's current whereabouts? Junzi looked bewildered. In his view, the Bai sisters were already so close to the young master, yet upon hearing that Bai Xiaoyan had been kidnapped, he remained so composed. Truly strange. He nodded. Our people are outside. But the group that took Bai Xiaoyan planned this thoroughly. I intend to lead the rescue myself. Hold on a moment. Qin Lang shook his head. Pull back the people tracking Bai Xiaoyan. Leave just one for safety's sake. Knowing the hideout is enough. Regarding Bai Xiaoyan's abduction, he had long since memorized the details, so naturally, he wouldn't appear so surprised. Moreover, the kidnappers were only making a threat, using her as a bargaining chip with no other intentions, and certainly no intention of harming her. Alright, I'll make the arrangements. However, puzzled Junzi was, he would never defy Qin Lang's orders. He was Qin Lang's trusted man, not the Bai family's bodyguard. Why should he care so much? Another day passed. It was time to attend the Dingfeng assembly. Outside the village, Junzi was already waiting. Qin Lang stood at the door. Su Xiaoxiao, like a devoted little wife, helped straighten his collar and worriedly advised young master, please be careful out there. Don't stray too far from brother Junzi. I've already warned Yifeng, but am still afraid he might try to harm you. Ding. The son of fortune, Yifeng's luck value decreased by 500. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5,000 villain fate points. Qin Lang affectionately ruffled Su Xiaoxiao's hair. He could feel that this young girl was genuinely worried about him, afraid he would be hurt. Moved, he took the initiative to plant a kiss on her lips and reassured her, don't worry. Stay home obediently and wait for my return. Su Xiaoxiao gave a soft She stood at the doorway watching the Maybach carrying Qin Lang drive away and did not look away for a long time. Dingfeng International. A 100-story landmark building towering over Tianhai City. Luxury cars flowed endlessly. Dressed in a black suit, Qin Lang encountered the elegantly adorned Mu Yuyan at the entrance of a blue evening gown with a long train, crystal-clear glass slippers. She resembled a European princess, noble in bearing and dignified. I thought you might not show up. Mu Yuyan stepped forward and took the initiative to link arms with Qin Lang. Afraid he might misunderstand, she explained, at this banquet, everyone has their own partner. I don't want to stay with strangers. That goes without saying. You're my girlfriend. If you were with another man, what would that look like? Qin Lang snorted. If I catch anyone making improper advances toward you, I'll smash his head in. Boorish. Mu Yuyan rolled her eyes charmingly and scolded him with disdain. For some reason, if she had heard Qin Lang say such things before, she would have wanted to kick him far away, afraid of being tainted by his profligate aura. But now she felt that her boyfriend's domineering nature wasn't so bad. Arm in arm, they moved through the crowd. From time to time, people approached Mu Yuyan to clink glasses and chat. Some sought closeness, others aimed for cooperation. Mu Yuyan received them all, nodding politely and keeping conversations brief. In business, one cannot shut oneself off from the world. Besides, with Qin Lang by her side, why worry about those spoiled second-generation heirs causing trouble? They would be the ones asking for a beating. Didn't they know Qin Lang was the top playboy even in the capital? Who is that guy sticking so close to Mu Yuyan? I've never seen him before. Where did he come from? Shoo, don't say that. Someone might hear. That's President Mu's fiancé from the capital, someone we can't afford to offend. Bullshit. Just because he's from the capital means he's invincible. Tianhai isn't made of paper. Even a dragon has to coil when it comes here. He's an invited guest of young Master Tang. If you don't believe me, go test him. I'm telling you he's from the Qin family in the capital, the one that appears on the national news. Hiss. The rich second-generation heir who was about to pick a fight gasped and shuddered in fear. The Qin family, the one on the national news. Damn, how did such a heavyweight end up in Tianhai? Here to crush the competition. Though Tianhai was prosperous compared to an international metropolis like Yinjing, it fell short. Why would a top-tier family from the capital's core region come to Tianhai? Even a young master like Tang who had failed in the family power struggle was not someone they could afford to offend after arriving in Tianhai, let alone Qin Lang. Several second-generation heirs who had eyes on Mu Yuyan dared not cause trouble, but inwardly, they cursed Qin Lang profusely. What they didn't know was that Qin Lang was not just a member of the Qin family, he was the eldest grandson and the sole future heir. If they had known, how could they have dared to harbor such thoughts? They would have scrambled to grovel at his feet. Alas, sometimes having an overwhelmingly powerful background is a kind of helplessness too. Qin Lang mused inwardly. In such a grand gathering, if it were the child of fortune here, he would inevitably face provocation from a few clueless rich second-generation heirs. Then with a flurry of formidable maneuvers, he would slap those heirs square in the face and win the bowtie's heart. But when it came to him, even holding a stunning woman like Mu Yuyan in his arms, far from being troubled, he didn't even hear a single dissenting voice. Not a single chance was given for him to show off. Qin Lang sighed. What use is this background of mine? What good is this handsome face? Mu Yuyan turned her head and rolled her eyes in exasperation. Must you be so shameless? Aren't you just? She was about to say he just had a good father, but recalling the smug expression he would wear upon hearing that, she stopped, her lips twitching elegantly, and held back that compliment. Young Master Qin, your presence graces this humble gathering. From not far away, Tang Tianpei, holding his female companion, approached with a crowd of socialites. In the eyes of these socialites, Tang Tianpei was far more impressive than those common rich second-generation heirs. After all, look at his background. He belonged to the Tang family of Yinjing. Even if he could not inherit the family business, the meager assets allotted to him would far surpass what the rich heirs of Tianhai City could ever compare to. Naturally, the socialites flocked around Tang Tianpei. Seeing how eagerly he treated Qin Lang, they asked curiously, Master Tang, who is this handsome gentleman? Tang Tianpei, holding his companion, took the initiative to introduce him. This is young Master Qin. We used to run in the Yinjing circles together. Unfortunately, I've really fallen on hard times and ended up in Tianhai City, but he's here merely to win a fair maiden's heart. Wow. He used to run in Yinjing circles with Tang Tianpei, and from the tone of it, his background was no less than the Tang family's. More importantly, Qin Lang hadn't fallen on hard times at all. He was only in Tianhai City to hunt for romance. How could the socialites miss such a golden opportunity? One by one, they eagerly stepped forward to toast him, their attentiveness unmatched. Setting aside family background, Tang Tianpei was utterly outclassed in looks and physique. Even across the entire venue, just by his outward appearance, Qin Lang stood out uniquely. Handsome, wealthy, and backed by a powerful family. If he wasn't a golden catch, who was? With a sugar daddy like Qin Lang around, who would spare a second thought for Tang Tianpei? Young Master Qin, Tianhai City has many famous historical sites, you know. If you have time, we could go sightseeing together. Young Master Qin, the breakfast stall below my apartment is a famous local delicacy. If you're free, you could come to my place and have breakfast together the next morning. Young Master Qin, you're so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Could I get to know you? Can I have your contact info? Me too. I also want young Master Qin's contact. These socialites, commonly known as the Atmosphere Group, were there to liven up the event. Perhaps these socialites weren't particularly noble heiresses, but their discernment was uniquely sharp. They wouldn't give a second glance to anyone who wasn't a handsome, wealthy golden catch. Being surrounded by so many socialites was indeed a splendid show of prestige. Riding the wave of flattery, Tang Tianpei chimed in with praise. Young Master Qin truly is charm. As soon as he arrives, all the beauties in the venue flock over. Qin Lang maintained a calm smile on the surface. This happens often. I'm used to it. Behind the scenes, as they exchanged playful touches, he stealthily pinched back in the blind spots, drawing flirtatious glances in return. Mu Yuyan watched Qin Lang's smug expression and asked suspiciously, used to it? How exactly did you get used to it? Qin Lang glanced at her, cleared his throat, and said, at a previous gathering during a chat, everything suddenly went dark. A socialite exclaimed in surprise, low blood sugar. Qin Lang shook his head. Not quite. After 3 or 4 seconds, I saw a light again, only to realize a beautiful woman had buried my head in her chest. Mu Yuyan let out a disdainful snort. Hope you suffocated in there. Unlike Mu Yuyan, who mocked Qin Lang, the socialites were doting sisters who only knew how to feel sorry for their dear brother. With thoughtful concern, they pressed further. Oh, how could there be such a careless girl? You must have been terrified, young Master Qin. Will it leave a psychological scar? Qin Lang replied earnestly. It's not so bad really. Actually, what's one more time? Ta. Young Master Chin, you're so funny. Young Master Chin, you're so naughty. You really know how to make a girl laugh. Want to go for a walk tonight? Summer nights are even better with ice cream while strolling. Leave your contact info, okay? If you like, it can happen as many times as you want. A slim socialite with a figure as impressive as the Bai sisters shot him a flirty glance. I see an acquaintance. Come with me. The discomfort in Mu Yuyan's heart grew stronger. She tugged Qin Lang away from the waves of socialites. Once they had escaped the encirclement, and the area felt spacious again, Qin Lang teased playfully. What's the matter? Jealous that your boyfriend is so popular with girls? Can you stop being so one-sided? Why would I be jealous of you? Mu Yuyan gave a light snort, her contemptuous expression already perfected. I just don't want you to get too close to those women. With your weak willpower, if no one keeps an eye on you, you'll end up ruined by some disease. Those atmosphere group socialites may have been decked out in designer clothes and acted decorously, but in reality at gatherings like this, if they fancied someone, they'd go straight to a hotel. Who knew if they were clean? So you want to keep an eye on me? Qin Lang stared intently at Mu Yuyan. She felt uncomfortable under his gaze. Who wants to keep an eye on you? Can you stop being so full of yourself? Qin Lang gestured with the arm she was holding. Then why are you clinging so tightly? Like I care. Mu Yuyan snorted coyly and let go of his arm. Freed. Qin Lang turned without a backward glance and walked toward a corner. There Bai Ryu, dressed in a black stocking OL uniform, was drinking alone, standing in stark contrast to the lively crowd. Qin Lang, you jerk. Mu Yuyan fumed behind him, her heart filled with sour bitterness. Was there something wrong with him? Leaving her behind unattended, that bastard Qin Lang actually went off to flirt with another woman. Qin Lang had no mind to dwell on Mu Yuyan's thoughts at the moment. He was already somewhat uneasy. With the incident that had befallen the Bai family before the summit assembly, it was questionable whether Bai Ryu would even attend. Now spotting Bai Ryu standing alone in a corner, how could he pass up this opportunity? He immediately approached her smiling and said, Miss Bai, what a coincidence to meet again. Bai Ryu furrowed her brows and turned to see Qin Lang, who had visited her home that day. She forced a faint smile and nodded in acknowledgement before averting her gaze. She had no heart for pleasantries. Her younger sister had been abducted, whereabouts unknown, and still no trace had been found. Not even a single clue. It felt as though a blaze of fire was raging in her chest. Either she would find her sister and extinguish that flame, or it would continue to burn until it consumed her entirely, leaving nothing but ashes. She held some goodwill toward Qin Lang, for during that evening banquet his candid and impassioned words had struck a chord deep within her heart. But now, until her sister was found, she could muster no other thoughts. Not even the recent turmoil within her own company could stir her to action. Miss Bai, you look so crestfallen. Have you encountered some trouble? Why not share it with me, and let me help bear the burden? Qin Lang, seemingly oblivious to her icy demeanor, moved closer. Bai Ryu frowned. Master Qin, I apologize, but I'm not in the mood right now. Could we talk another time? Not in the mood. Qin Lang asked suspiciously. Could it be that you found out about Uncle Bai's illegitimate son outside? Bai Ryu whirled around, her beautiful eyes fixed on him in shock. It seems that's not it, Qin Lang murmured to himself. Or perhaps it's about Uncle Bai secretly cashing out company stocks for that illegitimate son. Have you discovered that, Miss Bai? Bai Ryu was horrified, her eyes wide as she stared at Qin Lang, as if seeing a stranger. What else do you know? His two sentences had laid bare the scandals of her family. Yes, Bai Xiaochun had a child outside, a boy nearly grown. Several years older than Bai Xiaoyan. What did that mean? It meant that before her mother had passed away, her father had already taken a lover. Now for that illegitimate son, he was brazenly cashing out company assets to leave him a greater inheritance. These were all private matters of the Bai family, unknown even to Bai Xiaoyan or the company's veterans. Had Bai Ryu not stumbled upon the truth by chance, she would still be kept in the dark. That was why in the past, when her father treated her coldly, she had strived tirelessly to prove her abilities. And now, whenever he claimed that women were inferior to men, it ignited her fury. It was all because that illegitimate son had shattered Bai Ryu's worldview. Who would have thought that her father, renowned in the business world for his integrity, responsibility, and devotion to his wife and daughters, never remarrying for over a decade, had already been unfaithful before her mother's death. And now he was transferring the family's assets, the very company her mother had poured her heart into, for the son of that mistress. How do you know all this? What's going on? Bai Ryu was both shocked and terrified, as if every secret she held had been laid bare. She stared at Qin Lang warily. He shrugged, dropping another bombshell. Miss Bai, don't be afraid. I actually know very little. For instance, I only learned about your sister's abduction yesterday afternoon. Bai Ryu herself hadn't known about her sister's kidnapping until evening, when she received a mysterious call. Yet Qin Lang had known since the afternoon. What do you want? Don't hurt Yun Yun. He'll meet any demand you have as long as she's safe. Bai Ryu instinctively assumed Qin Lang was the mastermind. Otherwise, how could he have known the abduction occurred in the afternoon and learned of it before her? No wonder he was so well informed about her family's affairs. He must have been planning this for a long time. Miss Bai, is it necessary to be so shocked? I can assure you I have nothing to do with your sister's disappearance, Qin Lang said with a wry smile. Besides, haven't you already made up your mind? Why throw this blame on me? He didn't believe that someone as sharp as Bai Ryu couldn't see through such a simple trick. Or perhaps she was deliberately avoiding that line of thought. Would she rather play ignorant than face reality? Bai Ryu took a deep breath, her chest heaving as she fought to calm herself. Fixing her gaze on Qin Lang, she asked, "Since you know so many things you shouldn't, do you also know where Yun Yun is being hidden?" Qin Lang nodded. "Not only do I know, but I can also rescue her. What do you want? He'll agree to anything if you can bring her back." Bai Ryu's face was resolute. Whether the kidnapper was Qin Lang or the person she already suspected but refused to dwell on, she would sacrifice anything to save her sister. Without hesitation, Qin Lang cut to the chase. "I want you." Before she could react, he continued earnestly, "Your father's company is ultimately his domain. No matter how hard you strive or prove yourself, it will never outweigh his stubbornness. If he intended to pass it to you, he would have relinquished control long ago. And he certainly wouldn't be brazenly cashing out stocks at such a critical juncture. Why? Because he knows his son can't match you. Once he's gone, his son might end up with nothing in the power struggle with you. So he's simply cashing out to leave some cold hard cash for his son." Though Bai Ryu appeared delicate, she was a ruthless force in the business world, decisive and swift, fiercer than many burly men. Given what her father had done for his illegitimate son over the years, Bai Ryu might not take his life, but getting a single cent from the Bai family would be nearly impossible for him. Even an outsider like Qin Lang understood this, let alone her own father. He had already begun planning for what would happen after his death. Seeing Bai Ryu lost and thought, Qin Lang coaxed, "So why not join me? I promise to give you ample personal space and let your talents flourish. He'll delegate all company authority to you, never interfering in your decisions. You'll have the final say and no one can defy you. As for profits and equity, we can split it 60-40 or even 50-50. Bai Ryu stared at the earnest Qin Lang as if listening to a fairy tale or being fed a grand illusion. She asked skeptically, "If you delegate power, aren't you afraid it'll dilute your equity and take over?" Qin Lang shrugged. "Since I choose to trust you, I won't hesitate. If that happens, it's my own fault, not yours. I give you my absolute trust." He knew Bai Ryu's character well. She repaid kindness with gratitude, and a single act of goodwill would be returned tenfold or 100-fold. With such a woman of clear loves and hates, what did he have to fear? Taking over the company. Not only was she incapable of such ingratitude, but even if she did, so what? She was just a local company president, far from achieving her future glory. What waves could she stir? Of course that was his private thought. Outwardly, he maintained courtesy, offering her full trust. "I need to think about this. Can I give you my answer when I see Yun Yun?" Bai Ryu's mind was in turmoil, and she didn't reply immediately. On one hand, Qin Lang's extensive knowledge astounded her. On the other, his extreme trust felt surreal, leaving her unsettled. "Miss Bai, rest assured your younger sister's safety is guaranteed. Feel free to entertain bold conjectures, for in this world, anything is possible. Once you've seen enough, understanding comes naturally." Qin Lang patted Bai Ryu's delicate shoulder, comforting her softly. He did not make his words explicit, but guided her to think in that direction. Since he had already begun to recruit her, why not seize this opportunity to widen the existing rift within the Bai family? Otherwise, how could he make Bai Ryu resolve herself? "How do you know so much about my family?" she asked, watching him warily. Qin Lang replied without a hint of embarrassment, "Miss Bai, your talent in business is truly remarkable. I have been keen to collaborate with you, so I took the liberty of paying extra attention. It was by chance that I stumbled upon this matter." It was not out of arrogance that Bai Ryu felt her decisions in the reform of the Bai Corporation were unmatched even by seasoned business magnates in all of Tianshi. If Qin Lang wished to recruit her, this excuse was plausible enough. She did not put on a coy demeanor, but asked urgently, "Can I see Yun Yun soon? The sooner I see her safe, the sooner I can make a decision." Qin Lang nodded. "Of course. Tonight your sister will be reunited with you. However, rushing things might lead to mistakes. If you follow Miss Bai, it may cause trouble. It's better to wait here." Seeing her anxious look, he had to remind her. Bringing such a large burden along would only be cumbersome. With that, he turned and left the venue, ignoring even Mu Yuyan, who came to speak with him, and strode straight out the door. In the back seat of the Maybach, he spent 3200 Destiny Villain points to raise his physique to 100. Age 25, physique 100, charm 98, Destiny Villain points 2180, skills affinity LV 8, 80, group affinity. Advanced piano skills, advanced T, art, advanced aesthetics. Shop open, lottery center open, 100 points per draw. System inventory, a photo album of Aunt Show, 1 box of tissues, a photo album of Ms. By 1 electric medical tool. After adapting to the surge in physique, Qin Lang calmly said to Junzi, "Have the men outside withdraw. Just drop me off there." Meanwhile, at the kidnapper's hideout, the room was quiet with only Bai Xiaoyan present. She huddled in a corner, hugging her knees, her chubby face streaked with tears, her small body trembling. She had been kidnapped, and moments ago the kidnappers even tried to assault her. It was terrifying. As the cherished princess of the Bai family, she had never faced such a predicament. She felt as if she had been thrown into a den of wolves, surrounded by vicious beasts ready to devour her at any moment. Fortunately, a woman in a black leather jacket had come earlier. Though Bai Xiaoyan hadn't seen her face, clearly the woman scolded the lecherous kidnappers, harshly preventing them from harming her. Fear, terror, and grievance swirled in Bai Xiaoyan's heart, and the more she thought, the sadder she grew. Just as Bai Xiaoyun was sobbing helplessly, the door was pushed open. She looked up curiously and saw a familiar handsome face. Brother. She stumbled to her feet and rushed into Qin Lang's arms. Her big watery eyes were full of grievance. Brother, those bad guys are so scary. You've come to save me, right? Please take me away from here. Qin Lang felt as if two large balls had collided against his chest, rebounding with force. Startled, he tenderly stroked Bai Xiaoyun's head. Don't be afraid. Now that I'm here, nothing will happen to you. He patted her head and soothed her gently. Don't worry. No matter where you are or who it is, as long as your brother is here, I will never let anyone bully you. Boom. The door on the left was kicked open violently from outside. Two burly men with black dragon tattoos on their necks spotted Qin Lang, who had sneaked in, and cursed. What the hell, kid? Are you out of your mind? Making such a racket while trying to rescue someone. Are you afraid no one will notice? Bai Xiaoyun's fear surged at the sight of the fierce men. She clutched Qin Lang's clothes tightly, her big watery eyes glistening with tears. If you're scared, just cover your eyes. I'll be quiet soon, Qin Lang said, patting her head while sneering inwardly. If he didn't make enough noise, how would he alert the kidnappers in the villa? And if he didn't draw them out, how could he show off in front of Bai Xiaoyun? He extended a finger and beckoned them over, his demeanor relaxed and full of provocation. You little bastard, you're asking for it. One of the men cracked his neck and charged at Qin Lang, swinging an arm as thick as Bai Xiaoyun's thigh straight at his nose. The ferocious attack terrified Bai Xiaoyun, who immediately covered her face with both hands. A sharp crack followed by a miserable scream rang out. Qin Lang grabbed the man's arm, twisted, and shook it to neutralize his strength. Then he pulled downward and drove his knee upward into the joint, snapping the arm. My hand. You bastard, I'll kill you. The burly man roared in agony, lifting his foot to kick at Qin Lang. But how could his speed compare to Qin Lang's physique of 100? He kicked back, just as swiftly, their feet colliding. With a dull thud, the man slid across the ground. Upon closer inspection, a bulge could be seen at the knee of his trousers. A dislocated bone snapped and misaligned. Had it not been for the fabric, the scene would have been utterly gruesome. The commotion immediately drew the attention of all the kidnappers in the villa. No, they couldn't be called kidnappers, they were members of the Black Dragon Society. This villa was one of their strongholds where Bai Xiaoyun was being held captive. A swarm of Black Dragon Society members rushed in. At a glance, there were at least a dozen, all fierce thugs. This kid's tricky, grab your weapons. Another burly man, the first to charge, and stared at his unconscious comrade with a creeping dread. Clenching his teeth, he shouted, all together. Don't let him take Bai Xiaoyun. That was a fortune. They would get a huge sum if they just kept her imprisoned. How could they stand by and watch her be taken? A dozen thugs closed in on Qin Lang, menacingly brandishing batons or machetes, common tools of the underworld. As long as they didn't go overboard, they could cripple someone with ease. But under such odds, something strange happened. Instead of waiting for them to approach, Qin Lang stepped forward. He grabbed a baton from the nearest thug, wresting it away with brute force. His strength was so immense that the thug stumbled forward, losing his weapon only to receive a vicious blow to the forehead. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed like a dead dog. How dare you? Kidnapping my people. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't even know your own names. Qin Lang wielded the baton like a war god, unmatched in valor. His speed was blinding. With every strike, a thug fell, either hit on the head or with a collapsed shoulder, unconscious. A kick to the stomach sent another flying out of the encirclement. His strength was far beyond what these thugs could match. This wasn't a case of kidnappers bullying Qin Lang. It was Qin Lang single-handedly routing and brutalizing the kidnappers. Amidst the anguished cries, Bai Xiaoyun peeked through her fingers, her wide eyes fixed on the valiant Qin Lang. In her mind, her Prince Charming merged perfectly with his figure. Already captivated by his looks, this scene left no room for any other thought in her mind. Her entire brain, her chest, her whole being was filled to the brim with the image of Qin Lang alone. Let's go. Qin Lang took Bai Xiaoyun's soft, boneless hand and walked straight out the door. In the corridor, Black Dragon Society members blocked their path. With a swing of his baton, Qin Lang felled one. A kick sent another charging from a side room, flying back where he came. The villa was swarming with Black Dragon Society members, a stronghold after all. Even an elite special forces soldier would find it a dragon's den a near-certain death trap. Yet Qin Lang strolled through the hallway, as if on a leisurely walk, utterly at ease. What did a physique of 100 mean? A normal person's physique was around 10, 20 was already superhuman, stacking the strength of two men into one. Would a man with a physique of 20 face two with 10 and just tie? No, it would be a massacre. When physique doubled, every aspect of physical ability multiplied exponentially, and the resulting combat power grew far beyond what mere numbers could compensate for. Let alone Qin Lang now. Facing these thugs was like confronting a group of babbling infants, mere chickens and dogs that he could crush with ease. He advanced unimpeded. By the time he reached the villa's main gate, no one stood in his way. Behind him lay a scene of chaos. Black Dragon Society members sprawled everywhere, groaning in pain. Is this it? This is what you call vicious kidnappers? Qin Lang tossed the baton into the villa's living room, shaking his head with disdain. He took the hand of the dazed girl beside him, who was staring at his profile in a lovesick trance, and walked out of the stronghold. Only after they had walked some distance to the roadside did they get into the back seat of the Maybach that had been waiting. He gazed at the brightly lit villa, a sense of anticipation rising within him. Having destroyed a Black Dragon Society stronghold, given their nature, they were unlikely to let this slide, were they? Moreover, he had acted so arrogantly and repeatedly announced his name. And the villa had surveillance cameras. All these clues would lead them to him. Xiao Jior. Humph. It seemed he didn't need to seek out this heroine, as she would come to him instead. Satisfied. As his mood lightened, Qin Lang felt Bai Xiaoyan tugging at him. He instinctively turned his head. A delicate, beautiful face leaned in, and her rosy lips pressed against his without a moment's hesitation. Bai Xiaoyan was utterly infatuated. Her entire mind and heart were filled with Qin Lang's heroic deeds today. She had made up her mind. Qin Lang was her Prince Charming. She would be his little lovesick fool forever, his alone. The touch of their lips was sweet like cotton candy, intoxicating, and she couldn't bear to pull away. After a long while, the shy Bai Xiaoyan slowly lowered her head, burying it in Qin Lang's chest, hugging his waist, and murmured, "Brother, when I grow up, can I be your wife?" A novice driver would have reminded them to fasten their seatbelts, citing safety rules. But a seasoned driver had already silently adjusted the rearview mirror and turned on soothing car music. "He will be your groom from now on. He will be your lifelong companion." Bai Xiaoyan had never heard this song before. It was terribly antiquated, not the music of her generation. Moreover, it was not her preferred genre. Yet the most terrifying aspect of listening to music is the environment. Under the current circumstances, having just sworn to be Qin Lang's little wife, Bai Xiaoyan was deeply stirred by the lyrics playing in the background. "Big brother, from now on may I stay by your side for the rest of my life." Bai Xiaoyan embraced Qin Lang, her soft, milky voice seeming to sweeten the very depths of his heart. Had it been any other man, he would likely have been overwhelmed by the surging heat in his blood, capable of doing anything in that moment. Even Qin Lang felt an unsettling stir, constantly reminding himself in his mind, "She is still young. Bai Xiaoyan is just a child." But as he glanced down, two oversized spheres came into view, refuting his self-assurance. "Not young at all, really not young. Just drive the car properly, go back." Qin Lang suppressed the fire within him and urged Junzi impatiently. Junzi promptly responded with an "oh" and pressed the accelerator, causing the Maybach to pick up speed. Qin Lang simply held Bai Xiaoyan gently in his arms without many words, occasionally brushing his hand or palm against her thigh, seemingly by accident. This was a very normal occurrence, nothing excessive. Besides, Bai Xiaoyan had just walked all the way here in her cute pink dress, which was bound to have some wrinkles. Smoothing the skirt over her bottom with his hand, and then casually feeling around to check if she had been injured by the kidnappers. This too was not excessive, was it? Such a mentally draining act was something Qin Lang was reluctant to do. Yet looking at Bai Xiaoyan's flushed cheeks and her gaze filled with emotion as she stared at him, he felt a wave of emotion inside. What's done is done. Who could blame him, since Bai Xiaoyan was so grateful and wanted to repay his kindness? Outside a row of villas in Tianhai City, Bai Xiaoyan, who had been holding Qin Lang's hand, saw Bai Ryu standing by the door. Her infatuated eyes regained clarity and a mist of tears welled up. She trotted over on her legs, clad in white stockings, charging into Bai Ryu like a ball. Sister, I thought I would never see you again. Those bad guys were so scary." Bai Xiaoyan threw herself into her sister's arms, acting spoiled and pouring out her grievances. Bai Ryu hugged her little sister, tenderly stroking her head and soothing her softly. "It's all right, it's okay. Don't be afraid. Sister is here. I will never let you get hurt again. Does Dad know that Big Brother rescued me?" Bai Xiaoyan looked up, eager to share this news with Bai Xiaochun. Bai Ryu paused briefly before smiling. "Yes, he does. It's already so late. Why don't you rest here, Yunyan? Let's not go home." This row of villas was Bai Ryu's private property, rarely used. But whenever she had a fierce quarrel with her father, she would come here to sulk alone. She didn't want her little sister to return to that house for now. It had changed, no longer safe, and she didn't know what else might happen. Then, will Big Brother stay here tonight as well? Bai Xiaoyan turned back to look at Qin Lang, who stood not far behind her cheeks flushing. Bai Ryu sighed inwardly. She knew her sister's nature, but Qin Lang seemed shrouded in mist, too mysterious. She felt that getting too close. Moreover, there was a considerable age gap. She led her sister by the hand and walked up to Qin Lang, expressing her gratitude. "Young Master Qin, I owe tonight's events to your intervention. Please accept my most sincere thanks. We can discuss other matters after this period passes, if that's acceptable. When that time comes, we can talk about other matters, okay?" Qin Lang smiled and nodded. Of course, no need to rush. It was no small feat to rescue Yun from that den of danger. The most important thing is for you sisters to reunite. I'll take my leave now. Bai Ryu's integrity was trustworthy. Besides, he had already hinted at Bai Xiaoyan's kidnapping, almost spelling it out clearly. Unless she was a fool, she would likely piece together some clues from the traces. By giving Bai Ryu some time, the more she understood the truth, the more the existing rift would widen, eventually leading to a complete break. "Big Brother, don't go." Seeing Qin Lang turn to leave, Bai Xiaoyan broke free from Bai Ryu's grasp, ran after him, and hugged him from behind, pressing her head against his back. "Big Brother, please don't go, okay?" Feeling as if hit by two balls, Qin Lang's mouth twitched. He pulled apart the small hands locked around him, turned around, and reluctantly issued a yellow card warning for the charge. In front of Bai Ryu, some things needed to be kept discreet. He patted Bai Xiaoyan's head and said with affectionate amusement, "Yin, be good and stay with your sister. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties or sadness, you can always come to me, okay?" "Okay." Bai Xiaoyan nodded obediently, still reluctant to let go of Qin Lang's warm hand, murmuring, "Big brother." After a long while, she finally released her grip under Bai Ryu's soothing words. She kept looking back as Bai Ryu led her into the villa until the door closed. Ding! The plot has changed. Congratulations, host, you have gained 5,000 fate-defying villain value. Ding! Yi Feng, the child of fortune, has lost 500 points of fortune. Congratulations, host, you have gained 5,000 fate-defying villain value. Listening to the constant prompts from the system in his ear, Qin Lang turned back with a satisfied expression. As he stepped out of the villa's front courtyard, he saw Mu Yan leaning against the wall, smiling ambiguously, her arms crossed as she watched him. "What's this? You left the summit assembly halfway through to come find Bai Ryu, only to be turned away at the door." Who was Mu Yan? Although her family background couldn't compare to Qin Lang's, even in Yinjing, she had countless admirers. If not for her engagement with Qin Lang, her suitors would probably stretch from the square all the way to Daxing Airport. Which man would not greet her with a smile? When had she ever encountered a situation like this? She had spoken to Qin Lang at the summit assembly, but he had ignored her and walked away without even looking back, as if he didn't care at all. Then Bai Ryu hurriedly left, and driven by curiosity, she followed along. She wanted to see what Qin Lang was so desperate to do that he would disregard everything, even ignoring her. Unexpectedly, she witnessed Qin Lang visiting late at night, only to be refused entry, and she couldn't help but mock him. Qin Lang rolled his eyes dramatically. "Have you heard of Liu Bai's 3 visits to the thatched cottage? He'll come tonight, tomorrow night, and the night after that. None of your business. Is stalking people fun?" Mu Yiyan's face turned cold. "Can't a girlfriend even know where you are? You're out here fooling around, and I can't ask about it." Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. This didn't feel like a sarcastic confrontation at all. It was more like a dramatic scene of a wife catching her husband cheating. Good heavens, Mu Yiyan was getting way too invested. Not wanting to provoke her further on this matter, he said seriously, "I came to see Bai Ryu for business. The new company needs a capable manager, and she's perfect for the role." "Another company? Did you blow through the 1 billion startup funds from the Qin family and need another excuse to swindle money?" Mu Yiyan seemed to see through everything. It wasn't arrogance. The old Qin Lang really was exactly like that. She scoffed, "Need people? Why not go to a job market? And you come to Bai Ryu? Have you lost your mind? She's the eldest miss of the Bai family. She can't even manage the entire Bai group. How would she have time to work for you?" That was then, this is now. I'm serious this time. Qin Lang stepped forward, propping his hand against the wall, pinning Mu Yiyan beneath him in a wall, embrace, his gaze filled with sincerity. Mu Yiyan's heart raced. She pressed her hands against his chest, trying to push him away, but no matter how hard she struggled, Qin Lang remained immovable. She gritted her teeth. "What does your seriousness have to do with me? Do you really think business is that simple?" Even if Qin Lang had been pretending to be a wastrel all along, learning to be bad was easy, but learning to be good was far from simple. If starting a company guaranteed success, everyone would be a tycoon. Where would all the office workers and laborers come from? Qin Lang unbuttoned his suit jacket, his hand still blocking her way. Mu Yiyan grew anxious. "What are you trying to do? Qin Lang, if you dare do anything without my consent, I'll bite you to death." She grabbed his arm, her lips hovering over his wrist, ready to bite and flee at the first sign of trouble. Qin Lang fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a prescription, his face utterly serious. "Could you please not let your mind wander in that direction? What kind of thoughts fill your head all day? So impure. Qin Lang, he'll kill you." Mu Yiyan, burning with shame, aimed a kick at his groin. But how could she overpower Qin Lang? In just 2 moves, he trapped her knee, immobilizing her completely. Mu Yiyan felt like a frog on an operating table, except the table had been replaced by a wall, and she was suspended midair, her feet dangling. "Let me go! Let me go!" Mu Yiyan cried out, her blood rushing to her head as her beautiful face flushed crimson. She was furious, she screamed, she was on the verge of collapse. But Qin Lang ignored her, placing a slip of paper before her eyes. Fighting back shame, she demanded, "What is this?" "A beauty formula. Your company specializes in skincare products, doesn't it?" Qin Lang explained. He had no time to deal with this beauty pill. He lacked the energy. Mu Yiyan was an expert in this field. Giving it to her meant access to distribution channels and production lines. A freebie. Wasn't that sweet? Mu Yiyan glanced at it and sneered, "Ridiculous. Who gave you this prescription? Do you think throwing in a few expensive herbs makes it a skincare product? If formulas were that simple, why would we need RD teams? You big fool, you've been scammed and don't even know it. And you want to start a company with this? Dream on. And put me down. Your knee is digging into my leg. It hurts." Qin Lang looked down. Mu Yiyan was wearing a pencil skirt, and the skin behind her knees was red. He slowly set her down. He said seriously, "Don't worry about whether I've been scammed. The formula is here. You can test it. But be careful. The effects of this beauty pill are extremely potent. I suggest you don't develop it directly from this recipe. Dilute it by dozens of times." Of course, the formula he offered wasn't the original from the system's inventory. He had diluted it 100 times already. A beauty pill made from this recipe wouldn't cause injuries to heal at a visible rate. But compared to typical beauty products, it was still too strong. How to water it down would be up to Mu Yuyin the expert. This wasn't his area of expertise, and he didn't want to waste time on it. Mu Yuyin held the formula frowning. Are you serious? About starting the company and recruiting by Ryu. She had thought Qin Lang came here late at night to chase women, but it seems she had misunderstood. Does it matter whether it's true or false? Just do as I say and leave the rest alone. Qin Lang straightened his collar. And don't forget, our relationship is only maintained by a contract. Once it's void, we're done. No more stalking from now on. In this game of love, Mu Yuyin had clearly gotten too invested. But whether she was deliberately forgetting or not, he had to remind her and shatter that illusion. Ambiguous, half true, half false. When Mu Yuyin fell and Qin Lang slapped her awake. Did she want to play dumb and use the contract as an excuse to keep her pride? No. How could Qin Lang allow her to keep appearing before him with that attitude? The contract that once felt like a shackle to Mu Yuyin had become a shield for her willful ignorance. Qin Lang had to tear it apart. Mistreat your man for a moment, and you'll chase him through hell. That wasn't just a thought, it was reality. Mu Yuyin left her face rigid without even glancing back. Her cold demeanor made it seem as if she had been owed millions that remained unpaid. Remember to run the experiments. My company is counting on this formula to earn its first pot of gold. Qin Lang taunted from behind. Boom. In response, white exhaust fumes billowed from the BMW as it sped away like a lone rider roaring off into the distance. Once the BMW vanished at the end of the road, Junzi awkwardly emerged from a corner, grinning sheepishly. Young master, my apologies. I never expected President Mu to resort to stalking. My carelessness, entirely my carelessness. It's not your fault, Qin Lang waved dismissively. You've done well these past few days handling my instructions properly. Tonight gather your brothers and head to the Slim Finger Lotus Club for some relaxation. Whoa. At the mention of Slim Finger Lotus, Junzi's eyes lit up. He had been curious about how the young master managed to rescue someone from the Black Dragon Society's stronghold and intended to ask, but Qin Lang's sudden decision derailed his thoughts. Why bother asking? The Slim Finger Lotus Club was the priority. Half an hour later, a long convoy of luxury cars like a dragon slowly came to a halt before the entrance of the Slim Finger Lotus Club. Passers-by paused to gaze at the opulent scene, men silent and women entranced. Not to mention the extended Maybach, the dozen Mercedes AMGs alone were worth over 30 million yuan. Who could it be, arriving at a club with such grandeur? Could it be the chairman of some listed corporation? It wasn't that they refrained from guessing some wealthy scion, but the spectacle was too overwhelming, far beyond the petty antics of the nouveau riche. Junzi, clad in a black suit, stepped out and approached the rear door, opening it with a respectful bow. Young master, we've arrived. Only then did Qin Lang emerge slowly. The moment his face appeared, the onlookers, including the greeters and technicians who had rushed out to see, all had their eyes sparkling. Oh my heavens! So handsome! Which young master is this? So incredibly good-looking with such a lavish fleet. He smiled at me. Am done for. Will he request my services later? What if he needs special services? Should I agree or volunteer? So extravagant. Over a dozen luxury cars, more than 40 bodyguards, and so young. I only wore light makeup tonight. No, I must go back and touch up. Amidst the exclamations, with two bodyguards clearing the way, Qin Lang entered the resplendent lobby of the Slim Finger Lotus Club. The lobby manager, dressed in a cheongsam, promptly approached with deference. Honored guest, welcome. I am the lobby manager of the Slim Finger Lotus Club. May I have the honor of serving you? Those who managed establishments in such a world of extravagance were all well versed in the art of dealing with people. The moment she saw Qin Lang, not to mention the imposing crowd of bodyguards, his understated yet grand suit and superior aura alone intimidated her, prompting her to lower her stance and speak almost humbly. Qin Lang asked curiously, what services do you offer? The lobby manager recited as if counting treasures. Honored guest, our club has 5 floors. The second floor is for bathing with therapeutic hot springs and a communal bath. The third floor is a leisure area featuring various snacks, a buffet, fruit platters, and an entertainment zone. The fourth floor offers massage services with technicians of various tiers. The fifth floor is a rest area with private rooms and individual hot spring baths. Qin Lang nodded. What's the price for the fifth floor? The lobby manager smiled awkwardly. The price varies depending on the services. Qin Lang frowned. I'm asking about the cost to rent out the entire fifth floor. Off. The manager was startled, but dared not be presumptuous given Qin Lang's demeanor. 600,000 yuan per night. She had never encountered a request to book the entire fifth floor, so there was no set price. She quoted 600,000 based on the highest daily revenue of that floor. 600,000 a night. So expensive. Qin Lang exclaimed in surprise. The manager hurried to explain. Honored guest, our fifth floor rest area features. Before she could finish, not even uttering the crucial word discount, Qin Lang continued. Enough, I'm not interested in hearing it. Let's start with a month. Do you prefer a check or cash? I can give you a check now, but cash might take longer as the bank needs to count it and arrange transport. Gasps filled the air. The staff and technicians in the lobby were all dumbfounded. They had thought Qin Lang was just wealthy, but now they realized he was no mere tycoon. He was a god of wealth, spending money like dirt. Then, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Qin Lang pulled out a checkbook, scribbled a sum, tore off a page, and handed it to Junzi. Hey Race, 20 million. Take manager Zhang to withdraw the money. Use the remaining 2 million as you see fit. Hand out bonuses to the brothers. Junzi, check in hand, had already been exchanging flirtatious glances with manager Zhang for quite some time. Their relationship had been ambiguous, but never progressed. Today was different. Qin Lang's grand entrance and lavish spending meant manager Zhang could earn hundreds of thousands in commission from this single monthly booking. What did that mean? Becoming a millionaire overnight. At her age, manager Zhang didn't dare hope for anything more with Qin Lang, but that didn't stop her from deepening her entanglement with Junzi. To retain such a major client as Qin Lang, she was willing to go all out. Her gaze toward Junzi grew increasingly alluring, sending clear signals. Dozens of bodyguards, each embraced by young technicians who eagerly approached, stepped onto the elevator. Without exception, including Junzi, they all looked at Qin Lang with deep gratitude and loyalty. Did they really think Qin Lang had money to burn? That he came here to flaunt his wealth with a 20 million splurge? He wasn't that foolish. Lately, especially the bodyguards other than Junzi had been working day and night on surveillance, afraid to miss a single crucial detail. Though their pay was decent, the workload was overwhelming and discontent was likely brewing. At times like this, it was essential to soothe them. Hand out cash directly. No, not everyone was as loyal as Junzi. Too much money often breeds greed, not absolute loyalty. Qin Lang understood the principle that a favor too great breeds enmity. Taking them out for fun, giving them face and offering some bonuses, letting them enjoy both women and money. That was the true way to secure their loyalty. Of course, the main reason was that Qin Lang knew exactly who owned the Slim Finger Lotus Club. On the 5th floor of Zillion in the Imperial Suite. Covering over 150 square meters, it was decorated with warmth and luxury, resembling not a private room in a club, but rather the living quarters of a wealthy family. It even had its own private hot spring bath. Qin Lang, wrapped in a bath towel, lay in a hollowed-out area by the pool, tilting his head back in contentment as he savored the moment of tranquility. Behind him, a girl in a floral cheongsam knelt, gently massaging his shoulders with her delicate hands, soft and attentive. 2 more young girls around 18 or 19 with graceful figures accompanied him in the pool, one on each side, kneading his shoulders. Young Master Qin, is the pressure all right? If it's too much, you'll go lighter, asked the girl on the left, lightly made up and wearing a pink swimsuit, her voice tinged with a smile. Qin Lang, with his eyes half closed, nodded leisurely. It's fine, I can handle it. Young Master Qin, I really didn't expect it. You look tall and lean, but you have such a great physique. Do you work out often? The girl in the blue swimsuit on the right chimed in, not to be outdone, flattering him while subtly showcasing her own charms. No. Qin Lang replied casually, casting a meaningful glance before looking away. She had a figure, yes, but it all depended on who you compared her to. She was more than enough compared to an ordinary person, but placed beside the Bai sisters, the difference was stark. When he returned with Bai Xiaoyan that evening, he had been bumped countless times, and he had developed a certain immunity to the collisions from the girl in the white swimsuit on the right. Even with the same kind of bumping, these girls just weren't as aggressive as Bai Xiaoyan. Young Master Qin, could you lift your legs? We've finished your arms, so how about we massage? The girl in the pink swimsuit blinked and asked with a smile. Qin Lang opened his eyes in confusion, glancing left and right. Both of you? Yes, what's wrong? Young Master Qin, is there something we're not doing well enough? We'll try to improve. Please don't ask for a replacement, okay? Otherwise our manager will deduct our pay. The girl in the pink swimsuit pleaded pitifully. The girl in the white swimsuit also had red-rimmed eyes. Young Master Qin, please don't switch us out, okay? We can change. Whatever you ask, we'll do it. The 2 girls with tear-streaked faces looked as if they had suffered a great grievance. Were they really afraid of losing money? Probably not. At Zillion, guest complaints led to deductions, but so did being caught offering other services. If Qin Lang had suggested taking these 2 girls out for a night at a hotel, would they still be here, putting on such a pitiful act? Don't overthink it. It's just the 2 of you. It's fine. Why would I want to change people for no reason? Qin Lang's lips curled into a playful smile. The girl in the pink swimsuit pouted and whined. Then what did that expression mean, young Master Qin? Were you dissatisfied with our massage? Qin Lang shook his head. No, it's not that. I just doubted whether you could count. The girl in the white swimsuit retorted coquettishly, how can't we count? Qin Lang smirked mischievously. Isn't there still one person missing? Oh, young Master Qin, you're so bad. Young Master Qin, you're so annoying. Why say things like that? Isn't that bullying us? The 2 girls in swimsuits took the opportunity to snuggle into Qin Lang's arms, blushing and acting coy. Whoa, good heavens. Qin Lang felt like he was bait entangled by several octopuses. Though it was a bit awkward and uncomfortable. Adhering to his 3 life principles, never initiate, never refuse, never take responsibility, he didn't push the girls out of his arms. During the playful banter, the girl in the cheongsam also stepped into the pool, crowding around Qin Lang. Such a scene of universal delight would normally require payment to continue viewing. But as someone entered the private hot spring, the scene was shattered. The woman who entered wore a tight black leather outfit, accentuating her stunning figure to perfection. A slight smile graced her face, but deep in her eyes lay an extreme coldness. She approached casually, drawing the hostility of the 3 girls clustered around Qin Lang. Who are you? What are you doing here? This is the Imperial Suite. The door was closed. How did you get in? Where did you steal the key card? Offend young Master Qin, and we'll call the police on you. The three girls spoke over each other, their words fiercely protective of Qin Lang. The woman in black leather slightly bowed, sitting on the steps of the pool, her long hair cascading over her right shoulder like a waterfall. She looked at Qin Lang with a half smile. Is this your taste, young Master Qin? Playing around with these girls gives you such pleasure. Who are you calling out? The girl in the pink swimsuit glared angrily. The woman in black leather smiled, unclasping a watch from her wrist and tossing it into the pool. Take this watch and get out of here. Who do you think you are? Trying to bribe us with a watch? How expensive could a watch be? Don't think too highly of yourself. The three girls clung to Qin Lang even more intimately. Though they might not have a long-term connection with him, if they could just have one night, even a little bit of what Qin Lang casually gave would be enough to last them years. Why would they care about a watch? The girl in the pink swimsuit looked at Qin Lang with a sweet smile. How much could this cheap watch be worth? Right, young Master Qin? Qin Lang nodded seriously. Of course you're right. It's just a Patek Philippe, at most worth 8 million. What's that kind of money? Splash, splash, splash. As soon as he finished speaking, the three girls beside him all lunged toward where the watch had fallen, swimming frantically. After grabbing the watch, they fought over it, until with a cold glare from the woman in black leather, they obediently left. The bathhouse instantly fell silent, leaving only Qin Lang and the woman in black leather. She looked at Qin Lang and said with a smile, Young Master Qin is so generous. What fine taste. First you rescue Bai Xiaoyun from my Black Dragon Society, and then you spend money like water at Zillion, a club under the Black Dragon Society. What's this? Don't tell me you think the Black Dragon Society can't do a thing to you. Her voice carried a smile, but her words were icy and murderous. The woman in black leather was none other than the leader of the Black Dragon Society's Rose Hall, Xiaojiu. Qin Lang nodded with an air of gravity. I do admit I went a bit too far, not even leaving a word. That's why after finishing my business I came knocking on your door myself. How about this hall, Master Qiu, you decide. As long as it cools your anger, I'm open to anything. Fine. Xiaojiu cast a deep glance at Qin Lang before rising and leaving the bath. Before long, Qin Lang finished his bath and changed into a robe. Stepping out of the bathroom, he found Xiaojiu clad in a black leather suit seated on the living room sofa. On the coffee table before her lay several bottles of Feitian Matai. She casually invited, join me for a few drinks. If you manage to drink me under the table, this matter is settled. But if you fall first, you'll have to grant me one request unconditionally. From the surveillance footage, she had witnessed Qin Lang's prowess, far beyond what a few of the Black Dragon Society's top enforcers could handle. The matter with Bai Xiaoyun was already a lost cause beyond any hope of redemption. Xiaojiu never engaged in losing ventures. If she could bind a master like Qin Lang to her side, or have him train the members of the Rose Hall, their combat strength would surge by leaps and bounds. As for eliminating Qin Lang, that thought had yet to cross her mind. Neither the Black Dragon Society nor the business world ever turned their backs on profit. Qin Lang stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Drinking isn't my forte, but since I've agreed, I can't back out now. Shortly after, a server from Xinji Lotus brought in several appetizers. Qin Lang and Xiaojiu began drinking face to face. Hall Master Qiu, you truly have an impressive capacity, downing 2 ounces of liquor without a flush or a gasp. Qin Lang's face bore a slight tipsy flush as he praised her, grabbing a handful of peanuts to chew on. Xiaojiu sneered inwardly. Her tolerance for alcohol surpassed even the bulliest men of the Black Dragon Society. How could Qin Lang possibly compete? One glass and his face was already red, a clear sign of a lightweight. Her confidence swelled. Young Master Qin, allow me to toast you again. The incident with Bai Xiaoyun may have caused friction between us, but I must say your skills are truly awe-inspiring. A true man stands his ground, holding the pass against 1,000 foes. Clink. A full glass of 2 ounces of liquor slid down his throat, and Qin Lang's complexion grew even rosier. After a brief pause, Xiaojiu raised her glass once more. Young Master Qin, don't just focus on the food. Let me toast you again. And I'm curious, how did you know where Bai Xiaoyun was held? Could it be that there's a traitor within the Black Dragon Society? Qin Lang's face was flushed crimson as he forced the drink down, dazed. Traitor? I can't say, but I'm privy to all sorts of information in Tianhai City, big or small. Think of me as an intelligence broker. If there's any intel you need, as long as the price is right, I'm willing to sell it to you. Got it. So that's it. Xiaojiu's heart jolted, and she regarded the man before her with renewed gravity. It seemed Qin Lang's capabilities extended far beyond his formidable strength. There was more deeply hidden. Such an enigmatic man only intensified her desire to draw him to her side. At the drinking table, there were no enemies, especially with Xiaojiu deliberately probing. The two of them chatted like old friends. Seeing Qin Lang fall silent, Xiaojiu raised her glass again. Young Master Qin, another toast. I, Xiaojiu, have always admired men of your caliber. Your skills would make even the Black Dragon Society's top enforcers bow in defeat. If you'd be willing to train the members of my Rose Hall, that would be wonderful. No more, I can't drink any longer. I'm already drunk. Qin Lang mumbled, occasionally resting his head on the table for a brief nap. Xiaojiu sneered inwardly. We've barely started. Haven't even finished one bottle. Young Master Qin, a man of your stature isn't afraid of a frail woman like me, is he? Alternating between coaxing and coercion, she was a master of persuasion at the table. Qin Lang smacked his lips, gritted his teeth, and downed several gulps to finish the glass. Good. Cheers. Xiao Jiuer followed suit, emptying her glass. Young Master Qin, can you still drink? Another toast. No ugh, I'm going to be sick. Young Master Qin, I'll finish this one first. Really, I can't anymore. Young Master Qin, how about we stop here? You look done for. Done for? Nonsense. A man never admits defeat in front of a woman. I'm still good. I'm a bit tipsy. We've hardly started. One more glass, and I'll agree to all your demands, Hall Master Qiao. Not just training the Rose Hall. I'll even be your personal enforcer. Change the glass, it's too small. Forget it, too much trouble. Let's just drink from the bottle. Young Master Qin. Why do I feel like I've moved it? Don't be silly, you're sitting right on the sofa. Young Master Qin, is something pressing down on me? What are you talking about? Your clothes are stained with liquor, Hall Master Qiao. That won't do. You're wasting the drink. Let me help you change. The night passed slow and exquisite. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the imperial suite, casting a glow over the disheveled round bed. A female member of the Rose Hall pushed open the door, surveyed the chaos in the suite, and nervously made her way to the bedroom. Seeing the young mistress beneath the covers, and the black leather jacket carelessly discarded on the floor, her heart Young mistress. Her voice trembled with panic. You saw nothing. Understand. Xiao Jiuer's voice was icy. Wrapped in the blanket, she leaned against the headboard, her gaze tinged with confusion. The woman nodded hastily. Young mistress, young Master Qin. He just left Xinji Lotus along with the bodyguards. Qin Lang. Recalling the events of the previous night, Xiao Jiuer's shame and fury erupted like a volcanic explosion. Damn Qin Lang. Bastard. Scoundrel. He had deliberately pretended to be a lightweight, deceiving her into letting her guard down. How could there be such a shameless man in this world? All she wanted was to leverage Qin Lang's value to bolster the Rose Hall's combat strength. But that bastard Qin Lang had feigned drunkenness, gotten her drunk, and taken advantage of her while she was incapacitated. Even with her trusted confidant right before her, Xiao Jiuer couldn't bring herself to ask for help. Not even to have the blanket removed. If she could have a second chance the moment Qin Lang suggested drinking straight from the bottle, she would never have listened to his nonsense. Instead, she would have smashed the bottle over his head. Beast. A beast. This suffocating experience was a fatal blow to Xiao Jiuer, shattering all her pride into dust. Her rage was beyond words. She wished she could pin Qin Lang to the ground, beat him senseless, and then stomp on his head. And still it wouldn't quell her fury. Hallmaster, the chairman has something to tell you. The woman of the Rose Hall took out her phone, but a bitter smile was within her heart. The young lady and the chairman have never gotten along, not even meeting face to face. They have even blocked each other's phone contacts. Yet today the chairman wanted to see the young lady and asked her personally to make the call. What wrong had she done to deserve such retribution, to be confronted with this sight? Although she complained inwardly, she had to step forward respectfully, holding the phone. How could Xiao Jiuer be in the mood to answer the call? She rolled her eyes and said, "Tell him I'm busy, no time." The woman gave a wry smile. The chairman said that if you, the young lady, refuse to answer the call, he will come to see you in person. Is he crazy? What? Come to see her now. If what's happening right now gets discovered, she would be finished. If her father knew that she had been defiled by Qin Lang, then he would probably not even need her to go on blind dates anymore. He would directly force her to be betrothed to some man. While fuming inside, Xiao Jiuer took the phone and dialed, speaking with irritation. It's early in the morning, can't you let a person sleep? If you have something to say it. Spit it out. On the other end a steady male voice came. Is this how you talk to your father? Xiao Jiuer said, listen, or not, if you don't talk I'll hang up. Xiao Long snorted coldly. I've already learned about what happened at the base last night. Don't get involved in the Bai family's affairs anymore. Also, since Qin Lang has taken the person away, just let it go. Don't cause him any more— What? Not cause Qin Lang any trouble. The anger surged again in Xiao Jiuer's heart. That's impossible. Taking someone away from my territory is like slapping my face. You may not care about face, but I, Xiao Jiuer, do. There's no way this matter ends here. She didn't understand why her father, who usually minded his own business, would specifically warn her about Qin Lang. But one thing she was certain of: this matter was far from over. She had never suffered such grievance since childhood. How could she suppress this fury? Xiao Long sighed. There are some people we cannot afford to offend. Qin Lang has a big background. Don't provoke him. Xiao Jiuer laughed. So that's it. President is scared, huh? Isn't the Black Dragon Society the most powerful force in Tianhai City? What can't even afford to offend a rich second generation? Are you getting old? If you've also lost your courage, then just hand over the Black Dragon Society to me. In your hands it's bound to decline sooner or later. Xiao Long snapped. Enough with the nonsense. Get back here for a blind date. If you don't find a partner soon, he'll take back not just the Black Dragon Society, but even the Rose Hall. On what grounds? The Rose Hall is my life's work. If you dare to interfere in the internal affairs of the Rose Hall, believe it or not, I'll fight you to the death. Xiao Jiuer was furious. Oh, you old fool, how can you talk like that? Don't you know Jiuer's temperament? If you push her too hard and she does something stupid, what will you do? Give me the phone, I'll talk to her. On the other end, Xiao Jiuer's mother scolded him, then took the phone. Her voice was gentle and indulgent. Jiuer, are you still listening? It's Mom. I'm listening. Xiao Jiuer's anger dissipated somewhat. Fang Chuanya spoke earnestly and slowly. Jiuer, you're 26 this year, not young anymore. Other girls your age already have 2 children. And what about you? You don't even have a partner yet. How can your parents not worry? Jiuer, take your mother's advice. Stop fooling around outside. Come back. I've recently found a good match for you. He's 1.8 meters tall, fair-skinned, and a returnee from overseas studies. Hearing this, Xiao Jiuer's head ached. As resolute and decisive as she was, as authoritative as she was in the Rose Hall, she was completely defenseless in front of her family, especially her mother's nagging. She gritted her teeth and said stubbornly, no need for a high achiever. I already have a boyfriend. Really? Truth or lie? Jiuer, don't lie to your mother. Fang Chuanya got excited on the phone, and faintly the voice of Qiu Long could be heard. Ask who the boy is. You know him too. It's the Qin Lang you're so afraid of. Xiao Jiuer sneered inwardly. Are you satisfied now? Impossible. Qiu Long took the phone. How could Qin Lang be involved with you? What about his family background? Doesn't he know it himself? Xiao Jiuer was furious. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm not good enough for Qin Lang? Qiu Long nodded. You're definitely not good enough. But since you said that it can't be without reason, what exactly happened? With a clatter, the call was hung up. No, to be precise, Xiao Jiuer even shattered the phone. The father-daughter conversation had broken down. On the other side, Qin Lang, now feeling like a divine immortal after the event, had returned to the villa and opened the system notification. Ding. The storyline has changed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 2,000 Fate Villain. Ding. The host has conquered the heroine Xiao Jiuer. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 500,001,0006 Fate Villain points. Silently checking the credited Fate Villain points, Qin Lang's heart trembled violently. Good heavens. Conquering a heroine directly gives 50,000 Fate Villain points. And the 6 afterwards, doesn't that mean it can continue to produce villain points? Sustainable development. This is a fortune. After harvesting a large amount of Fate Villain points, Qin Lang immediately purchased 1 point of charm from the shop, leaving the rest untouched, planning to accumulate more and wait until his physique upgrade was complete, then use it all to upgrade his physique. Character Qin Lang. Age 25, physique 100, upgrading charm 99, Fate Villain points 42500, skills affinity LV 8, group affinity 80, advanced piano technique, advanced T art, advanced aesthetic. Shop open, lottery center open. Each lottery consumes 100 Fate Villain points. System backpack, landlady's photo album X1, itching foam tissues 1, sister Bay's photo album X1, advanced medical supplies 1. Although he only increased charm by 1 point, but based on the base of 98, Qin Lang felt as if his entire body was being baptized by a cool sensation. Junzi walked in, and for a moment when he saw Qin Lang there was a slight daze, but he quickly recovered. Young master, you called for me. Qin Lang lightly tapped the corner of the table, a smile curling at his lips. How did it go last night? Got it. Junzi rubbed his hands together and chuckled. Got it, he. Thanks to you, young master, otherwise who knows how long I'd have been strung along. Not to mention manager Zhang really has some flavor. By the way, young master, you have a monthly membership at Xinjiulian. We can't go there continuously for a month. I've already talked to manager Zhang. We can go anytime as long as the total number of times we rent the place exceeds 31. Qin Lang waved his hand. You can handle these things yourself, no need to report every detail to me. Since we've had our fun, we still need to take care of business. I have a few strongholds of the Black Dragon Society. Take some people and in the following 3 days, Junzi led his men to take down 3 strongholds of the Black Dragon Society, 1 each day. Not to mention the Black Dragon Society members who were beaten and left lying on the ground. The number of those arrested had already exceeded 30. Moreover, according to the judgment of their crimes, each of them would have to serve nearly 10 years inside. Such a blow was tantamount to the Black Dragon Society cutting off one of its own arms. Xiao Jiuer, already a strong-willed person, was unwilling to tolerate even a shred of such a baseless calamity. She directly confronted them. Thump. The door was kicked open. Behind Xiao Jiuer followed dozens of Black Dragon Society thugs, all burly and radiating hostility. These were the true elites of the Black Dragon Society who had walked through mountains of knives and seas of fire. Which one of them didn't bear several terrifying scars? Just their aura alone was enough to intimidate ordinary people. It was only because Su Xiaoxiao had been busy at the orphanage recently and was not at home, otherwise seeing this scene, she would have been terrified. What's with all this commotion? You came and you brought so many people to protect me, making me feel a bit embarrassed. Qin Lang chuckled, waving at Xiao Jiuer, who was dressed in a black long dress. Don't just stand outside, come in for a drink. Qin Lang. Xiao Jiuer's voice was icy. Don't play the innocent after getting what you want. Do you really not know why I'm here today? With our relationship, is there a need to be so distant? Qin Lang rolled his eyes. There's no need for your people to come and let them wait outside. If you don't want to drink, then have some tea. Miss. The group of bodyguards shouted loudly, casting hostile looks at Qin Lang. Xiao Jiuer frowned and waved her hand. Wait outside. They'll call you if anything happens. She followed Qin Lang upstairs to the tranquil tea room. Qin Lang personally performed the tea ceremony, washing the tea, rinsing, brewing. Each of the 12 steps was exquisitely executed. accompanied by the curling incense along with a freshly brewed cup of rain preceding Longjing tea. The serene fragrance gradually calmed the fiery anger in Xiao Jiao's chest. She looked at Qin Lang, who was sipping tea with a serene expression, and the resentment in her heart immediately suppressed that tranquility. She was the one who had been wronged, yet before she could retaliate, Qin Lang had turned the tables on her. How could she swallow this grievance? She said coldly with anger. Qin Lang, aren't you going too far? I haven't even settled the score with you for that night, yet your men went and smashed my Black Dragon Society's venues. 3 days in a row you've smashed 3 of my Black Dragon Society's venues. What are you planning to start a war with the Black Dragon Society? Qin Lang set down his cup, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I have no interest in starting a war with the Black Dragon Society. Although 3 days had passed, seeing Qin Lang's playful expression, Xiao Jiao seemed to recall the nightmare of that day. A surge of inexplicable anger rose in her heart, and she lifted the teacup to throw it at him, but Qin Lang raised his hand to stop her. Don't be so quick to get angry. I did all these things for your own good. For my sake. To destroy the Black Dragon Society for my sake. Xiao Jiao was amused, sneering. Go ahead, make up a reason for me. Qin Lang clicked his tongue and sighed. Don't tell me you still don't know what kind of business was going on in those 3 strongholds that were taken down. The milk powder in those strongholds has nothing to do with the Black Dragon Society. Xiao Jiao's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she became serious. The reason these strongholds were taken down, and over 30 people were arrested afterward, was that the 3 strongholds were involved in the milk powder business. Although the Black Dragon Society operated in the underworld, Xiao Long had given strict orders that they should never touch this kind of business. Now, however, they had been found to be involved in such transactions, which forced Xiao Jiao to take it seriously. Qin Lang took a sip of tea. Of course it has nothing to do with you, but it does have an undeniable connection with the Black Dragon Society, since it was found in your strongholds. Xiao Jiao frowned deeply, biting her lip, lost in thought. Are you saying that the milk powder was something my father did privately? Even Qin Lang couldn't help it. A mouthful of tea splashed onto Xiao Jiao's face. He smiled wryly, and stepped forward to help wipe off the tea stains. Then he said dazedly, what kind of person is Mr. Xiao? Don't you as his daughter know? He has nothing to do with it either. This was a ticking bomb. If that batch of milk powder accumulated too much or was sold, then your Black Dragon Society would be in a situation like mud in your crotch. Even if it's not shit, it's as good as shit, and you'd never be able to clear your name. Before the bomb was detonated, I helped you defuse it. At most they'll be seen as those dozens of guys who were addicted to the milk powder. Isn't that for your own good? Xiao Jiao thought about it, and found it somewhat reasonable. Even if Qin Lang had extraordinary abilities, he couldn't have had contact with dozens of Black Dragon Society members so many days in advance. You mean there's a traitor in the Black Dragon Society? Xiao Jiao demanded while touching her cheek and picking off a tea leaf. Then she noticed that the cloth used to wipe her face had been casually thrown aside on the tea table, and she exclaimed in anger, was that a rag you just used to wipe my face? Qin Lang shook his head. That's not important. What's important is that someone indeed has designs on the Black Dragon Society, isn't it? This time was a warning, but the ticking bombs within the Black Dragon Society are not just this one. I hate traitors the most, whoever they are. Anyone who dares to betray the Black Dragon Society will pay a price they cannot bear. Xiao Jiao gritted her teeth. Aren't you an information broker? Tell me who else are traitors in the Black Dragon Society. Seeing Qin Lang silent, how much do you want? They'll pay you. You greedy bastard. Qin Lang nodded, smiling as he looked at the voluptuous Xiao Jiao, his meaning obvious. Impossible. Qin Lang, don't think too highly of yourself. No matter how angry I am, I will never treat myself as a reward. Even without you today, I can still find out who the traitor is. 3 hours later. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Heavenly Villain Value 10002. Wang Tao, Tian Heng. If it is truly as Qin Lang said, if you dare to betray the Black Dragon Society, I will make you pay a price you cannot bear. Xiao Jiao sat in the back seat of the black Mercedes, her heart seething with rage. These two, one is the publicly recognized spokesperson of the Black Dragon Society, which in layman's terms is the representative of the current Reformed Front. The other, like Xiao Jiao, is one of the hall masters of the Black Dragon Society, presiding over the War Soul Hall, one of the 3 main halls of the society. No matter how much Xiao Jiao suspected, she dared not cast her gaze upon these 2 individuals. But now every word Qin Lang spoke was a gem striking the core, and he even knew the family backgrounds and amounts of bribes taken by these 2 fellows. What was impossible? Once she investigated thoroughly in private, she would deal with them directly. Losing these 2 generals would be like the Black Dragon Society cutting off its own arms, but it was still better than being bitten back by these 2 at a critical moment and cast into boundless hell. Shortly after Xiao Jiao left, Qin Lang received a call from Mu Yuyan. Where exactly did you get the formula for the beauty pill, eh? On the phone, Mu Yuyan's words were filled with shock. She could hardly believe that the beauty pill made according to the formula was so powerful. Not only could it visibly firm and whiten the skin, but through scientific experiments it was also discovered that the beauty pill had the miraculous effects of healing wounds and removing scars. What did that mean? Didn't it mean that if taken long-term the beauty pill was equivalent to a healing medicine, and without any side effects? Mu Yuyin, who had been deeply immersed in the cosmetics industry for years, fully recognized the importance of the beauty pill. Once the beauty pill was launched, it would inevitably cause a frenzy in the market, and its value and future prospects were immeasurable. Where it came from doesn't matter. What matters is whether you have diluted it. To what extent can it be classified as a cosmetic product in line with market beauty products? Qin Lang was too lazy to come up with an excuse. Just don't say it. He couldn't exactly tell Mu Yuyin that this thing was a premium product from the system, could he? Mu Yuyin said seriously, we've done experiments. Currently, it has been diluted only 50 times, yet its effects far exceed the best whitening masks on the market. Such a product definitely could not be launched. It would cause market chaos. The price could not be set arbitrarily either. Further experiments were needed to determine the most accurate dilution ratio. 50 times. Qin Lang took a deep breath. He had already diluted the formula he gave Mu Yuyin by 100 times himself. Didn't that mean it was diluted 5,000 times from the original system formula? And yet the effect still far surpasses the best masks on the market. You must know that masks are graded. There are budget versions costing a few bucks per sheet, but also top-tier versions worth thousands or even tens of thousands. The essences and extracts in those masks are no less precious than the valuable herbs in the formula. It seemed that just the beauty pill to be launched in the future would be a huge money-making tool. Mu Yuyin was a bit excited. I plan to do a comprehensive survey of major products on the market and then rely on the R&D team's experiments to release the formula in 3 price tiers, high, medium, and low, according to different dilution ratios. On the phone, Mu Yuyin chirped away, extremely excited, talking as much as a chatterbox. There was no help for it. Mu Yuyin had left Yanjing to start a business in Tianhai for several years. During this time, though she wasn't relying on family assets to scrape by at best, she had only earned a net profit of tens of millions, at most 100 million. She had once felt that after years of massive investment in manpower and resources, as long as she developed steadily, the annual profit could reach 100 million, and she wouldn't be gossiped about by the family anymore. But now, seeing the huge prospects of the beauty pill, Mu Yuyin felt that once the beauty pill was launched, it would surely explode the market. When that time came, if anyone in the family dared to gossip about her and her mother, she would just slap them across the face. It was impossible not to be excited. Mu Yuyin paused for a moment, then nervously pressed, Qin Lang, how do you plan to distribute the production and sales of the beauty pill? Qin Lang replied casually, how else could it be distributed? Murin International has an R&D team and ready-made sales channels already in place. These aren't things that can be built overnight. Since they're already there, why would I bother? Just leave all the production and sales of the beauty pill to you. I'm only responsible for collecting the money. Mu Yuyin happily accepted. Okay. We still need to have an in-depth discussion about the cooperation. Are you free now? They'll wait for you at the company, or I can come back later. Don't worry about the cooperation. A special person will negotiate with you. Qin Lang showed an amused smile, not answering the question directly. For 3 days there was no contact between him and Mu Yuyin. He had done it deliberately, but what about Mu Yuyin? Was she really busy with the progress of diluting the beauty pill? Nonsense. That was all the R&D team's business. Mu Yuyin only needed to check the R&D reports. She had held out for 3 days before coming to him, and hadn't mentioned a word about that night. Was she too busy to forget, or deliberately avoiding the contract issue? Mu Yuyin on the other end was still looking for topics, seeming unwilling to hang up, but Qin Lang made an excuse and casually ended the call. Meanwhile, abroad in a high-class presidential suite, Yifeng, with his resolute face, casually lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke. After a long while, he slowly looked at the man below and asked indifferently, what is it? The man, exuding an overwhelming aura of killing intent, spoke. Sir, our men were ambushed in Congo. It has a lot to do with the local high-ups. We were betrayed. The Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps was renowned on the foreign mercenary battlefield and often received combat invitations from various places. This time the team sent to Congo had not even deployed. They were ambushed before entering the battlefield, resulting in 5 deaths and over 20 casualties. Bring the Blood Eagle team back, send Bloodfiend. Yifeng's expression remained unchanged, but his words were filled with extreme killing intent. Whoever it is, if they touch my Bloodwolf men, they will pay the price. Whether he is a high-ranking official of Congo or its leader, let Bloodfiend hang the head of the employer who betrayed us on the black market and tell the entire mercenary world. This is the price for betraying my Bloodwolf. Yifeng paused and continued, starting tomorrow, I will leave temporarily. Bloodfiend will take over everything of the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps. When I'm away, Bloodfiend is the leader of Bloodwolf. His words brooked no doubt. There was only the command of obedience. This was the iron rule of Bloodwolf. His subordinates slowly withdrew from the presidential suite. Yifeng looked up at the neon lights outside the window, a trace of melancholy faintly visible in his expression. For some reason during this period he always had an inexplicable feeling, as if he had lost many things, but when he tried to pursue it, he couldn't grasp it. It was this inexplicable feeling, along with Su Xiaoxiao's accusations, that made him decide to change his plans and return to Huaxiao ahead of schedule. Qin Lang had already laid his plans well in advance for Yifeng's return, and Junzi and the others were closely monitoring the situation. No matter when, as soon as Yifeng set foot in Tianhai, city news would reach Qin Lang's ears. However, at this moment Qin Lang had no energy left to focus on that matter. Upon receiving Junzi's report that Bai Ryu had encountered trouble at the company, he immediately rushed back to the villa. Seizing Bai Ryu, this was the decisive moment. Inside the villa, the sisters Bai Ryu and Bai Xiaoyan were huddled together, wiping the facial cleanser off each other's faces. What happened? Qin Lang walked in, a smile on his face. Brother. Bai Xiaoyan's big eyes sparkled at the sight of Qin Lang. She wanted to pounce on him, but seeing her sister's dejection, she merely muttered longingly without moving. Bai Ryu looked up weakly, letting out a self-deprecating scoff. Aren't you an intelligence broker? Do you even need to ask me what happened at the company? Qin Lang walked over, sat on the sofa, and crossed his legs. It's true, I'm an intelligence broker, and I know that the Bai family company has a slew of issues like embezzlement, with some people pointing fingers at you trying to sideline you. But what I don't know is, are you really helpless in the face of this situation? Bai Ryu's dispirited expression turned cold and stern. She had only asked casually, never expecting that Qin Lang already knew everything that had just happened at the company. But after a moment of composure, she became resigned. Qin Lang's network was far too vast, with countless informants. It was no surprise he knew even where her sister had been kidnapped, let alone what transpired at the company. She shook her head bitterly. Now the company won't let me have a say, even threatening to report me. I have no connections left. What solution is there? Even though she knew it wasn't her doing and suspected foul play, the old fossils at the company wouldn't give her a chance to act. How could she defend herself? All the records were sealed. How could she prove her innocence? Don't rush. Though I do want you. Qin Lang paused meaningfully, then continued before the sisters could react. I want you to work for me, but not now. I don't want to see my future business queen in such a state of despair. Thud. He casually tossed a stack of documents onto the coffee table and nodded toward Bai Ryu. Take a look. These are the details of the moles in the company and the specifics of the incidents. With this you can clear your name without any extra effort. Bai Ryu being sidelined at the company was a preordained event in the storyline. Before this, Qin Lang had already gathered all the evidence of the underhanded dealings within the Bai family company. Clear Bai Ryu's name. No. This was merely to show her clearly whether this Bai family was still worth her loyalty. Indeed, after taking the documents and scrutinizing them, Bai Ryu took a deep breath. She no longer cared how Qin Lang had obtained the information or how deeply he had infiltrated her family's company. Upon seeing the list of traitors, her heart was consumed by fury. They were all her father's trusted confidants. She had been reluctant to think along those lines, but the facts forced her to believe it. Her father was behind all this again. Kidnapping her sister, now colluding with insiders to frame her and strip her of power. Was everything just to pave the way for his illegitimate son? She stood up, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury. I need to go out. Xiaoyan, please look after her. Before Qin Lang could respond, she rushed out as if unable to wait. What's wrong with my sister? Bai Xiaoyan looked up at Qin Lang, puzzled. Qin Lang smiled and patted her head. Don't be scared. Nothing's wrong. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. You're the best brother. Bai Xiaoyan hugged Qin Lang's neck affectionately, pulling his head into her embrace. Qin Lang's vision went dark for a few seconds before it returned. That familiar facial cleanser. But wielded by Bai Xiaoyan, its power was astonishing. It stole not only his sight, but also his sense of smell. Even after being released, a faint milky fragrance lingered around his nose. Exhausted both mentally and physically, Bai Xiaoyan nestled in Qin Lang's arms, acting spoiled for a while before drowsiness overtook her. Qin Lang told her to go upstairs to sleep, but the little girl refused to leave his embrace. Left with no choice, Qin Lang carried her upstairs, kicked open the door, and laid her on the bed. As he was about to leave, Bai Xiaoyan grabbed his arm, her voice soft and childlike. Brother, don't go. Please don't leave me. She was desperately in need of security. Before Qin Lang arrived, though she had been comforting her sister, she was actually deeply aggrieved herself, only not wanting to worry her. Qin Lang's arrival had brought a ray of light into her life. But how long had it been? Was he going to abandon her alone in the darkness again? Bai Xiaoyan was terrified of that feeling of abandonment. Should I get a chair? Qin Lang asked, looking at her lying on the edge of the bed. Bai Xiaoyan scooted inward, patted the spot where she had been lying, and murmured with flushed cheeks, Brother, sleep here. As soon as Qin Lang lay down, Bai Xiaoyan snuggled into his arms, mumbled something unintelligible, and gradually drifted into sleep. Just like a child falling asleep so fast, Qin Lang remarked with a smile. He reached out, gently tapped her nose, and gazed at her face. The little girl was already so charming and adorable. At her age, with such beauty, what would she become when she grew up? Wouldn't she be even more extraordinary than Bai Ryu? Brother. In her dream, Bai Xiaoyan seemed to see something clutching Qin Lang's neck tightly and murmuring indistinctly. Though the little girl seemed silly on the surface, she understood everything. She just never showed it. Her father's heartlessness, her sister's hurt. As the younger sister, she felt utterly powerless. She could only swallow her grievances alone, not daring to express them. Otherwise, her already wounded sister would be troubled by her emotions again. That was not what Bai Xiaoyan wanted. This night was exceedingly agonizing, plunging Qin Lang into profound indecision. Bai Xiaoyan lay beside him, her arms wrapped around his neck. Was she still drowsy and half asleep? Should he earn villain points or nurture her first? Before Qin Lang could decide, an uninvited guest arrived at the villa. With his physique of 100, Qin Lang's ears were sharp and eyes keen. Hearing only a faint noise, he swiftly left Bai Xiaoyan's bedroom and slipped into the adjacent room to lie low for a while. Hearing the subtle creak of the door next door, Qin Lang feigned being startled awake. Rubbing his sleep-laden eyes, he opened the door and met the gaze of Bai Ryu, who stood at the entrance of Bai Xiaoyan's bedroom. Shoo! Bai Ryu made a silencing gesture. Seeing Qin Lang emerge from her own room, she felt a mix of embarrassment and relief. At least Qin Lang had the decency to sleep in her room rather than with her sister. Otherwise, given Xiaoyan's infatuated nature and unrestrained sleeping posture, she would have suffered no end of losses. Young Master Qin, let's talk downstairs. Bai Ryu whispered, pointing toward the living room. Qin Lang nodded, and they walked one after the other to the villa's living room. Bai Ryu switched on the chandelier, then went to the kitchen to brew a pot of tea. She poured a cup for Qin Lang and presented it to him, saying gratefully, Young Master Qin, I'm deeply indebted to you for today's events. Without your help, I dread to think what trouble might have arisen. Qin Lang took a sip of tea, his face betraying no hint of guilt, as if he hadn't just been lying in Bai Xiaoyan's bed. He said calmly, spare me the thanks. How are things? Bai Ryu bit her lip, a trace of hatred glimmering in her beautiful eyes. Though she was but a woman, those who carve out a career in the business world are no timid souls. Capital may be bloodless, but blood is indispensable in its accumulation. Yet she never imagined things would come to such a pass. Even a fierce tiger does not devour its own cubs. How could Bai Xiaochun repeatedly harm the two sisters? First he hurt Xiaoyun, and now he had long planted the seeds to frame her within the company. Had Qin Lang not intervened, she would have been completely sidelined, severed from the company, with no further connection. Father has always favored sons over daughters, never truly treating Yunyun and me as heirs of the Bai family. In his eyes, only a son can inherit the family assets. Originally, he planned to leave us sisters a mere 10%. After what happened to Yunyun, he agreed to give us 20%. However, after I returned and had a fierce quarrel with him, he promised to raise it to 40%, on the condition that I completely relinquish control of the company. As she uttered these words, Bai Ryu's heart was tormented, not to mention the years of painstaking effort she had poured into stabilizing the Bai group after her father's retirement. Surely her contributions counted for something, if not merit. And what of her mother, who had worked herself to death for the corporation? Could it be that the combined weight of the three women, mother and daughters, still could not outweigh an illegitimate son? Truth be told, Bai Ryu did not truly covet the Bai family assets, rather a smoldering resentment in her heart refused to be swallowed. Qin Lang hesitated for a moment before asking, so what are your plans now? Bai Ryu's face bore a bitter smile. In the past, even if I got not a single cent, I wouldn't let that bastard have an easy time. At worst, I'd drag things out. As long as I'm still here, the Bai family's money won't be so easily transferred. But now I'm afraid. I don't know what other threats father might concoct. Mother is gone and father only cares about that illegitimate son. Yunyun is my only family left. For her sake, I dare not be stubborn any longer. She was afraid. Bai Ryu was truly terrified. Had the facts not been laid bare before her, she would never have believed that her father would throw Yunyun into a den of wolves and tigers for the sake of an illegitimate son. She no longer dared to be obstinate, fearing it might invite harm upon her sister. Young Master Qin. Bai Ryu suppressed her sorrow and gazed at Qin Lang. I am profoundly grateful for your help today. I never imagined my own father would one day commit such a heinous act. Biting her lip, she continued, I accept the proposal you made last time. I am willing to take over your company, manage it on your behalf, and even accept it if you refuse to transfer equity to others. The Bai family. Her father had gone to such extremes. Why should she persist or cling to illusions? Did she expect her father to come and apologize to her? Was that even possible? It was nothing but wishful thinking. In her father's heart, he had never truly valued his two daughters, not even granting them basic trust. Rather than rely on such a venomous father, she would rather entrust the future of her sister and herself to Qin Lang. At the very least, up to now, Qin Lang had done them no harm. In fact, it was because of him that her sister had escaped that den of peril. Young Master Qin, from this day forward, Bai Ryu, will never do anything to betray the company. I am willing to give everything for it. Any price I will accept. Bai Ryu gazed earnestly at Qin Lang, a strange light flickering in her beautiful eyes. Even myself. No one knew what thoughts churned in her mind, or why she said these things. Was she offering Qin Lang a reassurance to spur him to continue protecting them? Was it to protect her sister? Or had the rift with her father shattered her spirit? Or was it the boundless trust Qin Lang had shown, giving her strength and making her yearn for someone to lean on? Ryu, are you serious? Qin Lang didn't ponder any of these reasons. He simply gaped in astonishment, never expecting that Bai Ryu, who had returned, would voluntarily speak such words. Refuse. Only if he were a fool. He only knew that he had been stifled in by Xiaoyan's bedroom moments ago. Since Bai Ryu had made the offer, he naturally wouldn't decline. Ding! The host has won over the female lead, Bai Ryu. Congratulations, host, on gaining 5,000 Destiny Villain points. The next morning at dawn, Bai Xiaoyun, who had just woken up, noticed that Qin Lang was no longer at her bedside, and she hurriedly rushed downstairs. But when she reached the ground floor, the elder brother she yearned for was nowhere to be seen. Instead, she found her sister sitting on the sofa with a haggard expression. Where is brother? Bai Xiaoyun muttered anxiously. Brother has gone back. Yunyun, there's something I need to tell you clearly. Father. Bai Ruya's breathtakingly beautiful face was filled with bitterness. The moment she uttered the word father, it felt as if her heart was being scorched over a fire cut by a blunt knife. Tears glistened in her eyes. Bai Xiaoyan stepped forward, sat down on the sofa, and took her sister's arm, whispering softly, "I already know everything, big sister. When you two were arguing, your voices were too loud, and I heard it all. It's okay. From now on you'll have me by your side, and he'll have brother by mine." She shifted her body slowly, approached Bai Ruyu, and reached out to wipe her tears. "Big sister, don't be sad, okay?" Yin. Bai Ruya's composure crumbled. She never imagined that her usually innocent and carefree sister would already know about the illegitimate child. And what was more, she had pretended to know nothing. Had she been harboring grievances all along? She had only swallowed her sorrow to avoid causing trouble for Bai Ruyu, never speaking a word. Bai Ruyu hugged her little sister tightly, her voice choked with emotion. Yin. Mother left us and father abandoned me for that illegitimate child. You are my only family now. Promise me you'll never leave me, okay? In front of Qin Lang, Bai Ruyu might have suppressed her inner pain. But when faced with her own flesh and blood, she poured it all out without holding back. She was just a girl only a few years older. She had to face the old foxes in the corporation who relied on their seniority, and at home, she had to confront her father Hedon. How could she possibly hold on? Big sister, don't cry, okay? I will never leave you. Bai Xiaoyan held her sister's head in her arms instinctively, giving her a comforting face full of warmth. She herself also began to sob in grievance. The sisters wept in each other's arms in that entire villa where no one else could see. Only the two of them relying on one another for survival. After a long while, Bai Ruyu sniffled slightly. The pain that had been suppressed in her heart felt a little better after the tears were shed. She wiped Bai Xiaoyan's little face with her palm and said tenderly, "Yin, don't cry anymore. If you keep crying, your face will be blotchy and won't be pretty." Bai Xiaoyan sniffled, wiped the corners of her eyes, and asked worriedly, "Sister, do I look ugly when I cry? I cried in brother's arms last night too." Bai Ruya's tears turned into a smile. "No, you're not ugly. Yun is so adorable. How could anyone dislike you?" Bai Xiaoyan cheerfully accepted the compliment, grinning as she nodded. "That's good. If brother hates me, then when I grow up, I won't be able to be his wife." His wife? Bai Ruyu smiled bitterly in her heart. The thing her sister dreamed of doing after becoming Qin Lang's wife. She had already done it last night, and it was an overfulfillment of that dream. She did not intend, nor did she have the ability to make her little sister stop thinking about Qin Lang. She could only make more demands on him. "Yin, go back tonight. Father has prepared a banquet to celebrate your rescue, and he has specially hired an elite bodyguard from overseas at a high price. You are the guest of honor." Bai Xiaoyan shook her head vehemently. "I'm not going back. I don't want to see him. Not to mention someone with Bai Xiaoyan's temperament, who wore her emotions on her sleeve. Even the most calculating girl would instinctively refuse in such a situation. He was the one who arranged the kidnapping, and now, when someone else rescues her, he throws a celebration banquet. How could a father be so shameless? All for the sake of putting on a show for outsiders without even considering his own daughter's feelings." Bai Ruyu gently patted her little sister's head, comforting her with patient and earnest reasoning. "Yin, some things you can keep in your heart without making a big fuss. At most you can call him a big bad guy many times in your mind. Besides, your brother Qin Lang will also be at tonight's banquet." Bai Xiaoyan's eyes lit up, but then she pouted defiantly. "In that case, he'll go back then. But I'm not going to talk to that big bad daddy." At the Bai family manor, due to Bai Xiaochun's invitation, almost all the dignitaries of Tianhai City came to show their support. Even those with pressing engagements either had family members attend on their behalf or had given their greetings in advance. Despite Bai Xiaochun's preference for sons over daughters, his involvement with an illegitimate child and his orchestration of his own daughter's kidnapping, his status in Tianhai City was still quite substantial. He was a man of great influence. Moreover, Bai Xiaochun was extremely traditional and rarely hosted banquets in his own manner, which spoke volumes about the grandeur of this occasion. At the banquet venue, Bai Ruyu made a stunning appearance. Dressed in a floor-length purple gown, her swaying figure caught the attention of every male in the room with every move she made. Bai Xiaoyan wore a pure white princess dress, and the front of the dress was stretched into a prominent curve, exceptionally eye-catching. For such a young girl to already possess such abundant bosom, what would she be like when she was a few years older? Looking further at her shapely thighs clad in white stockings and crystal shoes, her Lolita style of a baby face with a generous figure indeed attracted a multitude of admirers. "Wow, what a handsome guy. Who is he? I've never seen him before. He's almost as dashing as the young Master Qin I saw before. Oh my, what's been happening in Tianhai City lately? One handsome man after another. Who should I set my sights on? Uff, you flirt, who would even look at you?" Many socialites noticed a young man sipping red wine in a corner. His eyes were melancholy and exuded a hint of coldness, drawing people in irresistibly. "Mr. Yifeng, thank you for honoring us with your presence and for agreeing to be my sister's bodyguard." Bai Ruyu walked up to the young man, raised her wine glass in a toast, and took a delicate sip. Beside her, Bai Xiaoyan's big, watery eyes also flickered with a glint of surprise. From her years of infatuation with handsome men, she could tell this was another very good-looking guy. Of course, for a little fangirl who had already given her heart to someone, such a sight would only evoke admiration, not any further action. Otherwise she would no longer be a fangirl, but rather a cheating heart. Yi Feng's lips curled into a smile, his gaze carrying a hint of mischief as he subtly scanned the pair of sisters. Truly they were an exquisite pair, flawless in both figure and appearance, easily scoring above 95. Having spent years abroad, he had grown accustomed to the larger frames of Western women, so the sight of these elegant, slender Chinese beauties made his heart flutter involuntarily. It is an honor to serve as your bodyguard. Mr. Bai has already informed me of what happened to Miss Yun. Rest assured such incidents will not recur. As long as I am here, you two ladies will never suffer any harm. With that single statement, Yi Feng effectively placed both women under his protection. Of course, given his skills and abilities, even without the backing of the Blood Wolf mercenary corps, it made no difference. But so what? Did he need to worry about protecting two women? That was the absolute confidence born of strength. Bai Xiaoyan stared at Yi Feng with her large, beautiful eyes, and asked suspiciously, you want to protect me too? But I already have a brother. Why don't you just protect my sister instead? Is that okay? Brother? Yi Feng was puzzled. You have a brother? Yeah, it was my brother who saved me after I was kidnapped. When mentioning Qin Lang, Bai Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled. She had to admit Yi Feng was quite handsome too. But compared to her brother, he didn't stand a chance. Though she was a bit of a fangirl once she set her heart on someone, she was stubbornly devoted. It wasn't that she disliked Yi Feng, but Bai Xiaoyan worried that if he protected her, her brother might misunderstand. Bai Ryu found it a little amusing that her sister had been talking for so long, without mentioning a name. She explained gently, it was Qin Lang who rescued Yun, so, in her heart, he's like an older brother. Please don't misunderstand, Mr. Yi. Qin Lang. At the sound of that name, Yi Feng's brow involuntarily furrowed, even more tightly. He had done business abroad with Bai Xiaochun, and once protected his caravan. He accepted this invitation not entirely because of the Bai sisters. He hadn't even known what they looked like before. The sole reason was that Bai Xiaochun had mentioned Qin Lang in passing. How could he forget the man who made the young Miss delete his contact? Miss Yun, if my information is correct, Mr. Qin Lang has quite a poor reputation outside, doesn't he? Yi Feng smiled, not intending to slander Qin Lang, merely stating the public opinion. But as luck would have it, he had bumped into Bai Xiaoyan, a girl who was completely infatuated. She didn't care about any public opinion at all. If one person said Qin Lang was bad, Bai Xiaoyan would think that person had a problem. If 100 people said Qin Lang was bad, she would think all 100 were wrong. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Bai Xiaoyan immediately put her hands on her hips, her pretty face flushed with anger. What do you mean by that? Why do you say my brother is bad? Don't you know that hearing is not as good as seeing? You haven't even met him, and you're bad-mouthing him. Are you crazy? You must be jealous of him, right? That's it. You can't stand that I want him to protect me instead of you. You're jealous, aren't you? How annoying. I don't want to talk to you anymore. After her angry outburst, Bai Xiaoyan noticed Qin Lang walking in from the courtyard entrance. She stopped pestering Yi Feng and ran over, throwing herself into his arms like a little swallow returning to its nest. Brother, why did you come so late? That bodyguard Yi Feng just said you have a bad reputation outside. Bai Xiaoyan snuggled into Qin Lang's embrace, adjusting to a comfortable position before tattling. Then she eagerly added, but don't be mad, brother, I already scolded him for you, hee. Oh, is that so? Then I have Yun to thank for defending my honor. Qin Lang affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair and looked up, smiling like a spring breeze, toward Yi Feng in the distance. Their eyes met. In the space where their gazes intersected, it seemed sparks flew like two needles clashing. Qin Lang sneered inwardly. How unexpected. Even though he had already laid his plans ahead of time, Yi Feng still managed to get involved with the Bai sisters and even become their bodyguard. In the original story, it was Yi Feng who accidentally rescued Bai Xiaoyan from the Black Dragon Society. That was the beginning of his encounter with the Bai sisters. Now that opportunity had been stolen from him. Yet Yi Feng still appeared before the Bai sisters. He had to admit the man had quite a way with women. But how unfortunate. No matter how early Yi Feng returned, he was still too late. Instead of confronting him directly, Qin Lang simply exchanged a glance with him, then put his arm around Bai Xiaoyan and walked away. On the other side, Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, sensing something unusual about Qin Lang. After withdrawing his gaze, he looked at Bai Ryu and asked coolly, Miss, Bai, what is your view on Miss Yun's relationship with Qin Lang? What could she say? Bai Ryu thought to herself. She could stand and watch, sit and watch, lie down and watch. What else? But she replied indifferently and politely, there's nothing to be done about it. Yun is innocent by nature, and Mr. Qin saved her life from the kidnappers. It's only natural that they are close. Also, Mr. Yi, there's no need to keep calling me Miss Bai. It sounds too formal. Just call me Ryu, as all my business acquaintances do. Yi Feng said slowly, but from what I know, when Miss Yun disappeared, the police were called, and even they found no trace. Yet Qin Lang managed to rescue her before the police. Don't you find that suspicious, Bai? Ryu? Yi Feng sneered inwardly, playing mind games with him. He had seen every dirty trick in the book abroad. Such petty schemes might fool a naive girl like Bai Xiaoyan, but before him all tricks would be exposed. He had spelled it out clearly enough. Surely Bai Ryu, a sharp businesswoman, could understand. Yes, his implication was that it was highly possible, even likely, that Qin Lang had orchestrated the kidnapping from behind the scenes. He had deliberately staged the heroic rescue. Bai Ryu glanced at Yifeng, indifferently paused for a moment, and then her tone became flat, devoid of any courtesy. Mr. Yifeng, I take back what I said just now. From now on, please address me as Miss Bai. Ryu, what do you mean by this? Yifeng frowned. Though it's merely a conjecture, I find it highly plausible. Miss Yunyun is innocent at heart. Have you not entertained this suspicion yourself? Bai Ryu fell silent. Had she never doubted Qin Lang? No. When Qin Lang mentioned at the summit gathering that his younger sister had been kidnapped that afternoon, she had immediately suspected him, and with unshakable certainty. But what followed? Reality had dealt her a resounding slap. Far from being the mastermind, Qin Lang had actually rescued her sister from the kidnapper's clutches. Mr. Yifeng, you'll say this much: there are things far more complex than you imagine. You may question Qin Lang's character, but regarding Yunyun's matter, I urge you not to dwell further. Bai Ryu departed with her wine glass, showing no inclination for further conversation. Her initial impression of Yifeng had been favorable, composed, sharp-eyed, and yet now it seemed she had overestimated him. Yifeng stared at Bai Ryu's graceful retreating figure, his grip on the wine glass tightening until it emitted a grating creak, as if on the verge of shattering under the strain. How could this be? He had always been an excellent judge of character. Bai Zioyan's misunderstandings and curses he could easily dismiss. After all, as the leader of the Bloodwolf mercenaries, he was accustomed to life and death. Why would he bother with such a young girl? Yet why did even Bai Ryu react this way? Could it be that Qin Lang had drugged the two sisters? Little did Yifeng know, no matter how hard he racked his brain, he would never guess that Bai Xiaochun, that cunning old fox, was the true mastermind behind his own daughter's kidnapping. Having committed the crime, the old fox not only refrained from retreating, but instead threw a grand banquet to celebrate Qin Lang's rescue of his daughter from his own sinister plot. He had even hired Yifeng as a high-level bodyguard. Yifeng was indeed the original protagonist, but he was still human. Apart from Qin Lang, who possessed foreknowledge of the plot, who else could see through Bai Xiaochun's multi-layered disguise as an old fox? Where did I go wrong? Which step was mistaken? Yifeng lowered his head, his thoughts in turmoil, sensing something amiss. Where exactly had he erred? The familiar surge of irritation that had plagued him lately rose once more from his heart. Silently, he retreated to a corner, regulating his breath, striving to regain it. Years of battlefield survival had taught him that calmness was paramount in any situation. The moment anger seized you, reason fled, leading inevitably to defeat. Ryu. In the center of the hall, Qin Lang called softly, approaching Bai Ryu from behind. She shuddered, then turned, eyeing him warily. What is it? Qin Lang said seriously. I need to discuss the company matters with you thoroughly. This is my first venture into business, and I can't afford to be careless. Though you're an expert in this field, we should still clarify everything, shouldn't we? Not convenient. Bai Ryu rolled her eyes. Miss Bai, what did you say? Never mind, there are too many people here. Let's go upstairs to discuss business privately. As a guest passed by, Qin Lang deliberately raised his voice, then after the passerby had moved on, he gently patted her back a few times, urging Bai Ryu toward the stairs. An hour later. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 villainous fate points. Bai Ryu, anxious about potential issues, descended from the second floor, first a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Any guest who noticed would simply assume Miss Bai was genuinely delighted tonight, and had indulged in a bit too much red wine. This assumption was shared by many, including those who knew Bai Ryu well. Just then, Bai Xiaoyun, having finished her socializing, cheerfully broke free from the circle of elderly men and bounded over to her sister. Looking around without spotting the brother she longed for, she patted her heaving chest in discomfort and complained, Sister, I'm so exhausted. Is this what socializing is? If you hadn't warned me beforehand, I wouldn't have lasted 3 minutes. Those old men are disgusting. Each one praising him for doting on his daughters and being faithful, some even urging him to remarry. They're all fooled by him. They don't know he not only laid hands on his own daughter, but his so-called devotion is nothing but lies. Yunyun. Bai Ryu nervously reached out, covering her sister's reckless mouth. After glancing around, she released her. Don't speak nonsense. Bai Xiaoyun pouted, then hugged her sister's arm, coaxing. Oh sister, don't worry. I checked. No one was nearby when I came over. Besides, with so many people who would know who I'm talking about. She seemed somewhat indifferent, as if she had indeed checked her surroundings beforehand, or perhaps she was deliberately venting her discontent, wanting to be heard. She gazed at her sister, then stepped forward with a hint of puzzlement, reaching out to trace a finger along the corner of her sister's mouth. In a childish, petulant tone, she complained, Sister, you're such a glutton. It's a banquet tonight, and you're sneaking bites upstairs. What is this? Let me taste. With that, she raised her finger toward her mouth. Stop. Don't eat that. Bai Ryu quickly grabbed her younger sister's hand. Worried about her gluttonous sister, she even wiped the corner of her mouth with her fingers. We have so many guests here. Be good, Bai Ryu whispered soothingly. Her little sister was perfect in every way except for her incurable gluttony and infatuation. If not disciplined properly, what if one day she ate something given by a stranger? You're here too. What a coincidence. Qin Lang descended the stairs with a triumphant air, and upon seeing the two sisters standing at the staircase, greeted them as if by sheer chance. Bai Xiaoyun had no idea what had just transpired. She only felt it must be fate. She had run into her brother even in this remote corner of the house. What a destined encounter. Brother, where did you disappear to earlier? They dragged me away to drink, and you didn't even stop them. Those old men are so wicked, all of them praising my drinking capacity, just trying to get me to drink more. Bai Xiaoyan wrapped her arms around Qin Lang's waist, nestling in his embrace, and grumbled resentfully. They all smile kindly, but they're all bad guys who don't care whether I like drinking or not. Only your smile is the most sincere, he. Qin Lang nodded in hearty agreement. Right when it comes to smiles, who can match my sincerity? Hiss. Before he could bask in his triumph, Qin Lang winced and gasped in pain. Turning his head, he saw two slender fingers pinching the flesh of his waist, twisting and turning with excruciating force. The pain was nearly piercing to the bone. Indeed, young Master Qin, who can match your sincerity? Bai Ryu said with a forced smile, increasing the pressure of her fingertips before finally withdrawing her hand with a fierce pinch. She shot Qin Lang a hateful glare. Before today, she had fully agreed with her younger sister's opinion of him. But after today, especially after being deceived by Qin Lang's disarming smile into going upstairs, she would never trust him again. Have you ever been in love before? Qin Lang asked Bai Ryu with some curiosity. Bai Ryu was puzzled. Why do you ask that? Could he be suspecting something? Impossible. Hadn't Qin Lang seen the crimson stain on the sofa last night with his own eyes? Qin Lang's lips twitched. I'm just curious. How do you women master that ultimate move? Or is it something hardwired into your genes? A skill you instinctively comprehend without any learning? Was this waist-pinching technique truly a passive ability encoded in their DNA? Does it automatically awaken in any girl as soon as the situation calls for it? Who knows? If you're scared, be more careful next time. Bai Ryu snorted, savoring the sight of Qin Lang's defeat. She thought vindicatively, let's see if he dares to misbehave again. The banquet had reached its zenith. All expected guests had arrived, and some unexpected ones had come as well. For instance, Mu Yuyan of Murin International. She was still in her black OL stockings and uniform, having just rushed out of the RD base. Originally, she had planned to return to the company to deal with channel distribution documents, but when she learned from Ning that Qin Lang had attended the Bai family's banquet, she hurried over, without even changing her clothes. On one hand, Mu Yuyan could outshine everyone present even without makeup. She had absolute confidence in her looks. On the other hand, she wanted to see what on earth Qin Lang, the mastermind behind the beauty pill, was up to while she had been tirelessly working around the clock without enough sleep. Her eyes swept the room like a wife hunting down her husband's mistress, and in an instant she spotted Qin Lang's infuriating face. Especially when she noticed that Qin Lang was surrounded by the beautiful Bai sisters, Bai Ryu and Bai Xiaoyan. A surge of resentment welled up in her heart. Beautiful lady, you seem to despise that Qin Lang over there. Yifeng, who had just calmed down, immediately noticed the stunning woman who appeared at the entrance. Her appearance and figure both scored above 95, and she was dressed in a black OL uniform. To women, such office attire might be elegant and appropriate, but to men, not just Yifeng, it carried a unique allure. Especially when Yifeng caught the anger in Mu Yuyan's beautiful eyes, he felt an instant connection and took the initiative to approach her. Mu Yuyan, fuming inside, had no mood for small talk. She was about to brush him off casually, but when she noticed Qin Lang's gaze fixed on her, her competitive spirit flared. She smiled sweetly at Yifeng beside her, and said lightly, looks like you hate that guy Qin Lang too. Yifeng shook his head. I wouldn't say hate. I'm just curious why, according to the information I've gathered, he's clearly a depraved playboy who stops at nothing. Yet some people see him completely differently. He wouldn't fall into the same pit twice. He feared repeating past mistakes. This time, instead of jumping to conclusions or slandering Qin Lang, he posed his question in a tone of genuine doubt. Perhaps it's not your information that's wrong, but something's off with certain people. Mu Yuyan gave a knowing smirk. Seeing Qin Lang approaching with the Bai sisters, she deliberately added, in Yinjing, Qin Lang is indeed a notorious playboy. His misdeeds are countless, too many to list. Yifeng laughed, gazing at the approaching Qin Lang with a taunting smile. Young Master Qin, your reputation precedes you. It seems from what this lady says it's not without, whether it's founded or not doesn't matter. Qin Lang shrugged nonchalantly, eyeing Mu Yuyan with some puzzlement. I'm just curious. You two seem to be getting along quite well. Come over and take a look. Mu Yuyan's beautiful eyes swept left and right over Qin Lang. How could he be so brazen as to come over here for a look? With both arms full, the pair of sisters wasn't enough. Did he want her to join in as well? Now that you've seen her, are you satisfied? Though Mu Yuyan felt that her current demeanor wasn't quite right, that infuriating sense of competitiveness within her awakened at this moment. Why within the bounds of the contract could Qin Lang be so close to the Bai sisters while she had to remain alone? Who decreed such a rule? Yifeng felt a hint of suspicion as he seemed to detect something amiss in the atmosphere. Could it be that this stunning woman in a black silk office uniform also had some inexplicable relationship with Qin Lang? Is there some misunderstanding here? Yifeng looked at Mu Yuyan. Worried about encountering a situation similar to the Bai sisters, he slightly eased his hostility. It wasn't that his animosity toward Qin Lang had truly vanished, rather he was retreating in order to advance testing Mu Yuyan's reaction. Mu Yuyan sneered disdainfully. What misunderstanding could there be? Isn't it just that he and I are betrothed? Betrothal? Bai Xiaoyan's eyes widened in shock at those words, her gaze freezing before she turned to Qin Lang. Brother, what's going on? Is she your fiancé? Bai Rui's expression also grew somewhat uneasy. Saying she liked Qin Lang would be an exaggeration. It hadn't progressed that far. Yet to claim she was indifferent to the fact that Qin Lang had a betrothal was also impossible given how far their relationship had developed. Mu Yuyan laughed coldly. It's just a piece of paper set by the older generation. Who says it must be honored? What era is this still so old-fashioned? A pent-up resentment burned within her, especially upon seeing the unusual reactions of the Bai sisters at the mention of the betrothal. Qin Lang definitely had an inexplicable relationship with these two sisters. She couldn't bear the fury in her heart. These past few days she had been running around in a dizzying frenzy over the beauty pill, exhausting herself with worry, while Qin Lang, on the other hand, was behind her back flirting with girls here. Had he ever considered her feelings? I see, yes, too old-fashioned. It's best not to listen to the elders. One should decide whom to marry in the future. Bai Xiaoyan nodded her little head, solemnly, fully agreeing with Mu Yuyan's view. Definitely couldn't marry. If Mu Yuyan married her brother, how would she herself fare when she grew up? Wouldn't that mean no one would marry her? That scared me to death. Bai Xiaoyan patted her chest to calm her panic. Qin Lang gazed at Mu Yuyan for a long time until her eyes began to waver. He then glanced at Yifeng beside her and sighed. So that's how it is. The fish had taken the bait, Qin Lang was certain. But was this the moment to reel in the line? No, it was not. He should throw away the fishing rod. The old angler fishes, those willing take the bait. Since this is the case, I roughly understand your thoughts. Qin Lang took a deep breath, then looked earnestly at Mu Yuyan and said solemnly, Mu Yuyan, I'm sorry. I deeply apologize for the trouble the betrothal has caused you, hindering your freedom to love. But don't worry. Starting tonight, this bond will be completely severed. From now on, you will no longer be bound by any betrothal or contract. Let's go. By a twist of fate, it has inadvertently fulfilled a beautiful tale. Qin Lang let out a self-deprecating laugh, then took Bai Xiaoyan's hand and turned to leave. After a few steps he paused and looked back at the dazed Mu Yuyan, adding, I wish you happiness and a lifetime with the one you love. Qin Lang vanished from Mu Yuyan's sight. She stood there alone, somewhat stunned, while Yifeng beside her also hesitated. Indeed, based on his experience, there was definitely something fishy about this. Both the precedents of Bai Xiaoyan and Bai Ryu told him that now was not the time to rush in with congratulations or words of liberation. That would only invite trouble. It seemed that the beauty Mu Yuyan had some inexplicable connection with Qin Lang. Not quite love, but something tangled and unresolved. Reason told him it was time to leave. Before departing, as a gesture of respect, Yifeng took out a business card and handed it to Mu Yuyan. Miss Mu, this is my card. If you encounter any security issues, I can help resolve them. He'll take my leave now. Mu Yuyan grabbed the card, her dazed expression gradually recovering. She turned to Yifeng and said coldly, Are you sick? Yifeng frowned. Mu Yuyan pressed on. Why are you giving me your card? Did I ask for it? If I have security issues, why wouldn't I call a security guard? What use would you be? Yifeng's brow furrowed even deeper. Mu Yuyan persisted. Didn't you say you were leaving? Why are you still standing here? Do I know you well? Is hitting on women fun? Are you insane? Yifeng's brow was tightly knit. Even with his composure at this moment, he could barely hold back his anger. What had he done wrong? He hadn't said anything. It was all Mu Yuyan's doing. How had it become his fault? If anyone was sick, it was clearly Mu Yuyan. But after her triple barrage, she left the Bai family courtyard without even a backward glance, leaving him no chance to retort. In truth, Yifeng's reasoning wasn't flawed. He simply didn't know that when women are angry, they are inherently irrational, and seriously so. Especially in Mu Yuyan's case, it manifested in a supercharged state. Leaving the Bai family courtyard, Mu Yuyan drove straight back to her residence, ignoring the mountain of work at the company, her mind a tangled mess. Damn Qin Lang, bastard Qin Lang, shameless Qin Lang. Cancel the betrothal. Cancel the contract. If you've got the guts, do it. Anyone can talk big. Putting on a show in front of the Bai sisters. What are you pretending for? If you were willing to cancel the betrothal, would you have hesitated until now? Damn it, next time, even if you come crawling back to beg me, I won't give you a good look. Mu Yuyan muttered curses under her breath, tossing and turning wildly on her bed, clutching a large white teddy bear in her hands. This was the gift Qin Lang had given her when her mother first left, telling her to hold it when she couldn't sleep, to imagine it was him accompanying her to feel safe and fall asleep. He'll strangle you. Mu Yuyan's hands tightened around the teddy bear's neck, its eyes bulging, as if that still wasn't enough to vent her anger. She casually hurled the teddy bear to the floor, stomping on it in fury. Then she leaned against the headboard, falling silent. After a long while, perhaps finding this position unable to provide a sense of security, she slowly drew her knees up, curling herself into a small ball. The room was filled only with the sound of her breathing, unusually distinct. Her gaze drifted to the left, spotting the teddy bear, lying on the floor, restored to its original shape. Mu Yuyan's arm moved outward, then stopped as if in conflict. Finally, she reached out, picked up the teddy bear from the floor, hugged it to her chest, and murmured softly, I'm sorry, I'm not angry at you. I just hate that bastard Qin Lang. I shouldn't take it out on you. If Yifeng were here and saw Mu Yuyan's behavior, he would probably spit blood. This woman could apologize to a stuffed toy bear, yet not a single thought crossed her mind to apologize to him. Who are you trying to scare? Calling off the engagement. Empty words mean nothing. If you truly wanted to break it off, you wouldn't have made me sign that contract and become your girlfriend. Mu Yuyan hugged her giant white bear plush, snorting inwardly. That Qin Lang was always putting on a show, and in the end nothing ever came of it. Just like last time, when she mentioned calling off the engagement, he used his family to force her into signing an unequal contract. Let's see what trick you pull next time we meet. She kept telling herself it wasn't that she was unwilling to break the engagement. It was just that hearing the word break from Qin Lang's mouth made her deeply uncomfortable. If anyone should call it off, it should be her. And where did that bastard come from? Why did he have to start a conversation with me out of nowhere? Mu Yuyan recalled the Yifeng shed met at the Bai family estate, and her brow furrowed tightly. It was seeing her chatting amiably with Yifeng that had driven Qin Lang to angrily declare he'd break the engagement. Now that she thought about it, he was probably jealous. Of course, that Qin Lang had always liked her so much. How could he suddenly change his mind? He was definitely just jealous. He had such a wild imagination. Why would she just randomly get involved with a strange man? Besides that, Yifeng was clearly no good with his deep and scheming heart. Compared to him, Qin Lang's obvious mischievousness was actually preferable. Having reasoned it out, Mu Yuyan lay on her Simmons bed hugging her giant white bear, her mind chattering away, still unable to calm down. Just then the phone on her nightstand rang. Almost by reflex, Mu Yuyan answered it instantly. Instead of hearing Qin Lang's apology, Lin Wangqing's voice came through urgently. Yuyan, what happened between you and Xiao Qin? The Qin family just called and said that if you have someone else you like, you should go for it boldly and not be bound by the engagement. Boom. Lin Wangqing's words exploded in Mu Yuyan's mind. She froze completely, the phone clutched in her hand as she sat rigid on the bed. The Qin family had called her mother to say that. Although it was tactfully put, wasn't this essentially a withdrawal from the engagement? Was Qin Lang not joking? Did he truly want to break it off? And had already informed his family? How could this be? That Qin Lang was truly determined this time to break the engagement, not just to scare her. What exactly happened, Yuyan? Tell Mom. Do you really not like Xiao Qin? Lin Wangqing's voice carried a trace of anxiety. Before, when she agreed to the engagement, she had indeed hoped to leverage the Qin family's influence. But now, having seen Qin Lang's ardent pursuit of her daughter, she genuinely thought he was a good kid. Not to mention that time in Tianshi City. If Qin Lang hadn't pointed out the problem with her health, she might have dropped dead without ever knowing why. Now she was like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she saw, the more she approved. She was terrified that her daughter and Qin Lang would have a huge falling out over trivial matters. If that happened, it would be too late for regrets. Mu Yuyan gripped her phone tightly, biting her lip, her eyes reddening. Why does he get to do whatever he wants? Without any regard for my feelings. He can fool around outside, and am not even allowed to say a word. Mu Yuyan retorted bitterly in her heart. She spoke harsh words, but tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Crystalline teardrops swirled in her gaze. Lin Wangqing felt a pang of bitterness and sorrow. Yuyan, Mom told you long ago. This is a common problem in big families, not an issue with one person. In Yinjing, in every prominent family, even the elders seem amiable on the surface, but behind the scenes their mistresses might be 2 years younger than their own granddaughters. As long as they don't bring them home, everyone just turns a blind eye. Forget it, that's just your nature. If you can't tolerate it, then don't. Break the engagement if you must. I still like that kid Xiao Qin. Even without the engagement, you can still be friends. Perhaps she had indeed failed to consider her daughter's feelings. Now that she'd said her piece, she wouldn't force her daughter anymore. After all, she couldn't sacrifice her daughter's happiness for the sake of the family, could she? The Qin family's attitude was tactful. If she accepted it, they could simply act as if the engagement had never existed. Other interactions would remain unchanged just like before. Mu Yuyan bit her lip and muttered hesitantly, I never said I wanted to break the engagement. That was all Qin Lang's idea? Yuyan, what do you mean? Lin Wangqing grew anxious. Don't tell me you've fallen for Xiao Qin. Then why did you have to fight with him, eh? Mu Yuyan stammered, her voice choked with sobs. I don't know, Mom. What should I do now? Her heart was in turmoil. She didn't know why, but she felt a heavy lump in her chest, as if something was wrong all over her body. Especially her two calves sticking out from under the covers. They were terribly cold, as if a chill was rapidly spreading from the soles of her feet up through her body, making her shiver uncontrollably. Even when she said she didn't want to break the engagement, she couldn't muster a single excuse to justify herself. She no longer had the heart for it. Her once lively mind now felt blank, utterly incapable of finding a solution. The thought that Qin Lang would never again be entangled with her left a hollow emptiness in her heart, as if she had lost something precious. Well, Lin Wangqing calmed down on the other end as well. She truly wanted her daughter to be with Qin Lang. She genuinely liked him as a future son-in-law, whether for his family background, his character, or his feelings for her daughter. But now things had come to this. She wanted to scold her daughter harshly. Serves you right for being so stubborn. Serves you right. Now do you regret it? Complaints aside, that wasn't a solution. After a long pause, she slowly spoke. Given the situation, now Mom can't help you anymore. The Qin family won't force Xiao Qin to pursue you either. If you still want to continue, then you'll have to take the initiative. The Qin family's meaning was tactful. If you can get Xiao Qin to change his mind, everything can be talked about. Mother and daughter talked late into the night until a nurse at the Shanshan sanatorium urged them to hang up. Without her mother's reassurances, Mu Yuyan tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Unconsciously, she reached up to touch her pillow and found it was wet. Had she cried? Had she really cried? Mu Yuyan felt dazed. Had she truly fallen for Qin Lang? Did she really have to take the initiative to pursue him? But in all her life, she had never pursued a boy. She had never even been in love. Where would she get such experience? Frustration, resentment, sorrow, grievance, heartache. All kinds of emotions brewed within Mu Yuyan. That night was excruciatingly long. Whenever she closed her eyes, she recalled the resolute words Qin Lang had spoken about breaking the engagement right in front of her. Tears of regret had already soaked the pillow through. While Mu Yuyan wallowed in her melancholy, Qin Lang was brimming with smug satisfaction. The system's prompts kept ringing incessantly in his ears. Ding. The heroine by Xiaoyan has severed ties with the Child of Fortune. Congratulations, host, for gaining 2,000 Destiny Villain points. Ding. The heroine by Ryu has developed a rift with the Child of Fortune. Congratulations, host, for gaining 1,000 Destiny Villain points. Ding. The Child of Fortune Yifeng's luck value has decreased by 200 points. Congratulations, host, for gaining 2,000 Destiny Villain points. Ding. The Child of Fortune is experiencing intense emotional fluctuations. Congratulations, host, for gaining 5,000 Destiny Villain points. Ding. The heroine Mu Yuyan has severed ties with the Child of Fortune. Congratulations, host, for gaining 2,000 Destiny Villain points. With wave after wave of villain points pouring in, Qin Lang couldn't help but feel that Yifeng wasn't here to be some protagonist at all. He was simply here to supply him with villain points. The gains were immense. Originally including by Ryu's 5,000 Destiny Villain points, the total was barely over 1,000. Now after just one encounter with Yifeng, it had doubled. His Destiny Villain points had reached a staggering 215,300. In the system, all Constitution Pill 1,500 points, Basic Firearms Proficiency 1,000 points, Advanced Firearms Proficiency 1,000 points, Disguise Art 5,000 points, Stamina Pill 1,000 points. The mall was filled with a dazzling array of items complete with illustrations and prices. Clicking on an item would reveal its description. For instance, purchasing Basic Firearms Proficiency would grant a foundational understanding of firearm principles. This wasn't limited to handguns, but included various weapons. However, the basic level had limited effects, focusing more on grasping the core principles. Once upgraded to Advanced Firearms Proficiency, one could master all kinds of firearms with unerring accuracy, rivaling the top soldiers of any military region. The effects were beyond doubt. Anything from the system was guaranteed to be top-notch. The only issue was the somewhat steep price. Moreover, in this country, firearms were rarely used, so there was no rush to improve this skill. However, Qin Lang's eyes lit up when he saw the Constitution pills. These were a true treasure. He had encountered them before in the newbie gift pack. There was no upper limit. Each pill consumed would permanently increase his constitution by 1 point. Although his constitution had already surpassed 100 points, likely a few points higher than Yifeng's what if. Yifeng had been a mercenary leader abroad, forged through countless battles amid gunfire and explosions. As the Child of Fortune, even if suppressed by Qin Lang now, he wouldn't be so easily killed. Moreover, as their interactions deepened, Qin Lang would inevitably continue to milk Yifeng for all he was worth. A deadly grudge was unavoidable, and he worried that Yifeng might attempt to assassinate him. A mere few points of constitution advantage was hardly reliable. Unwilling to take such a risk, Qin Lang waved his hand and spent 1,500 Destiny Villain points to purchase 100 constitution pills outright. As his Destiny Villain points dwindled, 100 pitch-black constitution pills appeared in his system backpack. Qin Lang grabbed a handful and popped them into his mouth, crunching them like candy. After consuming all 100 pills, his constitution would break through to 200 points. In an unknown fight, his odds of victory would soar to 98%. 98% odds. What was that but a death sentence? He had painstakingly transmigrated to become a big shot, to enjoy life, not to risk even a 0.2% chance just to take down Yifeng. Looks like I need to find Yifeng something to keep him busy, Qin Lang muttered, pondering over finding an open enemy to toy with Yifeng. As for himself, lying low behind the scenes, waiting for Yifeng and the scapegoat to wear each other down before striking. Wouldn't that be delightful? Having made up his mind, Qin Lang spent another 5,000 villain points to acquire the disguise art, an indispensable skill for framing others. System panel character Qin Lang. Age 25, Constitution 108, Charm 99, Destiny Villain points 1530, Skills Affinity LV 8, Deity Group Affinity, Advanced Piano Techniques, Advanced T Art, Advanced Aesthetics, Disguise Art. Mall open, Lottery Center open, 100 Destiny Villain points per draw. System backpack, Landlady's Photo Album X1, Breeze Tissue 1, by Gia's Photo Album X1, Electric Massage, Wand 1 worn. Staring at the drastically reduced villain points, Qin Lang felt a pang of heartache. He popped another constitution pill to soothe the wound in his chest. At the same time, his mind was still searching for some unlucky soul to provoke a conflict with Yifeng. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck. The sly figure of Bai Xiaochun appeared in his thoughts. Good heavens! How could he have forgotten Bai Xiaochun? This old bastard was a misogynist who also knew Yifeng. Most importantly, Bai Xiaochun was treacherous to the core, also known as Black Big Dirt, and doted excessively on his illegitimate son. Qin Lang called Junzi into the room and instructed gravely, Yifeng has just arrived in Tianhai. Keep a close watch on him and report all his daily activities to me. Junzi's face showed hesitation. Young master, that man is no ordinary person. His skills are extraordinary. Even if I encountered him, I might not be his match. 2 of our brothers who were tailing him tonight got caught. Yifeng broke 2 of their ribs. Ordinary people can't get close to him, and he has an extremely sharp sense of counter-surveillance. It wasn't that Junzi was a coward. In such matters he obeyed Qin Lang's orders without hesitation, even at the cost of his life. But he feared that if he failed to carry out the young master's instructions and botched the job, even death wouldn't be enough to atone for it. Give each of the 2 injured brothers 2,000. Cover all medical expenses. I won't shortchange those who work for me, Qin Lang said calmly. After a moment's thought he continued. As for the surveillance, pull back a bit, but don't give up entirely. Try other angles, like bribing some ordinary folks living nearby to keep an eye on things. I need to know his whereabouts. When cultivating subordinates, one had to be generous. Expecting the horse to run without feeding it grass was a fool's errand. There were no such foolish underlings in the world. The art of leadership wasn't oppression, but control. Understood. Junzi nodded solemnly, clenching his fists with a grave expression. It was clear that the young master placed great importance on this man named Yifeng. If worse came to worse, Junzi would personally handle the surveillance. Even if he couldn't win in a direct confrontation by keeping a distance, the chances of being detected with his skills were minimal. Qin Lang popped another candy-like pill into his mouth. How's by Xiaochun's illegitimate son doing lately? At the same time he chuckled, curiously looking at Junzi. What do you think Bai Xiaochun would do if he found out someone had messed with his illegitimate son? Junzi didn't hesitate for a second. He'd probably go mad. Outsiders may not know, but our people have recently discovered that Bai Xiaochun maintains close ties with that illegitimate son and spoils him rotten. Spoiling doesn't even begin to cover it. As a stubborn traditional man, he naturally placed immense importance on lineage. In Bai Xiaochun's heart, his 2 daughters combined probably couldn't match the weight of that one son. Qin Lang regarded Junzi as a confidant he was grooming. Though he didn't always speak directly, he often revealed his inner thoughts. Over time, Junzi naturally shed his rigidity and gradually learned to gauge his intentions. This way, even without Qin Lang voicing minor matters, Junzi could grasp them intuitively and handle them accordingly. How convenient was that? Buzz! Buzz! Just then an abrupt ringtone interrupted their conversation. Junzi glanced at the screen, saw it was Mu Yuyan calling, and promptly bowed with tact. Young master will go get to work. You take your time. Qin Lang waved his hand, then on a whim called him back, just as he turned, tossing him a pill. Junzi looked down at it, and asked puzzled, Young master, what's this? A physique-enhancing agent with no side effects. It will make you stronger. Qin Lang began to appeal to sentiment. You've been with me for several years now. In my eyes, you're like an older brother, always protecting me. Sometimes I don't want to make demands, but you need to exercise restraint with women. Take this pill. It will improve your recent weakened condition. Junzi's dark circles were strikingly prominent, and his complexion looked haggard, a clear sign of overexertion. Qin Lang knew it was from Junzi's recent busy work, but chose to blame it on women instead. Was he reprimanding Junzi? No, not at all. By saying this, he not only avoided provoking resentment, but also conveyed a subtle message. As the young master, I see you've worn yourself out with debauchery, yet instead of scolding, I've kindly given you a tonic. Doesn't that make you feel secretly favored? Young master. Junzi wanted to explain that his dark circles came from late nights organizing the information Qin Lang needed, not from any indulgence with Manager Zhang. But the words died on his lips. Hearing what Qin Lang had just said, a warmth surged in his heart, and he replied solemnly, Understood, young master. He'll head out now. The door clicked softly shut. Qin Lang withdrew his gaze. Junzi's loyalty was beyond doubt, but at times it felt more like a sense of duty stemming from his role as a bodyguard. Yet Qin Lang desired more than that. He wanted Junzi's heartfelt devotion. In times of danger, duty would only drive Junzi to give 100% of his ability. But with true loyalty, he could unleash 120%. A mere physique pill worth 1,500 villain points. Nothing expensive. At worst, he could have Chojiu or put on a maid's outfit a couple more times. Besides, investing in Junzi made him stronger, and ultimately, who reaped the benefits if not Qin Lang himself? This was just the beginning. Junzi's strength still needed enhancement. How could he settle for such meager skills by his side? Buzz! Buzz! Before long the phone rang for the second time. Qin Lang had deliberately delayed. Feeling the time was right, he picked up with a yawn and grumbled impatiently, Who's this? Calling so late at night with a nuisance call. It's me, Mu Yuyan. Did I disturb you? Her voice was soft, as if she felt guilty for calling at this hour, and she murmured weakly, Maybe he'll contact you tomorrow. Oh, it's you. Spit it out, what's up? Qin Lang's voice sharpened slightly. You're here to push the marriage contract, aren't you? Rest assured he'll handle it perfectly. I've already notified the Qin family. You'll get news soon. From now on you'll have nothing to do with me. Date whoever you want, love whoever you like. I promise no interference and no more putting you in awkward positions. Mu Yuyan's voice was frail, as if harboring grievances, but she quickly defended herself. That guy Yifeng isn't what you think. I don't even know him. We just bumped into each other at the banquet. Let's drop it. The contract's void. Whoever you're involved with is none of my business. Qin Lang urged, get to the point, or he'll hang up. Mu Yuyan felt a surge of frustration and an indescribable sense of injustice. She wanted to cry to vent her emotions and grievances directly to Qin Lang. But she knew he wouldn't indulge her or give her that chance. Fearing he'd hang up, she had to suppress her resentment. She thought her mother was absolutely right. It was all her own fault. If she hadn't been so difficult, how could things have come to this? From Qin Lang's tone, she could sense intense impatience. It's about the beauty pill collaboration. The dilution ratio is set. I'd like to discuss it further. How about we meet tomorrow? This was Mu Yuyan's first time initiating an invitation, and she feared rejection. Qin Lang pondered for a moment and hummed in agreement. We should sort it out. Sign a contract or something. Pick a place. I'm free tomorrow. How about I come to your place? Not being rejected filled Mu Yuyan with joy. If she could go to Qin Lang's home, she could clear things up face-to-face, including her relationship with Yifeng. She had to clarify she didn't know him, had no ties, and certainly wasn't dating someone like that. Isn't that a bit inconvenient? Qin Lang's voice carried hesitation. We're no longer in our previous relationship. A man and woman alone. Doesn't it seem inappropriate? As he spoke, a playful smirk crossed his face. He had already guessed Mu Yuyan's thoughts. If she weren't so conflicted, why would she be this gentle with him out of the blue? And no rush. This was just the beginning. As proud as Mu Yuyan had been, that's how humbled she would become. Who was to blame? It was all her own doing. We're upright and honest. What's there to worry about? Besides, this is business, nothing else. Mu Yuyan insisted, trying to win Qin Lang back. If she couldn't see him this time, who knew when the next chance would come? Her current grievances couldn't be endured much longer. She had to explain herself face-to-face. All right then. Qin Lang hummed in acknowledgement and hung up without giving her a chance to respond. The next day in the afternoon, Mu Yuyan dressed up meticulously for the appointment. Before getting out of the car, she checked herself thoroughly in the rearview mirror. Lipstick, eyeliner. Her nervousness palpable, her demeanor unusually solemn. Her female bodyguard sighed. Miss, we're just here for business. Is it really necessary to be so particular? Besides, with your looks, even without makeup, you charm Qin Lang senseless. Dressed like this, he'll be utterly dazzled. You talk too much. Mu Yuyan shot her a glare, complaining outwardly, but feeling pleased inside. She used to be careless around Qin Lang, often going makeup-free, without considering his feelings. But now she wondered if her plain appearance had driven him away. She had to pay close attention to her image in front of him now. Make him see that her beauty was undeniable. You go back first. They'll call you if I need you. After getting out, Mu Yuyan leaned by the window to instruct Yining, then headed toward the luxurious villa. The front yard was adorned with vibrant spring flowers, and to the side lay an open-air pool shimmering azure under the sun. The entire courtyard was spacious. Amid the chirping birds and fragrant blooms, Mu Yuyan strode in on high heels, spotting the dark green wooden door wide open with someone waiting inside. For some reason, stepping into Qin Lang's home made her heart race uncontrollably, her entire body tensing with extreme nervousness. Passing through the foyer into the living room, she saw 2 cups of tea set out, still steaming. From the nearby bathroom came the sound of running water. She sat down with her back to the bathroom, patting her cheeks to force calm, refusing to show her unease. The moment of meeting was near. Finally, she would see Qin Lang. After tossing and turning all night, now that the critical moment had arrived, Mu Yuyan felt hesitant and anxious, her prepared words jumbling into chaos. Lost in her self-consolation, she snapped back to reality when someone walked past her. She looked up, ready to offer Qin Lang a gentle smile, but when she saw the person approaching, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. Why is it you? The one approaching was not Qin Lang at all. It was Bai Ruyu, the woman who had been entangled with him at the Bai family gathering the previous night. Why are you here? Mu Yuyan frowned, her brow tightly knit. This was Qin Lang's home, and Bai Ruyu's presence here could only mean they were living together. Had their relationship truly progressed to such a stage? Why can't I be here? Bai Ruyu seated herself opposite, crossing her legs, clad in black silk stockings, leaning sideways against the corner of the sofa. She gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a pleasant smile gracing her lips. Recalling the events at home the previous night, a mischievous thought stirred within her. She picked up a cup of tea, took a delicate sip, and deliberately said, I'm visiting my boyfriend's home. What business is it of yours? With Qin Lang absent, she felt no shame in saying such things. It was merely a ploy to provoke Mu Yuyan. As the saying goes, beautiful women are natural enemies. This adage was vividly illustrated between Mu Yuyan and Bai Ruyu. A deep breath. Don't get angry, don't get angry. It's all lies, nothing but lies. Mu Yuyan took a deep breath, silently admonishing herself. What boyfriend? How could that guy Qin Lang possibly have a girlfriend? Don't think I don't know. You're just working under Qin Lang, and you dare claim to be his girlfriend. Who do you think you are? It wasn't that she refused to admit it, but Qin Lang's character made it absolutely impossible for him to have a steady girlfriend. Even in Yinjing, surrounded by beautiful women, he had never publicly acknowledged anyone as his girlfriend. How could he suddenly be genuinely involved with Bai Ruyu? What a despicable scheme. Bai Ruyu was trying to rattle her, and she must not fall for it. As the anger in her heart gradually subsided, she felt a dazed disbelief. She had never expected Qin Lang to actually recruit Bai Ruyu, assuming it was merely his wishful thinking given that Bai Ruyu was the eldest daughter of the Bai family entrusted with managing their vast assets. Yet the impossible had happened right before her eyes. There's no need to provoke me. But I'm curious, why did you agree to work for Qin Lang? And back at the Bai residence when you were so close to Qin Lang, was it also because he was trying to recruit you? Mu Yuyan felt she might have been mistaken all along. Perhaps it wasn't as she had imagined. Maybe Qin Lang's closeness to Bai Ruyu wasn't due to other entanglements, but simply an effort to win her over. The more directly Bai Ruyu spoke, the more grounded Mu Yuyan felt. President Mu, these questions have nothing to do with our current collaboration, do they? The reasons are not for disclosure. Bai Ruyu refused coldly. She neither wished to answer, nor had the means to. She couldn't very well tell Mu Yuyan that her father had an illegitimate son who had ousted her from the Bai family's inner circle. With the lie exposed, she had no desire to defend herself. No matter how persistent Mu Yuyan was, it seemed their relationship hadn't reached that point yet. As for herself, though reluctant to admit it, she was already completely Qin Lang's. Even now recalling it, she could still vaguely sense the terror of Qin Lang's power. Mu Yuyan with a stern face pushed the documents she had brought across the table to Bai Ruyu. Since you're Qin Lang's subordinate, we still need to follow proper procedures. He raced the test report along with the classification and pricing for the beauty pills. Take a look. Bai Ruyu didn't refuse. She took the documents and examined them meticulously. When she saw the data, even she, accustomed to grand spectacles, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Was this really a beauty product? Impossible. The cost-performance ratio was far too high. The mid-tier beauty pills rivaled high-end market products in effectiveness, while the high-tier ones far surpassed the vast majority of offerings on the market, utterly dominating them. If this were launched, it would undoubtedly explode the market. She had assumed Qin Lang's descriptions were exaggerated, but the experimental data turned out to be astonishing. Mu Yuyan spoke slowly. I've discussed this with Qin Lang before. He intends to entrust the production and sales of the beauty pills entirely to Murin International. Is that acceptable? Bai Ruyu closed the file and nodded calmly. No problem. If it weren't for the Bai family ousting her from the center of power, if her father hadn't forbidden her from meddling in business affairs. To be honest, she would have wanted to take over the beauty pill business herself. The Bai family also owned a beauty products company, but it wasn't as large or as legitimate as Murin International. But that didn't matter. As the saying goes, even a pig on the wind can fly. Now the beauty pill was the next big wind, and she wouldn't mind letting the Bai family play the pig. Of course that was just a thought. We'll discuss the rest when Qin Lang returns. Mu Yuyan had lost interest in confronting Bai Ruyu. Bai Ruyu, however, frowned. Since I'm here today, naturally I'm handling this. Don't you trust me? Or are you deliberately trying to remain entangled with Qin Lang? Mu Yuyan's brows furrowed in anger. What do you mean? What entanglement? My affairs with Qin Lang are none of your business. Affairs? What affairs? Bai Ruyu sneered. She was never one to back down, and she harbored a unique sentiment toward Qin Lang. Perhaps not love, but certainly not something easily claimed by others. If I remember correctly, you already severed ties with Qin Lang yesterday, didn't you? After all, it was you who proposed calling off the engagement, and Qin Lang merely complied. Where's your pretty boy now? Why isn't he with you? Bai Ruyu, do you think too highly of yourself? Struck at a sore point, Mu Yuyan bristled with fury. Because of Yi Feng, she had cried all night. It had taken her a long time to cover her reddened eyelids with makeup this morning. She had come here to leave a good impression on Qin Lang, not to be humiliated. Bai Ruyu's face also turned cold. Whether I think too highly of myself is none of your concern. If you want to discuss business, let's continue. If not, there's no need to talk further. If you're not interested in this deal, plenty of others are willing to take it. We could even set up our own production base. It's only a matter of time. As a woman, how could she tolerate Mu Yuyan's territorial behavior the moment they met? They clashed, neither willing to yield an inch. As the tension in the living room grew thicker on the verge of eruption, an argument erupted outside, drawing the attention of both women. It's Xiao Xiao. He'll go check, Bai Ruyu said, heading toward the door. She had only met Su Xiao Xiao earlier today, learning she was Qin Lang's housekeeper, and judging by the sounds, she seemed to be in some trouble. Mu Yuyan, though still simmering with anger, could only suppress it and follow along. Not far from the villa, Su Xiao Xiao, holding some fruits and vegetables in her hands, glared angrily at Yi Feng before her. Yi Feng, I've told you countless times not to bother me, but not only did you ignore me, you followed me here, she scolded in a delicate voice. What have you been through all these years? How did you become like this? She found the Yi Feng before her unfamiliar, a sense of bewilderment washing over her. Indeed, people change. So many years had passed, and Xiaofeng had become a different person. Xiao Xiao, I really didn't mean to, Yi Feng said. Yi Feng looked at Su Xiao Xiao, whom he had longed for day and night, abroad, a pang of distress in his heart. He still remembered how when they were children Xiao Xiao had once protected him from being beaten by the bully kids at the orphanage. Now that he had gained power, it was only natural he wanted to return and protect her, cherish her. Yet reality had played a cruel joke on him, creating a massive misunderstanding. Forget protecting Xiao Xiao, he didn't even have her contact information anymore. She had deleted it. Xiao Xiao, you deleted my contact, blocked my number, and when I call from a public phone you hang up as soon as you hear my voice. There's really a misunderstanding here. Can you just let me explain? Yi Feng quickly said in a gentle tone. Yi Feng quickly spoke in a soothing voice. Su Xiaoxiao's nature was inherently kind, and seeing Yi Feng's remorseful expression, she felt a pang of sympathy. But recalling the blood on the young master's arm that night, she steeled herself and gritted her teeth. What's there to explain? I know you're capable now, but that doesn't mean you should hurt the young master. Hurt the young master? I didn't even know Qin Lang before this. Why would I hurt him? Besides, the subordinate I sent to Tianhai City hasn't reported back yet. I suspect he's been taken out. Yi Feng said angrily. He felt the whole matter was too bizarre. Almost all the evidence pointed to him. But did he not know what he had and hadn't done? Xiao, there are many things and people in this world far more complicated than you imagine. It could even be the thief crying stop thief, Yi Feng said. Su Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes widened. What nonsense are you talking? She couldn't believe Yi Feng would slander the young master. How could anyone be so shameless? Yi Feng was becoming more and more unfamiliar to her. Xiao, I haven't changed at all. I'm still the Yi Feng from childhood, always your Xiaofeng. There's definitely something strange going on here. Yi Feng explained urgently. Let's not even talk about whether I did it. Even if I did, it wouldn't have turned out this way. Don't I know my own subordinate's strength? A pampered rich kid like Qin Lang under an assassination attempt shouldn't have survived at all. How could he only have a cut on his arm? And that blood wolf emblem of mine. Why was it conveniently left at the scene exposing my identity? It must be that you told Qin Lang about me before, and he deliberately set this up. In a bid to win back Xiao, Yi Feng cut to the chase, laying out all the suspicious points. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out from the villa. Before Su Xiao could speak, Mu Yuyan and Bai Ruyu emerged from inside. Seeing Yi Feng, Mu Yuyan first let out a cold laugh, then questioned, Yi Feng. You really are something, aren't you? Who do you think you are? What were you like before? Even as a child, were you already hitting on girls and handing out business cards saying you'd protect them? Yi Feng was momentarily dazed, his mind entirely on Su Xiao, so he hadn't noticed the arrival of these two acquaintances. Coincidentally, Mu Yuyan was still nursing a grudge over Yi Feng's advances the previous night, and now seeing him in person, she couldn't help but mock him. Yi Feng's expression darkened. He wanted to explain, but didn't know where to start. He had anticipated running into Qin Lang, but not Mu Yuyan. Bai Ruyu also had a cold expression. She snorted, Mr. Yi Feng, while I must admit I agree with some of your points, Qin Lang's character is indeed questionable. You can't just keep slandering him, can you? Last night you accused Mr. Qin Lang of being the mastermind behind my sister's kidnapping. But do you know that I've already found out who the real mastermind is? If it weren't for Qin Lang, my sister would have been imprisoned for a long time. When you slander someone's innocence without any evidence, have you ever considered their feelings? What a coincidence. What a coincidence indeed. If not for last night's incident, Bai Ruyu might have actually considered the possibility of Yi Feng's accusation against Qin Lang. After all, she also had her doubts about Qin Lang's character and harbored resentment. It was an uncomfortable position to be in, hearing both sides. But given what happened last night, combined with Yi Feng's pursuit of Su Xiao, Bai Ruyu had already nailed Yi Feng to the pillar of shame as someone who spurned and love resorted to framing others. Su Xiao stared at Yi Feng with a face as dark as water, the resentment in her heart growing ever stronger. Yi Feng felt his head about to split. He clenched his iron fists, seething with anger, but forced to suppress it, and explained, Xiao, things really aren't the way you think. There's a misunderstanding. Those two women don't know me well, but don't you understand me? Su Xiao snapped. Understand what? Yi Feng. We haven't seen each other for years. How am I supposed to know what you've become? Besides, regardless of what others think, I have to tell you something. I never said a word to the young master about what you do outside. He has no idea you're part of some mercenary group, or what you're up to out there. Why would he frame you? Enough. Yi Feng, just go. I don't want to see you anymore. Whether it was by Ruyu Mu Yuyan or her own heart, all the evidence pointed to Yi Feng. In Su Xiaoxiao's mind, he had originally just been someone who, unable to win love, had hurt the young master. Now she had to add another charge, baselessly slandering the young master's innocence. The three women turned and left. An elderly man taking a stroll happened to witness the scene. He walked up to Yi Feng, placed a hand on his shoulder and sighed. Young fella, this love square. The waters run deep. You can't handle it. Scram. Yi Feng whipped around, fixing his gaze on the old man. The ferocity in his eyes was like that of a wolf lurking in the shadows. The old man shuddered, quickened his pace, and scurried away, muttering the words unethical conduct under his breath. Qin Lang, just you wait, I've marked this grudge. The fury in Yi Feng's heart surged like towering waves, more overwhelming than ever before. All of this was orchestrated by Qin Lang behind the scenes. A surging tide of murderous intent swelled within his chest, so dense it nearly materialized into a tangible form. Meanwhile, on the other side of Tianhai City, inside the opulent three-story private room of the Queen's Bar, the Qin Lang whom Yi Feng held a grudge against was now lounging on the sofa. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled the smoke with leisurely contentment. Before him stood Xiao Jiuer, clad in a black skirt suit. With one hand resting on the floor-to-ceiling glass window, she used the other to slip a patent leather high heel onto her jade-like foot. A faint blush on her cheeks made her even more captivating. Her graceful figure with its curvaceous lines formed a perfect shape. She turned back, glaring at Qin Lang with annoyance, and scolded coldly, we shouldn't see each other again. Why? Qin Lang blew out a smoke ring, asking with curiosity. Weren't things fine just now? Xiao Jiuer rolled her eyes dramatically. What kind of relationship is this? Do you think this is appropriate? Is this how you do things? What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to exploit a glitch with me? She felt this relationship couldn't go on like this any longer. It was utterly exasperating. Every time she saw Qin Lang, her legs felt weak, and she had developed a psychological shadow. Watching Xiao Jiuer's intense emotional turmoil, Qin Lang grew even more pleased as he opened the system notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining Fate Villain value 10003. Ding! The female lead Xiao Jiuer is experiencing intense emotional fluctuations. Congratulations, host, for gaining Fate Villain value 800. Ding! The child of Fortune Yi Feng is experiencing intense emotional fluctuations. Congratulations, host, for gaining Fate Villain value 1000. Ding! The child of Fortune Yi Feng's fortune value has decreased by 500 points. Congratulations, host, for gaining Fate Villain value 5000. Listening to the system notifications ringing in his ear, Qin Lang smiled faintly. All the time and energy he had spent on Xiao Jiuer paled in comparison to the villain value earned by making Yi Feng hate him. A day as husband and wife means 100 days of affection. They'll try my best to make us a 100-day couple as soon as possible. Walking over to Xiao Jiuer, Qin Lang assertively wrapped his arm around her waist, chuckling lightly, without bothering to argue. Then he pointed toward the dance floor below, which was already buzzing with activity. This private room was Xiao Jiuer's exclusive space, and the floor-to-ceiling glass was a one-way mirror, allowing those inside to see out. Qin Lang pointed at a young man in a white shirt down below. The guy was appending a bottle of red wine, pouring it over the head of a middle-aged man radiating arrogance beyond measure. He asked with curiosity, "Who's that guy? He looks kind of familiar to me." Xiao Jiuer by nature would have slapped Qin Lang across the face for such an intimate embrace, or at least struggled violently. But, having already experienced far more indecent positions and outfits, she now subconsciously overlooked such minor liberties. She snorted coldly, "Am I praising you? Are you putting an effort here?" Following the direction of Qin Lang's finger, she saw the young man in the white shirt, and sneered, "By Xiaochun's illegitimate son. Of course he looks familiar. So that's Bai Xiaochun's illegitimate son. No wonder he looks so familiar. Does that mean the Bai sisters fell out with that old bastard Bai Xiaochun because of this guy? So that's Bai Xiaochun's illegitimate son. No wonder he looks so familiar. Does that mean the Bai sisters fell out with that old bastard Bai Xiaochun because of this guy? He had come here precisely because he learned that Bai Xiaochun's illegitimate son frequented the Queen's Bar. He wanted to scout the place and incidentally strengthen his bond with Xiao Jiuer. Now that their bond had deepened, it was time to get down to business. Feigning coincidence, Qin Lang sneered, "What do you think would happen if I helped the Bai sisters take out that little bastard down there?" There was no need for any pretense in front of Xiao Jiuer. After all, their relationship had reached this point. Even if nothing was explicitly stated, every time he came, didn't Xiao Jiuer obediently act like a dutiful wife? They were family, so there was no need to be overly guarded. After all, who knew Xiao Jiuer's temperament better than herself? She was cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. On the surface, she found him utterly displeasing, but deep down she cared deeply for her man. Xiao Jiuer turned to look at Qin Lang, furrowing her brow. "I think it's better if you don't entertain such thoughts." Qin Lang smirked playfully. "Are you saying I can't handle that old bastard Bai Xiaochun?" Xiao Jiuer shook her head. "It's not that you can't handle him, it's just unnecessary. Bai Xiaochun dotes on this illegitimate son excessively, and few people know about him. If it weren't for his deep ties with our Black Dragon Society, even I wouldn't know Bai Xiaochun had a son. This kid is called Bai Shui. When he was young, he didn't know how powerful his father was, and got bullied at school. Bai Xiaochun had several familiar minor bosses from the Black Dragon Society break the legs of the entire family that bullied his son, then dump them in another city. No one knows if they're alive or dead now. Another time, a school disciplinary director hit Bai Shui for bullying a girl at school. The next day, the director's body was fished out of the artificial lake in Tianhai City. Incidents like these are countless. Bai Xiaochun spoils this illegitimate son to the extreme. If anything happens to him, he'll go completely mad. He's capable of anything. Why would you provoke a madman? Though it sounded like a cold warning, it was actually a well-meaning reminder. She was reminding Qin Lang that while his background was formidable and intimidating, if he ever encountered a true madman, someone with nothing to lose, he should be cautious and avoid stirring up trouble. Tisk. Qin Lang stroked his chin, gazing at Xiao Jiuer's stunning face with a wicked grin. "You say one thing, but mean another. Weren't you just saying we shouldn't see each other again? What's this? Starting to worry about my safety now? I can't be bothered with you." Xiao Jiuer, stepping in her patent leather high heels, swayed her slender waist as she headed toward the restroom. She had no mood to linger with Qin Lang any longer. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, she needed to go to the restroom. Qin Lang averted his gaze from Xiao Jiuer and continued to watch the dance floor below. Seeing Bai Shui bullying others, he curled his lips into a sneer. The show is about to begin. He called Jun and instructed him to wait outside the Queen's Bar. Then, leaving before Bai Shui, Qin Lang departed from the bar. Seated in the back as Junzi drove away from the Queen Bar, Qin Lang stretched his limbs and slowly spoke. "How are the matters I assigned you progressing now?" Junzi kept both hands on the steering wheel, driving steadily, and replied calmly, "The men are ready. They'll make their move tonight." Young master, you have no idea. That Bai Shui is nothing short of a scoundrel. His crimes are too numerous to list. The deeper I dug, the more I saw his true nature. He has ruined several families. Junzi felt not a shred of guilt about striking against such a man. In fact, it brought him a sense of satisfaction. Compared to Bai Shui, even the young master's past misdeeds seemed forgivable. That makes him the perfect pawn, Qin Lang murmured unsurprised. Though Qin Lang's former self was something of a playboy, he was always under watch in the capital within the Qin family's domain. His actions were kept secret, and he constantly feared discovery by his family. Bai Shui, however, was lawless. Even when he erred, Bai Xiaochun covered for him, or rather turned the tables and framed others. Spoiled rotten like that, it was no wonder Bai Shui's character was twisted. With Bai Xiaochun's indulgence, he only grew more arrogant and reckless, looking down on everyone. Young master, just as you predicted, Yi Feng did come to see Miss Su, and they had a huge fallout. Their relationship is completely shattered now. If this were ancient times, you'd be as cunning as Zhuge Liang, Junzi said admiringly, giving a thumbs up. Qin Lang rolled his eyes. Zhuge Liang was a master strategist. I told you to read more and learn. Did you forget everything you learned from Manager Zhang last night? How could I? Junzi chuckled awkwardly in a thick Beijing accent, eager to show off his wit. I think we shouldn't rush back. Let Miss Su have some time alone. Let things play out. Then Yi Feng will have no chance to recover. There's something tonight. We'll head straight to Sunshine Orphanage. Qin Lang leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and fell silent. Junzi's thinking was still too simplistic. Rather than letting Su Xiaoxiao dwell on Yi Feng's faults, it was better to fan the flames elsewhere, flames that would singe Yi Feng's eyebrows. Why not take the opportunity? Half an hour later, they picked up Su Xiaoxiao from home. As she got into the car and saw the young master sleeping, she sat quietly beside him, lost in thought, her spirits low. Even after arriving at their destination, Su Xiaoxiao kept her head down, following behind Qin Lang, without a word, as if nursing some grievance. Before him, the old Sunshine Orphanage had been demolished, leaving only rubble. He strolled a short distance before stopping before a swing, where Su Xiaoxiao, walking with her head down, bumped into him. What's wrong? You seem distracted. Qin Lang turned, gently stroking her head. Has someone bullied you? Tell me, and I'll teach them a lesson. Su Xiaoxiao looked up, biting her lip, her face full of confusion. She murmured, Young master, why has Yi Feng become like this? Today he followed me all the way, slandered you, and Miss Bai said he did the same to her. And tonight a huge sum of money appeared in my bank account. It must be from him. What does he mean by this? Trying to buy me off? In Su Xiaoxiao's heart, Yi Feng was like a younger brother. She had once dreamed of his return, of their reunion as siblings, even of finding him a pretty girlfriend. But now all those dreams were shattered. Yi Feng not only harbored ill intentions toward her, but also stooped to defaming the young master to win her over. He had even sent her a large sum of money. What did that mean? Did he see her as a gold digger staying with Qin Lang only for his wealth? Yi Feng's transformation had caught her off guard. More than mere disgust, Su Xiaoxiao felt a deep sense of regret. He was the one she had treated like her own brother. How could he have changed so drastically? Don't overthink it. People change over time, Qin Lang said, pulling her into his arms, his chin resting on her shoulder, whispering softly in her ear. He made no mention of Yi Feng's large transfer. Su Xiaoxiao stood frozen like a little quail in his embrace, not daring to move. Her cheeks flushed with nervousness. Yet she felt no resistance, no urge to push him away. In this moment of melancholy, being held in his warm arms filled her with an overwhelming sense of trust and happiness. You've changed too, without even realizing it, Qin Lang said, pulling out a slightly rusted iron box from his pocket. He stepped back, gazing into her beautiful eyes with a smile. Remember this box? He had obtained it from the orphanage director. It held great significance, a secret weapon for Su Xiaoxiao. Young master, how did you get this box? Su Xiaoxiao stared in surprise. It was a keepsake from her childhood, when she was young and full of whimsical dreams. She had loved writing those dreams on paper, imitating the heroines on TV, hiding them away. Unable to afford a wish bottle, she had tucked her wishes into this iron box. The box contained many of her childhood aspirations, but it had been lost long ago. She had nearly forgotten its existence, never expecting it to appear in Qin Lang's hands. So much time had passed that if not for Qin Lang producing the box, she might have forgotten it entirely. Without a word, Qin Lang pulled out the paper inside. Sealed while the writing was still clear. Perhaps she had written it when very young, for the characters were crooked, both comical and endearing. Today Grandma Director said there wasn't enough money again. She's worried. I want to grow up and earn lots and lots of money to give to Grandma Director so she never has to worry about money again. Today a kid in the orphanage found a coin and bought 2 ice creams. He looked so happy eating them. I want to eat ice cream too. I'll earn lots of money, not just for Grandma Director, but also to buy myself ice cream. Grandma Director said girls have to get married someday, and before that they need to find a boyfriend. She told us to respect ourselves and find a really, really good boyfriend. Today I saw a girl and her boyfriend on TV having so much fun at an amusement park. I want to go to an amusement park too and find a really, really good boyfriend, just like Grandma Director said to go there together. I want. Listening to Qin Lang read out her childhood wishes word by word, Su Xiaoxiao's face burned crimson, the blush spreading to her neck. If she had a hole in her head, steam might have poured out. She rushed forward in embarrassment, trying to snatch the paper from his hands, pleading, Young master, stop reading. Those were just childish nonsense. I barely remember them. They don't count, they don't count. Please don't read them out loud. Though she didn't recall every detail, she had a general impression of her childhood wishes. After all, Grandma Director had often told her over the years wishing she would find a loving boy. Who would have thought those hastily scribbled wishes would be seen by the young master? She wished she could dig a hole and bury her head in the ground. She was too ashamed to face anyone. She desperately tried to grab the slips of paper, but no matter how hard she tried, she failed. Qin Lang placed the papers back into the iron box, held it above his head, and gazed into her lively eyes, his tone growing serious. To you these may be childish wishes that no longer count, but to me they are the things you once wanted most. Even childhood wishes hold a special meaning in my heart. Even childhood wishes I want to fulfill with you. He took her hand and asked solemnly, Su Xiaoxiao, I am greedy now. I have many requests. I want to eat ice cream with you, go to the amusement park with you, watch the sunrise with you, and so much more. I am so greedy that I want to fulfill every single one of your wishes with you. Would you be willing? They gazed at each other for a long time. Su Xiaoxiao was already entranced, standing there foolishly, her eyes reddened with tears trembling in them. It was not anger nor grievance, but overwhelming emotion. She was at a loss for words, somewhat dazed. Qin Lang took a small step forward, drawing nearer. Su Xiaoxiao immediately closed her eyes, pouted her little mouth, and moved forward a bit, waiting quietly. Little rascal. A playful scold jolted Su Xiaoxiao awake. Seeing Qin Lang's teasing face, her cheeks flushed with two rosy clouds, and she pouted coquettishly, Young master, you're so mean. Qin Lang pinched the tip of her nose and said indulgently, I'm afraid you'll get addicted again and keep asking for punishment, which will delay our time. There's a lot to do tonight, and if we're late the amusement park will close. Su Xiaoxiao nodded, sensibly linked her arm with Qin Lang's, and rested her head on his shoulder. She didn't let go even when they got into the car. Although Junzi's eyes held a hint of amusement, Su Xiaoxiao would rather be laughed at than let go of Qin Lang's arm. She wanted to be closer so that the warm emotion in her heart wouldn't overflow. The amusement park at night was a riot of color with neon lights glittering. Compared to the daytime family crowds, the night was more for couples. Lovers with arms around each other and embracing were everywhere. Logically speaking, Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao arm in arm shouldn't have been so conspicuous. Yet Qin Lang's smiling face with its natural affability frequently drew the gazes of young girls, making the boyfriends in their arms seem less appealing. They all started sizing up Su Xiaoxiao with envy. Seriously, are handsome guys now into flat-chested girls like that? Even though the girl next to him is pretty, her figure is not as good as mine. Yet what's the use of a pretty face? With the lights off, aren't we all the same? So annoying. Why isn't it me standing next to the handsome guy? Comparisons are odious. It must be said that the dynamics between men and women nowadays are indeed peculiar, especially among ordinary people. Girls often act tough and audacious. Some are so bold that they utter words clearly insulting to their own boyfriends right in front of them. Several guys didn't even dare to utter a word, just glaring hatefully at Qin Lang, secretly envying the obedient, sensible, and beautiful Su Xiaoxiao by his side. Walking under the gazes of the crowd, the words of some nearby girls reached Su Xiaoxiao's ears. She lowered her head, glanced at her slightly raised, but not very curved chest, and pouted unhappily. Although she didn't want to compare, Su Xiaoxiao always felt that young master liked big ones. Otherwise, why would he have made her drink papaya spare rib soup before? She claimed she didn't want to drink it, but in fact she had been drinking it every day during this period, one meal a day, never missing it. Especially when sleeping at night, she felt a warmth in her chest, as if it were growing. But it still couldn't compare to many other girls. A wave of disappointment spread in Su Xiaoxiao's heart, and her arms around Qin Lang involuntarily loosened a little. It wasn't that she didn't want to stay with Qin Lang, but she was afraid that if he touched her he would know she was small and wouldn't like her anymore. A girl's heart can be especially sensitive at times, and Su Xiaoxiao was a prime example. Her thoughts were extremely delicate, and she was even more afraid of loss. Even the slightest unhappiness would often make her sad for a long time. This was unavoidable. After all, Su Xiaoxiao was an orphan raised in an orphanage since childhood. No matter how kind the matron was to her, it could only be temporary. With so many children in the orphanage, it was impossible for the matron to devote her whole heart to just her right. The two passed by a milk tea shop where a catchy song was playing on loop. I love you, you love me, Mishua Bingqing sweetly. They bought 2 ice cream cones, one for each, and then Qin Lang led Su Xiaoxiao toward the Ferris wheel. Along the way, the ice cream in Su Xiaoxiao's hand was almost melting. Qin Lang had to lean over and take a bite, asking curiously, why aren't you eating? Su Xiaoxiao didn't answer, just lowered her head, and looked, then gently licked the spot where Qin Lang had bitten. Qin Lang watched Su Xiaoxiao's unusual behavior, followed her gaze, and found it rather amusing. No wonder, they said. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't hide anything in her heart. She was staring at her chest like that with a look of self-reproach, as if disappointed in herself for not living up to expectations. Such a little thought. Who could she hide it from? Qin Lang was slightly surprised that she had taken a stranger's comment to heart. He leaned and gently breathed warm air into her ear, glanced downward, and said teasingly, what's so interesting to look at? You're so absorbed, let me have a look too. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't stand this intimate, ear-nibbling sensation. It felt like she was a boiled crab, her soul almost escaping from her body. so blissful that her white soul had floated most of the way out of her head, leaving only a tiny tip shaped like the top of an ice cream cone still clinging to her little head. She gently shrank her neck, but unexpectedly the rubbing against Qin Lang's cheek became even more intimate. Her legs felt a little weak and her voice carried a pleading tone as she cooed. "Young master." Qin Lang kissed her small, delicately blushing ear and said with a doting smile, "It really is quite pretty. I like it." Su Xiaoxiao blushed and murmured weakly, "Young master, you're just teasing me. Back home you told me to drink papaya spare rib soup. You like big ones, don't you?" As she said this, her heart felt sour. Although she wasn't exceptionally small, she was definitely not big in any sense. Not being young master's preferred type, she almost resented her own body. In her heart, she secretly resolved that after tonight, she would drink more papaya spare rib soup, from 1 meal a day to 2 meals a day, 2 bowls each meal. Qin Lang took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, a quick peck on the corner of Su Xiaoxiao's mouth. Startled, she immediately glanced around to see if anyone was watching. Qin Lang's voice sounded in her ear again. "You're right, I do like big ones." It was as she feared. A wave of disappointment welled up in Su Xiaoxiao's heart, leaving her little heart hollow and terribly sad. Before Su Xiaoxiao's disappointment could fully settle, Qin Lang continued to blow warm air. "But what I like most are small ones. Want to know why?" Su Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously, her beautiful eyes wide open, looking like a diligent student ready to take notes. Qin Lang smirked mischievously, deliberately drawing out the final syllable, "Because I can touch them from small to big." "Oh." Su Xiaoxiao felt her bones turn weak at these words, her lively eyes flickering with panic, yet she did not look away. Partly from shyness and partly because Su Xiaoxiao suddenly felt as if a knot in her heart had been untied. Qin Lang took her hand and, guided by the staff, boarded the Ferris wheel. As the enclosed cabin gradually ascended, the space for just the two of them felt exceptionally cramped. The moon hung high in the sky, dotted with stars. From the Ferris wheel looking down, they could see the dazzling, luxurious nightscape of Tianhai City spread out before them. Vehicles on the road seemed more numerous than usual, weaving in an endless stream, with several police cars occasionally darting past amidst the traffic, as if something major had occurred and they were urgently conducting an investigation. Has it already begun? Qin Lang sneered inwardly as he watched the increased number of police cars. That old bastard Bai Xiaochun is truly crazy. This is just the beginning. He's already mobilizing his power like this. When Bai Xiaoyan was kidnapped earlier, even if he was just putting on a show, why wasn't he this anxious? His preference for sons over daughters has reached an unprecedented level. Lost in thought, Qin Lang pulled himself together and turned to look at Su Xiaoxiao sitting beside him, head down, fiddling with her fingers. Her seemingly idle demeanor suggested deep contemplation. Yet her furtive glances from the corner of her eye betrayed the turmoil within. "Young master," Su Xiaoxiao let out a soft cry as she was suddenly lifted and placed on Qin Lang's lap. She leaned against his warm chest, shrinking her neck tense as a little rabbit. Remembering what the young master had said on the way, her little heart pounded, beating faster and faster. She was a bit scared. Earlier, just letting the young master touch her little belly had been so pleasurable and joyful. If he touched other places, what would happen then? Standing high, you see far. Tianhai City may not be the most prosperous, but its night view is truly unmatched. Qin Lang held her slender waist and pointed out the window. "You were sitting at the far and only able to see the amusement park. From my side, you can see the city." Su Xiaoxiao leaned in his arms. How could she have any mind left for the night view? She only felt her cheeks burning hot, her heart so shy she could barely lift her head. The young master earnestly took her to admire the night view, but her mind was filled with all sorts of improper and unhealthy thoughts. Really, how shameless. Watching the young master deep in thought, Su Xiaoxiao felt her own thoughts growing more and more indecent. She didn't know why, but every time she was alone with him, her mind would conjure up embarrassing ideas. The Bai family mansion was brightly lit. The usually calm and composed Bai Xiaochun was for once in a rare rage. "Bastard. Where are the bodyguards? What the hell are they doing? They were told to follow him, and he just disappeared like that. They're all useless. Call Director Zhang and have him send people. Tell the Black Dragon Society to search every house. Find him tonight no matter what. This is outrageous. My son Bai Xiaochun's son, and someone dares to plot against him. If I find out, who will skin them alive? What are you staring at? Get the hell out and find him. If you don't find him, don't bother coming back." Bai Xiaochun's head steward Afu was forcibly driven out from the second floor. He bowed his head timidly, and when he met Bai Ryu at the stairway, he called out, "Miss," before quickly hurrying out. "Heh, this is karma, isn't it?" Bai Ryu listened to the incessant curses from the study upstairs, a cold smile forming in her heart. Having someone kidnap your own daughter and now losing your illegitimate son. If that's not karma, what is? She took a carton of milk from the fridge, poured 2 glasses on the coffee table, and handed one to Bai Xiaoyan, gently comforting her. "Drink some milk to calm your nerves. Wait until things quiet down, then go upstairs to sleep." Bai Xiaoyan took a sip, feeling bitter inside. He was still her father. How could she not feel dejected at such differential treatment? "Sister, are boys really that important? Are girls not worth cherishing at all?" Bai Ryu hugged her sister's shoulders, gently stroking her head. "Silly girl, why would you think that? Your sister cherishes you." Bai Xiaoyan nodded softly. The image of brother Qin Lang suddenly came to mind, and her big watery eyes brimmed with deep warmth curving into crescents. Her brother cherished her too. Thump thump thump. Hurried footsteps echoed from the stairway. Bai Xiaochun came down storming straight into the living room with boundless fury glaring at Bai Ryu. Does this have anything to do with you? If it does, release him immediately. We can let bygones be bygones, but if you dare harm Shui, don't blame me for being ruthless. After much deliberation, he suspected his eldest daughter might be the mastermind behind Shui's kidnapping. Especially recalling her doting affection for Yunyun, it seemed highly likely she was deliberately retaliating against him. His rage finally found an outlet, and regardless of coincidence, he launched into a tirade of accusations. Where was the father-daughter bond? It was clearly like interrogating a suspect utterly devoid of affection. Seeing this, even Bai Ryu's composure was shaken to its core. Was this still her father? Even a stranger wouldn't be so quick to cast suspicion. She bit her lip, her delicate frame trembling, and retorted with shame and anger, "Don't project your own wickedness onto others. There are things I consider beneath me. I'm fighting for the Bai family's fortune not for money but so that the blood and sweat my mother shed won't be given away to someone else for nothing. They'll say this now whether you like it or not. If anything happens to Bai Shui, I won't take a single cent from the Bai family. I don't want your damn money." Bai Ryu grabbed her sister's arm and glared fiercely at her father, her eyes filled with resentment, fury, and contempt, but not a trace of reluctance. Her heart was already shattered. She pulled her sister and walked away without looking back. "Yunyun, let's go. We're going home. This place is no longer our home." Bai Xiaochun stood in the living room watching his two daughters leave. A flicker of guilt in his heart was quickly drowned out by the rage over his son's kidnapping. Under Bai Xiaochun's boundless fury, the night in Tianhai City erupted into turmoil. Nearly half of the municipal police force was mobilized, dispatched to search the streets. There was no choice. Bai Xiaochun was Tianhai City's largest taxpayer. When trouble befell him, even the higher-ups had to take notice, compelled to appease this financial pillar. Otherwise, if Bai Xiaochun grew displeased and decided to relocate his industrial empire to another province, what then? At that point, the city's GDP and countless jobs would vanish along with Bai Xiaochun's departure utterly lost. Beyond this, nearly 80% of the Black Dragon Gang's members were dispatched into action. Unlike the police force, which operated under pressure, the Black Dragon Society was driven purely by money. Stroll around and earn cash. Only a fool would refuse such a chance. What if luck struck and they stumbled upon the target? That meant tens of millions in reward money. Amidst this fervor, Qin Lang accompanied Su Xiaoxiao at the amusement park, playing until it closed before leaving. No sooner had they returned to the villa than Xiao Jiuer called her opening words blunt. "Bai Shui has been kidnapped." Qin Lang chuckled. "Kidnapped? So what? Why tell me?" Xiao Jiuer's voice carried suspicion. "You have nothing to do with this." A vague unease gnawed at her. Wasn't it too coincidental that Bai Shui was kidnapped just after Qin Lang encountered him today? Besides, knowing Qin Lang's character, she wasn't fooled. He never stirred without gain, or if he had no designs on Bai Shui, why would he have been so eager to pry at the Queen's bar? And then right after his inquiries, trouble struck. There had to be something fishy. Qin Lang laughed. "Are you worried about me?" Afraid? Ill-faced retaliation. Xiao Jiuer snorted coldly. "Dream on. Worried about you? Are you still asleep and already dreaming? I'm just ruling out your involvement. After all, money moves hearts. Bai Xiaochun has put up a hefty bounty, 500 million for whoever brings Bai Shui back safely." Qin Lang brushed it off. 500 million, huh? That's enough for half a year's pocket money. Found any leads? We can split the profit. With our relationship, who's counting? We're already inseparable. Xiao Jiuer, used to Qin Lang's tone, replied generously, "Sure, I've got over 100 suspects here, all with grudges against Bai Shui. Since you're an intelligence dealer, why not share their info with me?" Click. At that, Qin Lang hung up without a second thought. Over 100 enemies. That bastard Bai Shui sure knew how to rack up hatred. He knew the scumbag was a mess, making enemies everywhere, but he never imagined the guy was such a failure that had amassed so many foes. In a way, he owed Bai Shui a debt of gratitude. The man's antics had almost cleared him of suspicion. The only one with doubts was Xiao Jiuer, and did he really need to worry about her? She had called to tip him off after all. Wasn't that a deliberate warning? If she truly meant to expose him, Bai Xiaochun would have shown up at his door by now. Let things take their course, mind your own business. Acting too eager would only reveal clues. For now, the situation needed to ferment a bit more. When the time was ripe, everything would fall into place. Knock knock. As Qin Lang pondered deeply, Su Xiaoxiao knocked on the door and then pushed it open. She wore a dress she had found somewhere, accentuating her slender figure gracefully. Though her build wasn't voluptuous, she exuded youthful charm and a gentle, modest aura. With her head bowed, she looked especially delicate and pitiable. "Xiaoxiao, where did you find that dress?" Qin Lang asked in surprise. Su Xiaoxiao blushed. "Young master, I discovered it in a small cabinet while cleaning the tea room." "I, dressed like this, young master, do you like it?" She was no longer a child. Upon finding such attire, she naturally understood Qin Lang had hidden it. Recalling the several outfits she had discovered, this was the only decent one, and she mustered the courage to wear it. She knew Qin Lang must have bought these clothes because he liked them. And in Su Xiaoxiao's heart, as long as her young master was pleased, she would try her best to do whatever he wanted. Qin Lang crooked his finger, and Su Xiaoxiao timidly stepped forward, sitting on his lap. She remained silent as he held her. Do you know what you're doing? Qin Lang watched her with keen interest. Seeing her reaction, he realized his efforts had paid off. He thought he might need to push harder, but Su Xiaoxiao had come to him willingly. Su Xiaoxiao nodded numbly. She knew she couldn't escape tonight, yet no trace of resistance stirred within her. Because in every way she had already been completely conquered by Qin Lang, destined to be bullied by him for the rest of her life. Just as the orphanage director had said, a girl must find a boy she loves to entrust her life to. She had never dared to dream of climbing the social ladder or becoming a phoenix. In her eyes, Qin Lang had always been her young master, the one she was duty-bound to serve. But repeated misunderstandings had left her feeling deeply guilty toward him. If Qin Lang had been harsh with her, she would have thought it deserved, given how she had blindly accused and slandered him. But in reality, Qin Lang was not cruel to her, nor did he wish to harm her. Instead, he protected her in every way, considering her well-being and treating her kindly. Most importantly for her sake, he had learned of her childhood wishes. Truly, if not for Qin Lang's initiative, she might never have thought to revisit those things. Life was already so exhausting. Where would she find the time to reminisce about childhood joys or fulfill the wishes she had made back then? Su Xiaoxiao lifted her head, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Qin Lang. She seemed to recall the earlier incident at the mall, the domineering scene where her young master had punished that couple for her sake. She remembered the reluctance in his eyes when she had misunderstood him and the pitying gaze that held back from punishing her. She recalled how, when her stomach ached, he had comforted her with gentle words, staying by her side. Gradually, all other images faded from Su Xiaoxiao's mind. Her entire world was now filled with only Qin Lang's figure occupying every corner of it. Ding! The host has claimed the heroine Su Xiaoxiao. Congratulations, you have earned 5000 Destiny Villain points. Ding! The heroine Su Xiaoxiao's emotions are in turmoil. Congratulations, you have earned 1000 Destiny Villain points. Hearing the system's prompts in his ear, Qin Lang rose, pulled the covers over the sleeping Su Xiaoxiao, gently kissed her forehead, and then left the room. The moment the door closed, Su Xiaoxiao, who had been feigning sleep, opened her eyes. Her delicate cheeks were flushed as if she were drunk. She hugged the pillow the young master had just used, buried her face in it, took a deep breath, and a faint smile curled at the corners of her lips, her entire being filled with a sense of contentment and happiness. After leaving home, Qin Lang headed straight for the villa where the Bai sisters lived. He was rushing from one place to another, working through the night. As soon as he arrived, Bai Ryu greeted him from the living room, her face full of apology. I'm so sorry to call you over so late, but Yun is in a bad mood and refuses to eat. I really don't know what to do. Qin Lang asked knowingly. What happened? Didn't you already have things figured out? Why are you two at odds again? A flicker of resentment passed through Bai Ryu's eyes, but she quickly shook her head indifferently. Forget it. Since we've already burned bridges, there's no point hiding anything. It's still about that illegitimate child. I don't know who kidnapped him, but father. Bai Xiaochun flew into a rage at home, acting like a madman. He even suspected I was behind it. Yun and I couldn't take it anymore, so we left. We're not going back. Since only that illegitimate child matters to Bai Xiaochun, he can live with him. What about Yifeng? He's your bodyguard. Does he live nearby? Qin Lang looked around, but didn't see him, his tone slightly tense. What if he has ill intentions toward you? Bai Ryu fixed her gaze on Qin Lang's eyes. Seeing no sign of feigned concern, her tone softened as she replied. Yifeng has no time for us right now. Though his character leaves much to be desired, Bai Xiaochun has great faith in his abilities. He even declared that Yifeng is the most likely to find that illegitimate child. I see. Qin Lang nodded, unsurprised. Knowing Yifeng's identity, Bai Xiaochun would naturally not pass up such a powerful ally. As long as Yifeng stepped in to search, his plan could continue to unfold. Bai Ryu glanced upstairs and sighed. Once Yun throws a tantrum, even I can't do anything. She won't even eat. Don't worry too much. Yun may be stubborn, but you know better than I how kind-hearted she is. After learning about Yifeng's situation, Qin Lang felt a weight lift off his mind. Having Yifeng followed was ineffective and risky. He might even be discovered. In contrast, the information Bai Ryu got through the Bai family was far more reliable. I understand. Let me go see Yun first. Don't let her do anything foolish. She still won't open the door. Bai Ryu looked both helpless and worried. Qin Lang nodded silently and walked upstairs. When he reached the door, he didn't even need to knock. It was already ajar waiting for him. Bai Xiaoyan sat upright, meek as a schoolgirl about to face her teacher's reprimand. Qin Lang didn't scold her. He simply said, "You don't want to eat." Bai Xiaoyan nodded slightly, then glanced up to see that Qin Lang wasn't angry, so she nodded again more emphatically. "Not even if I cook?" Qin Lang asked again. "Huh?" Bai Xiaoyan was startled, then shook her head quickly. Sensing something was off, she nodded vigorously. "He'll eat. I will." How could she refuse food made by her big brother? Even if her stomach was already full to bursting, she would still eat. "Then come downstairs." Qin Lang took Bai Xiaoyan's hand, led her to the living room, tied on an apron, and walked into the kitchen. These tasks weren't meant for him, but for the sisters' villain points, he would give it his all. One effort, double the reward. Worth it. He exchanged a temporary advanced cooking skill from the system shop for just 20 villain points. Though he had enough points for a permanent skill, it wasn't necessary. The sisters stood by the kitchen watching Qin Lang skillfully flip the pan and cook. No matter how bold Bai Ryu was, she never imagined that Qin Lang could cook. In her eyes, he was a pampered top-tier rich kid who wouldn't know a kitchen from a throne room. But the scene before her shattered that stereotype. It seemed Qin Lang was not what she had imagined. In less than half an hour, 4 dishes and a soup were perfectly prepared. Bai Ruyu stepped forward to help bring them to the table. Qin Lang sat beside Bai Xiaoyun while Bai Ruyu sat across from them. The three of them ate home-cooked food, digging into the rice. Delicious, so delicious. Big brother, how did you learn to cook so well? Bai Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled with admiration. The little girl, never one to eat delicately, was voracious, now driven by hunger and the exquisite flavor of Qin Lang's cooking. She ate heartily, praising him between bites. Perfect. Big brother was absolutely perfect. The more time she spent with him, the more she realized he was her destined one. Even more perfect than the prince in her dreams. She wouldn't even dare dream of this. Eat up if it's good. You'll need the energy to keep sulking with your sister. Qin Lang's words chilled the atmosphere. Bai Xiaoyun chewed the rice in her mouth, her appetite waning. Do you think your sister's life is too easy, so you have to make trouble for her? Or do you think only you are wronged and your sister isn't? Still pouting and refusing to eat. A barrage of 3 questions made Bai Xiaoyun shake her head repeatedly, saying no over and over. Ding! The heroine Bai Ruyu's affection has increased. Congratulations, you have earned 500 destiny villain points. Ding! The heroine Bai Ruyu's affection continues to rise. Congratulations, you have earned 800 destiny villain points. Watching from the side, Bai Ruyu felt a warmth in her heart. Though Qin Lang often acted frivolously with her, when it came to union, he fully assumed the role of a brother-in-law. An inexplicable emotion stirred within her, as if that night's ultimate sacrifice was no longer so hard to accept. At the dining table, Bai Xiaoyun felt deeply ashamed by the lecture. Her sister had done so much for her, yet she had failed to show understanding, instead sulking and refusing to eat, causing her sister heartache. Her actions were undoubtedly like rubbing salt into her sister's wounds. I'm sorry, brother. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have sulked. I just felt wronged. Bai Xiaoyun pouted, recognizing her mistake in losing her temper. Qin Lang affectionately patted her head and said with a smile, "Why are you apologizing to me? You should apologize to your sister." Bai Xiaoyun nodded her little head, immediately stepping off her chair with her crystal slippers and legs clad in white knee-high socks, running toward Bai Ryu across the table. Her pink skirt swayed as she moved. Though not voluptuous, she was exceptionally playful. Seeing Bai Ryu sitting at the table, having just set down her bowl and chopsticks with a gentle smile, Bai Xiaoyun charged into her embrace, like a little cannonball, wrapping her arms around her sister's neck. "Sister, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I was just so angry inside. Seeing how father treated us made me feel especially wronged." Bai Xiaoyun shifted to a comfortable position in her arms and mumbled firmly, "From now on I will never sulk with you again." Hearing her brother's words, Bai Xiaoyun realized how hurtful her actions had been. She knew that her sister loved her the most. Yet her unintentional tantrums had caused her sister pain and anguish. Bai Xiaoyun's heart filled with guilt, and she felt too ashamed to meet her sister's eyes. Bai Ryu smiled softly at Qin Lang across the table, a warmth spreading in her heart. She reached out and pinched her sister's cheek, saying happily, "As long as Union is happy, that's what matters. Let's not be angry. From now on, your sister will always cherish you. From this moment on, the two of us sisters will live in this home, a home that belongs only to us." No matter how much she suffered inside, Bai Ryu would never speak of it. She was her sister, her full-blooded younger sister whom she had raised since childhood. How could she bear to blame her even a little? Glancing at Qin Lang beside her, Bai Ryu felt a warm anticipation in her heart. Perhaps without the Bai family she could live more freely and happily in the future. Who could say? Yes, a home that belongs only to the three of us, including brother. Bai Xiaoyun nodded emphatically, not forgetting to include Qin Lang as a family member. Then she pouted angrily. "I won't be angry anymore. Even though I don't have father's love, I still have brother. Brother is much better than father. I don't care about father at all. Sister, you only have me now. He'll take good care of you from now on. Only her." Bai Ryu smiled bitterly inside, hearing her sister constantly say brother this and brother that, feeling strangely uneasy. It wasn't jealousy, just a strange awkwardness. Yes, her sister's brother would cherish her, but what her sister didn't know was that this brother had already cherished her sister countless times. Whenever she thought of Qin Lang, her mind involuntarily drifted to those matters, and she even felt a secret anticipation for the rest of the evening. The sisters shared their heartfelt words, deepening their bond. After a while, seeing that it was getting late, Qin Lang stood up and looked at the sisters holding hands, saying with a smile, "It's wonderful to see you two so harmonious. Tonight, I won't intrude on your time together." "Brother is leaving already. You just got here," Bai Xiaoyun said with a pout, clearly reluctant. Bai Ryu patted her sister's head and urged her upstairs, secretly assuring her that she would try to make Qin Lang stay. Only then did Bai Xiaoyun climb the stairs, looking back every few steps. The living room fell silent, leaving only Qin Lang and Bai Ryu facing each other. "What, don't you think my staying here would be an intrusion on you two?" Qin Lang joked half seriously. Bai Ryu rolled her eyes coquettishly and snorted, "What do you think? Union cares about you so much. Even I, as her sister, feel a bit jealous. It's already so late. Why go back? There are rooms here for you to rest. If necessary, you'll sleep with Union, and you can take my room." Qin Lang shook his head. "Then there's no point in staying. If you're leaving, why should I stay? He cast a suggestive glance over Bai Ryu's slender and impressive, bold and unabashed. Bai Ryu hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip, and said, "For helping me so late at night. If you stay once Yun falls asleep, they'll come to you." Perhaps it was to thank Qin Lang for his help, or maybe she had truly felt empty inside lately. Whenever she was alone for even a short, while a restless anxiety would surge within her, and the ugly face of Bai Xiaochun would constantly appear, but being with Qin Lang though she was teased, and it hurt a little, the afterward state of mental release where nothing else mattered was something she craved. It was almost addictive. Qin Lang tactlessly refused, "Let's do it another time." On one hand, he truly had matters to attend to tonight. Bai Xiaochun had already asked Yi Feng to search for Bai Shui. It wasn't that he didn't trust Junzi to handle it. Moreover, Yi Feng, as the leader of the Bloodwolf mercenary corps, was extremely formidable. He needed to secure the situation first, as any unforeseen incident was something he wanted to avoid. On the other hand, he had been running nonstop all day. After just half a day of such effort, his body was still somewhat weak. Bai Ryu's beautiful eyes sparkled with intelligence as she fixed her gaze on Qin Lang. "Are you rushing back to meet Mu Yuyan? Let me tell you, I've taken full charge of the beauty pill matter. Don't be fooled by her charms." She felt a pang of displeasure. Her own invitation had been rejected, dealing a blow to her pride. If Qin Lang were going to see Mu Yuyan, she would be so angry she couldn't sleep all night. How could that be? Qin Lang immediately shook his head. What does she have to do with it? He stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Bai Ryu's slender waist, and said seriously, "Manager, I have complete confidence in leaving the company's affairs to you. I won't interfere. I promise you here, and I also need to make a request." "What request?" Bai Ryu asked, puzzled. Qin Lang smiled awkwardly. "May I request Manager Bai to allow me a night off? Give the chairman a day's rest." After being called a rogue, Qin Lang finally left the villa where the Bai sisters lived. He moved alone through the darkness like a ghostly shadow, darting swiftly. His speed was so formidable that even an assassination expert like Yi Feng would be no match for the current Qin Lang. During this period, having consumed the physique-enhancing pills, his constitution had reached 200 points. Against ordinary people, even strong men, he could not spit to kill them, but he could poke a hole through a normal person's skull with a single finger. Now Qin Lang's physique was beyond compare, and his combat prowess was astonishingly powerful. Against a child of fortune like Yi Feng, excluding other factors, he had high confidence in a life-and-death battle. Of course, such matters of life and death were best left to his subordinates. As a great villain, why should he bother with these children of fortune? Returning to his thoughts, Qin Lang knew the location where Bai Shui was kidnapped. Although the kidnappers had no direct relation to him, Junzi had sent people to instigate them. They were all birds of a feather, and Junzi had arranged for trusted brothers to tail them personally. Bai Shui had offended too many people outside, countless in number, including some ruthless characters who harbored grudges. With just a little provocation, they would explode. And so the man was kidnapped. Within an hour, Qin Lang arrived before a remote residential building. Silently, he took a human skin mask from his system backpack and put it on. Once fully fitted, it was unmistakably Yi Feng's face. Under the disguise technique, his bones and physique underwent subtle changes, evolving toward Yi Feng's build. Unless someone was extremely familiar with them, it was impossible to detect the difference. This disguise technique was an excellent tool for framing others. Of course, using it, he considered the consequences, such as only appearing before Bai Shui and other unrelated men. In the presence of girls who knew Yi Feng or himself, this disguise technique would never be used. Even though it was his own body wearing someone else's face, Qin Lang felt disgusted. Not just by contact, but even by speaking a few extra words. Inside a remote residential building, 3 bare-chested tattooed social thugs sat around a table drinking beer with peanuts. One man angrily swallowed a gulp of beer and roared, "Damn it. What the hell? Didn't they say this kid was just a rich man's son?" Now the whole of Tianhai City is turned upside down. Police sirens are blaring everywhere, and even the Black Dragon Society has mobilized. Both the underworld and the authorities are searching for this kid. Who the hell is he? The 3 men turned their gaze simultaneously to Bai Shui, tied in the corner, his face bruised and swollen from beatings, gritting their teeth. They had only planned to kidnap the kid, beat him up, and starve him for a few days to teach him a lesson. After all, hadn't he stolen their girl at the bar last time? And to humiliate them, he sent someone to deliver a video of them bullying the girl. Ask yourself, what man could endure such humiliation? But now, halfway through venting their anger, they were caught in a dilemma. Hearing the commotion outside, their hearts were filled with fear, and their mood was heavy. They knew the situation had escalated, but the arrow had been shot. There was no turning back. "Ahu, go ask," ordered a man with a black scorpion tattoo on his neck, gesturing toward Ahu below, urging coldly. Ahu, clutching a dagger, stepped forward and yanked the 2 pairs of original flavored underpants from Bai Shui's mouth, barking coldly, "Behave yourself. Don't scream, or he'll show you what it means when the white blade goes in and the red comes out. He'll stab you right in the heart." Bai Shui's eyelids twitched wildly, not from fear, but because the beatings had swollen them, and the blood seeping into his eyes was irritating. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger, and said, "What do you want? Let me go and we can talk. I can give you whatever money you want." "Money? Do you think we're after a few lousy bucks? Have you forgotten how you humiliated us?" Ahu was furious. "Damn it. If I didn't want to keep things small, I'd stab you first. Fuck, that schoolgirl. I was the one who slipped the drug into her drink. Even if everyone gets a turn, there should be some order, right? Bai Shui rolled his eyes. Isn't it just a woman? If you want to have fun, why not just tell me? Let me go and I'll set you up with anyone you want. He didn't even remember these three guys. In that brief encounter, the beating and dragging the woman upstairs were all done by his lackeys. Stealing gangsters' women and sending them videos of their humiliation, that was old hat. He had always done this not for any reason, but for the thrill. Slap. Ahu slapped Bai Shui across the face, cursing. I'm not talking about that. Tell me, which family's little bastard are you? Bai Shui winced in pain, craning his neck, and saying, my father is Bai Xiaochun. His hands were tied, unable to wipe the blood or rub his face, so he could only answer obediently. In his childhood, he didn't know his father's identity, but now that he was grown, how could he still be kept in the dark? Even if Bai Xiaochun didn't tell him, couldn't he find out on his own? Even though Bai Xiaochun had stepped back from the limelight with just a glance at old photos and newspapers, Bai Shui could recognize his own father. The chairman of the Bai Group, a billionaire tycoon in Tianhai City. If he hadn't known his father's identity and been so pampered, where would he have found the audacity to act so arrogantly outside? But he never expected to fall into the hands of these three reckless men today. Damn! Ahu angrily stuffed the original flavored underpants back into Bai Shui's mouth. Returning to the table, he plopped down on a stool, grabbed an open can of beer, gulped it down, slammed his fist on the table, sending peanuts flying. Boss, we've really stirred up a hornet's nest. We shouldn't have bragged to those guys. This kid is Bai Xiaochun's son, and now the whole city is hunting us. This doesn't look fake. Only a family like the Bays could cause such a stir. Boss, what do we do now? Ahu was overwhelmed, his heart pounding with anxiety. He never imagined they would provoke the Bai family. For a wealthy tycoon's household, dealing with them was like crushing a few ants. Scorpion was even more alert. He narrowed his eyes, casting a murderous glance toward Bai Shui, already contemplating killing him. MMPH. Bai Shui struggled violently, wanting to explain, but the stench of urine from the underpants blocked his words. Keep still. Scorpion coldly barked. Once Bai Shui quieted down, he slowly looked at the two underlings. What's done is done, our regret is useless. Now the whole city is hunting us. If Bai Xiaochun finds out we kidnapped his illegitimate son, he'll use every means to kill us. Ahu questioned, no way. Bai Xiaochun is a big entrepreneur and philanthropist in our city. In his heart, he still harbored hope for a way out. Like returning Bai Shui and apologizing, even if it meant losing a leg, it would be better than being hunted forever. Scorpion rolled his eyes. Even the Black Dragon Society has mobilized. Do you think the police ordered them? It's Bai Xiaochun pulling the strings behind the scenes. These capitalists have dirty hearts. Forget it, let's just watch him for now. Our place is still safe. I'm going to take a piss. Having drunk too much beer, Scorpion felt the urge to urinate. As he looked at Ahu and the others, his eyes held helplessness. Even at this moment, they still thought Bai Xiaochun would let things slide. That was nonsense. Among today's wealthy tycoons who had clean hands when they first made their fortunes, their hearts were all dirty and their hands ruthless. He didn't bother to explain further, feeling a wave of helplessness, and got up to head to the bathroom under the stairs to relieve himself. As luck would have it, just as Scorpion left, the door to the room was pried open from outside with a crisp sound. Ahu and his accomplice Sha Chong, upon hearing the sound, immediately turned grim. They set down their canned beers, gripped their daggers, and quietly crept behind the door, one on each side. Just as the knocker stepped inside, Ahu and Sha Chong steeled themselves and thrust both daggers out the door. A dull, fleshy thud resonated twice, followed by agonized roars. Ahus and Sha Chong's right hands were both slashed open by the other's dagger, blood gushing forth like a torrent. Their wounded arms were seized as well. Qin Lang, wearing Yifeng's mask, stepped in from outside. A black mask covered his face. Also retrieved from the system inventory, all minor trinkets from system draws. It was of little use anyway, otherwise he could have pulled out a gas mask. He held two bleeding arms, exuding an air of protagonist bravado. A playful smirk curled on his lips as he sneered. You think that pitiful kung fu of yours could hurt me? Unstingy with words he had already exchanged for an intermediate voice imitating skill from the system shop to ensure foolproof concealment. Unless one was a voice expert, detection was impossible. Bai Shui tied up, wailed, and thrashed like a maggot on the ground, as if seeing his long-lost father. Qin Lang tossed Ahu and Sha Chong to the floor and pointed at the object stuffed in Bai Shui's mouth, urging, take it off. Ahu, terrified, stumbled to Bai Shui's side. Instead of removing the foul underpants, he pressed the dagger against Bai Shui's throat, screaming frantically at Qin Lang. Don't come any closer, or he'll kill this brat. You're after Bai Xiaochun's money, aren't you? Let's talk. If you let us leave Tianhai City, we'll release him then. He knew Bai Xiaochun had far-reaching influence, but never imagined the response would be so swift. Thankfully, this arriving fellow, though strong, seemed dim-witted, capturing them only to let them go. Arrogant fool. Qin Lang was unperturbed. He grabbed Sha Chong as a hostage instead, and under the black glove picked up a dagger and plunged it into Sha Chong's right chest with a poochie. Don't act rashly. Put the knife down, or your buddy dies. Blood spurted out. Sha Chong writhed in pain, his inner self howling, what did I do to deserve this? And who is the real kidnapper here? Ahu hadn't even struck. Only threatened verbally. But this guy, without a word, had already stabbed him first. That move was utterly audacious. Ahu was dumbfounded. He swallowed hard, yanked the foul underpants from Bai Shui's mouth, and roared, "Make him stop!" Bai Shui shouted in panic. "Yifeng, what the hell are you doing? Trying to get me killed? If you have the guts to save me, have the guts to take off that mask. I know it's you, Yifeng. Don't pretend. If something happens to me, my father won't let you off." Puchi. Qin Lang's dagger plunged into Sha Chong's chest again, leaving 2 gaping wounds that bled profusely. Sha Chong, pale as death, looked up at Qin Lang on the verge of tears. "Boss." Qin Lang gave an awkward smile. "I have OCD. 1 hole on the right, none on the left, asymmetrical." Bai Shui stared in disbelief. He knew Yifeng, his father had brought him to dinner once. Though they hadn't talked much, it was clear his father respected Yifeng. But now even a fool could see that this guy had no intention of rescuing him. "I get it. You're in touch with those 2 bitches, aren't you? You want me dead so they can inherit the Bai family fortune." As the dagger on his neck drew a line of blood, Bai Shui's tone changed abruptly to desperate pleading. "Just save me. They'll give you whatever money you want. Save me." Qin Lang twirled his dagger and eyed Bai Shui mockingly. "Can you compare to Bai Ruyu or Bai Xiaoyan? Even if you're into fencing him, not." Without further ado, Qin Lang let Bai Shui say what he had to, then hurled his dagger straight into Bai Shui's heart, piercing it clean through. A chilling, soaring finish. Even in death, Bai Shui never imagined his killer would be Yifeng. And with such utter disregard, as if he feared the kidnappers wouldn't finish the job, and came to deliver the final blow himself. Bai Shui's eyes bulged wide and round as he slid slowly from Ahu's embrace, their eyes meeting in mutual bewilderment. Sha Chong's fate was no better. His neck was snapped cleanly. Ahu stumbled back in terror, panic-stricken. Before he could even rat out his accomplice, a single kick ended his breath. Afterward, Qin Lang seemed to arrange the scene, pressing Sha Chong's fingerprints onto the dagger and Sha Chong's neck, then vanished into the night, seemingly oblivious to the Scorpion, who had spied everything from the toilet. Only when the figure was long gone did Scorpion slump against the bathroom wall, slide down the tiles, and collapse weakly to the floor, his back soaked with cold sweat. Insane, insane. A murder by proxy. That damned Yifeng used us brothers as scapegoats to seize Bai Xiaochun's assets. A classic remove the firewood from under the cauldron. He swallowed hard without a second thought, erased any trace of his presence at the scene, and swiftly fled. Take revenge on Yifeng. Was he crazy? That guy's strength was extraordinary. He could snap necks with his bare hands. His 2 buddies, both over 6 feet tall, were like rabbits in his grasp. How could he hope to win? Even if he could, why risk the trouble for no gain? As for snitching to Bai Xiaochun, that was even less likely. Yifeng had killed Bai Shui, and he himself was an accomplice. Scorpion, more seasoned than who had a sharper mind. If he ratted, Yifeng would surely face Bai Xiaochun's vengeance, and he'd be dragged down too. After much deliberation, the best option was to vanish into thin air. In the darkness, Qin Lang lurked in the shadows, watching Scorpion flee. He removed the black gloves and the human skin mask, stowing them back into the system inventory. The items were useless now, but he couldn't just litter. Leaving evidence behind was never wise. As for the chaos at the scene, he paid it no mind. If anyone actually investigated the traces Scorpion had erased, wouldn't clear his suspicion. After all, Ahu and Sha Chong couldn't have killed each other. The rest was for Bai Xiaochun to handle. Qin Lang enjoyed his leisure. Had the child of fortune. Blow after blow. He wondered how Yifeng, the child of fortune, was faring. Had he sensed something amiss? Perhaps Yifeng still planned to rise with Bai Xiaochun's help, aiming for greater heights, even targeting Qin Lang. But how could Yifeng have imagined that he wasn't the only one plotting? As the arch-villain, if he didn't grasp the principle of striking first to gain the upper hand, he might as well blow himself up and feed XP to Yifeng. At the Bai family estate in the early hours of dawn, the sky was already tinged with the pale light of morning. Inside the study, Bai Xiaochun had not slept all night, yet his spirit remained in a state of agitation, or rather one of extreme fury. A whole night had passed, and there was still no news from the authorities, nor any word from the Black Dragon Society. Such a massive commotion had turned half of Tianhai City upside down. The entire city's airports and high-speed rail stations had been placed under intense scrutiny. His son had been kidnapped just last night. Where could he possibly have escaped to? Shui, father will not let anyone who harmed you go unpunished. Bai Xiaochun clenched his fists, grinding his teeth, his eyes turning bloodshot. Just then the door was pushed open, and Yifeng, his face somewhat pale, walked in from outside. Bai Xiaochun immediately rose and stepped forward, his face filled with anticipation as he inquired, "Mr. Yi, is there any news about my son?" He knew of Yifeng's background, aware of his vast connections, and still held great expectations for him. Yifeng shook his head. "There is none." "What about the authorities and the Black Dragon Society?" It wasn't just a lack of news, to be precise. He hadn't even bothered to search. Firstly, he had been in a bad mood lately, and didn't want to trouble himself with these matters. Secondly, he didn't know what he had eaten last night, but he had been suffering from vomiting and diarrhea, unleashing a torrential storm in his lodgings that left him utterly drained. He increasingly felt that something was amiss lately. At times he would inexplicably feel restless and irritable. When he saw a beautiful woman, he would often feel that she should be interested in him, but when he tried to approach her, she wouldn't even bother to acknowledge him. As for his luck, it was atrocious. He suffered from vomiting and diarrhea, was targeted by a scammer, and even walking under a tree risked being hit by bird droppings. Bai Xiaochun took a deep look at him. Seeing his pale complexion, he assumed it was from searching all night, and patiently said with a sigh, "Still no news. I'm sorry to trouble you, Mr. Yi. I must ask for your continued help in this matter. There will be a generous reward afterward." Yifeng nodded and comforted him. "Don't worry. The kidnappers are probably after money. They wouldn't dare harm young Master Bai." No sooner had he spoken than Bai Xiaochun received a call from the authorities. As he listened to the officer's account, especially upon hearing the critical news, Bai Xiaochun was struck as if by lightning. The phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor with a sharp crack. His eyes were vacant and lifeless, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Then a blazing fury erupted from his gaze. Who killed my son?" A roar of anguish echoed through the study. Without even changing his clothes, Bai Xiaochun rushed out in a frenzy. Only Yifeng was left standing there, perplexed and troubled. Was this for real? He had just assured Bai Xiaochun that Bai Shui would be fine, and the very next call informed them that Bai Shui had been killed. Was his luck really that bad? Meanwhile, at the Jiangnan No. 1 Villa District. At Mu Yiyan's residence, in the living room, a girl dressed in a white panda t-shirt sat on the sofa. The panda on her chest was stretched into a round, chubby face. Her slender little hands were massaging Mu Yiyan's shoulders as she spoke softly. "President Mu, Sister Mu, since you don't feel like going to work today, anyway, come shopping with me. It's been such a long time since we've gone out shopping." Mu Yiyan cast a sidelong glance and shook her head weakly, not interested. Lin Yuchu pouted playfully, scrunching her delicate nose, and hugged Mu Yiyan's arm, gently swaying it. "Sister Mu, how about we go see a movie together? There's a new comedy that just came out. The reviews say it's really good. It'll be perfect for lifting our spirits. Please." Mu Yiyan refused again, not in the mood. Mu Yiyan refused again, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "Yuchu, stop calling me sister all the time. You're a whole month older than me." Lin Yuchu grumbled inwardly. Although she was older, she looked young. Dressed a little playfully, countless people mistook her for a high school student. In the past, when she called Mu Yiyan's sister, she had never been rebuffed like this. Today was the first time. Clearly Mu Yiyan's heart had been thoroughly wounded by that scoundrel. She huffed indignantly. "Yiyan, is it really worth getting so upset over some worthless man? You skip work and won't even talk to me. Do you even see me as your best friend anymore?" Mu Yiyan stared blankly at the television, not turning her head, as she said softly, "If it weren't for you, do you think I would have told you about Qin Lang?" In Mu Yiyan's heart, Lin Yuchu's status as her best friend was extremely high, otherwise she would never have confided in her about Qin Lang. Was it worth it? He's just some worthless man. You're so wonderful, Yiyan. Why must you hang yourself on this one tree? All worthless men are the same. Don't think that just because he's ignoring you now, he isn't secretly gloating. If he knew you were pining away like this, he'd be overjoyed and proud, maybe even bragging about it to others. Lin Yuchu's tone was filled with resentment. She had seen too many of those fickle scoundrels, especially in the circle of capital city playboys where their numbers were countless. Those bastards talked about picking up women all day long and would flaunt their money at the drop of a hat. It was utterly nauseating. She had thought Mu Yiyan was clear-headed and wouldn't fall for their tricks. At least half a month ago, Mu Yiyan had no feelings for Qin Lang. She even detested him and often complained to her about his faults. Lin Yuchu never imagined that in such a short time Mu Yiyan's attitude toward Qin Lang could change so drastically. It was a complete upheaval. "It's just Qin Lang. I'm sure he's doing this on purpose, trying to string you along. It's a classic tactic called playing hard to get a common trick of scoundrels. It's only because you're busy with company matters all day, Yiyan. Any girl who's been in a few relationships wouldn't fall for such a cheap trick. Just wait. Invite Qin Lang out. I have 100 ways to expose his ugly true face." Mu Yiyan turned around, frowning. "Don't you dare cause any trouble. This has nothing to do with you. Don't make things worse for me. I've had enough to worry about lately." Although she knew Lin Yuchu meant well, she was well aware of her best friend's personality. Lin Yuchu was mischievous and clever with her words, claiming to be formidable, but in reality she was all talk. She pretended to be a master of romance, but deep down she was just a naive fool who had never been in a relationship and had only read about all these tactics. Lin Yuchu ignored Mu Yiyan's threat. Jealousy simmered in her heart as she snorted coldly. She turned to Aining and took the initiative to speak. "Sister Aining, do you want to keep watching Yiyan sink into this depression? As an outsider, you should know exactly what kind of person Qin Lang is. Even if Yiyan is going through a phase, she shouldn't be with such a scoundrel. Help me out. Let's work together to control Yiyan. Once Qin Lang's true face is exposed, it'll be a win-win." Mu Yiyan cried out in protest. "How dare you?" Lin Yuchu pounced on her, leading the charge. "What's there to be afraid of? Don't forget I've been practicing Taekwondo for 2 years. A few minutes later, Mu Yiyan was subdued. Aining stood by, looking helpless. "Miss, truly as an outsider seeing you like this, my heart aches. Maybe Miss Lin is right. What if Qin Lang really is a scoundrel who can't resist temptation?" Yiyan stopped struggling. Today Qin Lang is going to be publicly humiliated. Lin Yuchu toyed with Mu Yiyan's phone for a while before raising the screen triumphantly. "It's all set. The location is my family's hotel. Just wait and see how I expose Qin Lang's true colors." Lin Yuchu's eyes were full of smug satisfaction. She was brimming with pride and confidence. She had countless schemes to unveil Qin Lang's true nature. A mere scoundrel like him would be exposed in an instant by her Lin Yuchu. He could mess with other girls, but trying to bully her best friend. That was nothing short of a fool's dream. A sly smile played on Lin Yuchu's lips as she muttered to herself, Qin Lang, don't blame me for not giving you face. You just picked the wrong target. Watch how I'll teach you a lesson and make you lose all your dignity. It was high noon when Qin Lang headed towards Kaiyuan International. Junzi steered with one hand while giving a thumbs up to Qin Lang in the back seat. Young master, when it comes to dealing with women, I crown you the best. You're like a hunter stalking prey. Once you set your sights, no target can escape. It's incredible. Remember how President Mu used to brush you off or look at you with disdain? Now she keeps dropping by your place uninvited and even asks you to lunch. She's clearly making a move on you. Junzi truly admired Qin Lang. He had managed to win over even a cold, elegant CEO like Mu Yuyan. What others didn't know was that Qin Lang was juggling multiple fronts at once. He had multiple lines of operation running simultaneously, and all bore fruitful results. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Qin Lang let out a soft laugh. Hunter? What hunter? A bounty hunter. If not for a reason, why would he waste time dining with Mu Yuyan? Had the system not alerted him to the drastic fluctuations in Mu Yuyan's emotions suggesting she might be in trouble, he would be giving Su Xiaoxiao her second lesson right now, continuing to impart knowledge. Wasn't that far more enjoyable than dining with Mu Yuyan? The Maybach pulled up smoothly outside the entrance of Kaiyuan International. Due to the rain, Qin Lang stepped out with an umbrella, his tailored suit accentuating his lean waist. At the hotel entrance, Qin Lang paused and glanced at a young girl nearby. Though called a girl, she stood over 1.6 meters tall with a well-proportioned figure. Dressed in a black and white JK uniform with long white stockings, her slender legs were strikingly highlighted. What caught Qin Lang's attention most was that her figure rivaled that of the Bai sisters, and the JK uniform only made her curves more prominent and eye-catching. Such an impressive physique paired with a delicate, almost childlike face made her appear no older than 17 or 18. Ding! The heroine Lin Yuchu's emotions fluctuate. Congratulations, host, for gaining 100 Destiny Villain points. At the hotel entrance, Lin Yuchu anxiously tapped her feet, her big watery eyes fixed on the road beyond the transparent rain shield. She seemed eager to hail a taxi, but inside she was burning with worry. Damn it, what's wrong with this Qin Lang? Can't he see I don't have an umbrella? Doesn't he have any gentlemanly manners? Can't he just come over and strike up a conversation? Lin Yuchu fumed. In this weather, dressed so lightly with the rain pouring down, any man would likely offer her a ride, wouldn't they? But not Qin Lang. He just stood there watching, neither approaching nor entering the hotel. Fine. Determined to expose Qin Lang's true nature, Lin Yuchu muttered resentfully under her breath. She dashed out from under the rain shield on her white stockinged legs, but a short distance away, she deliberately slipped and fell with a splash, landing in a heap on the ground. Inside the hotel surveillance room, Mu Yuyan and Aining sat before the LCD screens, watching the high-definition feed with audio. Seeing Lin Yuchu fall into the rain, Mu Yuyan exclaimed anxiously, "How could Yuchu do this? She's clearly exploiting Qin Lang's sympathy. And in this heavy rain, even if she wants him to approach her, she shouldn't go this far to humiliate herself. No, I have to go give her an umbrella. I can't let her stay out in the rain any longer." Aining quickly blocked her way, forcing a wry smile. "Miss, please don't complicate things. Miss Lin has gone this far for you, risking getting soaked just to expose Qin Lang's true colors. If you go now, you'll waste all her efforts." Aining wasn't foolish. She had been with Mu Yuyan for years and knew her well. If Mu Yuyan went out, Lin Yuchu would no longer need to endure the rain, but her identity would definitely be revealed. She didn't want to see Miss Lin's hard work go to waste. Just as Mu Yuyan hesitated, Qin Lang moved on the screen. Aining quickly said, "Miss, look. Qin Lang is making his move." In the puddle, Lin Yuchu was drenched. Her black and white JK uniform clung to her curves as she huddled, hugging her knees in the rain, sobbing uncontrollably. She looked pitiful, helpless, and utterly endearing, emotions that would stir any normal man. Who could watch such a beautiful girl suffer in the rain? Lin Yuchu was confident. She had absolute faith in her looks and figure. If Qin Lang would just speak to her, she was sure she could lure him away from here. If he left, it would be a breach of promise. Taking a strange woman away, what else could a man have in mind? It would confirm he was a scumbag. After waiting a while, Lin Yuchu kept glancing sideways at Qin Lang. When she saw him move, her heart leaped with joy. But when he didn't approach her, and instead headed toward the Maybach, she grew puzzled, then quickly rationalized it. He must be getting an umbrella. He'd offer her one, and then find an excuse to ask for her contact info. It was such a cliché move. How could it fool her sharp eyes? A moment later, Qin Lang emerged from the Maybach, indeed, holding another umbrella. But beneath it stood another person, the driver and bodyguard Junzi. The two stopped less than 2 meters from Lin Yuchu, looking left and right. Umbrella in hand, Qin Lang made no move to shield her from the rain. Instead, he wore an amused expression and asked, "Junzi, what do you think is up with this girl? Heartbroken or too broke for an abortion?" Junzi replied vaguely, "Probably heartbroken. Her belly's not showing, so it's not pregnancy. Maybe it's too early to tell. Could be." Lin Yuchu was stunned. Rainwater mingled with tears streamed down her cheeks as she looked up. Meeting Qin Lang's gaze, which held a mix of curiosity and amusement, she felt her mind go blank. This guy? A scumbag. He was clearly an unyielding straight man. Seeing a helpless woman in the rain, he didn't offer comfort. Fine. If he wanted to watch the show, fine. But why call his bodyguard out of the Maybach to stand together and gawk at her? What kind of humiliation was this? Ding. The female lead Lin Youchu experienced intense emotional fluctuations. Congratulations, host, for gaining 200 Destiny Villain points. Ding. The female lead Lin Youchu's anger value continues to rise. Congratulations, host, for gaining 500 Destiny Villain points. Ding. The female lead Mu Yuyan's favorability value continues to rise. Congratulations, host, for gaining 600 Destiny Villain points. Ding. The system notifications ringing incessantly in his ears made Qin Lang feel that his choice was indeed correct. As expected, this woman was not a good person. Although she was a legal lowly in the original work, Lin Youchu, as Mu Yuyan's best friend, was also known as the scumbag detector. She had clashed with Yifeng countless times, causing mischief and ruining reputations with ease. This time, Mu Yuyan's emotional fluctuations were definitely inseparable from Lin Youchu. Moreover, this obvious attempt at striking up a conversation put Qin Lang on alert. Others might not know, but how could he be unaware of Lin Youchu's hidden nature? She was a girl love. At the same time, she had a tendency towards submission. The more you treated her well, the more she would act out. How could she possibly take the initiative to chat someone up? Perhaps Mu Yuyan was watching from somewhere, and Lin Youchu had already set a trap, just waiting for him to fall into it. Qin Lang sneered, inwardly turning the tables and taking the dominant position. He looked at Lin Youchu, who was sitting in a puddle with a sinister expression. Just by bullying Lin Youchu, he could gain 2 types of Destiny Villain points in return. 1 effort, 2 rewards. Why not do it? The rain continued to fall, soaking the black and white JK uniform against her body, making her curvaceous figure even more alluring. Lin Youchu gritted her teeth, inwardly unwilling to give up now. On the surface, she muttered pitifully, "Brother, the rain is so heavy. Could you lend me an umbrella?" Qin Lang counted the 2 umbrellas, then counted the 3 people, and asked with a smirk, "Little sister, can't you count? There are only 2 umbrellas in total. How can I lend you one?" Lin Youchu roared inwardly. Was this Qin Lang an idiot? She had said it so plainly, couldn't he just come over and hold the umbrella for her? Truly, Lin Youchu never imagined she would end up squatting in a puddle for so long, her white undergarments already soaked through by the rain. Qin Lang walked up to Lin Youchu with an umbrella. Just as the umbrella was about to cover her, he stopped abruptly, not even a foot away, and pointed to the awning of a nearby hotel, saying, "You can take shelter over there." Lin Youchu wiped her face, unsure if it was tears or rain, forcing a bitter smile. She rubbed her ankle and said in a coquettish soft voice, "Brother, I just twisted my ankle. It hurts so much. Could you please hold the umbrella for me? Please?" Qin Lang ignored her, instead pointing at a dark glint exposed at her waist. His voice turned stern. "What's that tucked in there? It looks bulky. Let me see it." Lin Yuchu's expression changed. "It's not necessary, is it? Junzi, let's go." Qin Lang turned and called for Junzi to leave. Lin Youchu quickly begged, "Don't go, don't go. They'll show you, okay?" She timidly pulled a small fruit knife from her waist. She had originally brought it as a precaution just in case Qin Lang acted recklessly, even if she revealed her identity. What would she do then? Naturally, she had to bring a weapon for self-defense. Now that she was exposed to maintain her image as a weak woman, she could only offer a feeble explanation. "Brother, this is a fruit knife. For cutting fruit." Qin Lang frowned suspiciously. "Cutting fruit? In this heavy rain you go out without an umbrella, but bring a knife." What did that mean? A knife in the rain, but no umbrella. Who was he implying? Lin Youchu was so furious she felt she might break down. She wished she could stab Qin Lang a dozen times with that fruit knife, each wound avoiding a fatal spot, making him wish for death, but unable to die. But thinking that Mu Yuyan was still watching through the surveillance feed, she casually tossed the fruit knife aside and pulled out her ultimate move, playing the victim miserably. "Brother, I'm still young, just starting high school. My parents are fighting at home talking about divorce, and they hit me. I'm so scared and cold. Can you take me somewhere warm to get warm?" She hugged herself, trembling in the rain. Her petite and delicate appearance would stir pity in anyone who saw her. Even Junzi, who usually fancied women like manager Zhang, felt a twinge of sympathy, thinking maybe they should just help her warm up. Qin Lang looked her up and down, then reached out to pull her up from the ground. He said with a sigh, "Life's tough for everyone. How about this? I happen to have a friend who's very interested in students like you who lack affection. Why don't I call him over, and we can all have a good chat together?" "Oh my god!" Lin Youchu screamed inwardly. A pleasant surprise, a pleasant surprise. Who would have thought that this Qin Lang, who had been acting like a rigid straight man all along, would suddenly make such a bold suggestion at this critical moment? Calling a friend to warm up together, play together, a threesome or a foursome, an orgy. Lin Youchu was ecstatic. Facing Qin Lang, she made an okay gesture behind her back, aiming to show Mu Yuyan, watching the surveillance feed, Qin Lang's true colors. Inside the surveillance room, A Ning said indignantly, "Miss, I never imagined Qin Lang could be this kind of person. It's terrifying. Not only does he want to lay hands on Miss Lin, but he also wants to call his friends. How can he be so shameless?" Mu Yuyan looked puzzled. Instead of immediately condemning Qin Lang, she felt something was off. But she couldn't pinpoint what it was. It felt particularly awkward. What had gone wrong? As she was lost in thought, the surveillance feed suddenly emitted a series. Under the rain curtain, Lin Youchu stood at the edge of the umbrella. Water droplets kept falling from the ribs onto her head, yet the biting cold didn't make her step under the umbrella. Instead, she stared blankly at the police car approaching from a distance, its lights flashing. A square-faced officer in a black uniform got out and walked closer. Her beautiful lips twitched wildly as she stared into Qin Lang's eyes and asked hesitantly, "Is this the friend you were talking about?" Before the words faded, the middle-aged officer with a square face had already approached, silencing the communicator at his waist. With a stern expression, he said, "Why are you standing out here in the heavy rain, instead of taking shelter inside? Was it you who called the police?" He turned his gaze to Qin Lang, his eyes somewhat unfriendly. The scene before him, one elegant and poised young man, the other a drenched Lin Yuchu looking like a drowned rat, seemed nothing more than a squabbling young couple. Qin Lang smiled and nodded, pointing at Lin Yuchu. "I made the call. This young lady is still in high school. Her parents were arguing and even hit her, so she's afraid to go home. Could you please escort her back?" Realizing the misunderstanding, the square-faced officer softened his gaze. He shifted his attention from Qin Lang to Lin Yuchu, silently thinking to himself that she was just a pitiful schoolgirl. He spoke gently, "Tell me your home address, and I'll take you back." This. Lin Yuchu panicked. Seeing the police officer, she instinctively felt a twinge of guilt. "There's no need to trouble you, officer." Qin Lang interjected suspiciously, "Didn't you just say you didn't dare go home alone, and that you wanted me to take you to my place to warm up? What's the matter? Could it be you find my home cozier than your own?" Lin Yuchu shot Qin Lang a furious glare, screaming inwardly, "Why does this guy talk so much? Can't he just shut up?" The square-faced officer furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. His expression turned cold. "What's really going on here? Show me your ID." Lin Yuchu stammered, "Well, I forgot to bring it." She dared not hide the truth any longer and confessed honestly, "Actually, I'm not a schoolgirl. I'm already an adult. I was just joking with a friend earlier. Officer, please don't take it seriously. It was all a misunderstanding." Qin Lang promptly twisted the knife. "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Weren't you just claiming to be a high school student? And we've only met once. How can you call me ding?" Lin Yuchu's fury continues to rise. "Congratulations, host, you have earned 1,000 villain points." The square-faced officer glanced at Lin Yuchu with distaste. He despised women who spent their days prowling for wealthy men. His own son had been burned by a frivolous girl like her and still hadn't recovered. Hearing Qin Lang's account, he subconsciously assumed Lin Yuchu was just a girl trying to pick someone up. He fixed a cold stare on Lin Yuchu and scolded, "Obstructing an officer in the line of duty and wasting our time. Do you think this is funny?" Lin Yuchu cowered. She had never expected that bastard Qin Lang would actually call the police and call her out in front of them. Now, under the officer's glare, she weakly muttered, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." The square-faced officer replied icily, "If saying sorry were enough, what would we need the police for?" He pulled a citizen's code booklet from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yuchu. "Read this aloud from beginning to end. Memorize it within 3 days, then come to the station and recite it in front of everyone." Lin Yuchu clutched the little green booklet, her face ashen and her head spinning. Recite it. The citizen's code. She had originally planned to expose Qin Lang's ugly true face and humiliate him in front of Mu Yuyan. But now, how had the one facing humiliation become her? What could she do against such an upright officer? She felt wronged, restless, and irritated as she clutched the citizen's code. Under the square-faced officer's watchful gaze and the eyes of the others, she began to read word by word, "Patriotism, abide by the law." Each gaze felt like a knife stabbing into her heart. Her heart burned with rage, but she dared not show it in front of the officer. Instead, she silently transferred all her anger onto Qin Lang. After a while, the recitation of the citizen's code was complete. The square-faced officer turned and left, but not before emphasizing that Lin Yuchu must come find him in 3 days to recite it again. As soon as the police officer was gone, Lin Yuchu roared and lunged at Qin Lang, flailing wildly. "Qin Lang, I'll kill you. How dare you humiliate me and call the cops on me? Bastard. Jerk." Her 2 years of taekwondo training were on full display. Every punch and kick was full of flair, almost like a fierce warrior's excited flailing. As she charged, Qin Lang quickly stepped back. Deliberately, no accidentally, he stumbled and fell backward. Just as Lin Yuchu was about to reach him, he reached out and grabbed hold of a prominent spot, using it as leverage to spin his body and steady himself. Instead, the recoil sent Lin Yuchu tumbling toward a puddle. Pain. Hiss. It hurt so much. Lin Yuchu thought she was about to fall, but reality had other plans. Her body tilted and stopped midair, a sharp pain shooting through her right chest. When she opened her eyes, she saw Qin Lang's hand gripping her chest, keeping her balanced and suspended in the air, preventing her from falling. "Qin Lang, you bastard, are you taking advantage of me? Let go. Let go of me." Lin Yuchu shrieked. When had she ever suffered such indignity? Her weak point was seized, and she was only kept upright by the hand on her chest. The fury in her heart and the real pain in her chest made her practically explode with rage. Qin Lang looked down and slowly released his hand finger by finger from in front of Lin Yuchu's chest. No. Lin Yuchu had just realized her predicament, but before she could finish saying the hand in front of her chest had already withdrawn. Splash. Lin Yuchu landed hard in the puddle again, dizzy and disoriented, feeling as though her backside had been split into 8 pieces. Qin Lang said apologetically, "I'm terribly sorry. I lost my footing just now. It was an accidental indiscretion. I meant to help you up, but I grabbed the wrong place, and since you yelled at me, I had to let go." Lin Yuchu was not only aggrieved but also in physical pain. She cursed loudly. Stop pretending. You did that on purpose. Stumble. You were walking normally. How could you possibly stumble? Qin Lang rolled his eyes. I can't be bothered to explain. No matter what I say, I can't win against a woman with two mouths. Lin Yuchu opened her mouth wanting to say something, but didn't know where to start. She only felt a mix of grievance and a strange sensation rising within her. While Lin Yuchu was calming herself and preparing for a second counterattack, Mu Yuyin finally arrived with Aining. The situation was already decided. Lin Yuchu's plan to expose the truth had completely collapsed. Though Aining was displeased, he could only let Mu Yuyin leave. It's a misunderstanding. Qin Lang, don't be angry. She's actually my best friend Lin Yuchu, the legitimate daughter of the Yanjing Lin family. Mu Yuyin stood before Qin Lang with a troubled expression, explaining without confidence, she did all this for my own good. Please don't be mad at her. Qin Lang looked skeptical, glancing between Lin Yuchu and Mu Yuyin as if suddenly enlightened. You two are best friends. What is this putting on a show for me here? Supported by Aining, Lin Yuchu stood up and snapped petulantly. Qin Lang, stop pretending. You've seen through it all along, haven't you? Don't think I don't know the dirty little schemes in your mind. It's useless. Even if you can fool Yuyin, you can't escape my piercing gaze. Heh. Qin Lang chuckled disdainfully, glancing at Mu Yuyin. It seems your best friend has quite a prejudice against me. As it happens, I have things to do, so I won't disturb you too. With that, he turned to leave. No. Mu Yuyin's heart tightened, and she quickly reached out to stop him, shooting Lin Yuchu an annoyed glare. Haven't you caused enough trouble? What kind of situation do you want to put me in before you're satisfied? She was truly terrified by the turmoil. There was already a rift between her and Qin Lang, and now Lin Yuchu's antics were like pushing her into the fire pit. Lin Yuchu pouted, wanting to retort at Qin Lang, but seeing the anger in Mu Yuyin's eyes, she suppressed it, snorted, and turned her head away without a word. Mu Yuyin sighed inwardly and looked helplessly at Qin Lang, explaining, actually, there is something today. The product report for the beauty pill is out, and I have it with me. As the provider of the formula, you should take a look and give some feedback. Don't you want to start a company and make money? The beauty pill is the first step to your company's profitability. It must be taken seriously. How about we get a private room at the hotel and discuss it over a meal? After a moment of thought, Qin Lang nodded. Business comes first. They returned to the Kaiyuan International Hotel and booked a high-end private room. After taking a shower, Lin Yuchu changed into a more mature outfit, a white camisole and a pink skirt set. Though it lacked the youthful innocence of her earlier JK uniform, she still appeared playful and spirited. She sat beside Mu Yuyin, intending to rescue her from Qin Lang's clutches. But Mu Yuyin had no mind for her, engrossed in discussing the beauty pill report with Qin Lang. Qin Lang meticulously scanned the report, occasionally tapping his finger on the lines of text. This report is decent, but it still has flaws. The beginning is unremarkable, understandable. The middle part highlights the advantages of the beauty pill well. But isn't the ending too hasty? Let's find a time when you're free to sit down and fill in the gaps to perfect this report. Alright. Mu Yuyin nodded earnestly, but didn't grasp the deeper meaning. Qin Lang brushed it off with a laugh, picking up a piece of cola chicken wing and placing it in Mu Yuyin's bowl. Let's eat. We waited so long for someone to shower. The food is getting cold. Mu Yuyin felt a surge of joy. The cola chicken wing was one of her favorite dishes. When her mother visited Tianhai City, she had even fought over it with Qin Lang. She didn't expect Qin Lang to still remember her preferences. Did this mean she hadn't completely vanished from his heart? Mu Yuyin took a small bite of the wing, satisfied. It's really delicious. Watching their harmonious interaction, like a couple, Lin Yuchu couldn't bear it. She had to break this situation, or else her foolish best friend might fall into Qin Lang's trap and be unable to escape. She picked up a piece of black garlic and placed it in Mu Yuyin's bowl. Yuyin, if you're hungry, eat more. Mu Yuyin glanced down, frowned slightly, and made no move to pick up her chopsticks. Lin Yuchu added another piece. Yuyin, don't underestimate this garlic. It's specially braised by the chef at my family's hotel. It's delicious, fragrant, and sweet. As she brought the black garlic to her own lips, she caught a nauseating smell. She instinctively grimaced and stuck out her tongue. Ugh, Mu Yuyin's frown deepened. Caught in a bind, Lin Yuchu held her breath and popped the black garlic into her mouth, taking a bite and praising. Wow, this black garlic is amazing. It melts in your mouth. It might smell bad, but it tastes like stinky tofu. So fragrant, ugh. As she praised, her big sparkling eyes shimmered, but before she could finish, she gagged again, tears and nearly streaming, her nose tingling. Under Mu Yuyin's strange gaze, Lin Yuchu felt aggrieved, but forced herself to continue. Maybe I caught a cold from the rain. It has nothing to do with the garlic, just a bit of nausea, ugh, bam. She couldn't keep up the act anymore. Lin Yuchu slammed the table, spat out the black garlic onto the floor, and pointed at it, asking the rushing waiter, which chef made this dish. It made me sick to my stomach. Tell him to settle his wages and leave immediately. What a disgrace. Yes, ma'am. The waiter nodded and hurried away. The room fell silent again. Lin Yuchu felt as if she'd been slapped, her face burning. She sat there, arms crossed, fuming silently, unsure who she was angry at. Mu Yuyin raised her glass and urged, Yuchu, don't be upset. If it's not good, just don't eat it. Let's have a toast to put an end to today's unpleasantness. Lin Yuchu felt she had been plagued by bad luck all day and was deeply aggrieved. Her gaze toward Qin Lang grew increasingly hostile. But under Mu Yuyan's active mediation, she had no choice but to lift her glass, feigning agreement. The three clinked glasses and drank in one gulp. The banquet continued. Qin Lang, there are things I must apologize to you for. I've done so many wrongs to you in the past, but I didn't mean it. I never knew how much you had to do for the family. I always thought you were just putting on an act. It wasn't until now that I... Mu Yuyan's cheeks flushed slightly, her words trailing off as she raised a glass and tipped it back again. This drink is my apology. I'm sorry. In the past, to fend off Qin Lang's advances, she had resorted to pretending to have a boyfriend and giving him cold stares every time they met. Now recalling those moments, she was filled with regret. She too had been kept in the dark, unaware that Qin Lang's playboy demeanor was merely a facade for outsiders. Even if it was late, she had to drink this cup of apology. And about my mother's situation, I owe it all to your arrangements. When she called last night, she told me her health has improved recently and her condition is under control. Mu Yuyan raised another glass and downed it in one gulp. This one is to thank you. Qin Lang looked at her curiously. You can hold your liquor that well. Not really, Mu Yuyan replied, her face reddening as she shook her head. But there are words and things I must say, or they'll weigh on me and keep me awake at night. You can't drink. Qin Lang refilled her glass. Then drink a bit more. No, if something's troubling you, drink a bit more. A good sleep will fix it. Already feeling dizzy, Mu Yuyan swayed slightly, clutching her glass, but she nodded obediently. I'll listen to you. Drown my sorrows in wine. Cheers. Qin Lang clinked his glass with hers. Both of them drained their drinks. Mu Yuyan was quite drunk now. As she tried to pick up food with her chopsticks, her hands trembled, and she occasionally dropped the pieces onto the table. Qin Lang took the initiative to help her with the dishes and pour more wine. I never expected you to be so passionate, Yuyan. Truly, when wine meets a kindred spirit, 1,000 cups are too few. No more words. Let's have another. I can't anymore, I'm already drunk. I can barely drink anymore. Yuyan, are you not giving me face? The wine in your glass hasn't gone down at all. Are you just keeping it as a pet fish? Let me rest a moment. Fine, I'll drink, you'll drink. Don't force me. Thud. After downing at least a bottle of red wine, Mu Yuyan rested her head on the edge of the table, dizzily lying there without moving. Qin Lang had moved his chair beside her. He wrapped an arm around her shoulder, chuckling as he sipped his wine and gently stroked her delicate shoulder. It was a picture of leisurely pleasure with fine wine and a beautiful companion. Lin Youchu, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, spoke with a chilling tone. Go on, keep taking advantage of Yuyan. Keep it up. Getting her drunk. Do you think that once she's passed out you can do whatever you want? Do you know why I didn't stop you in time? She pulled out a phone from her bag and snapped several pictures of Qin Lang with his arm around Mu Yuyan's shoulder. With another cold laugh, she said, just wait. When Yuyan wakes up, I'll expose your beastly behavior. Then she'll see your true, ugly face and never have any thoughts about you again. Before Qin Lang could respond, the supposedly drunk Mu Yuyan mumbled groggily. Propping her face up with one hand, she turned her back to Qin Lang, half closing one eye, and parted her rosy lips toward Lin Youchu. Though no sound came out, Lin Youchu clearly read the shape of Mu Yuyan's lips. It was unmistakably the word idiot. Lin Youchu stood frozen in place, her fingers still pressing the shutter, which clicked away incessantly. Fearing something might go wrong, Mu Yuyan deliberately slumped into Qin Lang's arms, still dizzy, and continued to mouth silent curses toward Lin Youchu. But Qin Lang gently pushed her away, shaking his head with a sigh. Lin Youchu, if you want to ruin my reputation, there's no need. In Yinjing, even in Tianhai, who doesn't know, I'm a good-for-nothing playboy. You just want me to leave, Mu Yuyan, don't you? Fine, I'll leave. I'll do as you wish. With that, he stood up. Mu Yuyan could no longer pretend to be drunk. She quickly grabbed his arm. Qin Lang, she didn't mean it. Youchu has always been playful, she never really intended to oppose you. Under Mu Yuyan's furious glare, Lin Youchu felt a chill in her heart. She could only lower her head reluctantly and mumble, I was wrong, okay. They'll delete the photos. She had no intention of tarnishing Qin Lang's reputation, as she only wanted Mu Yuyan to see his true nature. But now, after that silent idiot blow, how could she not understand Mu Yuyan's feelings? She was already spellbound. No matter what she did, she couldn't save this friend who had fallen into the trap. Mu Yuyan's eyes reddened as she still held onto Qin Lang's arm. Qin Lang, don't be angry. This time we were truly wrong. I know, I apologize. I promise this will never happen again. I won't oppose you, and neither will anyone around me. Qin Lang rubbed his forehead and let out a sigh. Yuyan, it's not that I'm angry, but opportunity waits for no one. Once lost, it's gone. You've missed your chance. I'm afraid we can't continue this meal today. Next time, perhaps. Qin Lang finally left, turning off the system notification about Mu Yuyan's emotional fluctuations. A wise bird chooses a fine tree to perch on. With Lin Youchu here today, he couldn't possibly advance things too quickly with Mu Yuyan, or it would only cause... He found it too troublesome. Next time, perhaps. As the door closed, Lin Yuchu's face was full of bitterness. Yuyan, I didn't mean it. Mu Yuyan lowered her head, wiping her tears. Though her friend had seen her in this dejected state, she wasn't too embarrassed. Instead, she looked Lin Youchu in the eye seriously. Youchu, if you still consider me a friend, don't interfere with Qin Lang's affairs anymore. Otherwise, this is where our relationship ends. I understand. Lin Yuchu's heart sank. She suddenly realized that she had truly angered Mu Yuyan today. A wave of panic washed over her, but she dared not say another word, fearing she would only add fuel to the fire. At Kaiyuan International, Junzi had already parked the Maybach under the rain shield, standing by the steps with a black umbrella in hand. Seeing Qin Lang exit, he immediately approached, waited until Qin Lang was seated, then gently closed the door before trotting to his driver's seat. Young master, where are we going now? Home, or to see Miss Bai? Or perhaps Miss Chiu? Junzi adjusted his tie and turned around with a smile. They had just finished dinner and left. It was obvious the young master hadn't had an in-depth conversation with President Mu. As a qualified personal bodyguard, he needed to anticipate the young master's thoughts in advance. Qin Lang pinched his forehead. Don't go back yet. How is the recruitment I asked you to handle last time? Junzi replied truthfully, quite a few people came. None have started yet. I gathered them at the same hotel and plan to go give them a lecture later. A lecture? Qin Lang looked up in surprise, his mouth twitching. Where did you get the nerve to give them a lecture? Perhaps 80% would have joined, but after your lecture more than half might leave. You've turned Zhuge Liang into a cunning old fox. What wouldn't you dare say? Junzi retorted disapprovingly. Young master, you can't say that. I've been following your advice and reading books. My knowledge has skyrocketed. Fooling a few old comrades shouldn't be a problem. Qin Lang gave a wry smile. Fine, I'll go with you and see just how big the problem is. Since he had nothing else to do anyway, he had already arranged everything regarding Yifeng. By now it was probably unfolding, he just needed to wait quietly. Alright. Junzi started the car, his heart filling with anticipation. He had prepared for this day in advance, already rehearsing his speech in his mind. Now that the young master was coming along, wasn't this a perfect chance to showcase himself? Filled with excitement, Junzi drove the Maybach slowly toward the city center. Meanwhile, at the Bai family mansion, Bai Xiaochun, completely out of character, returned from the crime scene in a towering rage, smashing and breaking everything. The living room was in shambles, porcelain tables, chairs, all in ruins. Where was his usual grace? He was a traditional male chauvinist. In his eyes, a son was the one to bring glory to the ancestors and continue the family line. Even if his son was utterly worthless, he was still far more important than Bai Ryu and Bai Xiaoyan. But now his most beloved son was dead. Lying in a pool of blood, a dagger in his heart, the terror in his dying gaze still frozen on his face. Whenever Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes, he saw his son's fearful, helpless expression. Scorpion, they'll have your whole family buried with my son. They'll make you wish you were dead. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clenched. With a crash, he swept another set of tea utensils off the coffee table, shattering them into pieces. Master. Afu appeared from behind the sofa, hunched over, speaking softly and nervously. The police have searched all major high-speed rail stations and airports, but found no trace of Scorpion. When they first arrived at the scene, everyone assumed it was an internal dispute among the kidnappers, a falling out after the ransom killing resulting in a fight to the death. But further investigation revealed the truth. Whether it was Sha Chong's broken neck or a Hu's crushed organs from a powerful kick, such fatal injuries couldn't have been inflicted by each other. Further police investigation identified the kidnappers, and upon re-examining the scene, it was clear that another person among them had escaped. It was Scorpion. According to preliminary judgment, Scorpion was most likely the murderer of his son. Now most of the police force in Tianhai City were scouring for Scorpion, but given the short time, there was still no result. Are those cops all useless? Can't even find one person. What use are they? Bai Xiaochun roared, his heart filled with rage over his son's murder. Afu stood bent over, not daring to speak. After all, it had only been half a day, even gathering surveillance footage and witness statements had just begun. At such a time, even if he knew this, he dared not say it to Bai Xiaochun's face lest he bring trouble upon himself. Tell the Black Dragon Society to keep their people out there. If they find Scorpion ill, increase the reward. Bai Shui was Bai Xiaochun's hope, his beloved son, whom he spoiled endlessly. He had planned to hand over the entire Bai group to him. Now that his son was gone, what use did he have for the money? As long as he could avenge his son, he was willing to pay any price. And what about Yifeng? Why hasn't he shown up all day? Bai Xiaochun felt extremely displeased when thinking of Yifeng. It was early this morning, right after Yifeng had assured him his son would be fine, that he received the police call. When a man is in a rage, even a hint of displeasure turns into fury. Naturally, Bai Xiaochun's attitude toward Yifeng had drastically changed. Afu said awkwardly, Mr. Yi seems to have run into some trouble of his own. After leaving the Bai residence, he has stayed in his quarters and hasn't come out. According to other bodyguards, Yifeng was in his room last night and didn't go out. The Bai family had more than one bodyguard, of course. Although Yifeng had a special status and lived in luxurious quarters, there were still other Bai bodyguards around him, a kind of staff dormitory, but with markedly different treatment. Yifeng's special treatment was noticed by some who felt envy and more so jealousy. Gossip naturally spread. He didn't go out last night. Bai Xiaochun's voice turned icy. So Yifeng, I hired him at such a great cost, and this is how he repays me. By fooling me. The anger in his heart surged repeatedly, but eventually subsided. Set aside the matter with Yifeng for now. I don't have extra energy to deal with him. You must open channels with the police, the Black Dragon Society, and any other information sources. Bai Xiaochun's face was cold. Scorpion hasn't left Tianhai City. The scope is only this big. Even if I have to turn the entire city upside down, I want to see the murderer of my son before tomorrow. Some wore expressions of gloom, while others radiated vitality. Junzi was a prime example, impeccably dressed in a suit and tie, his hair barely a finger's length slicked back with wax into an awkward pompadour. He stood at the podium of a borrowed hotel conference room, clearing his throat with a fist to his mouth, his gaze sweeping over a sea of bobbing heads below. Nearly 100 men were present, all retired Special Forces soldiers. Among them were those from Junzi's own cohort, and those he knew from his service. The young master had told him to find trustworthy people, but in the military every familiar face was deemed worthy of trust. Inadvertently he had summoned a few too many. Brother June, you've really made it big now, damn. So many brothers all called here by you, each in their own single room. The whole hotel, the entire floor is practically booked solid by us old comrades in arms. Yeah, Brother June, I envy you. Among all the vets you've landed the best spot. But Brother June, we need to be clear about something. We came here out of respect, but there are things we won't do. We can't cross certain lines. Right, Brother June? I'm doing pretty well at my current company. 8 to 6 4 days off a month's salary, almost hitting 10,000. I'm on my way to financial freedom. Among the neatly seated retired soldiers, murmurs buzzed in small groups. Some envied Junzi, but most remained cautious, many already holding steady jobs. Qin Lang sat in the back, his only notable feature being his good looks. Among all men no one paid him any mind. With a faint sweep of his gaze he found it amusing. Had Junzi really called every old comrade he knew? And he hadn't even spared those with jobs. Was he planning to poach them? He was curious to see what Junzi would do next. Ahem, quiet down first. Junzi raised a hand to calm the room. As retired Special Forces they were disciplined, and silence fell instantly. The microphone in the conference room was broken, so Junzi had to raise his voice, straining to be heard by everyone. He pointed at a comrade who had just spoken. Old Huang, you mentioned financial freedom. What do you think that means? Some of us say financial freedom is just having lots of money doing whatever we want. I'm here to tell you that's wrong. What is financial freedom? It's having enough money that you can refuse to do what you don't wanna. You have the right to say no. Do any of you bastards have that right? When you work as a bodyguard and the boss tells you to drink that glass of wine, do you have the right to refuse? If you had that right, what would you do? Point at the boss' nose and curse, screw you, I want drink, I quit. What then? Old Huang lowered his head. Who would dare say that? Isn't that just asking to get fired, eh? Old Huang retorted, a bit defiant. Then what about you, Brother June? Would you dare talk to your boss like that? Junzi snorted coldly. Would I dare? Of course not. I'm even more exhausted than all of you here. When the young master says jump, I ask how high. I work myself to the bone every day. Do you think I enjoy standing here spouting these grand ideas? In this big conference room, with no microphone, straining my voice until it's hoarse. Do you think I want this? I don't want to talk either. But it can't be helped. The young master pays. He pays way too much. A collective gasp rippled through the room. Not only were the stunned veterans wide-eyed, but even Qin Lang, seated in the back, was taken aback by this speech. Good heavens! Has Junzi had an epiphany? A great awakening? Old Huang raised a trembling hand. Brother June, what's your income like now, eh? Nearly 100 men pricked up their ears, fully attentive. Junzi shook his head with a sigh. Not great. My monthly salary is under 30,000, and with quarterly bonuses and year-end pay it's only around 1 or 2 million. Don't be fooled by the numbers. It's not as simple as it seems. In our line of work, we all need to unwind, maybe get a massage. That costs hundreds or even thousands each time. Do you know how it feels for us working for the young master? It's tough. Every visit costs me at least $1 billion in lost opportunities. The young master booked the entire 5th floor of the neighboring Finger Lotus Spa for a month. We as employees slave away every day, and whenever we have a break, he sends us to the 5th floor for extra treatments. Our bodies are deteriorating day by day, and last time the young master had 2 million left over from his spending, and he just tossed it to me to split among 40-some brothers. Do you know how awkward that made me? Dividing it equally wouldn't work. Some work hard, others slack off. No matter how I distribute the money as the leader, I end up offending someone. Life is hard, so we muddle through. I called you all here to expand the young master's security team. That's all I have to say. Just talking about it makes me feel sorry for myself. If you want in, just say the word. If not, I won't force you. We'll still be old comrades. As his words faded, a phone rang in the conference room. Everyone turned to look. It was Old Huang's phone. He raised his hand awkwardly, pulled out his phone, listened for a moment, then roared in front of Junzi. Overtime. Overtime, my ass. Don't you know I'm on my day off? You want me to come back to work on a holiday? Are you brain dead? I quit. Whoever wants to work overtime can do it themselves. Screw you, do whatever you want. Snap. Old Huang angrily hung up the phone, grumbling and cursing for a moment, then turned his gaze to Junzi. He cleared his throat and let out a sharp, strange sound, squeak. Holy crap. The group of old comrades rushed to join in. Squeak. Squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The entire conference room was filled with squeaking sounds. Those in the know understood it was a meeting. You outsiders might have thought a rat infestation had broken out. These old comrades didn't want to squeak either. But Brother June could offer so much. They too wanted to slave away every day for a 30,000 salary, to spend billions in one visit, and to have their bodies deteriorate day by day. Don't rush. Register them one by one. As long as their skills haven't deteriorated over the years, they can all be recruited. But the prerequisite is absolute loyalty. Junzi raised his hand and began a lengthy discourse on the recruitment criteria. Qin Lang watched from behind, a faint smile on his face. Junzi's performance pleased him greatly. However, after Junzi's selection, he still needed to interact with these individuals personally. A meal was unavoidable. If you truly want people to work for you, you must build rapport with them as you would with friends, courtesy before force. As evening approached, Qin Lang reserved several private rooms at a hotel. In Qin Lang's room, there were 15 people in total. Excluding Junzi and Qin Lang, the remaining 13 were all elite fighters handpicked by Junzi. Roughly estimating, none of them had a constitution below 50. Even after retirement, their skills hadn't degraded in the slightest. In fact, they had improved considerably. If these individuals were to join forces, even if they couldn't kill Yi Feng, they could at the very least inflict severe injuries upon him. Young Master Qin, I never expected you to have been sitting in the meeting room all along. How surprising. Exactly, I said back then that when I saw young Master Qin, he didn't seem like an ordinary person. Young Master Qin, I toast to you. The 13 Sunto bodyguards began flattering him respectfully. Qin Lang didn't refuse and accompanied them one by one. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Qin Lang clapped his hands. The door to the private room opened and a line of women in black and white work uniforms walked in. The hotel was right next to Finger Lotus, making it incredibly convenient to summon these masseuses. Each one had an elegant figure with ample curves at the front. After the last masseuse closed the door, 7 or 8 women entered. Their slender figures captivated the attention of everyone present. Gulp. Someone unconsciously swallowed. Qin Lang smiled and urged, don't just stand there. Take your seats. The women sat down, one settling between every 2 men. Everyone kept turning their heads, sneaking glances from the corners of their eyes. Old Huang smiled awkwardly and asked, young Master Qin, what's that black stuff on these beauties? Every woman had a layer of black powder on her body, making them strikingly glamorous and eye-catching. Qin Lang chuckled, it's a fashion trend. Don't be shy. We're here to have fun, so just loosen up. He had summoned these 7 or 8 masseuses not merely for pleasure, but more importantly, to test the character of Junzi's close comrades. After all, some matters were too sensitive to entrust to ordinary bodyguards. These special forces soldiers had already proven their skills, and he trusted Junzi's judgment regarding their loyalty. Next, he intended to use this test of character. Ever since these 7 or 8 women appeared, the temperature in the room seemed to have risen by 8 degrees. With flirtatious smiles and provocative gestures, they occasionally brushed against the men, while toasting, stirring the rugged men so deeply that they felt their souls were about to leave their bodies. Yet not a single man made any improper move. They all sat upright, stealing only a few extra glances. Ahem. Qin Lang glanced at Junzi on his left, and said with a smile, isn't this your favorite occasion? What's wrong? Are you holding back? Junzi laughed awkwardly. Young master, you don't know this, but I've been getting close to Manager Zhang lately. Our relationship is developing quickly. If I did anything out of line, and she found out, she'd twist my ears off. Henpecked. Qin Lang was amused. It seemed relying on Junzi to liven up the atmosphere was out of the question. He toyed with the cup in his hand, fiddling with it for a moment until it slipped and crashed to the floor with a sharp crack, shattering into pieces. At the same time, the lights in the room went out, plunging everything into pitch darkness. Ah, who is it? Who did that? How annoying. Whose hand is that? Stop it, don't be like that. The room filled with the women's giggles and clamor. After a short while, the lights came back on, and the room returned to its previous state of upright composure. If not for the fact that the black powder on the 7 or 8 women had almost all been rubbed off, an outsider would have truly believed that nothing had happened. Qin Lang's expression turned cold as he looked down at the 13 men. Show me your hands. Led by Old Huang, the 13 men hesitantly extended their hands, palms stained with black powder, above the table. One by one, they hung their heads in deep embarrassment. Qin Lang scolded coldly. I only wanted to test your self-control. I never expected all of you to disappoint me so thoroughly. If I assign you a mission in the future, will you abandon it the moment someone offers you a woman? The generous benefits were the sweet carrot. The subsequent reprimand was the necessary stick. Both were indispensable. Without such discipline, these men would be hard to manage. He couldn't have Junzi giving orders for everything, could he? Was he the young master, or was Junzi? Young Master Qin, we know we were wrong. We shouldn't have lacked such self-control. It's just that these girls were too beautiful, and we couldn't resist. Qin Lang sneered, couldn't resist. Are you not men? Isn't Junzi a man? Junzi, show your hands. Junzi quickly laid both hands flat on the table. Though calloused, they were utterly free of any black powder. Look at Junzi. This is the quality and self-control a true bodyguard should have. I'm not dismissing you entirely, but in certain aspects you truly fall short. You need to learn from Junzi. Understood? Qin Lang said sternly. Old Huang and the others nodded repeatedly in shame. Someone even gave Junzi a thumbs up and praised, Brother Jun, you're amazing. To resist that, you're my idol. Hey, it was nothing. Junzi grinned, revealing his pitch-black teeth. Silence fell over the entire venue. Brilliant. Junzi truly lived up to his reputation as a top-tier lecturer. His thought process was indeed unlike that of ordinary people. While others used their hands, he used his mouth. The nearby technicians, upon witnessing this, were all grinning from ear to ear, and the atmosphere in the private room became cheerful and increasingly pleasant. As for the 13 bodyguards, they all gave Junzi a thumbs up, some even pointing at their own gums and letting out a chuckle. Holy crap. Junzi was greatly alarmed, sensing trouble, and quickly covered his mouth with his hand. He wished he could slap himself right then and there. He had already guessed the young master's intentions, yet failed to control his expression, and his little antics had been exposed. Qin Lang looked at Junzi, who had realized his mistake, and immediately shut his mouth, and said coldly, "Committing a crime knowingly is a graver offense. Your salary will be docked 20,000 next month." In front of these new bodyguards, losing face was out of the question. What he needed was to establish authority. Since he couldn't set an example himself, he had to make an example of Junzi, punishing him severely as a warning. Junzi lowered his head. "Young master, I know I was wrong. I accept the punishment." The 13 bodyguards all sensed the tension in the air and obediently wiped the grins off their faces. Seeing Qin Lang's stern expression, they couldn't help but feel a tremor in their hearts. If even Junzi, a trusted confidant, could be punished so readily, what would happen to them if they made a mistake? They would probably be fired outright. They no longer dared to harbor any contempt. After a moment of deliberation, Qin Lang remained silent, only saying lightly, "All of you go back." He took the initiative to leave the hotel without giving the 13 future bodyguards another glance. It was a psychological hint. He was very dissatisfied with today's performance. Junzi arranged the evening's entertainment for the group from behind, then hurriedly escorted Qin. On the way, Junzi apologized profusely, exhausting his words filled with deep guilt. But Qin Lang just waved his hand, saying nonchalantly, "It was just for show. Don't take it to heart. All those people you brought combined aren't as important to me as you are. Understand?" In public, he needed to establish authority. In private, he needed to secure Junzi's loyalty. His demeanor in public and private was starkly different. It was what one might call a sly old fox. "Young master, I understand your intentions. If any of those guys dares to betray, you will be the first to make them pay," Junzi said, deeply moved and sincere, his gaze towards Qin Lang growing more loyal. Qin Lang responded simply. Back at the villa, he sent Junzi off to have some fun, telling him to go to Xinjiang and relax properly. Sometimes one couldn't push too hard, otherwise he was afraid Junzi might develop some strange emotions. That wouldn't be good. Stepping through the ink green gate, ever since Su Xiaoxiao had moved in, the vast house had been spotless, without a speck of dust. Even though their relationship had progressed to this point, Su Xiaoxiao still acted like a little maid, doing everything every day. As she put it, if she stayed idle for a day, she would feel uncomfortable. In the kitchen, Su Xiaoxiao was washing dishes, the sound of water gushing. Qin Lang picked up a bowl from the counter and began washing it at another sink. Su Xiaoxiao turned around startled and quickly snatched the bowl from Qin Lang's hands, her voice filled with disbelief. "Young master, why are you back? Go rest for a while. There aren't many dishes, they'll be done in no time. Please don't touch them, you'll dirty your hands." But Qin Lang ignored her, reaching for the last small plate by the sink and continuing to wash. With only Su Xiaoxiao at home, she had cooked very little, so there weren't many dishes. He grinned oddly. "You can't touch them, but you can eat. Just because you can care about me, I'm not allowed to care about you, young master." Su Xiaoxiao pouted, 2 blushes of red flying onto her cheeks, feeling warm. She was still so innocent, unable to hide the joy in her heart, which was easy to see through, yet she pretended to complain. "Young master, don't say that. This is what I'm supposed to do." She looked at Qin Lang, who was lingering in the kitchen, a hint of doubt creeping into her heart. Usually the young master never lifted a finger for chores. Why was he acting like a completely different person today? She murmured curiously, "Young master, you're acting a bit strange today. What's on your mind?" Qin Lang revealed a warm smile and spoke somewhat out of the blue. "The moon tirelessly revolves around the earth, but the earth ignores it, still orbiting the sun, even braving its blazing fiery light. One day the sun asked the earth, 'You're a bit strange. Why would you abandon the moon, who likes you so much, to follow me around? What's on your mind?' The earth helplessly said, 'I just like the sun.'" Su Xiaoxiao placed the washed dishes in the cupboard and asked curiously, "What does like the sun mean?" Qin Lang stepped forward, leaning close to her temple, and blew a soft breath. "What's the one-word name for the sun?" A flash of realization. Even if she was slow on the uptake, Su Xiaoxiao now sensed something was amiss. Her legs instinctively felt weak and her voice dropped by several notches. "Young master, I am still a little scared." "Scared? Well, alright, I'll hold back then." Qin Lang hung his head and sighed. His dejected look formed a stark contrast with the warm smile he wore when he first entered the kitchen. Su Xiaoxiao's heart suddenly ached. She regretted what she had just said. After a moment of hesitation, she wrapped her arms around Qin Lang's waist, pressed her head against his chest, and stammered, "Young master, I'm not scared." Su Xiaoxiao let out a surprised cry as Qin Lang scooped her up in his arms and dashed swiftly upstairs. Bang! The door was kicked shut. Just as he was about to start, Qin Lang seemed to remember something, rushed out to the study, and returned holding a black and white maid outfit. Bang! The door was kicked shut once more. He changed to a brand new dry quilt and continued sleeping. The night passed without dreams. The next morning at dawn, Qin Lang opened the system notification, tones savoring a brief moment of satisfaction. Ding! The female lead Su Xiaoxiao's emotions fluctuated violently. "Congratulations, host, for gaining 500 destiny villain value." Ding! The female lead Su Xiaoxiao's favorability continues to rise. Congratulations host for gaining 1000 Destiny Villain value. Ding. Congratulations host for gaining 10,003 Destiny Villain value. Such satisfaction. Qin Lang stretched one arm, while lazily draping the other over Su Xiaoxiao's body. Half asleep Su Xiaoxiao felt the tickling, and woke up rubbing her drowsy eyes. She hugged Qin Lang's arm, pulling it to her chest, resting her head on his biceps, and pouted adorably. Her little head kept slipping off his arm, then she struggled to wrest it back, clearly sleep-deprived from excessive fatigue. Sleep a bit more, Qin Lang said, patting her little head affectionately. Su Xiaoxiao obediently hummed, and closed her eyes again. He didn't leave either. Leaning against the headboard, he picked up a book and started reading, occasionally taking his right hand out from under the quilt to turn the pages. Later around 9 o'clock, Bai Ryu arrived at the villa and met Qin Lang in the tea room. Bai Ryu sat down in a chair, took a sip of tea, and looked terrible. The reason was no other than Bai Xiaochun, who had infuriated her again. She no longer held a position in the Bai group, but some of her past business investment insights still lingered in her mind. In her heart, she wanted to reclaim her share of the liquid assets from the Bai family to facilitate investments. Yet when she asked Bai Xiaochun for money, not only did she get nothing, but she was also verbally abused, almost to the point of being cursed at directly. How can he be like this? Is that illegitimate child really worth his doting? Can't I or Union squeeze even a single cent out of him? Even if he doesn't want to give money, why must he drag my mother into it? Just because I didn't bear him a son, all my past devotion has become nothing but fleeting clouds in his eyes. Bai Ryu murmured, incessantly venting all her grievances. Qin Lang listened on the side, finding it somewhat amusing. Leave Bai Xiaochun's money for Bai Shui. He's already been killed by me, how can he give it? Earn it for him. Of course Bai Ryu was unaware of this, and he wouldn't bring it up voluntarily. Instead he asked curiously, what do you suddenly need this money for? Is the company short of funds? Bai Ryu rolled her eyes. Taking your salary for nothing and holding company shares. I'm not used to freeloading. They'll invest a portion of the money as my stake. Besides, there are certain companies and industries I've set my sights on. They will surely develop vigorously in the coming years. Although the company doesn't lack funds now, it's far from enough to enter these sectors. How much more do you need? He'll provide it. Qin Lang cut straight to the point. Bai Ryu frowned and asked skeptically, are you really that trusting of me? Aren't you afraid he'll take the money and flee? Anyway, I have nothing left to cling to in Tianhai City. Taking Yunyun and leaving for a distant place wouldn't be an unbearable decision. Qin Lang revealed a warm smile and shook his head. I trust you. Whatever you want to do, just go ahead. If you need money, you'll provide it. If you need people, you'll hire them. Bai Ryu was the queen of commerce. This was unquestionable, as proven in the original work. Moreover, the Bai group, which had already begun to decline like a setting sun, was single-handedly stabilized by Bai Ryu, and not only returned to steadiness, but leveraged subsequent investments to leap into a group worth hundreds of billions, ranking among the top in all of Huaxia. What did that mean? It meant that every investment target in Bai Ryu's mind right now was essentially a future industry leader or a hot sector indicator. As long as he poured money into these, it would yield tenfold or even 100-fold returns in the future. How could he not be at ease with such a cash cow? After all, Bai Ryu was also one of the leading ladies. Once she committed to someone, she was utterly devoted and sincere, only capable of talking tough, but never truly betraying. Bai Ryu pressed her lips together, staring into Qin Lang's deep eyes. Besides being moved, she felt an absurd sense in her heart. Asking her father for her share of the family assets had only brought a torrent of curses. Yet before Qin Lang, she had merely mentioned it casually, without even explaining the feasibility of her ideas, and he believed her. Compared to Bai Xiaochun, she suddenly felt that Qin Lang seemed more like her father. This absurd thought arose in her mind, causing Bai Ryu's cheeks to flush rapidly. She shook her head, forcing these baseless notions away, and extended a hand. 500 million. Give me 500 million first. In reality, for investments, the more funds the better, but out of consideration for Qin Lang's trust, she didn't want to put him in a difficult spot, so she only mentioned the minimum amount. Qin Lang pondered for a moment. 500 million. I really don't have that much liquid cash on hand right now. Bai Ryu smiled. Then forget it. The beauty pill production line has already started. Once it hits the market, it will quickly turn a profit. Even if delayed by a year or two, we might lose some gains, but still catch the wave. I only said I don't have it on hand, not that I can't get it, Qin Lang said with a rueful smile. They'll figure something out for you right now. He wasn't foolish. He knew that the earlier the investment layout, the greater the returns. If he waited until later, the big players would have already snatched up the lion's share. Would he be content with scraps? Was Qin Lang the type to settle for soup? He pulled out his phone, opened the contacts, tapped on the entry labeled Mom, and dialed. When the call connected, a tender voice came through. Xiao Lang, why are you calling your mom today? Are you missing me? If you miss me, come back soon. Don't stay in Tianhai City anymore. Your grandfather talks about you all day long, missing you terribly. He's too embarrassed. Qin Lang was a man of few words and got straight to the point. I, Qin Lang, need money. Send me 500 million. On the other end of the line, a gentle voice sounded. Xiao Lang, why are you calling your mom today? Missing me. If you do, come back soon. Don't stay in Tianhai any longer. Your grandfather keeps talking about you, missing you terribly. He's too shy. 10 minutes later, Bai Ryu received a phone call from the company's finance department notifying her that a colossal corporate remittance of 500 million yuan had just been credited to the account. Her eyes widened in terror as she stared at Qin Lang, who was hanging up the phone amidst a series of vague grunts. How is this possible? A 500 million remittance cleared in just 10 minutes. Even if it were transferred from a personal account, the bank would have subjected it to rigorous scrutiny. After all, any institution upon suddenly losing such a massive sum would be filled with trepidation. To prevent errors, they would verify repeatedly and might even dispatch a senior manager-level executive for a personal investment. Qin Lang shrugged nonchalantly. The headquarters of the commercial bank is right next to my mother's company. My aunt serves as the deputy president there. With just her seal, this transfer could be confirmed. Bai Ryu opened her mouth, words dying on her lips. She wanted to say something, but was choked back. So what seemed impossible in her eyes was merely a phone call away for Qin Lang. I heard you're the legitimate son of the Yanjing Qin family, she asked proactively. Qin Lang nodded. Yes, why? Bai Ryu questioned suspiciously. The Yanjing Qin family. Not to mention your father's political career, you are the sole heir on your mother's side as well. Why are you here in Tianhai City? Wouldn't it be better to stay in Yanjing as a top-tier second-generation noble, living a life of pleasure, and eventually inherit the Qin family's legacy? Qin Lang rolled his eyes dramatically. Do you think inheriting a wealthy family is that simple? It's not as easy as you imagine. Setting me aside, how are things with you at the Bai family? Hitting a sore spot, Bai Ryu bit her lip. I have my own bitter troubles. You're different. You're the legitimate son. Does the Qin family have an illegitimate child? Someone more exceptional than you? Not really. Qin Lang shook his head. The main issue is you don't know how troublesome it is to stay in Yanjing. I'm of age now, and whether it's my grandfather, my father, or my mother, they're all pushing me to take over the reins. If I stayed in Yanjing, my schedule would be packed from morning till night. Even if I coasted for a few years, my promotion to general would be virtually guaranteed. Even if I worked in some small county for a few years, I'd undoubtedly become a provincial governor before 40. Even if I went to work in the company, I could immediately take over a colossal corporation worth hundreds of billions or more in shares. But what's the point? Work is meant for living. If I spend my days busy with work, losing my freedom, wouldn't that strip life of its meaning? Bai Ryu's eyelids twitched violently as she listened to Qin Lang's earnest humble brag. She felt an urge to yank off the heel of her patent leather pumps and stuff it into his mouth to shut him up. Yet inexplicably, when she heard his final words beneath his genial smile, she even felt a faint flicker of agreement. A sharp hiss escaped Bai Ryu as she shrank back, sensing something amiss. She immediately cut him off. Make another call, ask for another 10 or 20 billion. You know, the more investment, the greater the returns. I didn't realize you could get money so easily. If I'd known you were such a dutiful son, I wouldn't have asked for just 500 million. Qin Lang refused outright. That's impossible. Do you think getting money is that easy? Even for an allowance, I'd have to wait 2 or 3 months. For now, it's just this 500 million. But don't worry, since you've asked, I'll find a way to get you the funds. Whatever you want to do, go ahead boldly. I will steadfastly support you from behind. Remember, behind every successful woman, there is a man who cherishes her. Finally, I must say this, don't be so impulsive in front of me. When I see others being impulsive, I get impulsive too. A creak sounded. Qin Lang's hand rested on the small cabinet beside him, pulling it open slightly to reveal a glimpse of a bunny girl costume. Bai Ryu's heart had been warmed by Qin Lang's words. That feeling of being trusted was what she valued and cherished most. But the moment she caught sight of that color in the cabinet, her heart jolted. She quickly stood up and fled without a word. It was broad daylight and she had important matters to attend to. If she got caught up in Qin Lang's impulsiveness, she'd have to rest for half the day and get nothing done. Watching Bai Ryu's graceful retreating figure, Qin Lang could only sigh inwardly. Just as he was about to seek some interest from Bai Xiaoyan, his phone rang again. It was Qiu Jior. As soon as she connected, she asked, Qin Lang, I need information on Scorpion. Tell me, Bai Xiaochun has gone mad, raising the bounty to 1 billion. If the Black Dragon Society can provide intel on finding Scorpion, the money will be wired immediately. I can split it with you 90-10. Qin Lang sneered inwardly. His men were tracking Bai Xiaochun's situation, so he was fully aware. No wonder the Black Dragon Society and the police had found no leads. Who was to blame? It was all because that Scorpion was too damn cunning, hiding in the mountains of a small village. If Qin Lang hadn't stationed men in haystacks to take shifts monitoring him, who would have guessed that Scorpion planned to live on that mountain? After a moment's deliberation, he spoke. I don't like this split ratio. Qiu Jior was astonished. 90-10 isn't enough. Bai Xiaochun offered this astronomical sum only because of the Black Dragon Society's extensive manpower. If it were a private detective, they might not even get half of this bounty. Qin Lang shook his head. It's not that it's too little, it's the ratio I don't like. 90-10 split. 9/10 for Qin. Was that an implication? Just give me 500 million and transfer it to the corporate account of Daqin Tianxiao Investment Bank. Qin Lang replied flatly, not asking for too much. After all, Qiu Jior was at least a supply channel for villain points. Thinking of Bai Ryu, who had just left, Qin Lang felt a hint of amusement. Bai Ryu had asked Bai Xiaochun for money, but he refused. Now, by selling information, Qin Lang had managed to divert that very sum into his own hands. When he eventually gave it to Bai Ryu, it would surely leave an indelible impression on her heart. Was this the legendary art of using his future father-in-law's money to win his daughter's affections for free? After being a bounty hunter, Head earned another title, Qin Lang, the Heart Arsonist. Pressed further by Qiu Jiu, Qin Lang sold out Scorpion's whereabouts and instructed Jun to have the surveillance team withdraw immediately to avoid leaving any trace. Before hanging up, Qiu Jiu did not forget the true purpose of this call. She spoke as if delivering a notice: tonight at the Queen Bar, my parents want to see you. With that, she hung up before Qin Lang could refuse. Still holding the phone to his ear, Qin Lang sat in his chair, a strange feeling stirring in his heart. Would he be meeting Qiu Long soon? The entire plot seemed to have advanced ahead of schedule. Didn't that mean that tonight Lin Yuchu would also appear at the Queen Bar? After careful consideration, perhaps this was a good thing. He had already sold out Scorpion's whereabouts, and soon Bai Xiaochun would receive the false intelligence that Yi Feng had killed his son. The two were bound to fight to the death, and at this juncture, he could not afford to miss the perfect opportunity to hunt Yi Feng. If the overall plot did not advance further, who knew whether after Yi Feng's death the Daughter of Fortune would still provide villain points? If not, wouldn't every encounter be a net loss? How could he take such pleasure in a losing deal? That night the Queen Bar was all glitter and glamour, an atmosphere of extravagant indulgence. In the dance hall, women splashed their sweat without restraint, swaying gracefully, their meager strips of clothing already displaced from their original positions. Men like wolves driven by lust swarmed around them, forming a circle, hands raised above their heads, hips swinging along as their heads bobbed up and down, left and right to the beat. In such a clamorous environment, Lin Yuchu sat alone at a booth, head bowed, drinking gloomily, her heart filled with displeasure and sorrow. She had called Mu Yuyan, but the calls went unanswered. She even went directly to her door, only to be met with a closed face. It felt as if the two had become strangers. Her heart ached as if she had lost something precious. Overwhelmed by irritation and sadness, she had been driven to this noisy place to drink alone in silence. As if only in this way could she suppress the emotions within her. A bottle of Wangzai, a familiar voice rang out from the booth beside Lin Yuchu. She turned to see a familiar face and exclaimed in surprise, "What are you doing here? How did you end up here?" Qin Lang paid her no heed. Taking the bottle of Wangzai from the bartender, he popped the cap open with a soft sound and tilted his head back to drink. He stared at the smiling bartender for several moments until the man lowered his head, yet still offered no reaction. Qin Lang shook his head and sighed, a hint of regret in his tone. He had ordered a Wangzai after all. If this were the Child of Luck, wouldn't he have been thoroughly ridiculed? Then the Child of Luck would have pulled out a black VIP bank card, paid on the spot, and bought 100,000 cans of Wangzai milk, making the bartender open every single one. Such a grand opportunity to show off, yet this bartender, after being stared at so intently, simply lowered his head, without even uttering a single word. Villain, why was it so hard to show off? Unaware of the melancholy in Qin Lang's heart, Lin Yuchu stiffened her neck and scolded, "Are you following me?" Qin Lang rolled his eyes and retorted impatiently, "Are you crazy? Why do you keep babbling at me like this? Have you finished memorizing the Citizen's Code and have nothing better to do?" "You." Lin Yuchu's pent-up anger was abruptly choked off by his words. She pointed at Qin Lang's nose and said, "If you've got guts, don't talk to me at all." For the first time, Qin Lang proactively made a zipping motion across his lips. The two fell into silence. Not long after, a group of men in black suits escorting a fierce-looking man with a large head surrounded Lin Yuchu at her booth. Startled, Lin Yuchu sobered up by 70%. "Who are you? What do you want?" The obvious leader, Big Head, said coldly. "Lin Yuchu, the legitimate daughter of the Yanjing Lin family, right? Old Master Lin's treasure in Tianhai City hasn't been found yet, has it? Tell me the approximate location and some details." Lin Yuchu panicked. "What treasure? I don't know. Don't know." Big Head sneered, "Since Miss Lin refuses to talk, I'll have to ask you to come along. You'll have to suffer a while until we find the treasure." Lin Yuchu, originally from Tianhai City, had a great-grandfather who was a notorious old female treacherous thief during the chaotic years. He had embezzled an unknown amount of gold and silver, and due to the war he had hidden it all away temporarily. Later, during the escape, Old Master Lin was struck by a stray shell. When his family members helped clean his wounds and removed his clothes, they discovered that his manhood had been blown off. He died on the spot, and the whereabouts of the treasure have been lost ever since. However, according to hearsay passed down by the descendants of some people from that era, it was said that the Lin family's direct bloodline knew the location of that great treasure but dared not touch it due to its enormous value, leaving it buried to this day. Big Head, whose real name was Zheng, who was a descendant of one of Old Master Lin's attendants, so he was naturally aware of these rumors. In the past, the Lin family had always lived in Yanjing. Even if he had been given 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble in a place like Yanjing. But now Lin Yuchu had come to Tianhai City and was out drinking alone. How could he miss such a perfect opportunity? "Take her away." Zheng, who waved his hand, and his gang of thugs stepped forward. Terrified Lin Yuchu, a bully at home and a coward outside, who could be tough with Qin Lang but coward in front of these ferocious men, pleaded with a bitter face, looking at Qin Lang beside her, "Save me, please save me. I really don't know anything about a treasure." She had heard of this secret, but as for the treasure's location, not even her father, nor even her grandfather, who was merely a baby at the time, knew anything about it. Who could possibly know the secrets within? In the original story, this plot point was a massive cliffhanger. Even afterward, the treasure's location was never revealed. The damned author never filled that hole. Even though Qin Lang knew in his heart that Lin Yuchu was telling the truth, the key was that big head. No Zheng Hu didn't believe her. Several thugs had already laid hands on her, while a crowd of others formed a wall to prevent anyone from approaching or filming with their phones. They were clearly seasoned gangsters following familiar steps with practiced ease. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Qin Lang, save me, please save me. I apologize, I'll apologize, okay. Lin Yuchu's face was full of grievance, her heart filled with injustice. If only she hadn't come out alone tonight, without even a bodyguard. What was a weak-minded woman like her supposed to do? Resort to a desperate defense. For the second time, Qin Lang made a zipping motion across his lips and remained silent. Lin Yuchu's composure shattered, and she cursed herself loudly. I'm an idiot. Save me, save me. Please just say something to me. Qin Lang took a sip of his Wangzai milk, unhurried and calm, then spoke slowly. Call me Daddy, and Daddy will save you. Great-grandfather. Lin Yuchu called out, her words straying from the topic at hand. In her heart, since her great-grandfather was already gone, a single cry would serve as a token of remembrance. Her father was still alive, she couldn't call out recklessly lest she dishonor her mother. Yet that cry of great-grandfather sent chills down Qin Lang's spine, prompting him to glance downward. Damn, your great-grandfather's cock was blown to bits. Who are you cursing? You all carry on, have a fun night. I'll take my leave first. Qin Lang waved his hand at Zheng Hu, and his gang rose to his feet, lost even the appetite for his Wangzai milk, and turned to stride away. Seeing this, Lin Yuchu's heart fluttered with panic. Ultimately, her inner resolve could not overcome her fear of Zheng Hu and the others. Her lips parted slightly, and a trembling, heart-wrenching voice emerged. Did Qin Lang paid no heed and continued forward. Behind him, a heart-rending cry erupted. Dad! Dad! Dad, hurry! Hurry up! Come save me! Qin Lang turned back slowly, pointing at a thug blocking the way, and said, Do me a favor, let her go for now. Who the hell are you? The thug began to curse, but Zheng Hu raised a hand to stop him. He was no ordinary lackey. He was a seasoned rogue who had seen the world. In his early years in Tianhai City, he had been a force to rival even Xiao Long. Only after losing a struggle in those early days did he settle for developing in a neighboring city. Now his Tiger Gate was no less formidable than the Black Dragon Society. Moreover, over the years, Zheng Hu had never ceased coveting the territories of Tianhai City. He could tell that Qin Lang was no ordinary man and refrained from overreaching, instead breaking into a smile. If you want me to do you a favor, at least show some sincerity, won't you? Qin Lang hesitated for a moment before replying. How about we make a bet? If you win, you take her, and do as you please, and I'll throw in a secret about a treasure. If you lose, I take her. Deal. Zheng Hu was somewhat curious about the treasure secret this man spoke of. Besides, as a boss who made his fortune through gambling, why would he fear a wager? Just consider it a bit of fun, a chance to indulge my hands. You all head upstairs, get a private room. He'll be there shortly. Zheng Hu harbored no suspicions. Just by the aura Qin Lang exuded, he knew the man was no ordinary fellow. With a wave of his hand, he led his men, escorting Lin Yuchu up to the second floor. Lin Yuchu amidst the crowd wore a mournful face, pleading pitifully, I don't want to go upstairs with them. Qin Lang turned back, his gaze growing slightly more serious. Lin Yuchu's lips pouted. Dad, Qin Lang waved his hand. Be good, Dad's busy. He'll come save you in a bit. With that before everyone's eyes, he returned to his booth and said to the bartender, another Wangzai milk. What you drink replenishes what you lack. He needed a good boost. Elsewhere in a stretched Lincoln, the Chiu family of three sat on the plush leather seats in the back row. Xiao Long's face was dark, as if someone owed him a fortune. What arrogance! Does he really think that just because he's a member of the Qin family, he can lord it over me? Even if my Black Dragon Society is no match for the Qin family, he'll still be my son-in-law one day. Is this how he treats his future father-in-law? He expects me to come see him. When we meet, he'll have a word or two about who taught him such manners. He then glared at his daughter. Is this the man you chose? If I'm not satisfied, don't even think about entering the Chiu family, let alone staying together. You'll go back and go on blind dates. The Qin family, how outrageous. I've never endured such humiliation in my life. Just wait and see how I teach that boy Qin Lang a lesson. Fang Chuanyao rolled her eyes in exasperation. If our daughter likes him, I'm fine with it. What do you know, you old fool? The Qin family is wealthy and powerful, a bit of pride is only natural. Look at your daughter. Does she even deserve him? What's wrong with my daughter? Xiao Long retorted angrily. Even if she's not perfect, shouldn't I, as her father, be shown some respect? Having me, the father-in-law, go to meet my son-in-law. Has there ever been such a thing in 5,000 years of Chinese history? The more you say, the angrier I get. No, I must teach that brat a lesson. Xiao Zhouer sat across from them, watching her parents argue, arms crossed, acting as if she heard nothing. She still didn't know if Qin Lang had even shown up for the appointment, as she couldn't be sure. As for inviting Qin Lang to her home, that was even less likely, based on her 12 deep interactions with Qin Lang. The one-way glass on the third floor, once their battlefield of thrill, might hold a sliver of possibility, but elsewhere was beyond imagination. A dozen minutes later, the stretched Lincoln pulled up steadily in front of the Queen's bar. The Chiu family of three stepped out, all wearing cold expressions. 8 greeters at the entrance bowed respectfully, greeting them with a chorus of hello, chairman. As the trio entered the bar and saw Qin Lang sitting at a booth having downed 2 cans of Wangzai milk, 8 eyes met. Qin Lang didn't rise, merely waved toward the entrance and said, "Over here." Whoosh. Xiao Long's face instantly shifted from cold to black like the bottom of a soot-blackened pot from decades of rural cooking. Unbelievable. Utterly outrageous. Is this how a future son-in-law behaves? The father-in-law comes in person, and the son-in-law remains seated, showing not a hint of courtesy. Xiao Long's first impression of Qin Lang was extremely poor, truly living up to his reputation as a prodigal son. Before the three could even speak, Junzi approached, whispered a few words in Qin Lang's ear, then stood silently behind him. Fang Chuanya and Xiao Jiuer turned their heads simultaneously to look at Xiao Long. Back in the Lincoln, he had boasted grandly. Now that Qin Lang was before them, both mother and daughter were eager to see how Xiao Long would vent his anger. "Qin," Xiao Long began, but before he could utter a second word, he was interrupted. "Uncle Xiao, Aunt Fang Jiuer, my apologies. Before you arrived, I ran into a bit of trouble that needs handling upstairs. Would you care to join me? Once I've dealt with it, we can chat for a while." Qin Lang didn't wait for their answer. He led Junzi toward the second floor. How one treats elders depends on the person. With someone like Bai Xiaochun, a silver-tongued schemer, you could be polite and head return the hypocrisy. But with someone like Xiao Long, that wouldn't work. Xiao Long was the type to take advantage of kindness. If you were falsely polite, he'd take it as genuine. What Qin Lang intended was to give Xiao Long a slightly unusual welcome gift. In the second-floor private room, Xiao Long, after much deliberation, decided to follow. He was curious to see what tricks this playboy was up to. But the moment he entered, he saw Zheng Hu. "Black Egg. Big Head." They cried out simultaneously, each uttering the other's moniker. To be fair, although Xiao Long looked ferocious, the nickname, Black Egg, truly fit him. As for Zheng Hu, Qin Lang noticed at first glance that his head was indeed larger than normal. "Were you invited?" Zheng Hu asked, his face dark, staring at Xiao Long. Xiao Long, a smart man himself, glanced at Qin Lang standing nearby, said nothing, and subtly stepped aside. It was obvious to anyone that Zheng Hu had a grudge against Qin Lang. He disliked both of them, especially Zheng Hu. Though Zheng operated from a neighboring city, he had recently extended his reach into Tianhai City. Last time, if not for his daughter's discovery, those traitors from the Black Dragon Society would have truly caused a storm. He was happy to see Zheng Hu and Qin Lang fight. If Zheng Hu was suppressed, he would be the one to benefit. Qin Lang smiled, unconcerned with Xiao Long's reaction. The sharper Xiao was the better. "Let's start the bet." "They're not my helpers, they just came by to watch," he said nonchalantly. "Qin Lang, what do you mean? You're betting against him. He's one of the 36 chivalrous gamblers." Xiao Jiuer was startled when she heard this. Didn't Qin Lang, an intelligence dealer, know that? Zheng Hu was a notorious gambler. Across the entire globe, the gambling world had 4 tiers: 1 god, 2 kings, 36 heroes, and 72 sharps. And Zheng Hu was one of the 36. What did that mean? On the entire planet, only these 111 people were the best in gambling, and Zheng Hu ranked in the upper middle tier. How impressive was that? Back then, Zheng Hu single-handedly won $200 million in Xiangjiang, but later under the Hongmen banquet, he only managed to bring back 20 million. That was why after returning, he chose to walk the path of the underworld. He knew that if he wanted to win more money, he had to have enough power. Back then, if not for the fame brought by the 36 valiants, let alone $20 million, even whether he could bring his life back was a huge question. Haha, I didn't expect someone still remembers those old reputations. Black Egg, it seems you've mentioned me quite a bit in front of your daughter, haven't you? Zheng Hu laughed heartily. Zheng Hu laughed cheerfully. Xiao Long's face darkened, and he remained silent, feeling that his momentum had been suppressed. But when it came to actual gambling skills, 100 men like him were no match for Zheng Hu. "It's over." Lin Youchu cornered, and hearing Xiao Jiuer's description, her eyes reddened completely, losing hope. She didn't gamble, but her cousin was a gambler who had always boasted to her about the top 111 people in the gambling world, saying that even a 72 sharps could serve as one of the resident experts in the big venues of Xiangjiang, let alone a 36 valiant. Useless. She was truly hopeless. So regretful. "Still want to bet?" Zheng Hu asked with a light smile, looking at Qin Lang. Qin Lang, puzzled, replied, "Bet. Why wouldn't I? It's not like I'd break my word just because you're a strong gambler. Besides, even if I lose the bet, I just have to tell you a secret. It's not me who's being taken away." How cunning. Lin Youchu felt like she could vomit blood. In Qin Lang's eyes, he had no pressure at all. Ha ha ha. Straight talk is refreshing. Zheng Hu laughed, heartily satisfied, and said, "Since you put it that way, don't blame me for being unfair. Mahjong, pai gao, poker, dice, roulette, guessing size. Choose whatever you want. As long as you know how to play, I'll play with you. You can bet however you like." If the child of destiny were here, he would have been thoroughly ridiculed, and after sitting at the table, instead of accepting Zheng Hu's generosity, he would have pretended to act cool and let Zheng Hu choose the game. In the end, the child of destiny would defeat him in his own area of expertise. But who was Qin Lang? He was the arch-villain. The key was that purchasing gambling skills required destiny villain value, and it wasn't cheap. Why spend so much to deal with a Zheng Hu? If he could get it for free, why go through all that trouble? Qin Lang clapped his hands lightly and exclaimed, "Boss, you're generous. Then I want stand on ceremony. Today let's play something a bit novel. Let's bet on your life. Guess whether you'll be dead or alive in 1 minute." Whoosh. Zheng He's gaze instantly turned icy, and he looked at Qin Lang with murderous intent. Almost gnashing his teeth, he forced a strained smile, and said, I Zheng who have weathered countless storms in my life. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. I've survived half a lifetime. How could I not endure this 1 minute? Of course he'll be alive. Qin Lang clicked his tongue, shook his head, and reached behind him. A pitch-black gun muzzle aimed at Zheng He's head. With a bang, a single shot to the head, Zheng He's entire head exploded like a watermelon. Blowing on the smoking muzzle, Qin Lang sighed. What a pity, a 36 Valiant, you guessed wrong. If you had bet on your own death, I really couldn't have stopped you from committing suicide. Zheng He's bodyguards were stunned. One of them pointed at Qin Lang and shouted, You killed the boss. Qin Lang looked up, aiming the gun at the bodyguard who had spoken. Bang. Another headshot, another dead. Qin Lang slowly shifted the gun to the left, aiming at the thug who had been about to curse him downstairs. Tell me who fired the gun. Who killed your boss? It was. The thug's legs were trembling. Bang. The third gunshot rang out, and the thug who had wanted to curse fell straight backward. The fourth shot rang out, the fifth shot rang out. Those who spoke too slowly, answered incorrectly, or stammered, all got hit by bullets. At this moment, Qin Lang was nothing like the polite person he had been earlier. He was clearly a murderous demon. After turning around, almost instinctively, he aimed the gun at the next person. Tell me who fired the gun. It was me. Qiulong's voice trembled, his legs quaking. Even as a boss of the Black Dragon Society faced with Qin Lang's overwhelming murderous aura, he was terrified. He had known that Zheng Hu was no match for Qin Lang and would definitely be suppressed after this. But he never expected that Qin Lang would directly open fire in such a setting, killing 5 people almost consecutively. Now there was probably only 1 bullet left in the magazine, and Qiulong was terrified, afraid that it would be the last bullet fed to him. Qin Lang gradually calmed down from his killing frenzy. He tossed the gun to Hu Zi for disposal and walked up politely. Uncle Qiu, what are you talking about? How could you have fired the gun? It was clearly my bodyguard. Don't tremble, it's fine. This has nothing to do with me. I'm just a spectator. When people show up, nothing will happen. After all, a special agent with credentials from the Special Operations Department shooting a few milk powder distributors who intended to resist is not a bad thing. It's a good thing, a great thing, ridding the people of a menace. Well said, it's a good thing. Qiulong's eyelids trembled thrice. His peripheral vision caught the corpses on the ground, and his heart felt like it was about to leap out of his chest. Zheng He's status was by no means inferior to his own, yet upon their first meeting he was immediately sent to his demise. Qin Lang's methods were far too ruthless. He was definitely not the idle playboy the rumors made him out to be. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Qiu Jiuer and Fang Xuanya, having spent considerable time with Qiulong and witnessed bloody scenes before, merely covered their mouths and noses, retreating a few steps. Lin Youchu, however, that perpetually domineering young lady, fared far worse. She was now on all fours, heaving violently, even spitting out the drinks she had at the booth, more effective than any hangover remedy. The ground was also littered with fragments of Zheng He's skull. When the bullet struck Zheng, who hadn't opened his mouth, the internal and external air pressure were imbalanced, so it was impossible for there to be just a single hole in his forehead. A single shot to the head like a burst watermelon. Fragments were everywhere, a mess of red and white, fine and scattered. Not just women, even an ordinary man would find it unbearable to witness such a scene. Wee-oo, the wail of police sirens came from outside. Junzi stepped forward and spoke. Young master, you should leave this place first. Although it's nothing major, someone still needs to handle it. Don't you have important bit? Leave the rest to me. As he spoke, he pulled a red booklet from his bosom and coldly addressed Zheng He's terrified underlings. You all know clearly what to say and what not to say later. Honestly confess to your crimes, and you might only serve a few years. But say something you shouldn't, and even as a crown witness you won't live past 3 days. Understand? The thugs exchanged glances, nodding frantically, already terrified by Qin Lang's brutality, with no trace of vengeful thoughts left. Qin Lang, as if nothing had happened, smiled lightly at the Qiu family of 3. Uncle Qiu, let's leave here first. When the police arrive, we'll have to explain things which would be troublesome and delay your talk with Auntie and me. All right, well, follow your lead, young Master Qin. Qiulong nodded. The family of 3 followed Qin Lang out the back door of the Queen Bar. They had initially intended to take Lin Youchu along, but the woman was scared out of her wits, her legs giving way into a duck-like sit, paralyzed on the spot, refusing to move no matter how much they called. Qin Lang couldn't be bothered with her anymore. At worst, she'd be taken to the station for a statement. With Junzi watching to ensure she didn't speak out of turn, she'd be released soon enough. There was no rush. A few hours later, the meeting between the prospective in-laws concluded. A tipsy Qiulong and Fang Xuanya left one of their own hotels and got into a stretched Lincoln. Fang Xuanya rolled her eyes in exasperation. Weren't we supposed to teach Qin Lang a lesson? You barely said a few words before you started drinking, and on top of that you even wanted to swear brotherhood with him. Treat him like a brother. Are you out of your mind? He's your daughter's boyfriend. Have you no sense of propriety, as an elder? After scolding him, seeing Qiulong slumped in the seat, with half-closed eyes, Fang Chunya's voice softened into a mumble. Only when the car drove off did the seemingly drunk Qiulong slowly open his eyes, his face flushed, but his gaze perfectly clear. Forget it. Damn it, I almost died just now. Fang Chunya frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? Aren't you alive and well? Even your biggest worry, Zhang, who is taken care of. Qiu Long was still shaken. Qin Lang aimed the last bullet at my head. I suspect that bastard really wanted to kill me. Didn't you see? Even Qin Lang's subordinate works for the higher-ups with that red booklet. Killing 5 men plus me wouldn't make much difference. Damn it, it's terrifying. Who the hell said Qin Lang was a playboy? If this is a playboy, then who in the world is a real schemer? He had originally planned to intimidate Qin Lang. After all, he was the future father-in-law. But upon their first meeting, before he could even speak, Qin Lang had already put on a show of slaying the tiger to shock the dragon. It nearly scared the wits out of him. If it were just Qin Lang shooting Zhang, who that would have been fine. Qiu Long had seen plenty of big scenes, and wouldn't have been that terrified. But the key point was that everything was clearly premeditated by Qin Lang. Killing Zhang, who left no loose ends whatsoever, and because of his subordinate status, this might even be credited as a great merit. A reckless second-generation rich kid isn't scary. What's terrifying is a second-generation rich kid with immense backing and a brain. Playing games with someone like that, Qiu Long felt that even with 10 more lives, he wouldn't have enough to survive. What do we do now? Are we being targeted? What about Jior? She's still in the hotel. She's your own daughter. Fang Chuanya grew anxious. Qiu Long sighed. If it weren't for Jior, I'm afraid the last bullet in that gun would have been for me. Sigh. I wonder how far things have developed between Qin Lang and Jior. Is he serious or just after a fling? Forget it, children will have their own fortunes. Everything on Qin Lang's side was handled by Jior herself. It's none of our business. I hope she can manage the situation well. Fang Chuanya fumed. Qiu Long, are you out of your mind? You used to be a man of honor, and now you don't even dare to stand up for your daughter. Are you even a man? How can you be such a coward? If I had known, I shouldn't have come back. I should have stayed with Jior no matter what and never allowed her to face that terrifying Qin Lang alone. Qiu Long held his forehead, saying nothing. His grievances were too deep to voice. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Lang was helping Qiu Jior into a luxurious standard room. Seeing Qiu Jior's flushed face, Qin Lang looked worried. Jior, why is your face so red? Could you have a fever? Lie down first, let me take your temperature. Don't move. Taking a temperature is a delicate task. Any mistake, and it won't be accurate. Time flowed like water, passing agonizingly slowly. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 Destiny Villain points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000,2 Destiny Villain points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000,3 Destiny Villain points. Qiu Jior's face was a mask of grief and indignation. Qin Lang, you bastard. Even if you're going to bully someone, there's a limit. The next morning, Qiu Jior looked at Qin Lang with a knowing smile, a cold sneer on her face. Still impulsive, eh? Qin Lang swallowed hard and shook his head. Not anymore. She glanced down and asked accusingly, your hand. Qin Lang, like a well-behaved child, withdrew his hand that had been under the mattress and grinned sheepishly. Jior, don't be silly. You've got happiness in your hands now. Don't mess it up. Is that so? Qiu Jior tightened her grip slightly. Weren't you pretty arrogant last night? You even pointed a gun at my father. What? Were you planning to shoot him too? No matter how wrong he is, he's still an elder, isn't he? Qin Lang shifted to the side, looking pained with a bitter smile. I heard you complaining before that he keeps setting you up on blind dates. That's why I was angry. What do you mean? Qiu Jior asked incredulously. Are you jealous? Qin Lang didn't admit it openly. That would be too fake. He turned his head away and sneered. Are you kidding me? Me jealous? It's just that no one else is allowed to touch my woman. My. Qiu Jior looked suspicious, staring at Qin Lang's evasive eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this guy really had fallen for her? Otherwise, why would he be so impulsive every time they met? Maybe he was usually busy and took this chance to pour out his feelings to her. Qiu Jior loosened her grip slightly and teased. When I was little, my mom always told me not to be mischievous when I grew up. I didn't understand then, but now it seems pretty fun. At least your arrogant attitude has dwindled a lot in front of me. No matter what happens next time, don't treat my father like that, got it? After all, he raised me. He's old now. What if you scare him? Qin Lang took a deep breath. What if he causes trouble for me? Wasn't his expression clear enough when we first met last night? If I don't keep him in check, he'll cause trouble sooner or later. Also, forget about Zheng He's territory. Switch to legitimate business early. Otherwise, even I can't protect you forever, understand? Qiu Jior snorted inwardly. Hypocritical man. Saying she shouldn't touch Zheng He's territory was just a hint for her not to mess around, or else something bad would happen. If you're worried, just say it. If you like me, just say it. Why hide it? We're not kids anymore. You can't even speak your mind. And you call yourself young Master Qin. What a coward. She rolled her eyes charmingly. Got it. No need for your reminders. Don't worry about my father. If he dares to bully you, I'm not one to be trifled with either. Her voice softened and her grip loosened. What's wrong with you now? Sensing something amiss, Qiu Jior's expression changed immediately. Qin Lang gave an embarrassed smile. Jior, don't you know your own charm? How about we do some morning exercise together? No girl dislikes compliments, and Qiu Jior was no exception. However, faced with this situation, her heart still skipped a beat. How long do you usually exercise in the morning? Hard to say. Depends on the situation. As he explained, Qin Lang began to explore. The phone on the bedside table rang. Xiao Jiuer reached over with effort and put the phone to her ear. Hello? Spit it out. Miss Bai Xiaochun's side has found traces of Scorpion and captured him, but it seems Scorpion didn't kill Bai Shui. What? Hiss. How is that possible? I've already given the information. The bounty must be transferred to my bank account before tomorrow. Otherwise tell him to wait. Tell him the bounty must go to the Black Dragon Society. Otherwise my Black Dragon Society isn't a pushover either. On the other end, the deputy leader of the Rose Hall was baffled, unable to figure out what was happening with the young lady. She blurted out stupidly, Miss, are you injured? Your voice sounds strange. Just do as I say. Click. The call was disconnected. In a rural area about 60 kilometers from downtown Tianhai City, the deputy leader of the Rose Hall looked puzzled. She felt that the young lady might be injured, but she must have escaped right. Otherwise, how could she have answered the phone? The deputy leader of the Rose Hall was still unaware of some matters. After all, she had been secretly trained as a confidant by Qiu Long since childhood, knowing only combat and loyalty, ignorant of everything else. Following the mountain path, the deputy leader of the Rose Hall approached the Bai family's butler Ah Fu and said with a grim expression, whether or not Scorpion is the killer, the Black Dragon Society wants that 1 billion bounty. We want to see the money by tomorrow. Ah Fu felt annoyed. Wasn't this just causing trouble for himself? But most of the people here were from the Black Dragon Society. If he didn't relay the message once they left, he might not be a match for Scorpion. He had no choice but to walk over to Bai Xiaochun, who was standing in front of the thatched hut, and whisper a few words in his ear. Bai Xiaochun frowned deeply, only said, arrange the transfer, and dismissed it. His eyes bloodshot, he stared at the kneeling Scorpion, his voice as if from the depths of hell. What did you say? If you didn't kill Shui, who did he? Scorpion knelt on the ground, kowtowing frantically. Mister, Bai, it really wasn't me. We didn't know Bai Shui was your son. If we had known, even if we had 10 times the courage, we wouldn't have dared to do it. The killer really wasn't us. It was a guy who suddenly barged in. He was too strong. My 2 brothers were no match for him. They were wounded at first sight, and then brutally killed. And the young master Bai Shui was also his doing. If I hadn't hidden in the bathroom, I would have fallen into his clutches too. I don't know that man, but Bai Shui seemed to recognize him. His name is Yi Feng. Yi Feng. How could it possibly be him? When Bai Xiaochun heard Yi Feng's name, the fury within him was as if doused from head to toe with a basin of cold water. He would not willingly confront Yi Feng unless absolutely necessary. Others might be ignorant, but how could he not know the truth? Yi Feng commanded a mercenary organization overseas, and his personal prowess was staggeringly formidable. The motley crew under Bai Xiaochun's command was no match for Yi Feng alone. What exactly happened? Bai Xiaochun demanded with a cold expression, eyeing Scorpion's disheveled and wretched state. Especially the ease with which Scorpion had been captured while ascending the mountain, under the coordinated efforts of several Black Dragon Society members, was truly unexpected. After all, according to the police bureau's investigation, the 2 other kidnappers had been slain by an expert, one with a neck snapped by brute force, the other with internal organs shattered by a single kick. Scorpion's strength was far from sufficient for such feats. With a mournful face, Scorpion felt nothing but stifled resentment inside. He had retreated deep into the mountains, surviving by begging and stealing from the small village, not daring to return home for money, let alone withdraw from a bank. Living in seclusion, he had no idea how his whereabouts had been exposed. Now that he was captured, what else could he dare to conceal? Mister Bai, I don't know the details of your family, but according to the young master, Bai Yi Feng seems to have ties with the 2 Miss Bai. The young master said Yi Feng intends to let the 2 young ladies inherit the family fortune and then take them for himself. Bai Xiaochun stood frozen in place, silent for a long while, rigidly still. After what felt like an eternity, he slowly turned and descended the mountain. A Fu whispered beside him, Master, what about Scorpion? Bury him. No sooner had the words been spoken than a heavy object crashed down on the back of Scorpion's head, knocking him unconscious, never to awaken again. Bai Xiaochun walked slowly, tears streaming down his face. Shui, it was all your father's fault. Inviting a wolf into the house. All because I invited a wolf into the house. He had come to believe 80% of Scorpion's words. Both Yi Feng's capabilities and the on-site evidence aligned. Most importantly, Scorpion, an outsider, could never have known about Yi Feng's connection to the Bai family. Unless those words had indeed come from his son's mouth. No matter how hard Bai Xiaochun tried, he dared not suspect Yi Feng. But now with Scorpion exposing this truth, everything fell into place. Yi Feng, a mercenary leader who lived on the edge of death, was in the business of killing and robbing. What wouldn't he do for the Bai family's legacy? Die? I want you dead. Bai Xiaochun's eyes bulged with rage, his entire body trembling. At this moment, his fear of Yi Feng was utterly shattered by the truth of his son's tragic death. Without his son, what did he have left to fear? He vowed to avenge his son. He wanted Yi Feng dead. Wanted Yi Feng to suffer a fate worse than death. A Fu. Bai Xiaochun's voice was desolate. A Fu bowed beside him. Master, at your command. There's an assassin ranking on the black market, isn't there? Money is no object. No matter how high the price, he'll pay it. I want Yi Feng dead. If 1 assassin isn't enough, send 10. If 10 isn't enough, send 100. Until he's killed. Understand? Bai Xiaochun's voice was eerily calm, but beneath that calmness lurked a fury and roar like a volcano about to erupt. The Bai family's bodyguards, the Black Dragon Society, and the black market assassins, all of them. Bai Xiaochun would summon them, all crafting an inescapable death trap for Yi Feng. Meanwhile, Qiu Jiu'er had not yet parted ways with Qin Lang when she received news of the plan to besiege and kill Yi Feng. What happened? Qin Lang asked curiously, noticing Qiu Jiu'er's troubled expression. Qiu Jiu'er bit her lip. Qin Lang, I want to ask you for a favor. She had engaged in deep exchanges with Qin Lang over a dozen times before, yet never once had she mentioned asking for help. Their interactions had always been based on mutual benefit. But this time she couldn't stay composed. Qin Lang smiled and pinched her cheek. Go on, what is it? Qiu Jiu'er sighed. Bai Xiaochun is going to kill Yi Feng. He's hired enforcers from my Black Dragon Society. But Yi Feng once caused trouble at Queen Bar and single-handedly took down nearly 30 men. I'm certain that wasn't even his true strength. This time I want you to take charge, and when necessary strike him down. Yi Feng's rampage at Queen Bar should have been an opportunity for Qiu Jiu'er to get acquainted with him, but because of Qin Lang's appearance it turned into a feud. And the grudge between the Black Dragon Society and Yi Feng ran deep. Qiu Jiu'er had no desire for Yi Feng to live, so she intended to act now. But her only fear was that if Yi Feng survived both her father and her own life, it had to be foolproof. Qin Lang frowned deeply. Bai Xiaochun couldn't wait any longer to make his move. There were still tasks he hadn't had time to complete. Some villain destiny points remained unclaimed. But Yi Feng was after all the chosen one. If Bai Xiaochun's move alerted him, and he fled abroad, even Qin Lang would face great trouble trying to take him down. It's alright, this was my own wishful thinking. Yi Feng is too powerful for ordinary people, and even you would be in danger. Seeing Qin Lang's hesitation, Qiu Jiu'er felt no resentment. Instead, she found it perfectly understandable. After all, as the legitimate son of the Qin family, why would he put himself in harm's way? She had been too presumptuous. Don't say that. Qin Lang's face suddenly changed. He looked at Qiu Jiu'er with tension. You mean the Black Dragon Society will spare no expense to eradicate Yi Feng this time? And will you be going as well? Qiu Jiu'er softly acknowledged. Yes. Last time at Queen Bar, Yi Feng crippled many of our elite enforcers. Some will never walk again. For our Black Dragon Society, it's a slap in the face. If we don't eliminate Yi Feng, we'll lose all credibility. In the underworld, loyalty is paramount. Now that their brothers have been ruined, if the boss didn't even speak up, who would be willing to risk their lives in the future? Neither Qiu Long nor Qiu Jiu'er intended to let such a golden opportunity slip by. Qin Lang's playful expression vanished. He caressed Qiu Jiu'er's smooth cheek with deep affection. Jiu'er, originally, I didn't want you to get involved in this. It's far too dangerous. But seeing your earnest expression, I can't bring myself to stop you. Go ahead. If this is what you want to do, I will support you with all my might. No matter when, no matter where, no matter what happens, I will stand behind you using every ounce of strength I possess to back you up. Ripples stirred in Qiu Jiu'er's beautiful eyes as she gazed at Qin Lang's earnest face, feeling both dazed and immensely guilty. Making such a willful request was already an affront to Qin Lang's status, yet he did not rebuke her. Instead, he offered unwavering support. That warmth and tolerance touched even her. Perhaps she had truly found her destined soulmate for the rest of her life. A day later in the evening at Mount Mangdang. The moon was dark and the wind howled, casting dancing shadows of the trees. The mountain air was thick with the heavy scent of earth and the pungent tang of crushed grass. Yi Feng looked puzzled and asked Bai Xiaochun, Mister, why is the young master really being held here? There doesn't seem to be anyone living nearby, does there? As far as the eye could see, it was a desolate wilderness with a few grave mounds. As for dwellings, not even a single thatched hut was in sight. Bai Xiaochun wore a troubled expression and sighed. Mister Yi, I'm truly sorry to trouble you. Although I have these family bodyguards deployed, I simply cannot rest assured with their skills and judgment. According to reliable information, Shui should be hidden by the kidnappers somewhere around here. I don't know the exact location, but I hope Mister Yi can help find him. Seeing Yi Feng's nonchalant expression, Bai Xiaochun seethed with rage. Of course he knew what Yi Feng was thinking. His son naturally wouldn't be hidden here. Others might not know, but Yi Feng as the killer knew this well, which was why he was so impatient. Hatred had clouded his vision. The more Yi Feng behaved this way, the more Bai Xiaochun believed he was the murderer of his son. They'll go up the mountain to search. Yi Feng shook his head without another word and headed up the mountain, followed by the other bodyguards. Lately, Yi Feng had been plagued with terrible luck, and he could already foresee the fruitless outcome of today's endeavor. Heaving a sigh and recalling recent events, a chill ran down his spine. The stomach cramps and diarrhea, hitting on a woman who was unclean being extorted by an old lady while walking. He tried to rescue a little girl being bullied, but instead got slapped hard by her. After all the fuss, the little girl didn't need a hero at all. Her hero was the scoundrel bullying her. Young as she was, she played the game of feigned resistance with masterful skill. Lost in thought, the group ventured deep into the heart of Mount Mangdang. Suddenly, an eerie atmosphere descended. Yi Feng sensed something amiss, as if every hair on his body stood on end. Danger. It was a familiar sense of crisis. Perhaps it was innate, but for Yi Feng, a mercenary who walked the razor's edge, every surge of this premonition meant peril was upon him. And it was thanks to this uncanny danger sense that he had cheated death time and again. He turned back to warn the accompanying bodyguards, but a sharp dagger was already slashing swiftly toward the carotid artery in his neck. A lethal strike from the start. Wealth moved men's hearts. Bai Xiaochun had placed a bounty of 100 million on these bodyguards. Anyone who killed Yi Feng could claim it instantly. 100 million. Even spending days and nights indulging in luxury clubs, it would last a lifetime. Who could resist such temptation? You're asking for death. Enraged, Yi Feng seized the bodyguard's arm twisted and shook it swiftly, disarming the dagger. With a savage sweep, he slashed a gash in the attacker's neck and blood gushed forth as the man collapsed and died. Dagger in hand, he glared fiercely. Who sent you to kill me? Was it Bai Xiaochun or Qin Lang? Facing no fewer than 20 bodyguards, Yi Feng showed no fear, only blazing fury. Charge. Together. Take him down. The bodyguards exchanged glances in silence, then, as if on cue, they all struck at once, encircling Yi Feng. Yi Feng snorted coldly, reversed his grip on the dagger, and charged forward. He moved like a god of slaughter, weaving eerily through the throng of nearly 20 bodyguards without hindrance. With every step, cold corpses fell to the ground. The number of dead bodyguards grew, while those still standing dwindled. Who was Yi Feng? The leader of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, a true reaper, a butcher on the battlefield. How could these bodyguards who had never tasted blood or fire stand a chance? Setting aside their combat awareness, even their physical fitness was less than an eighth of his. He mowed down the surrounding bodyguards like slicing through vegetables. 5 minutes. In less than 5 minutes, all the Bai family bodyguards who had followed Bai Xiaochun lay dead. Bai Xiaochun, you have some nerve. Yi Feng twisted his neck, producing a series of cracks. His gaze was as sinister as a hidden wolf's. He had never suffered such humiliation, coming to help with painstaking effort only to be ambushed and framed by Bai Xiaochun. Did being a billionaire in Tianhai City make one so arrogant? He had killed high-ranking foreign officials, but what was a mere billionaire? He strode toward the foot of the mountain, eager to see what other cards Bai Xiaochun held. Did he really think these men could kill him? He had vastly underestimated Yi Feng's strength. He would dismantle every trap Bai Xiaochun had set step by step, and then under Bai Xiaochun's terrified gaze slice him open with a blade, letting him die in fear and regret. But after just a few steps, more and more people emerged from the thicket. Members of the Black Dragon Society with dragon tattoos and professional assassins in night clothes darting through the shadows. Come on, I'll show you all what it means to slay 1,000 men today. With the wind howling, Yi Feng advanced instead of retreating, charging against the surging tide of enemies. The scent of blood gradually permeated the air. From a distant peak, Qin Lang held a telescope and marveled. This Yi Feng is truly incredible. He's killed nearly 50 men and only suffered minor injuries. He couldn't help but admit the man was truly a child of destiny. Hard to kill. If his own men had been sent to eliminate him, the casualties would have been catastrophic, even if they succeeded. Since these were all someone else's main forces, letting them be cannon fodder was fine. Qin Lang was happy to watch the show. Qiu Jiuer, clad in a tight black leather suit, wore a terrified expression as she lowered her telescope and whispered uneasily, Yi Feng is too terrifying. Can we really kill him tonight? The elite fighters she had sent from the Black Dragon Society, even armed with suitable weapons, were still handled like chicks in Yi Feng's hands. If Yi Feng survived tonight, perhaps tomorrow the three of the Qiu family would be the ones dead. Don't worry, ITL'll be fine. There are still people who haven't come out yet. These are just cannon fodder. The real experts are still waiting. Qin Lang wrapped his arm around Qiu Jiuer's slender waist and comforted her softly. The backup he referred to was naturally not his own men, but the experts that sly old fox Bai Xiaochun had hired at great cost. They had yet to make an appearance. If not for the infrared thermal imaging function on his telescope, even he might have been fooled. In the desolate mountains, the fallen bodies grew ever more numerous. If anyone had reported this to the authorities, the entire police force of Tianhai City would have been unable to sleep a wink. Amid the blood, Yi Feng trudged step by step toward the foot of the mountain, his body covered in countless wounds left by the assassins, still tainted with venom. However, as the favored child of fortune, Yi Feng had spent years as a mercenary abroad, injecting himself with countless serums against snake venom and other common toxins. Under the onslaught of innumerable poisons, he felt only a faint numbness that barely hindered his movements. His eyes blazing with fury, he reached the mountain's base and saw Bai Xiaochun standing not far away. Old dog, why do you want me dead? He roared, his entire frame trembling. In his rage, an overwhelming surge of killing intent erupted from him. Even Bai Xiaochun, a billionaire, staggered back a few steps. Die. Like a fierce tiger, Yi Feng lunged toward Bai Xiaochun, gripping a dagger that glinted faintly under the moonlight. But just as the blade was about to slice Bai Xiaochun's throat, several eerie figures appeared before him, blocking the strike. A withered old man, his skin like dry bark with no trace of flesh, brandished a staff and struck Yi Feng's wrist, dislodging the dagger. A dwarf with the weathered face of a middle-aged man, but the stature of a child, wielded a katana longer than himself, slashing horizontally to slice off a chunk of flesh from Yi Feng's right leg. Finally, a female assassin emerged, clad entirely in black night gear. How could one tell she was female? With such prominently distinctive curves, anyone unable to discern her gender would be better off smashing their head against a block of tofu. The stunning female assassin's appearance startled Yi Feng into retreating, his expression grave. Withered tree and spring dwarf, Chi blood mandala. I never thought even the three of you would show up. As the leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary corps, Yi Feng was well acquainted with notable figures in the underworld. These three were among the top 10 on the assassin rankings, with Blood Mandala ranking third, her skill rivaling his own. Moreover, Blood Mandala was a master of stealth. Had she not held back, he would have been severely wounded at the very least. Blood Wolf leader the Butcher, or should I call you Mr. Yi Feng? You're already spent. Why not just offer up your head? The old man known as Withered Tree in Spring cackled lecherously, leaning on his staff. Mr. Yi, your head is worth over $100 million. If I could claim it, my ranking on the assassin list would climb by at least 3 places. Dwarf Chi, clutching his katana, appeared clumsy, but anyone who underestimated this 6th-ranked assassin would quickly find their head severed by his blade. Kill. The few remaining bodyguards beside by Xiaochun charged forward as vanguards. Withered Tree in Spring and Dwarf Chi moved like ghosts, lurking behind the guards, poised to deliver fatal strikes. With a punch, Yi Feng caved in a bodyguard's skull, killing him instantly, but Dwarf Chi sliced off another piece of flesh from his left shoulder. With a kick, he caved in another bodyguard's chest, but Withered Tree in Spring staff struck his right shoulder blade, cracking the bone. It was a hopeless situation. Even at his peak, Yi Feng would have struggled against these 3 renowned assassins, let alone while gravely wounded. Even the favored child of fortune needed room to grow. He had only returned home less than half a month ago, yet here he was trapped in a deadly ambush with no time to catch his breath. With a swift motion, Yi Feng snatched a dagger from a bodyguard and hurled it toward Bai Xiaochun's throat. The blade flew with incredible speed, aimed at his forehead. If it struck Bai Xiaochun, would die instantly. Blood Mandala, who had remained still until now, moved in an instant, deflecting the flying dagger. But at the same time, Bai Xiaochun let out a scream. Blood Mandala looked down to see a hole torn between his legs, blood gushing out. Covered in blood, Yi Feng grinned savagely. Old dog, consider this interest I'm collecting. One day I'll have even better greetings for you. With that, he fled without further engagement, racing up the barren mountain. After him, Withered Tree in Spring and Dwarf Chi gave chase. Blood Mandala glanced at Bai Xiaochun, saw the bodyguards rushing to his aid, and then pursued as well. She had held back not out of recognition for Yi Feng or any other sentiment, but because her status forbade her from joining a group kill. Now Yi Feng had crippled Bai Xiaochun right before her eyes, a grave insult to her profession that demanded retribution. Only Yi Feng's head could wash away this disgrace. On a distant peak, Qin Lang watched Yi Feng's escape and deployed his men via communication, ordering them to set ambushes from all directions. Gazing at the female assassin weaving through the wilderness, he couldn't help but marvel. With her slender waist, graceful figure, and long, exquisite legs, she possessed strength rivaling that of the favored child of fortune. Such an exceptional female assassin. If she weren't a heroine, he'd eat his hat. He was certain that seizing her fortune would net him at least 50,000 points of destiny villain value. Without hesitation, Qin Lang left Xiao Jiuer behind and took a shortcut to intercept Yi Feng's path. The favored child of fortune. A narrow escape followed by a triumphant comeback. He was eager to see if Yi Feng, surrounded on all sides, still had the luck to defy fate. His heart brimmed with anticipation. If capturing a fortune-favored woman yielded so many villain points, killing the main protagonist would surely bring an even more enviable harvest. Yi Feng, you have no way out. Ahead lies the cliff. If you persist in your stubbornness, even your corpse will be shattered into bloody foam. Better to surrender and at least keep a headless body. Kumu Feng Chun pressed coldly. Close behind him were Dwarf Foot 7 and Bloody Mandala. The 3 of them instinctively stood together, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent as they stared at Yi Feng, who had been cornered to the edge of the precipice. Ha ha ha. You want to kill me? All 3 of you just wait. If I survive this time, none of you will escape. Today's humiliation I will repay 100-fold. Yi Feng threw his head back and laughed, then took a step forward and leaped off the cliff. Kumu Feng Chun rushed to the cliff's edge, staring down into the misty abyss below, gnashing his teeth. This madman, would he rather shatter into bloody foam than face us in battle? Let's go check below. Even if it's just bloody foam, as long as we can confirm his true form, we'll still have completed our mission. Dwarf Foot 7 took a narrow path and hurried toward the base of the cliff. Alive, we must see him. Dead, we must see his corpse. Meanwhile, in the rapid descent, even Yi Feng himself believed this time he would surely die. But just as he was about to hit the bottom, a tangle of trees suddenly appeared. Crack, crack. One by one, dead branches struck Yi Feng's back, snapping under the impact, yet his fall. Seconds later, his entire body crashed into a thicket of bushes. Rustle, rustle. Countless leaves shook, and with a dull thud, Yi Feng, he winced in agony, feeling as though every bone in his body had been broken, yet Yi Feng showed no regret. Instead, he gazed up at the cliff top with a look of surprise. From such a high cliff, he hadn't died. Survive a great disaster and fortune will surely follow. His legs could still barely move, and not far away a river flowed. If he could just drag himself into the water and drift with the current, he still had a good chance of survival. Hiss! Suddenly, as Yi Feng shifted his body, he gasped in shock, trembling all over. Sensing the changes within, he was ecstatic. Huh, that damned old dog and those 3 assassins. This time I've escaped death, and now your doom is sealed. Yi Feng was overjoyed. He never expected that after this life-and-death struggle the cultivation art within him had broken through to the second layer, greatly enhanced. Even his injuries were beginning to heal on their own. In time he would surely make a full recovery and walk an even stronger path. Revenge, like a seed buried deep in his heart, had already begun to take root and sprout. Just then a burst of bullets rang out, all precisely striking Yifeng's legs. Were they a row of holes? No, both legs were blown apart, blood mist flying, bones exposed. Then a group of armed men, led by Junzi, emerged from the dense forest. Damn, the young master truly foresaw everything. Such a big fish fell from that high cliff and still didn't die. How terrifying. Got to say, the young master is a reincarnation of Zhuge Liang. Absolutely amazing. Zhuge Liang, my ass, you old bootlicker. The young master isn't even here. Why are you licking? Besides us, every cave in Mount Mangdang and even that big lake are planted with mines. Even if he grew wings, he couldn't fly out. He just happened to run into our group. Junzi bluntly retorted at old Huang, glancing at Yifeng, whose legs had been blown off, and said with dissatisfaction, "Who told you to shoot? Both legs are gone, damn it." The young master said to just control him. What if he dies? Old Huang scratched the back of his head, sheepishly embarrassed. Wasn't I scared? This monster from the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps is too terrifying. How many people has he killed alone? Without some handy AK-47s or pea shooters, we might not have taken him down. Including Junzi, there were only 10 of them. Unfortunately, Mount Mangdang was vast with too many hiding places. Even with the young master's best efforts to balance things, only this many were lying in ambush at the base of this cliff. The firearms in hand were temporarily allocated by Junzi and would have to be returned afterward. After all, playing with such things for a day or two was fine, but any more could invite trouble. Who did this? A cold snort came from the forest as Qin Lang stepped out, his face dark as water. He looked at Yifeng lying on the ground, his legs blown off, his eyes blazing with agony and fury, and grew angry. Old Huang trembled on his legs. Young master, it was me. I know I was wrong. I was worried this monster would harm people, so I disabled his mobility. Qin Lang fixed his gaze on Yifeng, his face cold. Who told you to shoot? Did I tell you to shoot? Don't you know who Yifeng is? He is the leader of the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps, a big shot among foreign mercenaries. What you've done is an insult to his status. Old Huang hung his head in shame. He was truly vexed. He had lost face during the first character test, and now he had messed up again in handling the real matter. Would he be fired? Even without the high year-end bonus and dividends that Junzi got, his monthly salary was around 30,000. Besides, he had already found a lover at Xianjilian. Qin Lang placed his hand on Old Huang's shoulder and patted it firmly. Old Huang, there's something I'm not sure if I should say, but 1,000 words boil down to one. Well done. Puffed. Yifeng, lying on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood, consumed by rage, and nearly fainted. Instinctively he erupted with all his energy, supporting himself on his broken hands, enduring immense pain, and lunged half his body toward Qin Lang. All his fantasies were drowned in the moment his legs were blown off. Even if he died, he would drag Qin Lang down with him. Young master, watch out. Junzi and the others were horrified but couldn't stop the charging Yifeng. Qin Lang was slightly surprised. He turned back, looked at Yifeng, who was glaring like a ferocious wolf, reached out a hand, pressed it firmly on his head, and twisted with force. With a crack, the neck was twisted at a 90-degree angle. Yifeng's bloodshot eyes gradually dimmed, and his breath faded. Half of his body crashed to the ground, blood still oozing from the stumps of his legs. Get to work, Qin Lang urged. A bodyguard who had been stunned by his master's move snapped back to reality, shouldered a flamethrower, and stepped forward, spewing flames over Yifeng's corpse. Under the intense heat, in no time, not even a trace of bone remained of Yifeng's body. It was completely reduced to a pile of black ash scattered in the night wind. A non-stop service of killing and scattering ashes. Thus, the favored son of destiny, Yifeng, met his end. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the favored son of destiny, Yifeng. The villainous destiny value is being calculated. Please wait. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring advanced firearms proficiency. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring basic medical skill. Critical reward. Congratulations, host, for acquiring intermediate medical skill. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring basic danger perception. Critical reward. Congratulations, host, for acquiring intermediate danger perception. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Chosen One's Cultivation Art, True Dragon Scripture, first rotation. Critical reward. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 9 Revolutions Heavenly Dragon Scripture. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining 50 Constitution points. Ding! At that moment, Qin Lang's mind was flooded with a continuous stream of system notifications. Each generous reward seemed to strip away the very soul of the Chosen One, who had already been ground to ashes. Nearly all the rewards were directly seized from Yifeng, or were further upgraded versions of his possessions. Especially the True Dragon Scripture, a rare martial art in its own right. Its upgraded form, the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Dragon Scripture, was terrifyingly potent, its power stacking exponentially like a series of explosive strikes. With each of the 9 steps, the force multiplied in intensity. Upon reaching the first revolution, a full-powered strike could amplify the user's constitution by 1.5 times, and the second revolution continued this terrifying enhancement. Ding! System upgrade successful. The Destiny villain value has been calculated. Please check the system panel. System panel. Character Qin Lang. Age, 25. Constitution, 250. Charisma, 99. Destiny villain value, 1216,700. Cultivation, Art 9 Revolutions Heavenly Dragon Scripture, First Revolution, Amplification 1. 5. It requires 2,000 Destiny villain value to upgrade to Second Revolution. Skills Affinity LV8 Group Affinity 80 Advanced Piano Technique Advanced T Art Advanced Aesthetics Disguise Advanced Firearms Proficiency Intermediate Danger Perception Intermediate Medical Skill. Shop open. Lottery Center open. Each draw consumes 100 Destiny villain value. System inventory. A photo album of Ant Shio. A box of Qing foam tissues. 100 sheets. Used. A photo album of Miss by an electric massager. 1 damaged. Hiss. Even Qin Lang, gazing at the system interface, couldn't help but inhale sharply. Over 1.2 million Destiny villain value. By eliminating Yi-Foam, how much Destiny villain value had he seized? Over 1 million. Was this the system? Was this the Chosen One? He had thought Lu Bu was invincible, but could the Chosen One be this terrifying? Whose subordinate was this Yi-Foam? Ding! New storyline has been integrated. Requires 200 Destiny villain value to unlock. Does the host wish to learn of it in advance? Yes. As the 200 Destiny villain value was deducted, Qin Lang's heart ached. After all his hard work and effort, he could only afford to glimpse the next part of the plot in advance. Thankfully, killing Yi-Foam had netted him over 1 million. Otherwise, how much longer would he have to toil to earn it back? A vast stream of gentle information flowed through his mind. It was a plotline about a divine doctor descending from the mountains. The time until the plot triggered was even shorter. Perhaps the new Chosen One was already in Tianhai City. However, one commendable point was that this Chosen One succeeding Yi-Foam seemed to be in the early stages of growth, not particularly powerful. Compared to Yi-Foam, he was hardly stronger. To Qin Lang at this moment, the threat was minimal, making him an excellent target for exploitation. Moreover, Qin Lang had already guessed the identity of the stunning female assassin who had appeared at Mangdang Mountain. Crimson Mandala, a top 3 assassin on the leaderboard, proud and aloof, possessing the honor of a premier killer. Indeed, she was a heroine worth 500 Destiny villain value. No wait. The system had upgraded, and even a lottery draw cost 100 villain value. Surely she was worth more than 500 now. Young master. Junzi, standing nearby, noticed his master lost in thought, and called out softly, a hint of unease in his voice. His mind was buzzing. He never imagined that Yi-Foam had died at the hands of his own young master. Even with his legs blown apart by bullets, Yi-Foam's final desperate strike would have been hard for even him to escape unscathed, at least severely injured. Yet under his young master's hand, Yi-Foam had died so mysteriously. The thought was simply unbelievable. Qin Lang turned and took the submachine gun from Junzi's hands. With advanced firearms proficiency, a system-granted skill, Qin Lang's mastery over firearms was now on par with, or even far exceeding, that of Junzi and Old. Under the influence of danger perception, he detected 3 sources of peril. 2 of them converged in one area. He aimed the submachine gun at a dense thicket of bushes and opened fire wildly. Old Huang and the others raised their submachine guns and joined in the barrage. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Amid 2 screams, Old Huang and his men dragged out 2 assassins riddled with bullets. They were none other than Withered Wood and Spring and Shorty 7, who had just descended the cliff to search for Yi-Foam's corpse. Intermediate danger perception was far superior to Yi-Foam's basic level, which only sensed danger vaguely. It could even roughly determine the direction of the threat. With such a wide spray from the submachine gun, how could a few hidden assassins hope to evade it? He turned his gaze toward another patch of dense forest and snorted coldly. Yi-Foam is dead. No one is to leak what happened here, not even by Xiaochun. If you want to live, get the hell out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for mowing you down. That tangible sense of danger made the hairs on the back of Qin Lang's neck stand on end. Rat-a-tat-tat. Qin Lang fired a burst from his submachine gun into the bushes beside the dense forest, not intending to kill, merely to threaten. Crimson Mandala. Proud and aloof. Then he'll trample your pride into the dirt, grind it down, and spit on it, for good measure. What if that stunning female assassin, realizing she couldn't win, decided to flee? With a killer of her caliber, even Qin Lang would struggle to track her down quickly if she chose to escape. Better to use provocation, make her hold a grudge, and then simply wait for her to come to him. Before long, the eerie chill at his back faded. Qin Lang glanced around, knowing that Crimson Mandala had already left. He instructed Junzi and the others to clean up the scene, and quickly headed in another direction. He had other matters to attend to, matters of great importance. His heart was uneasy, even fearful. Qin Lang moved with extreme speed, almost unleashing his constitution of 250. He even considered using the first turn of the 9 transformation Celestial Dragon Art to hasten his journey. Anxiety surged within him like relentless waves, crashing one after another. He frantically chased toward the peak where Qiu Jiuer was located. After about 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the previous spot. But there was no one in sight. Qiu Jiuer was not here. Jiuer, my Jiuer, where are you? Qin Lang was filled with anxiety. He was not Lu Bu and Jiu'er was not Jiao Chan. Jiao Chan clung to Lu Bu's waist, but where was Qiu Jiu'er? Taking out a telescope from his system backpack, Qin Lang scanned the entire expanse of Mount Mangdang. Across a large area, scattered corpses lay everywhere. After a long while, he finally spotted Qiu Jiu'er's traces at a location with heavy casualties. He immediately tossed the telescope back into the system backpack and resumed his frantic pursuit. After another 10+ minutes of exhausting chase, Qin Lang finally reached Qiu Jiu'er's location. At this moment, Qiu Jiu'er's face was as somber as water, directing the arriving members of the Black Dragon Society in cleaning up the battlefield. The casualties here far exceeded her expectations. Even the Black Dragon Society could not withstand such a frenzied blow. That Yifeng fellow was utterly insane. How could he bring himself to kill so many people? He was like a demon. Transport the casualties away. For the injured, the Black Dragon Society will provide all financial assistance and the best medical care. For those who have fallen, the Black Dragon Society will not treat their families unjustly. Qiu Jiu'er commanded the scene with order and made solemn promises to reassure the people. In the aftermath, she would have to do more and pay a greater price. But to win the loyalty of the Black Dragon Society members, she had no choice but to do this, even at the cost of huge compensation. Jiu'er. Qin Lang's voice called from behind. Qiu Jiu'er turned back in surprise, seeing Qin Lang with slightly reddened eyes. She asked curiously, "Why are you here? Where are Yifeng and those assassins?" Qin Lang stepped forward, his face cold. "What are you doing here? I told you to stay where you were." Qiu Jiu'er felt aggrieved. How could I stand by and do nothing when my Black Dragon Society members have suffered such heavy casualties? What good does it do for you to come? Do you know how terrifying Yifeng is? He kills without blinking. He's a demon. Can you even match him? Qin Lang cursed loudly. Stupid. What if that bastard turns back and kills you? What would I do then? Don't you ever consider my feelings? You only think about your Black Dragon Society people, not even about yourself. Qiu Jiu'er wanted to retort, but seeing Qin Lang so agitated, she somehow felt a surge of warmth in her heart, and her gaze softened. Anxiety breeds chaos. She had never seen Qin Lang in such a disheveled state before. Now it appeared. Only because he feared she might be hurt. This, perhaps her standing in Qin Lang's heart, was even more important than she had imagined. I am fine, don't worry. Wait for me a moment. Qiu Jiu'er muttered softly, then turned back to the arriving Black Dragon Society members and ordered sternly, "Do as I say, send all the injured to the private hospital, clean up the scene completely, leave no trace." When the Black Dragon Society was first established, clashes were frequent and many members were injured daily. Going to public hospitals often led to problems. Qiu Long had invested in building a private hospital over a decade ago, which had now become a well-known private hospital in Tianhai City. After giving instructions, Qiu Jiu'er felt it was unwise to stay longer. She took Qin Lang's hand and walked deeper into Mount Mangdang. Only when they spotted a hidden cave did she stop. With a reproachful tone she said, "There are so many people around. I am after all the young lady of the Black Dragon Society, and they hold me in high esteem. Treating me like a little girl is not good. Don't act like this in front of others next time. You know what I worry about, so why don't you listen to me? This place is dangerous. What if something happens to you?" Qin Lang kept a straight face, not joking at this moment, nor pointing out the loophole in her words. Not in front of others, but in private is fine. There seemed to be a slight misunderstanding here, but Qin Lang chose not to explain, pretending to be oblivious, while knowing full well. Qiu Jiu'er held Qin Lang's hand and said softly, "I know what I'm doing. I only came down to handle things after I saw Yifeng disappear into the far end of Mount Mangdang." "Did you encounter any danger? Are you injured?" Qin Lang asked with a stern face, moving forward to check. Qiu Jiu'er was a bit embarrassed, but couldn't refuse his concern. Suddenly Qin Lang exclaimed, "Jiu'er, you're injured." Leaning against a rock with her arms crossed, Qiu Jiu'er retorted coquettishly, "I'm not injured." She was truly exasperated. This Qin Lang was utterly greedy. One moment he was concerned for her safety, the next, after confirming she was fine, he started messing around again. He was being mischievous. 1 minute later, Qiu Jiu'er gritted her teeth and pushed at Qin Lang, cursing under her breath in feigned anger. 3 minutes later, she was half resisting, half acquiescing, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness and affection. With Qin Lang showing such care, even if Qiu Jiu'er was unwilling to show her love on her face, her heart was filled with emotion. She was too overjoyed to truly refuse. 2 hours later. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 Destiny Villain points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,002 Destiny Villain points. The fear in Qin Lang's heart finally dissipated. He had been terrified, thinking that if the Child of Fortune died, the entire plot would vanish and the Destiny Villain points would not be calculated. Now it seemed that was not the case. The Child of Fortune is the Child of Fortune, and the Daughter of Fortune is the Daughter of Fortune. Each possesses their own fortune with little relation to the other. Thus some things he hadn't yet done were not lost after all. He could simply continue and complete them later. Moreover, for the Destiny Villain points, he would continue to strive. Good habits must be cultivated. It was definitely not about seeking pleasure or comfort. The important thing was that earning villain points came quickly. With a sigh, Qin Lang, his back aching from sitting on a rock, exhaled a smoke ring, utterly content. As the saying goes, a cigarette after the deed makes one feel like a carefree immortal. What's more, experiments had confirmed that the luck of a fortune's favored daughter does not vanish with the death of a fortune's favored son. What could be more gratifying than that? Where did you pull that cigarette and lighter from? Xiao Jior, though weak, extended her slender hand and tossed the cigarette dangling from Qin Lang's lips to the ground, her tone vexed. Why smoke so much? It reeks. If you dare smoke in front of me again, don't even think about touching me. She covered her mouth and nose in evident disgust. But who was Qin Lang? A master of the art of tea-making, adept at brewing green tea. How could he not discern the real from the fake? Xiao Jior was clearly worried about his health and didn't want him to smoke. When had she ever truly hated the smell of smoke? As the hall master of the Rose Hall of the Black Dragon Society, though she herself didn't smoke, every meeting in the society was thick with swirling smoke. If Xiao Jior truly minded, why had she never mentioned it before? Qin Lang didn't call her out. He pulled another cigarette from his pocket, actually from the system inventory, lit it, and before Xiao Jior could speak, he preempted, "Can you cook?" Xiao Jior rolled her eyes. "Who do you take me for? A kitchen maid? Or some common girl? People from our Rose Hall only know how to stab with daggers. We don't touch pots or pans at all." Qin Lang sighed. "Oh, what a pity. I thought, Jior, with all your feminine charm you'd be good at keeping a home. Turns out I was mistaken." Xiao Jior retorted, "Dream on. Why would I need to know how to keep a home? I just have to manage my Rose Hall." With that, too lazy to waste more words on Qin Lang, she turned around, slipped into her black leather jacket, and sulked in silence. As for Qin Lang, he quietly opened the system panel. First, he spent 2 fate villain points to upgrade the 9 revolutions true dragon art from the first to the second revolution, increasing the multiplier from 1.5 times to 2.25 times. That meant his physique of 250 when executing the second revolution of the 9 revolutions true dragon art could unleash an explosive force of 562. 5 physique points. What did that mean? Against an opponent of equal strength, if Qin Lang caught them off guard with the 9 revolutions true dragon art, he could beat them to a pulp with one punch. Surprise was the deadliest weapon. "Lottery," he murmured silently. Before him appeared a pale golden wheel that began to spin. Earlier he had been eager to verify certain things. Now that the results were satisfactory, his first impulse was to see the effects of the system upgrade. Especially the lottery. The cost had jumped from 100 points to 100 points per draw, a 10-fold increase. The rewards should have increased 10-fold as well, right? Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Heart-to-Heart Wet Wipes 3. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Sister Hugh's Substitute Doll 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Marrow Cleansing Pill 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 Human Infant Silence Bags. Ding. Wet Wipes. A substitute doll? When Qin Lang saw these 2 items drawn, his face darkened. Damn it. This lottery was a scam. Couldn't he just buy these himself? And he'd buy the bulk version. The system gave him these paltry items, all related to that sort of thing. What? Too embarrassed to say, "Thanks for your patronage," so they threw him crumbs to satisfy his curiosity. Only the subsequent marrow cleansing pill, which could enhance the user's physique, prevented him from simply shutting down the lottery. A ripoff. All of it was fake. Just like football, everything was staged. How could a night match have a blazing sun? All pre-recorded. Continue. Clenching his teeth, Qin Lang glanced at the system store. No marrow cleansing pill available yet, so he had to grit his teeth and gamble on his luck. Small quantities meant stingy rewards, but with enough draws sometimes unexpected gains appeared. If he could pull 1 or 2 high-level skills, no matter what they were, he'd recoup his investment. If he suffered a huge loss, he could only turn to the unfortunate non-blood-related sisters Xiao Jior and Bai Ruyu, or teach Su Xiao to count 1 to 20. At least he could recover some cost. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Marrow Cleansing Pill 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for Physique 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Advanced Medical Skills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a brand new Electric Medical Tool 1. Having spent 5 fate villain points in a row, Qin Lang glanced at the system panel, feeling a pang of regret, and temporarily closed the lottery interface. Thankfully, he had landed advanced medical skills. Otherwise, even with the marrow cleansing pills, spending 5 fate villain points would have been painful. System panel character Qin Lang, age 25, physique, 320 charm, 99 fate villain points, 316700, art 9 revolutions, true dragon, art second revolution, multiplier 2.25, upgrading to the third revolution, requires 5 fate villain points. Skills: Affinity LV8 Group, Affinity 80 Advanced Piano Skills, Advanced T, Art, Advanced Calligraphy Disguise, Arts, Advanced Firearm Mastery, Intermediate Danger Perception, Advanced Medical Skills. Store open, Lottery Center open, each draw costs 1 fate villain points. System inventory: Marrow Cleansing Pill 18, Aantio's Photobook X1, Breeze Tissue 1, 120 sheets, Used Lady Bay's Photobook X1, Sister Hugh's Substitute Doll 1, Heart-to-Heart Wet Wipes 3, Human Infant Silence Bags 10, Brand New Electric Medical Tool 1. Qin Lang scanned it. He had spent 2 to preview the next Fortune's Favored Son's plot 2 to to upgrade the 9 Revolutions True Dragon Art to the 2nd Revolution and 5 Fate Villain points on the lottery, netting advanced medical skills, and more. He still had over 3 Fate Villain points left. Not a loss this round was a guaranteed profit. But without sufficient Fate Villain points, reckless lottery draws would likely result in losses. This damn system only gave more advanced rewards the further you went. Feeling his physique of 320, even if the unbroken Yifeng were alive and fought at full strength, his win rate against him would be less than 0.02. If he used the 9 Revolutions True Dragon Art, the win rate would be around 0.0001. I'm heading back first. Xiao Jiao muttered. Seeing the Deputy Hall Master of the Rose Hall approaching in the distance, she staggered, but stubbornly rose and walked step by step into the dense forest. Let me help you. Qin Lang got up to support her, but Xiao Jiao refused, as if still sulking. After meeting the Deputy Hall Master and moving a bit farther from the cave, Xiao Jiao finally spoke. The few cooks in the Rose Hall haven't been performing well lately. Summon them to my quarters tonight. I want to watch their cooking skills myself. If they don't meet the standard, after losing sight of Xiao Jiao, Qin Lang returned to the villa. He left the aftermath of Mount Mangdang to Junzi, confident that it would not only avoid trouble, but also bring rewards and a promotion. This incident involved a clandestine clash among unregistered assassins from the killer rankings, and he had managed to eliminate all these dangerous individuals. For Junzi, who held an official position, this was undoubtedly a significant achievement. Back at the villa, Qin Lang lounged on the living room sofa, noticing the light on in the dining area, and called out Xiao Xiao. Su Xiao hurried out of the kitchen, her face lighting up with joy at the sight of her master returning so late. Catching the aroma wafting from the kitchen, Qin Lang teased. What's this? Have you been secretly drinking pork rib and papaya soup while I'm away? Su Xiaoxiao's delicate face flushed crimson. Exposed in her little secret, she hung her head in embarrassment, standing there frozen, caught between advancing and retreating. Come here, let me help you. Qin Lang beckoned, pulling the timid Su Xiao, who resembled a frightened rabbit, into his arms. He murmured with a sly grin, you know, drinking this every day, doesn't it make your chest feel all warm? Su Xiao blushed, shrinking her neck and trembling slightly as she let out a soft hum of acknowledgement. So you need someone to help dispel that warmth, only then can you truly grow to your fullest, he said. Qin Lang coaxed her like a big bad wolf luring Little Red Riding Hood. Next time this happens, come to me. I may be busy, but in this matter I'll spare no effort. Understand? Su Xiao was flustered beyond measure, her mind buzzing and blank. She felt as if she were on fire, her whole being about to burn up, her face glowing scarlet. Yet nestled in her master's embrace, she couldn't bear to pull away. With a sharp hiss, Su Xiao furrowed her brows and gasped, burying her head against Qin Lang's chest, her expression one of pain. Does it hurt? Qin Lang halted his movements. Su Xiao rested her head on his heart, her voice hesitant. It doesn't hurt, master. In truth, Su Xiao was a girl of simple, yet conflicted nature. Sometimes before being claimed, she wanted to hold on, even knowing that a girl easily won might not be treasured. Yet when it came to that intimate act, Su Xiao grew fearful, almost forgetting how to refuse. At heart, she dreaded that her rejection would provoke Qin Lang's resentment, creating a rift between them and leading to their separation. Su Xiao was a traditional and innocent girl. In her mind, once she had given herself, she belonged to her master for life. Having endured all kinds of hardship as a child, now grown, what other suffering could she truly fear? Moreover, even if Su Xiao was reluctant to admit it, every time her master acted that way, she felt a deep sense of happiness inside. Silly girl, if you're uncomfortable, just say so. Why hide it from me? Qin Lang stroked Su Xiaoxiao's head, took out a marrow-cleansing pill from his pocket, and placed it in her mouth. Eat it. Gulp. Su Xiao swallowed the pill in one go, then asked suspiciously, Master, what did you give me? It's sweet and quite tasty. Qin Lang chuckled with mischievous intent. It's a little pill that makes you reveal your true feelings. A truth-telling pill. The name instantly popped into Su Xiaoxiao's mind, followed by a wave of embarrassment at her own thought. How could there be such a thing as a truth-telling pill? What her master had given her was clearly that kind of pill. The one that made a girl shameless. Before Qin Lang could speak again, his mouth was sealed. Su Xiao had kissed him of her own accord. His eyes widened in shock. Xiao, what's gotten into you? A single kiss was one thing, but she refused to pull away. Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks were as red as if she were drunk, her voice stammering. Master, I think the medicine is taking effect. She felt her entire body growing warm. Surely a sign of the pill's influence. Why bother hiding any longer? Since her master had fed her the pill, she might as well seize this chance to pour out all the love in her heart. Before, she had always been passive. This time, she wanted to savor the taste of her master's lips. Xiao, you've misunderstood. It's not what you think. This pill improves your constitution, expelling impurities and enhancing your physical abilities. Seeing things getting out of hand, Qin Lang quickly spoke up to clarify. There was no other choice. According to its description, the marrow-cleansing pill would expel impurities. If things escalated, and Su Xiao started excreting dark sweat. What then? Given Su Xiaoxiao's innocent nature, if she embarrassed herself in front of him, she might not dare to see him for a long time, let alone be together. The choice between fleeting pleasure and lasting joy. Qin Lang knew how to weigh it. How can this be? Su Xiaoxiao looked down at the unusual sweat stains on her arms, feeling both shy and scared. She gazed pitifully at Qin Lang, pouting reproachfully. Master, you're so mean. Go take a bath in the bathroom. Let's call a truce for tonight. This pill's effect on improving your physique might last a while. Qin Lang pinched her cheek and urged her on. What must come will come. From the moment that sense of crisis emerged, he had already devised a way to send Su Xiaoxiao away. The marrow-cleansing pill would not only enhance her constitution, but also keep her happily occupied in the bathroom for a long time, giving him the space for what he needed to do next. Bloody Mandala was it. The proud female assassin. A top 3 expert on the killer rankings. A favored child of destiny, rivaling the chosen ones. Come on then. Let's see if your fearsome reputation as the third-ranked assassin or my superior villainous methods prevail. In the dead of night, a swift figure darted through the shadows of the villa. Usually bodyguards would be stationed nearby, but tonight Qin Lang had deliberately sent them all to indulge at the fingertip lotus. Blood Mandala moved with ethereal grace, effortlessly infiltrating the villa. With a killer's instinct, she quickly discerned Qin Lang's bedroom and crept stealthily inside. Her gaze fixed upon the silhouette under the covers. A surge of killing intent erupted within her. She raised her dagger and plunged it down. Thud. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. No blood. What was happening? Blood Mandala's beautiful eyes brimmed with confusion as she flung aside the blanket. The figure lying there was anything but Qin Lang. It was clearly a human-shaped silicone doll. Bang! The door slammed shut as Qin Lang stood behind it, smiling wryly at Blood Mandala, who had just stabbed the doll 3 times. He sneered, what a venomous move. Just because I snatched a prey from you, you want me dead, oi? Anyone who takes my prey deserves to die. Blood Mandala's pupils contracted, but she quickly recovered. Brandishing her dagger, she charged directly at Qin Lang. Her strength was formidable, rivaling even Yifeng, whom she had faced earlier at Mangdang Mountain. Let alone a pampered rich kid. In Blood Mandala's eyes, Qin Lang was nothing but an arrogant fool daring to face her alone, courting death. Since the assassination failed, she would crush him with sheer force. The black-tinted dagger, coated with poison, swept toward his throat. It should have been an effortless kill, but Qin Lang sidestepped with a subtle dodge. Moreover, as he twisted his body, he delivered a swift kick to her groin. Even though Blood Mandala was a woman, the blow left her doubled over in pain. Gritting her teeth, she growled fiercely, you're dead. She was among the top 3 on the assassin rankings, carrying an assassin's absolute pride. Qin Lang had stolen her prey and driven her away like a stray dog. This had already crossed her bottom line. Now, humiliated to her face, she could tolerate no more. She drew another poisoned dagger, wielding both blades like a storm of pear blossoms, and launched a furious assault at Qin Lang. Dual wielding. Interesting. Qin Lang smiled faintly, watching the murderous Blood Mandala. He moved as if strolling through a garden, dancing on the edge of her blades. No matter how frenzied Blood Mandala became, she couldn't so much as touch a hair on his head. By his estimation, her physical constitution was likely under 100, on par with Yifeng before his breakthrough. After all, Qin Lang's own constitution had reached 320. His dynamic vision and reaction speed were far beyond what Blood Mandala could match. Growing bored, Qin Lang yawned, casually knocked aside both daggers, seized her delicate wrists, twisted them behind her back, and pinned her against the wall. Don't move. How? How can you be this strong? Blood Mandala's voice trembled with disbelief. She had only arrived at the cliff's base after Qin Lang killed Yifeng, assuming he had relied on his bodyguard's firepower. Who knew he possessed such overwhelming strength? Utterly unexpected. You call this strong? I've got much more to show. Qin Lang snorted coldly, retrieving a red rope from his system inventory. He bound her wrists together, then wound the rope around her body. In no time, the curvaceous Blood Mandala was tied in a bizarre, unyielding knot of red rope. She couldn't move an inch, forced to lie on the floor, whimpering softly. Her beautiful eyes blazed with a mix of murderous rage and humiliation. Never had she suffered such disgrace. A sheer utter humiliation. She longed to devour Qin Lang's flesh, to cleanse the shame burning within her. Qin Lang crouched before her, pulled off her black mask, and revealed a face of breathtaking beauty beneath the moonlight. Her almond-shaped eyes seemed to ensnare souls, their intense fury and shame only adding to her allure. Kill me. Blood Mandala gritted her teeth, commanding coldly. But bound as she was, her breath came uneven, making her icy voice tremble with agitation. Qin Lang gently caressed her cheek, marveling. With a face this stunning, you could easily rely on your looks. Why choose a life of bloodshed? Save your words. Either kill me, or let me go. Once I get the chance, I will end you. Blood Mandala was too agitated, lurching forward until her beautiful face pressed against the cold floor, her bound legs rising behind her. Qin Lang kindly pressed a hand on her back, chiding, don't get so worked up. What if you bruise that pretty face? Don't touch me. Blood Mandala gasped. She loathed physical contact, especially from men. Seeing her murderous fury, Qin Lang mused inwardly, was this misandry? Had it become so deeply ingrained that stealing a prey warranted death? Just because he touched her, she seethed with bloodlust. Yet as a master physician with advanced medical skills, he held the noble principle of healing the sick. How could he ignore a patient whose very soul was infected by this affliction? With abundance, one should benefit the world. Since Blood Mandala feared this, it was his duty to help her overcome this psychological shadow. A minute later, a heart-wrenching roar echoed from the bedroom. Qin Lang, I will kill you. An hour passed. The blood-colored mandala's beautiful eyes finally regained their focus from their dazed state. She fixed her gaze on Qin Lang, her face filled with venomous hatred. You'd better kill me, or I swear I'll stop at nothing to kill you. With those words I can rest assured. Qin Lang untied the red rope from the blood-colored mandala. You may leave now. I look forward to your next assassination attempt. However, I must tell you this: you were lucky tonight, because I was in a good mood. Otherwise I wouldn't have been so kind as to treat your wounds. The blood-colored mandala struggled on the ground, trembling as she rose to her feet. She wanted to fight Qin Lang to the death, but her body wouldn't allow it. Her limbs felt as though they were drugged, completely devoid of strength, and even walking was a struggle. She needed to recover some strength before seeking revenge on Qin Lang. She swore she would not rest until Qin Lang was dead. Bang! The door slammed shut. The blood-colored mandala departed, leaving behind a cold, resentful glare that seemed to promise a swift return. Qin Lang revealed a meaningful smile. He wasn't afraid that the blood-colored mandala wouldn't come, his only worry was that she might flee far away. After tonight's maneuvers, even if someone offered her a 10 billion yuan assassination contract, she likely wouldn't have the heart to accept it. Her mind now held only one thought: to kill him. Letting her go meant she would inevitably return. Besides, the blood-colored mandala was a woman of clear grudges. She only targeted those who had provoked her, so there was no need to worry about those around her. This woman was nothing short of a wonderful companion who would occasionally barge into his bedroom late at night to keep him company. How could he not take good care of her? A night of sweet dreams. The next morning, Su Xiaoxiao prepared breakfast early and then went to the orphanage to look after the children. Qin Lang was eating breakfast when he saw Junzi approaching. He said nonchalantly, "Are things settled?" Junzi scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "They're settled, but all the credit fell on me." Previously, he had disrupted the Black Dragon Society's case of being framed for selling tainted milk powder, eradicated Zheng Hu and his group of milk powder suppliers, and handled this large-scale gang fight. These 3 cases had earned Junzi 3 consecutive promotions. He now held an official position, and with further advancement, he would gain even greater honor, perhaps even becoming a 1-star war general. A higher rank makes things more convenient. Qin Lang slurped his millet porridge indifferently and continued, "Since you are here, I have a task for you. Help me handle the transfer to Tianhai University." Junzi had no questions. He simply nodded and said yes. What was there to think about? The young master had graduated over 2 years ago. Going to university at this point. Besides chasing girls, what other reason could there be? Still, he was curious, even if it was a campus belle, given the young master's status and wealth. Why bother with the trouble of transferring? What Junzi didn't know was that Qin Lang was absolutely determined to enter Tianhai University. Because there wasn't just one female lead there, several major heroines were studying at Tianhai University. The next child of destiny, Chen Pinggan, had his first mission after leaving the mountain to protect the campus belle, Chu Mingyao. Moreover, a significant portion of the plot unfolded among the campus belles. He needed to start from the very beginning to intercept opportunities and also gather some villain points for lottery draws. Seeing that the young master was deep in thought, Junzi decided not to disturb him and left to handle the transfer. No sooner had he left than Mu Yuyan, wearing high heels, rushed in with a worried and anxious expression. Cough, cough. Just then Qin Lang, too absorbed in plotting against others, accidentally choked on his millet porridge and coughed a couple of times. That sent Mu Yuyan into a panic. She hurried over and gently patted his back with her delicate hand. "Are you okay? Did you get hurt somewhere? Why are you so foolish? Why did you go to Mangdang Mountain?" "What?" Qin Lang turned around, utterly confused. He couldn't understand the reason for Mu Yuyan's anxiety and worry. Mu Yuyan said bitterly, "Was it necessary? Even if I was wrong in the past, did you have to draw such a clear line between us? I know everything. Aning told me. She said you went to Mangdang Mountain last night with Junzi and the others to eliminate some top assassins on the wanted list, didn't you? You should have left those matters to Junzi and the others. Why did you have to show off your courage?" Early this morning, Mu Yuyan had probed Ning for Qin Lang's whereabouts, forcing Ning to contact Junzi, and that was how she learned about Qin Lang's trip to Mangdang Mountain last night. Even Junzi had mentioned that Qin Lang was injured. Upon hearing this, how could Mu Yuyan remain calm? She hadn't even had time to deal with the neatly stacked documents in her office before rushing straight to Qin Lang's home. "Where are you hurt? Don't just sit there. Let me help you to the bedroom to lie down and rest a bit longer." Mu Yuyan supported Qin Lang's arm and dragged him upstairs to the bedroom. After finally getting Qin Lang settled steadily on the bed, she began to run her hands over his body, checking for injuries. "My injury is internal, you can't see it from the outside." Cough, cough. Qin Lang placed his fist over his mouth and coughed heavily, then smiled bitterly. "Right now I'm like a useless person. I can't even muster any strength. I'm afraid even a girl could overpower me." He shook his head, looking somewhat melancholy. When Mu Yuyan's hands inadvertently became a little too intimate during her search, she quickly withdrew them in shock. Her mind echoed with Qin Lang's words. Even a girl could overpower me. Did that mean she was now stronger than Qin Lang? What are you trying to do? I warn you, don't get any ideas. Some things can't be rushed, we have to follow the proper order. Qin Lang, seeing Mu Yuyan's increasingly bold gaze, panicked, his eyes widening as he shouted loudly. But Mu Yuyan had already made up her mind. In recent days her thoughts had been completely occupied by Qin Lang. There was no turning back now. Follow her heart. What she needed to do now was to obey her own inner desire. She regretted and feared that if she didn't maintain some connection with Qin Lang, now the possibility of anything between them would vanish forever. Qin Lang glanced at Mu Yuyan, who was steadily advancing toward him, terrified, swallowing hard, and backing away. Mu Yuyan, have you lost your mind? If you dare do this, I swear I'll make your life miserable. Mu Yuyan, calm down. Let's talk this through properly. There might be some misunderstanding between us. You can't do this. I'm not the person you think I am. Even if you keep this up, I won't give you my heart. Mu Yuyan, believe me, once I recover I'll fight you. Don't move recklessly. You're injured. Mu Yuyan gently stroked Qin Lang's cheek, her beautiful eyes brimming with deep affection. Qin Lang pushed the lunging Mu Yuyan away, making her sit upright, his face cold. Mu Yuyan, I truly misjudged you. I never thought you'd be like this, taking advantage of my severe internal injuries to covet my body. If it were the day before, hearing such words would have made Mu Yuyan's heart pound with anxiety. But now, could she still not see through Qin Lang's little schemes? He was simply being duplicitous, surely still angry at her past actions. Even Mu Yuyan herself didn't know why, but regarding Qin Lang, she felt as if she had known two different people. Before coming to Tianhai City, she truly, utterly detested that Qin Lang. Every time they met, he'd ramble on endlessly, making her want to stuff her stockings into his mouth to shut him up. But after arriving in Tianhai City, the Qin Lang she encountered was completely different from the one before. From her habitual antagonism at the start to her gradual attraction, everything happened imperceptibly. Until, afraid of losing him, she made today's unprecedented move without any regret. In her heart, she even felt a secret delight, believing she had gambled correctly. As for why, though Qin Lang was grumbling verbally, his body was honest. Time passed slowly, yet an entire hour slipped by. Her cheek pressed against Qin Lang's chest, arms around his neck, she murmured drowsily, Qin Lang. All her love poured out in that moment, and Mu Yuyan felt not a shred of shame. Her mind was entirely filled with the image of Qin Lang. She wanted to say it, to tell Qin Lang of her love. Rejection. Humiliation. She hadn't considered any of those consequences. After a brief rest, Mu Yuyan nestled against him, showing no intention of leaving. Qin Lang fumbled for a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and blew out a smoke ring. Mu Yuyan looked up, a peculiar glint in her beautiful eyes. Qin Lang chuckled. I forgot you don't like the smell of smoke. If you can't stand it, you should go back first. I can't see you off either. Mu Yuyan's eyes sparkled. She took the cigarette from Qin Lang's hand, took a puff, and coughed violently, exhaling nothing but chaotic smoke, not a single ring in sight. She shook her head stubbornly. What you like I'll try to accept. Even though I still don't like the smell of smoke, at least I cannot hate it. Besides, even if I wanted to leave now, I can't. Can you forgive me? I won't oppose you anymore. I really don't know what's wrong with me. Before, seeing you always made me feel utterly annoyed, but now if I don't see you for a day, my heart feels empty. I've never pursued a man, but I know I must have fallen for you. Very, very deeply. Hit me or scold me as you wish. In being stubborn. Even if you drive me away, I won't leave. Even if you still don't accept me tomorrow, it'll come back to you. Mu Yuyan lay on Qin Lang's chest, pouring out her heart. Qin Lang listened silently, his heart stirred with emotion. Though they were both called Qin Lang, they were indeed not the same person. A sense of achievement swelled within him. Slap. Qin Lang said nothing, only patted Mu Yuyan on the back. She looked up, puzzled. That light a tap. Have you forgiven me? Qin Lang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Some understandings still needed time and accumulation to cultivate gradually. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning over the female lead Mu Yuyan. Reward 5000 Destiny Villain points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1000 Destiny Villain points multiplied by 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1000 Destiny Villain points multiplied by 2. Mu Yuyan lay collapsed in Qin Lang's arms, sleeping until near evening, when she was startled awake by the ringing of her. She groggily rubbed her sleepy eyes, and upon discovering Qin Lang lying beside her watching her, lowered her head in slight embarrassment. Her earlier fierce demeanor had finally subsided. Now facing Qin Lang again, she felt an inexplicable sense of humility. Not answering the call, Qin Lang glanced at the bag on the floor and asked with a hint of curiosity. Mu Yuyan murmured softly, It's a company banquet for dinner. I was planning to attend, but now I don't want to go anywhere. How could she have any other thoughts? The banquet and singing to foster relationships between superiors and subordinates were long forgotten. All she wanted now was to stay by Qin Lang's side. Feeling his stomach growling with hunger, Qin Lang let out a vague laugh. It's almost dinner time now. Aren't you considering my feelings? Su Xiaoxiao was busy tonight and wouldn't be back until very late. Otherwise, Qin Lang wouldn't have been able to linger with Mu Yuyan until now. As the saying goes, man is iron, rice is steel. One meal missed leaves one feeling weak. Mu Yuyan shuddered, shrank her neck, and stammered. If you agree to one request, they'll cook for you. Is that okay? A request? Qin Lang exhaled and smacked his lips, somewhat displeased. Could it be that he was too easily obtained, leaving Mu Yuyan without a sense of accomplishment? She's making demands again. Acting up again. Mu Yuyan lowered her head and murmured weakly, "Kiss me just once. Is that okay?" From this morning until now Qin Lang hadn't even touched her cheek. She still felt a sense of loss, as if she hadn't received the affection a girl deserved. Smack! Qin Lang planted a kiss on Mu Yuyan's cheek. She got up planning to take a shower first before heading to the kitchen to cook. Afterward Mu Yuyan took a shower in the bathroom, and then busied herself in the kitchen humming a tune while following a recipe on her phone, cooking dishes with a somewhat clumsy touch. After working for quite a while she finally managed to prepare a few simple homestyle dishes. Though not visually perfect in color, aroma, and taste, they were at least edible, unlike the foolish heroines in novels who always managed to blow up gas tanks or start fires. For an outstanding girl like Mu Yuyan, even if she had never stepped into a kitchen before, as long as she was willing to learn, she wouldn't turn out too badly. How could she make such elementary mistakes? Besides, Mu Yuyan had cooked a few times in the kitchen alongside her mother. She decided that whenever she had free time she would cook more at home. As her mother always said, to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. She certainly wasn't good at it yet, but her mother was. If worst came to worst, once her mother recovered, she could come to Tianhai City to recuperate, and Mu Yuyan could learn from her. Have some soup. You look a bit pale. Mu Yuyan ladled a bowl of pork rib soup and placed it in front of Qin Lang. Qin Lang took a small sip and savored it. Mu Yuyan stood beside him, her beautiful eyes fixed on him as he swallowed. She quickly asked, "How does it taste? Is it too salty or too bland? If it's too salty, I'll add some water and boil it again. If it's too bland, I'll add more salt. It tastes fine. It's pretty good for a first attempt." Qin Lang said nonchalantly, "You're not a cook, so why care so much? But I want to know what flavors you like. It's not like I'm only cooking for you this one time." Mu Yuyan pulled up a chair and sat beside Qin Lang, piling a lot of food into his bowl. Then she rested her chin on her hand and watched him, saying, "Taste them one by one. If any are bad, I'll improve next time." Qin Lang felt a bit uneasy under her gaze. He suddenly sensed that Mu Yuyan was getting overly attached. She was already acting like a devoted wife. But honestly, this feeling wasn't so bad. It was actually quite nice. Regardless of status, no one would dislike being cared for so deeply. Mu Yuyan wanted to get closer to Qin Lang, so she deliberately scooted her stool forward. In doing so, she accidentally bumped her shin and winced, inhaling sharply from the pain. Though Qin Lang appeared indifferent, he still took out a marrow-cleansing pill and popped it into Mu Yuyan's mouth. After swallowing, she asked suspiciously, "What kind of candy was that?" "It's sweet." Soon after, she felt a warmth spreading through her body and a black sweaty residue began to seep out. Qin Lang took a sip of the pork rib soup and said casually, "It's a medicine. More miraculous than a beauty pill. It improves your physical constitution. With your current physique, if you wait until I'm fully recovered, it'll be too much." Hearing this, Mu Yuyan's beautiful eyes glistened with a film of tears. Though Qin Lang's words were cold, she gleaned from his brief remarks just how precious the marrow-cleansing pill was, and an indescribable gratitude welled up in her heart. Today she had truly bet correctly. After the meal, under Qin Lang's threat that she might embarrass herself in front of him, Mu Yuyan quickly called for aiming and had her drive her back to her own place. As the sun set, a murderous aura permeated the air, and the chilling sense of crisis at the back of his spine resurfaced. Qin Lang unhurriedly retrieved a hook from the storage room, returned to his bedroom, stood on the table, and forcefully drove the hook into the ceiling. The night was deep. Creak. The bedroom's main door was pried open from outside. Blood Mandala, clad in a full set of night attire, appeared once again. However, this time Qin Lang did not place the poor Huijia under the blanket as a decoy. Instead, he leisurely leaned against the headboard, smiling as he gazed at Blood Mandala's graceful figure. "You're here." For some reason, although she had come to kill and avenge, Blood Mandala actually felt an urge to murmur an acknowledgement. Before she could make her move, Qin Lang asked curiously, "You assassins never use windows. Why always the front door?" Blood Mandala's face turned cold. That window was specially made of bulletproof glass. Did he think she didn't know that? That thing could hold up against a submachine gun for a while. Let alone the fact that she couldn't get her hands on a submachine gun. Even if she could, what good would it do? By then the target would have already fled. Besides, she was an assassin, not a machine gunner. "Hurry up and change into these clothes." Qin Lang pulled a set of clothes from under the blanket and tossed them onto Blood Mandala. Gritting her teeth, Blood Mandala's eyes blazed with fury. "Qin Lang, you deserve to die." Qin Lang rolled his eyes. "Whether I deserve to die or not, what's it to you? Can you even beat me? Since I've already caught you, what's the point of making threats? They'll give you a chance. Put on these clothes and he'll fight you with one hand." "Are you serious?" Blood Mandala looked down at the clothes on the floor. Although the material was scant, if it could truly reduce Qin Lang's combat effectiveness, she had nothing to object to. Besides, what scruples did she have left in front of Qin Lang? "Keep your word. Hurry up, will you?" Qin Lang urged. Clenching her teeth, Blood Mandala picked up the clothes and walked out. When she re-entered, she was dressed in a black leather outfit that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. Qin Lang approached and delivered a sweeping leg kick, knocking Blood Mandala to the ground. He knelt on her arm, pinning it behind her back, and threatened, "Do you yield?" Blood Mandala trembled with rage. "No, you ambushed me." "An ambush? Damn it." Even Qin Lang was amused by Blood Mandala. "You're an assassin, your trade is killing in the dark. And now you're accusing me of ambushing. Did I ever tell you I wouldn't make the first move? Besides, I haven't used one arm yet. I haven't broken my word. If you have the guts, let me go and fight me face to face. Blood Mandala felt the familiar cold floor, and her voice was filled with fury. Qin Lang rolled his eyes. Only an idiot would fight you again. One hand. I can still manage just fine with one hand. With practiced movements, he directly bound Blood Mandala. I yield. Let me go. I won't come tomorrow night. For the first time, Blood Mandala cowered in front of Qin Lang. Scared now, Qin Lang patted her exquisite cheek with his hand. Blood Mandala had to suppress her fury and gritted out and, realize you were overreaching. I know. Qin Lang directly hung her up. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Let me go, spare me. Blood Mandala pleaded in terror. Even death, she would not have wanted to endure such humiliation. Now you know fear. Too late. Qin Lang rolled his eyes. Blood Mandala struggled in panic, but Qin Lang had already secured her, leaving no room for her to misbehave. Qin Lang, I'll kill you. If you don't kill me next time I get the chance, I'll have you drawn and quartered. Qin Lang, I'll eat your flesh and drink your blood. I have a reconcilable enmity with you. Blood Mandala roared. It was only thanks to the bedroom's excellent soundproofing, otherwise anyone hearing it would have thought something terrible was happening. Qin Lang turned off the light, took out earplugs from his system backpack, and fell asleep listening to music. It wasn't that he wouldn't lay a hand on Blood Mandala. To be fair, that woman was quite formidable and a promising candidate to cultivate. As a divine physician, Qin Lang had the duty to help her overcome her misandry. After shattering her pride, only then could he subjugate her. As the third-ranked female assassin on the killer list, she could be quite useful for covert tasks. The next morning after being released, Blood Mandala staggered to her feet and almost crawled along the wall as she left. In the instant before departing, she turned back to cast a glance at Qin Lang, her murderous intent almost reaching its peak. Over the next few days, Qin Lang did not have much to do. From time to time, he pondered how to sabotage the favored son of fortune. Sometimes he would be busy going around, teaching Bai Xiaoyan her homework and meanwhile discussing big deals with Bai Ryu. Moreover, his evening activities remained just as tedious. As always, he was treating Blood Mandala, who despite suffering from a severe illness still took the trouble to come at night seeking medical help. Friday sunny. Patient Blood Mandala came at night. Qin was idle. Hung her up, crushed her pride. Saturday overcast. A light rain fell at night. When patient Blood Mandala came for treatment, she began to have an episode slightly manic. Qin gagged her with a rag. Sunday sunny. The patient's fruit knife had been left at Qin's house last night. At night the patient came without the knife. Qin handed it over. The patient threw the fruit knife to the ground. Qin was furious. He spanked her to vent his anger. Another late night had just begun as the sun set, and blood-colored Mandala arrived a few hours earlier than usual. Perhaps the treatment was proving remarkably effective. Even the patient herself was deeply aware of it showing up earlier each day. What a pity. Having no spare time, Qin Lang had to honestly inform her that he couldn't continue the treatment. Blood-colored Mandala turned and left, but as she glanced back, her gaze held less killing intent and more a trace of wistful reproach. Ding. The emotions of the female lead blood-colored Mandala have fluctuated. Congratulations, host, on gaining 1000 Destiny Villain value. Ding. The luck child Shin Pingin's luck value has dropped by 500 points. Congratulations, host, on gaining 1000 Destiny Villain value. Ding. Congratulations, host, on intercepting the luck child's opportunity. Reward Peach Fate Talisman 1. Qin Lang listened to the system's notifications ringing in his ears and felt a wave of emotion. When he had time, blood-colored Mandala came more frequently each day. Now that he had no time, she simply turned her back and left. Indeed, women are all like pig trotters. Thankfully, it provided 1000 points of Destiny Villain value, or else the loss would have been huge. Opening the system panel to check the income sources, Qin Lang was astonished to discover that now, when the luck child's luck points decreased, he no longer received a 10-fold feedback, but a 20-fold feedback of Destiny Villain value. Shin Pingin's luck value dropped by 500 points, and he gained 1000 Destiny Villain value. If Yifeng was a free-range sheep, then Shin Pingin was definitely a sheep that had run away from home for several years. Why? Because Chun Pingin, that sheep, had been wandering outside for many years without ever being sheared. His resources were utterly abundant. Shear as much as you like, no worry about baldness. Continuing to inspect within the system backpack, a bright red talisman stood out conspicuously. Qin Lang took out the Peach Fate Talisman from the system backpack and clicked on the annotation column. Peach Fate Talisman, a single-use item. After use, the host can randomly encounter a Daughter of Fortune multiple times, steadily increasing affinity. Ding. Does the host choose to use the Peach Fate Talisman? Yes. As soon as the words fell, the Peach Fate Talisman transformed into a red glow, dissipating strand by strand into his body. Qin Lang looked around, up, down, left, right, and found nothing unusual. But since it was a system item, he had no concerns about its effectiveness. He was just a bit curious, which Daughter of Fortune would it be? Who would it randomly select? To let it take effect sooner, Qin Lang got up, and with a tentative attitude, left the villa. Tonight Junzi was on duty nearby. Seeing the young master step out, he approached, and asked curiously, "Young master, where are you going?" "I'll go get the car." "I'll go get the car." Qin Lang waved his hand. "No need, I'm just going out for a stroll. If you really have nothing to do, go buy me 2 electric massagers. The big ones that take 6 batteries, no 8 batteries each." Junzi asked no further, just grunted in acknowledgement, and obediently withdrew to buy the items. As for Qin Lang, he walked out of the villa district and wandered aimlessly along the streets. Before long, he heard a woman's cries for help from a nearby alley. Help, help. Holy crap. Is it happening already? So cliché. Qin Lang stood still staring into the dark narrow alley and felt a pang of emotion. Truly as expected of a system product, he had actually encountered the kind of brainless plot that only befell protagonists. He strode toward the alley and saw a group of petty thugs, gaudy with dyed feathers of various colors, blocking a girl no a woman at the far end of the alley. She wore a fitted white t-shirt, a black knee-length pencil skirt, black stockings, and patent leather stiletto heels, a standard office outfit. Crucially, the woman also wore a pair of crimson-framed glasses which added an intellectual aura to her already gentle face. Zhou Ziqing. This woman was definitely Zhou Ziqing, the peerlessly beautiful female professor from the original story. No doubt about it. Those crimson-framed glasses paired with that teacher's business attire, besides Zhou Ziqing's exquisite professor style, who else could pull it off? Bang! Qin Lang stepped forward and kicked a thug flat on his face. Before the others could react, he gave each one a kick, sending them sprawling on the ground with their butts planted. He hadn't used too much force, otherwise these thugs would have been dead for sure, just enough to disable them. Then with a spring-like smile he approached, and said amiably, "Are you all right? Did they hurt you?" "Thank you, I'm fine." Zhou Ziqing adjusted her crimson-framed glasses and spoke softly, her heart fluttering slightly. She said slowly, "Please wait here a moment. When I noticed these people following me, I had already called the police and I pretended to be on the phone with a friend to let the police know my location. I originally planned to scream for help to attract some attention and prevent these thugs from doing anything rash. Unexpectedly, it was you who came and you've knocked them all down." Intelligent, mature, intellectual, gentle, with an alluring figure and the buff of a stunning female professor. In the original story, Zhou Ziqing was practically a perfect goddess. And at their first meeting, Qin Lang had merely acted as a passive thug farrier. Even without his intervention, Zhou Ziqing likely wouldn't have encountered any real trouble. Still, at the very least, this first encounter hadn't left a bad impression. It was a start of goodwill. Besides, the Peach Fate Talisman wasn't limited to creating just one chance encounter, many more opportunities lay ahead. "Since you're fine, I'll wait with you for a bit." Qin Lang smiled, standing nearby, occasionally glancing sideways at Zhou Ziqing's exquisite face. He had been racking his brains these past few days over how to win over Zhou Ziqing, the stunning female professor. He never imagined that the target of the Peach Fate Talisman would be her. It was sheer, dumb luck, absolutely marvelous. Woo-woo-woo-woo. Before long, a police car arrived. Several officers stepped out along with a female policewoman in a dark blue uniform. "Cuff these people. As for you two, if it's convenient, please come back to the station with me to give a statement." Zhou Ziqing turned and smiled gently like a blooming water lily and said softly to Qin Lang, "Do you have time? If not, I can explain for you and let you leave first. I already feel bad for troubling you today. Having you come along would make me, since it's no big deal, and I'm free anyway, I might as well come with you." Qin Lang smiled warmly. In his heart, he was growing curious. Was the annotation on the Peach Fate Talisman wrong? Wasn't it supposed to trigger a random encounter with a daughter of fortune? But how did the police flower Chinziki also show up? The female officer in the dark blue uniform stepping down from the police car, with her heroic yet ample attributes. Who else could it be but Chinziki? Even if he hadn't asked Junzi to collect photos of the daughters of fortune, he dared to assert that this policewoman was undoubtedly Chinziki. Two daughters of fortune encountered in one night. Had the Peach Fate Talisman produced a critical hit when it activated? He had been racking his brains these past few days over how to win over Zhou Ziqing, the stunning female professor. He never imagined that the target of the Peach Fate Talisman would be her. It was sheer, dumb luck, absolutely marvelous. Then, amidst the wailing of police sirens, Qin Lang and Zhou Ziqing were taken together to the precinct. Yet they were interrogated in separate rooms. Zhou Ziqing, stationed in the main hall, voluntarily recounted the incident and how she had called the police. The young officer taking notes couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, praising her quick wit and intelligence. Meanwhile, Chinziki led Qin Lang away to a special dimly lit room furnished with only a wooden table and a glaringly bright desk lamp. Chinziki sat across from him, aiming the lamp at his eyes, a small notebook in hand. Her handsome face was stern and unsmiling as she coldly recited his background. Qin Lang, 25, from Yinjing, recently arrived in Tianhai City. After a lengthy preamble, her voice turned icy as she demanded, "Several days ago during the murder at Mount Mangdang were you present?" Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. He knew Chinziki was an upright policewoman, but he hadn't expected her to know about the Mount Mangdang incident. Despite his surprise, he remained unperturbed, retorting with amusement, "Miss, are you mistaken? This time I was the Good Samaritan who saved someone. Why are you asking me about this? You've already identified me, so what's the point of questioning? Isn't the Mount Mangdang case closed?" Chinziki sneered, a clash between assassins. "Do you take everyone in our precinct for fools? The bloodstains there indicate far more casualties than those found at the scene. And the recent influx of wounded at Heilonglang Private Hospital is undoubtedly connected. Qin Lang, I know your background, and I know Lin Jun is your man. But some things, if wrong, are wrong. You must pay the price. Whoever you are, or whoever's son you are." No way, you're not actually trying to throw me in jail, are you? Qin Lang feigned shock. Be serious. No one is joking with you. Chen Ziki maintained her stern expression, her eyes smoldering with anger. What she detested most was the flippant attitude of privileged second-generation heirs. Upholding justice and unraveling cases was her life's pursuit, deeply rooted in a tragic incident involving her family. This made her exceptionally cold towards criminals. Qin Lang shrugged and uttered a classic heartbreaker line. If that's how you see it, I can't change your mind. Just then the interrogation room door opened. An officer stood there accompanied by Zhou Ziqing. What's this? Can't you see him interrogating? Chen Ziki snapped at the officer. The officer hung his head in shame, unable to admit he couldn't refuse Zhou. Besides, Zhou Ziqing had a reasonable and well-founded demand to see her savior Qin Lang. Zhou Ziqing stepped into the room in her pointed high heels, her tone suspicious. Officer, what do you mean by interrogation? Mr. Qin Lang saved my life. Why are you interrogating him? Chen Ziki softened her tone. This has nothing to do with you, it's about another case. If you have no further business, you may leave. Leave? How could I? To abandon my savior here while you interrogate him. If I remained indifferent, wouldn't that be a betrayal of goodwill? Zhou Ziqing shook her head, stepping forward to stand beside Qin Lang. A refreshing fragrance wafted into his nostrils. She no longer used a questioning tone. Instead, she grew assertive, meeting Chen Ziki's gaze. Do you have any evidence of Qin Lang's crime? Or any witnesses who saw him commit an illegal act? Chen Ziki remained silent. Zhou Ziqing pressed on. Without evidence, what right do you have to interrogate him? What gives you the authority? Is it because Mr. Qin Lang saved my life and kindly accompanied me to the precinct to give a statement, so you seized this chance to trample on a good person's kindness? Chen Ziki opened her mouth to defend herself. Upright and unyielding, she was used to intimidating guilty criminals into revealing clues with a slight bluff. But now, faced with the stubbornly tight-lipped Qin Lang and the remarkably eloquent, logical, and stunningly beautiful professor, she found herself at a loss for words. She was stuck. Her plan had been to bluff Qin Lang, as the Mount Mangdang case was too suspicious and no one else could have directed Lin Jun and his crew of retired special forces except Qin Lang. But now, bombarded by Zhou Ziking's pointed questions, how could she possibly keep him? You may go. Chen Ziki glanced at Qin Lang and waved her hand. She was only temporarily abandoning the interrogation. Once she gathered evidence, she would come after Qin Lang again. Before Qin Lang could rise, Zhou Ziqing placed a slender hand on his shoulder and fixed her gaze on Chen Ziki. Please apologize to Mr. Qin Lang for your rudeness. If you ever find real evidence of Mr. Qin Lang's crime, I will remember everything you've said today and offer my apology. Isn't that a bit much? The young officer interjected with an awkward smile. It was the first time he'd seen their captain pushed to such a point, and he spoke up sympathetically. Zhou Ziqing shook her head. It is necessary. If the police exploit a suspect's goodwill to make an arrest, I believe that violates the principles of law enforcement and undermines the sanctity of this profession. It forces me to question your competence. Amazing. Qin Lang, listening from his seat, felt an urge to stand up and support Zhou Ziqing. Well said, absolutely right. No wonder she was the stunningly beautiful professor at Tianhai University. She had left Chen Ziki speechless, her face darkened. I'm sorry, Chen Ziki uttered coldly, then turned and strode out of the interrogation room without another word. Watching her graceful retreating figure, Qin Lang's plan for dealing with this woman of destiny shifted in his mind from a chance encounter to a hunt. Playing games with him. He still had an ace up his sleeve concerning Chen Ziki that had never used. Go ahead, be arrogant. Let's see how long you can keep it up. Mr. Qin Lang, I'm terribly sorry for putting you through this. Zhou Ziqing smiled wryly. Qin Lang quickly shook his head, his face warm and genial. No, it's I who should apologize for alarming you. The Chinese language is profound and extensive with a long history. Even with Zhou Ziking's vast knowledge, she didn't take his words in that direction. Instead, she took the initiative to invite him. Thanks to you tonight, Mr. Qin Lang, or I might have faced some trouble. How about I treat you to a late-night snack? Noodles, perhaps. Qin Lang looked skeptical. You'll cook them yourself? Zhou Ziqing shook her head. I would be willing to personally cook noodles for you. However, I came out tonight because I have something to attend to. I need to visit one of my students. Her family runs a noodle shop, and I thought if you don't mind, Mr. Qin Lang, we could go and try it. The taste is quite good. Then he'll gladly accept. Qin Lang stopped joking around. Though a smile lingered on Zhou Ziking's face, she concealed her true feelings deeply. Few students could ever get close to her. Now she said her family runs a noodle shop. Who else could that be but the commoner school beauty Lin Xier? Although the thought of Zhou Ziqing personally cooking noodles was indeed a great temptation for Qin Lang. But he knew how to prioritize and maintain his composure. The two left the police station together, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the food street. Walking alongside Zhou Ziqing, a mature, intellectually sophisticated, and stunningly beautiful professor, drew the gazes of passers-by. Fortunately, Qin Lang's identity as a villain meant that people only felt envy and jealousy. No one dared to utter any insults. They stopped in front of Shaolin Noodle Shop. The shop owner, upon seeing Zhou Ziqing, warmly greeted her with a smile. Teacher Zhou, you're here. And this is your boyfriend. The owner glanced at Qin Lang standing beside Zhou Ziqing, taking in his handsome appearance. Even standing next to a beauty like Zhou Ziqing, he didn't look out of place. On the contrary, they seemed quite compatible. He's a friend of mine. We came tonight to try your cooking. Zhou Ziqing explained with a smile, then turned to Qin Lang. What would you like? I've loved braised beef noodles since I was a child. Qin Lang said, glancing at the menu taped to the. Zhou Ziqing nodded and turned to the owner. 2 bowls of braised beef noodles then. Sure thing, Teacher Zhou. Please have a seat, and he'll call Sierra out. The owner wiped her hands on her apron and hurried back into the shop. The noodle shop had a canopy set up outside with a few folding tables and chairs. Qin Lang and Zhou Ziqing sat facing each other. Rarely taking the initiative, Zhou Ziqing asked, Mr. Qin Lang, what do you do? Me. I'm just a prodigal son living off my family's wealth and waiting for death. Qin Lang replied frankly without concealment. But I recently pulled some strings to transfer into Tianhai University. I want to learn some knowledge so that when I take over the family business later, I won't run it into the ground. Is that so? Just transferred. What major? Zhou Ziqing became interested and pressed on curiously. Qin Lang shrugged. International trade and economics. International trade. Zhou Ziqing was surprised then couldn't help but chuckle slyly. Maybe you'll be your teacher. Ahem, let me reintroduce myself. I'm Zhou Ziqing, a professor in the Chinese department at Tianhai University. I also teach some courses in other majors, and as it happens, I'm currently instructing a class in international trade. Zhou Ziqing put on the airs of a teacher, becoming serious and formal in front of Qin Lang. Qin Lang, feigning ignorance, flattered her. Well, if I really end up in your class, I'll need your guidance from now on. Before Zhou Ziqing could reply, a girl in a floral long dress came out of the noodle shop in an electric wheelchair. She was elegant and refined, exuding an ethereal aura. Her skin was delicate, her expression joyful, her eyes sparkling, and her cheeks flushed with a smile. Her eyes were like a clear spring, and as she glanced around, she carried an air of pure grace that captivated onlookers, making them feel inferior and unworthy of any impropriety. Yet such a pure and beautiful girl was unable to walk and had to rely on a wheelchair. Teacher Zhou, why are you here? Lin Xian's face lit up with delight. She and Zhou Ziqing were teacher and student, but in truth they were confidants who shared everything. Sometimes when faced with emotional matters, she would tell Zhou Ziqing first instead of her parents. Zhou Ziqing smiled gently, as if seeing her own younger sister. With the aura of a big sister, she reached out and lightly pinched Lin Xian's cheek. Why can't I come? Or is it true what they say in class about you and Huang Wenbin? Do you have a boyfriend now and no longer care about your big sister? Lin Xian quickly shook her head. Not at all. I have nothing to do with Huang Wenbin. I've told him, but he just won't give up. He's not my type, and besides. She looked down at her legs and couldn't help feeling dejected. She was self-aware. Although she was pretty, her inability to walk made her a lifelong cripple. And besides, what? Zhou Ziqing exclaimed admiringly, countless girls envy your stunningly beautiful face. Lin Xian pouted. Teacher Zhou, you always tease me. If others said that, I might believe them, but coming from a beauty like you, it doesn't make me happy at all. Teacher is envious of you too. Zhou Ziqing looked at Qin Lang beside her and deliberately teased, don't you agree with me? Classmate Qin Lang. Qin Lang didn't answer. Instead, he frowned and stared at Lin Xian's fair and beautiful legs. Lin Xian felt uncomfortable under his gaze and instinctively pulled her already long skirt down a bit more. She was too embarrassed to ask, but she had initially thought the young man accompanying Teacher Zhou was quite handsome. Now, however, she didn't like him much. Who stares at a girl's legs like that upon first meeting? His gaze was fixed without even blinking. It was a bit too much. Mr. Qin Lang. Zhou Ziqing softly reminded him. Off. Qin Lang seemed to snap out of it, bewildered. What's wrong? Zhou Ziqing, intending to speak well of Qin Lang, said with a smile. Although Sierra is beautiful, there's no need to stare at her like that. Look, you're making her embarrassed. Lin Sierra rolled her eyes at Zhou Ziqing in feigned annoyance. Qin Lang, however, showed no sign of embarrassment. Instead, he voiced the words he had been pondering. She is beautiful, but I'm more curious. This classmate is in a wheelchair, so logically, she shouldn't be able to walk. But why is it that her legs show no signs of atrophy and instead are so perfectly developed? Lin Sierra, the commoner school beauty, was like a sacred lotus in the original story, pure, untainted by the mud, and elegant without being coquettish. Her legs were disabled and incurable, yet they were straight, slender, well-proportioned, and fair. Lin Sierra lowered her head, barely concealing her dejection. I've been to the hospital for countless checkups, but none of those experts or professors could find the real cause. They say it might be a neurological issue, or perhaps a problem with the joints and bone marrow. In any case, I just can't stand up. Qin Lang asked with curiosity, can you feel anything? Lin Sierra shook her head. No. That's strange. These legs are so beautiful with skin like ice and bones like jade. If there were truly a bone marrow problem, they wouldn't have grown this healthy. Besides, marrow issues usually affect the entire body. Qin Lang feigned ignorance, putting on a puzzled expression. Zhou Ziqing asked suspiciously, do you know medicine? Qin Lang nodded. Just a little bit. He looked at Lin Sierra, opened his mouth, awkwardly hesitant to speak. Lin Sierra said indifferently, just ask whatever you want. It's been so many years I've stopped caring about all this. If I can't stand, then so be it. It's not like I can't go on living. Qin Lang pulled out a silver needle and smiled. I want to try my medical skills, see if they work. Zhou Ziqing said nervously, if you're not very skilled, it's better not to act rashly. Chinese acupuncture is miraculous, but it can also go wrong. Lin Sierra was completely unconcerned. It's fine. I can't feel anything anyway. What's the worst that could happen? Let's give it a try. Qin Lang left his seat, stepped forward, and crouched beside Lin Sierra's wheelchair. He pulled out one silver needle after another, and with fluid precision inserted them an inch below her slender waist. The advanced medical skills he had obtained from the system lottery were no joke. Even if Chen Pingan were here, he might not surpass Qin Lang's medical expertise, at least not yet, since Chen Pingan hadn't reached his later stage and hadn't truly mastered the art of healing. It's tingling and numb like little insects biting me, Lin Sierra said with a bitter smile. But I could already feel that area. Just then the owner emerged carrying 2 bowls of beef noodles. She was about to speak when Qin Lang with a swift motion of his hand lightly chopped down on Lin Sierra's knee. Though the movement was subtle, her left leg involuntarily jerked upward with a noticeable arc. Thud. The owner froze and placed the 2 bowls of beef noodles slipping from her hands and crashing to the floor, splattering soup onto her calves without her even noticing. She rushed forward in panic, her voice rising with joy and tears brimming in her eyes. Sierra, your leg. Your leg moved. Lin Sierra's eyes widened in disbelief, ecstatic. A reflex, a knee-jerk reflex. How is this possible? I can't feel anything in either leg, so why did it react? Qin Lang twisted the silver needles on Lin Sierra's back, driving them deeper, and struck her knee again with greater force. Whoosh. One leg shot up swiftly, aiming directly at Qin Lang, who had just moved in front of Lin Sierra. He quickly ducked his head, and her left leg naturally hooked over. He looked up as Lin Sierra clutched her skirt. With just a fleeting glance, he quickly averted his eyes. They weren't that familiar yet, and basic decorum had to be maintained. Ahem. Sorry, I used a bit too much force. Qin Lang gave an awkward smile, gently grasping her slender crystal-clear ankle and carefully placing her foot back on the wheelchair's footrest. So it seems it's not a joint or marrow issue. Then what is it? Zhou Ziqing, Lin Sierra and the owner asked in unison. Qin Lang said seriously, a neurological problem. It's a neurological disorder. With current medical methods, it's very likely to be misdiagnosed. Even in the capital, there are a few top experts in this field, making it extremely difficult to treat. Little miracle doctor, do you know any specialists? Or can you cure Sierra's illness? The owner's face was full of urgency. She knew she shouldn't trust such a young man. But the miraculous scene had just unfolded before her eyes. Her daughter's legs had been numb for 20 years, yet now, after just a few needle pricks from this young man, there was a knee-jerk reflex. If he wasn't a little miracle doctor, what else could he be? I'm not sure. I do know some experts, but they might not be available. They're like imperial physicians. Besides, your daughter's legs are a bit troublesome. They need further treatment. Even if a Western medicine expert came, it would be hard to sort out all the complex nerves. One mistake could lead to lifelong paralysis. Qin Lang gritted his teeth, then glanced at Zhou Ziqing, who was looking at him expectantly. My sect has rules. I shouldn't really intervene, but Miss Lin Sierra is close to Professor Zhou, and I owe her a favor today. So we'll break the sect's rules just this once. Sect? What a load of nonsense. He said it deliberately, just to pin the reason for treating Lin Sierra on Zhou Ziqing. It was as if he was telling Lin Sierra and her mother, Professor Zhou, I even broke my sect's ancestral rules for you. How's that for loyalty? Just a favor. A few words cost him nothing, and Qin Lang didn't think it was a waste of time. Under the gaze of a few scattered customers, the 3 of them went up to the 2nd floor of the noodle shop. Lin Sierra's bedroom was simply decorated. She lay on the bed, her voice trembling. I'm a bit scared. When you insert the needles, can you go easy? Qin Lang shook his head. No, I have to be firm. Only by applying force and making you feel pain will it work. Don't worry, it's just uncomfortable at first. The pain will be strong, but over time you'll gradually get used to it. Hiss. It hurts, it really hurts. Lin Sierra lifted her delicate chin, crying out in pain. The owner watched from the side, her heart aching. Little miracle Dr. Sierra is quite sensitive to pain. Please go easy, don't use so much force. Qin Lang's hands moved inch by inch along Lin Sierra's calves, massaging upward, occasionally inserting a few silver needles. With every needle insertion and upward movement of his hand, Lin Sierra gasped in pain, fine beads of sweat glistening on her smooth forehead. Zhou Ziqing listened to their exchange, feeling something was off, but didn't know how to point it out. She could only comfort. Sierra feeling pain means there's a reaction. I never expected Mr. Qin Lang to possess such skill. She sighed inwardly. If she hadn't been followed tonight, if she hadn't called for help, Qin Lang wouldn't have come to her aid. And he wouldn't have been brought before Lin Sierra. Was this what they called fate? Half an hour passed. Qin Lang collapsed weakly onto the bed, his head sinking into the quilt. He turned and looked at Lin Sierra, who also turned her head. How does it feel? It's a bit tingly and numb. Strange. Lin Sierra's legs were still somewhat numb, and she murmured uncertainly. I'm sorry for wetting your bed. Qin Lang, having regained some strength, shifted his body and awkwardly wiped the sweat from his forehead, forcing a bitter smile. Lin Sierra lay there shaking her head. Thank you. Though it hurts, I can already feel some sensation in my legs. Over the past 20 years, her family had taken her to countless hospitals, all to no avail. Not only had they failed to cure her, but they couldn't even determine the cause. Now, thanks to Qin Lang's intervention, hope had been reignited within her, an immense hope at that. Her legs had regained sensation, they could feel pain. Finally, she had a chance to become a normal girl. The landlady rushed forward, asking anxiously, "Little miracle doctor, can Sierra's legs walk now?" Zhou Ziqing also gazed at him with eager anticipation. Qin Lang waved his hand with a wry smile. How could it be that simple? She's been paralyzed for 20 years. Even if treatment is possible, it won't happen overnight. It requires gradual conditioning. Whenever I have time, I'll come by to give your daughter more massages and help regulate her body. At the same time, I'll also contact top experts in Yanjing to discuss the specific timing for surgery. With his advanced medical skills, Qin Lang alone could enable Lin Sierra to stand briefly within a short period. However, it would only be a temporary stand. To ensure Lin Sierra could walk without any lingering issues, he needed to collaborate with leading experts and professors in this field for a joint consultation. Only then could she truly recover. He said this with good reason, not as an excuse to deliberately increase his contact with Lin Sierra under the guise of treatment. Nor was it his intention to complicate the treatment process so that Lin Sierra, her mother, and Zhou Ziqing would realize how much effort and connections he had expended. Little miracle doctor, thank you, truly thank you for being willing to help. If you can cure Sierra, our family. Our family. The landlady gripped Qin Lang's hand tightly, overcome with emotion. She wanted to offer some form of repayment, but looking at Qin Lang's handsome appearance and his extraordinary medical skills and connections, she had no idea what her family could provide to satisfy him. Not to mention anything else, just the top neurology experts in Yanjing. Those were figures on par with imperial physicians. Who could possibly secure their services? Although they held a few morning clinics each week at major hospitals, those slots were booked long in advance. Without Qin Lang's guarantee, Lin Sierra might never have had the chance to see such an imperial physician in her lifetime. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the landlady felt an urge to kneel, but Zhou Ziqing held her back. Qin Lang quickly helped support the landlady, as well smiling. Auntie, please don't get so worked up. I'm truly glad to be of help. As for your daughter's legs, I was staring at them for quite a while earlier. It wasn't because I noticed anything wrong. They're simply perfect. Your daughter almost mistook me for a bad guy. Recalling the earlier misunderstanding, Lin Sierra shyly buried her face in the pillow. She hadn't expected Qin Lang to see right through her thoughts. Had she been too obvious? Or was Qin Lang just too perceptive? Let's stop here for tonight. Sierra needs some time to adapt. He'll come again when I'm free. He could have said more to reassure Lin Sierra and her mother, but he deliberately chose not to. He was intentionally vague, not even mentioning when he would visit next. A classic scumbag moved the string along. Until Qin Lang's next visit, Lin Sierra would remain in a state of anxiety and hope, spending most of her time thinking about him. Of course, Qin Lang didn't expect such a short period of interaction to spark romantic feelings in Lin Sierra, but keeping her constantly on his mind was already a significant achievement. Afterward, Qin Lang and Zhou Ziqing went downstairs, ate 2 bowls of noodles loaded with beef, chatted for a while, exchanged contact information, and went their separate ways. The next morning, Su Xiaoxiao lay in Qin Lang's arms, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She pouted drowsily and gently kissed him on the cheek. Sleep a bit more. You came back so late last night, and now you're heading to the orphanage again. Qin Lang stroked her head with concern. Su Xiaoxiao obediently murmured in agreement, resting her head on his shoulder and rubbing her hair against his cheek. For some reason, she loved being this close to her young master. It always made her heart feel sweet. Now that everyone at the orphanage has a better environment, the director has more energy to focus on teaching the children. I may not be very smart, but I can still teach kids. I can be helpful. Qin Lang said with mild exasperation. Although the school isn't built yet, I can hire a few teachers first. There's no need for you to run around every day until you're exhausted. It breaks my heart. I really enjoy being a teacher. Su Xiaoxiao mumbled softly, pressing her hand against Qin Lang's chest, her voice sweet and gentle. Besides, at home you won't let me do much housework. I'd just be idle anyway. You. Qin Lang gently tapped her forehead. You can't sit still for a moment. Even if you want to help, you need to give yourself time to rest. You always wear yourself out. Don't you think about how I feel watching you? Young master. Su Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes rippled with emotion, her heart warming. Staying busy isn't so bad. I was planning to hire teachers anyway. Since you're willing to teach, consider it me hiring you. Qin Lang pondered for a moment before speaking. How about I pay you a salary? It wouldn't be right for you to work as a teacher without pay. No, I don't want any salary. Su Xiaoxiao was startled and tightened her arms around Qin Lang's neck. I still owe you so much money. Teaching is something I do willingly. I don't want a single cent. If I can't repay you in this lifetime, I'll serve you in the next and the one after that to pay off my debt. A young girl, especially one as innocent as Su Xiaoxiao, fears loss the most and knows how to cherish. In the past, she hadn't known how to express herself. Now she had learned how to pay the interest. With practiced ease, she furrowed her brow slightly and leaned in for a kiss. There was nothing to be shy about. She was already his. What have I been doing since my transmigration? Why am I constantly revolving around women? Is this what my new life is supposed to be? My life shouldn't be like this. This is too decadent. Qin Lang lay on the bed, his eyes vacant and bewildered, utterly lost in a daze. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes later, the thoughts in Qin Lang's mind gradually cleared and his understanding became lucid. A life like this. How wonderful. What is there to complain about? Why had he just moments ago considered such a life as degenerate? He looked down and suddenly realized. Oh, so it had been the sage time after all. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Heavenly Villain value 10003. The sun was high in the sky when Su Xiaoxiao finally had a chance to go to the orphanage to fulfill her dream of being a teacher, staggering out along the wall. Life is hard, but one must still move forward. Since there is no way to reverse the situation, learn to enjoy it. Su Xiaoxiao had already begun to embrace enjoyment. Meanwhile, at Mu Yuyan's invitation, Qin Lang went to a banquet. Because of the relationship between Mu Yuyan and Qin Lang, the rift between the two best friends Mu Yuyan and Lin Youchu had been mended. Lin Youchu was not a girl who failed to repay kindness. To express gratitude for the favor at Queen's Bar last time, she specifically asked Mu Yuyan to invite Qin Lang for a meal as a token of thanks. The Maybach pulled up at the entrance of Kaiyuan Hotel, where Lin Youchu and Mu Yuyan had already been waiting for some time. "Why is your face as pale as my dad's?" Lin Youchu blurted out in surprise upon first seeing Qin Lang. Qin Lang rolled his eyes. How could it not be pale? How much energy had he expended? "It's nothing. Today I'll have the kitchen prepare something to give you a good tonic." Lin Youchu patted her chest with great confidence. The three of them arrived once more at the private room where the plastic sisterhood had occurred last time. Lin Youchu raised a glass of wine and said to Qin Lang with emotion, "Thank you for saving me last time. If it weren't for you, those bastards would have locked me up for real. I won't say much, it's all in this drink." Gulp. She downed the small cup of liquor in one go, then turned the cup upside down to show it was empty, not a drop left. "What boldness." "Qin Lang, I, Lin Youchu, am laying it out here from now on. If you have anything, come to me. If I can help, I absolutely won't refuse." Lin Youchu sat down. The two black eyes of the panda printed on the front of her t-shirt were especially conspicuous. Qin Lang pondered for a moment and said, "Is the best private hospital in Tianhai City run by your family?" Lin Youchu nodded. "Yes, how did you know?" "Anyway, Tianhai City is the base of the Lin family's business. In the capital, there are too many powerful families to compete with, so the family shifted its economic center to Tianhai." Mu Yuyan was astonished. "Youchu, does your family have a hand in everything related to making money? You're so good at it." My family is rich," Lin Youchu said proudly. "We Lins are born for business. Oh, every one of us has a head for it." "That's true," Qin Lang chimed in from behind. When it came to the Lin family's knack for making money, Qin Lang would give a thumbs up with both hands and one foot. Making money. Whoever is the most unscrupulous and shameless earns the most. How shameless is the Lin family? It's passed down from their ancestors. The old patriarch of the Lin family was the best at making money. The treasure he left behind, though not enough to rival a nation's wealth, was still a colossal fortune. How did he earn it? By plundering like a sly old fox, of course. To what extent of depravity? When he died, even his balls had been blown off. "I might have a friend who needs your help in the future. Just giving you a heads up." Qin Lang smiled. As for Lin Xier, he didn't actually intend to find any top-tier experts. Bringing in a heavyweight would cause too much commotion and wouldn't be convenient for his further advancement with Lin Xier. Besides, with his treatment, Lin Xier's legs could already be 7 or 8 parts healed. A simple surgery to slightly realign the dislocated bones would suffice for full recovery. There was no need for a heavyweight expert. Any reasonably competent doctor would be more than enough. What he told Lin Xier and her mother was deliberately exaggerated to make things sound troublesome and difficult. Later had discussed with Lin Youchu and put on a big show. Wouldn't that settle everything? While they chatted, waiters kept bringing dishes to the table. A plate of stir-fried bull testicles was served, fragrant and colorful, looking particularly appetizing. Qin Lang's mouth twitched. He looked suspiciously at Lin Youchu beside him. "Is this what you meant by giving me a tonic?" Lin Youchu nodded matter-of-factly. "Yeah, my dad often has a pale face too. Whenever he does, he eats this dish, and it works like a charm." Mu Yuyan curiously picked up a piece with her chopsticks, examined it in front of her, but couldn't figure out what it was. She asked inquisitively, "What dish is this? I've never seen it before, let alone eaten it." Lin Youchu opened her mouth, but didn't know where to start explaining. Qin Lang laughed it off. "It's an organ for nourishing the body." "An organ? What organ? Do humans have it?" Mu Yuyan, with an insatiable curiosity, turned her head and gazed into Qin Lang's deep eyes. She was like a curious schoolgirl asking a teacher a question. "Well," Qin Lang pondered for a moment. "I have this organ on me, but Lin Youchu doesn't." Mu Yuyan shook her head. "What about me?" Qin Lang kept a straight face, suppressing a laugh with great effort. "You have it sometimes and sometimes you don't." Even if Mu Yuyan had never eaten this dish before being tipped off like that, how could she not understand? She was so startled that her hand trembled, and the piece she was holding dropped onto her skirt. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, a playful look on his face. Well, look at that. Even after being chopped up and stir-fried, it still remembers the way home." "You're always teasing me." Mu Yuyan's exquisite cheeks flushed crimson. She cast a flirtatious, reproachful glance at Qin Lang and quickly used her chopsticks to flick the piece off her skirt. She lightly slapped Qin Lang on the shoulder out of annoyance, pouting with a coquettish hum. "You're so annoying." Qin Lang shrugged. "All right then, since I'm so annoying, next time I'll just make sure it doesn't come home." "Stop it, there are people here." Mu Yuyan blushed and reached out to cover Qin Lang's mouth. They both turned to look at Lin Youchu. "Woof." Lin Youchu felt like crying. She opened her mouth, but only managed a single sound. This wasn't fair. Today she was the host. Why did she feel like a lonely single dog lured in to be slaughtered? and even her balls had been cut off. She glanced down. Oh, she didn't have that thing. Could you stop flaunting your affection right in front of me? Yu Yin was my best friend, and it's bad enough that she's been swept off her feet by a pig. Do you have to rub it in my face? Lin Yuchu pouted with a look of grievance, her heart aching. It hurt. It was unbearable. A peculiar discomfort gnawed at her chest, as if something precious had been snatched away from within her heart. You may be petite, Yuchu, but you're not getting any younger. It's time you found someone, Mu Yuyan said, a little embarrassed as she helped Qin Lang with some dishes before speaking earnestly. Lin Yuchu rolled her eyes. Find someone. Those stinking men are all worthless. I have money and a figure to die for. If I wanted to find someone, I could have anyone I please. My parents keep nagging me to go on blind dates. I have no idea what's going on in their heads. The candidates they dig up are terrible, no better than Qin Lang. The mere mention of finding a partner ignited a blaze of frustration within Lin Yuchu, and she launched into a lengthy, one-sided tirade. As she spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at Qin Lang, and a sly grin crept across her face. A spark of inspiration flashed through her mind. Both of them were from affluent families, and Qin Lang was the epitome of a high-class playboy in Yanjing. If she brought him along and claimed he was her boyfriend, don't even think about it. Not a chance. Qin Lang shot her a look and refused outright, knowing exactly what was brewing in Lin Yuchu's mind. That woman was trouble. It was the same old trick, using the Chosen One as a shield to further their relationship. Now that the Chosen One Yi Feng had been utterly vanquished, Lin Yuchu was trying to pawn that terrible idea off on him. But why would Qin Lang complicate something so simple? With Lin Yuchu being such a submissive type, was there any need for such complexity? Before Lin Yuchu could get a word in, the door to the private room was pushed open. A panicked waiter rushed in. Miss, something terrible has happened. Someone collapsed at the hotel entrance. They claim it's food poisoning from our dishes. The lobby manager has gone to handle it, but the family insists on seeing our boss. Lin Yuchu rolled her eyes again. She was already in a foul mood, and now this. Someone collapses, and instead of calling an ambulance, they come to see the boss. What for? Clearly they're trying to extort money, aren't they? Let's go take a look. We have nothing better to do, and we'll come with you, Mu Yuyan offered considerately. Lin Yuchu nodded, and they all took the direct elevator to the lobby. By now a crowd had gathered. There were staff members, including the lobby manager of Kaiyuan Hotel, as well as curious onlookers. Who's in charge here? Look at this. My husband collapsed after eating your food. You must take full responsibility, a shrewish woman shouted aggressively. The lobby manager approached Lin Yuchu and murmured, Miss, this guest seems to have had a seizure. That woman knows it, and is just causing a scene to get compensation. Don't engage her, let's wait for the ambulance. The shrewish woman's voice rose another octave. What are you whispering about? Plotting something shady. Everyone look. Look here. This hotel is so big, yet when trouble strikes they won't take any responsibility. Is this how wealthy people should act? Will we ever dare to eat here again? The woman ranted at the crowd, feigning outrage to stir up public anger. In other words, she was leading the narrative. Even Mu Yuyan, who had nothing to do with Kaiyuan Hotel, felt a surge of indignation. That shrew was clearly trying to take advantage of the situation. I'm a doctor. Let me take a look. At that moment, a young man in cheap clothes and worn-out canvas shoes stepped forward, speaking with confidence. Qin Lang glanced at him. A random passerby falls ill. He steps in to help solve Lin Yuchu's problem and builds a connection. Damn. This was the Chosen One's treatment. This was Qin Pingan. Had he come down from the mountain? And his first target was Lin Yuchu. Qin Lang cleared his throat and stepped forward unhurriedly. I am a disciple of the renowned physician of Yanjing. I've seen this condition countless times. Let me have a look and perhaps I can cure him. There's no need for all this shouting like a fishwife. The shrewish woman pointed at Qin Pingan. Who the hell are you? You think you can just barge in and treat him? Are you out of your mind? Are you some troublemaker sent by this hotel? Qin Pingan was dumbfounded. What the hell? He hadn't even said anything. That guy next to him was the one with the sharp tongue, so why was the shrew going after him instead of Qin Lang? In warning you, don't you dare try anything. If anything happens to my husband, you'll be the first one I hold responsible. The shrewish woman jabbed a finger at Qin Pingan again. She wasn't stupid. She knew how to pick her targets. Though not from the wealthy class, she had enough sense to tell that one was dressed in rags, while the other exuded elegance and presence. Who cares who I yell at? They'll pick on the one who's an easy target. You there, restrain her. Let me handle this. Qin Lang instructed the security guards. Lin Yuchu wanted to stop him, but a glance from the obedient Mu Yuyan made her comply and helped direct the guards. Several guards blocked the shrewish woman, allowing Qin Lang to approach the unconscious, convulsing man and take his pulse without interference. His brow furrowed and relaxed by turns. In a blind spot, he deftly pricked the unconscious man with a silver needle a few times before withdrawing it unnoticed by anyone. Qin Lang stood up and smoothed his slightly wrinkled suit. Lin Yuchu approached, curious. Do you really know medicine? What's wrong with him? Qin Lang waved dismissively. Nothing serious. Not worth mentioning. Then why didn't you cure him? That woman is causing a scene and hurting our hotel's reputation, Lin Yuchu muttered. Qin Lang rolled his eyes. It's not my specialty. What's it to me? He raised his voice to the shrewish woman. Stop making a fuss here. It's nothing serious. Call the funeral home, have them send a car, and just take him straight to be cremated. A single sentence left the fiery woman utterly dumbfounded, stirring a vague recollection of a past experience of her own. Months ago, she was sent on a business trip by her company. After landing, she checked into a small inn where someone called and asked if she needed a handsome man. She refused, but the caller insisted the man could last an hour for just 200 yuan. Enraged, she declared she absolutely did not believe any man could endure that long. Yet after summoning him, the man left within 10 minutes, dropping 200 yuan. Damn. She felt this Qin Lang before her was even more unreliable than the one the agent had introduced. What a smooth talker. Didn't she know her own husband's worth? At most 5 minutes. No, just a common seizure. Today he simply forgot his medicine and would recover on his own in a while. How could it be, as this fellow claimed, incurable and fit for cremation? Ridiculous. Chen Pingan stepped forward with a cold snort. The fiery woman feared Qin Lang, but he was unafraid. You don't understand medicine, so don't make baseless claims. This man is merely having a common seizure. A bit of acupuncture can ease it and wake him. How dare you speak so alarmingly? His words sounded convincing, and many bystanders agreed, nodding in support. Young man, this patient seems severe. Try to stabilize him before the ambulance arrives. Yes, don't delay treatment. This young man speaks sense, not like a charlatan. Let him act. The fiery woman glanced at her husband's rolling eyes, fearing the worst, and reluctantly nodded. Chen Pingan approached the patient, casting a cold glance at Qin Lang. Please step aside and give the patient room to breathe fresh air. What do you mean? Even if our treatment is wrong, we meant well. Why so harsh? Mu Yuyan tugged at Qin Lang's arm, shielding him, her brows knitted as she retorted without reason. I won't bother with you. Chen Pingan fumed, inwardly thinking city women were all gold diggers, utterly clueless. He was a true heir of a divine healer with formidable martial arts. How could Qin Lang compare? Blind fools. His inner pride quickly calmed him. Though Mu Yuyan was beautiful, the world was full of stunning women who one would eventually fall for him, so there was no need for envy. He knelt, took out silver needles from his pouch, and inserted them from the crown of the head. Soon the patient's forehead was covered with a dense array of needles. Impressive. This young man may look young, but his needling is fluid and smooth. Impossible without decades of practice. Indeed, I've seen the old divine healer of Tianhai, and his speed can't match this youth's. Seems this lad isn't exaggerating, he truly has skill. It must be said Chen Pingan, as a favored son of fate, could even encounter connoisseurs praising him while treating a patient on the roadside. This further convinced the onlookers. Soon Chen Pingan withdrew the needles one by one. The man on the ground convulsed, less his pallor turning rosy and his trembling lips steadied. The man stirred awake, hesitating. What happened? Chen Pingan turned to leave without a word. A divine healer descending the mountain to heal the world was only natural. He had to visit the Chu family to meet his fiancée like Chu Mingyao. No time to linger here. The fiery woman helped the man up, panicking. You heartless fool, you scared me to death. You were convulsing on the ground. I thought you were dying. Luckily, a young divine healer saved you. He left without a word. A true good man. I misjudged him. Just as she spoke, the man's face tightened, his throat seized, and he vomited a mouthful of fresh blood onto her face. His vitality instantly waned, and under her dazed support, he fell backward stiffly. Holy crap! Someone shouted, sending chills down everyone's spine. After a moment, the fiery woman pointed at Chen Pingan, who was nearing the revolving door. Don't let that scoundrel escape. He's a fraud. The security guards of Kaiyuan Hotel surrounded him, but Chen Pingan, confused, returned on his own. He stared at the weakened man on the ground, shocked, never expecting such an outcome. Qin Lang approached, shaking his head, sympathetically patting his shoulder like a seasoned mentor. Young man, I warned you. Just sent him to be cremated. But you had to show off. The waters of healing run deep, you can't handle them. Two distinct urgent sirens approached from afar. 2 vehicles arrived, an ambulance from the hospital, and a police car summoned by the hotel manager after the woman's tantrum. Medical staff and police led by Chun Ziki rushed in. A doctor checked the man's eyelids and frowned. Who put so many needle holes on his head? Thinking they know acupuncture. This is chaos. The patient's condition has worsened. He's in danger. The fiery woman pointed at Chen Pingan and Qin Lang. That kid did it. He jabbed my husband's forehead full of needles like a hedgehog. Scared me to death. Chun Ziki approached Qin Lang coldly, her face dark. You're involved again. She overlooked Chen Pingan, assuming Qin Lang was the culprit. Qin Lang shrugged, ignoring her provocation, and pointed at Chen Pingan. Officer, I report this man for practicing medicine without a license.